Enter Richard, Duke of Gloucester, Lord Hastings, Sir William Stanley, and others. Richard. Now, my Lord Hastings and Sir William Stanley, leave off to wonder why I drew you hither into this chiefest thicket of the park. Thus stands the case. You know our king, my brother, is prisoner to the bishop here, at whose hands he hath good usage and great liberty, and often but attended with weak guard, comes hunting this way to disport himself. I have advertised him by secret means that if about this hour he make this way, under the color of his usual game, he shall here find his friends with horse and men to set him free from his captivity. Enter King Edward and a huntsman with him. Huntsman. This way, my lord, for this way lies the game. King Edward. Nay, this way. Man, see where the huntsmen stand. Now, brother of Gloucester, Lord Hastings, and the rest, stand you thus close to steal the bishop's deer? Richard. Brother, the time and case requireth haste. Your horse stands ready at the park corner. King Edward. But whither shall we then? Hastings. To Lynn, my lord, and shipped from thence to Flanders. Richard. Well guessed, believe me, for that was my meaning. King Edward. Stanley, I will requite thy forwardness. Richard. But wherefore stay we? 'Tis no time to talk. King Edward. Huntsman, what sayst thou? Wilt thou go along? Huntsman. Better do so than tarry and be hanged. Richard. Come then, away. Let's ha no more ado. King Edward. Bishop, farewell. Shield thee from Warwick's frown, and pray that I may repossess the crown. Exeunt. Scene 6. London, the Tower. Enter King Henry, George, Duke of Clarence, Warwick, Somerset, young Richmond, Oxford, Montague, and Lieutenant of the Tower. King Henry. Master Lieutenant, now that God and friends have shaken Edward from the regal seat and turned my captive state to liberty, my fear to hope, my sorrows unto joys, at our enlargement what are thy due fees? Lieutenant. Subjects may challenge nothing of their sovereigns, but if an humble prayer may prevail, I then crave pardon of your majesty. King Henry. For what, Lieutenant? For well using me? Nay, be thou sure I'll well requite thy kindness, for that it made my imprisonment a pleasure. Aye, such a pleasure as encaged birds conceive when, after many moody thoughts, at last by notes of household harmony they quite forget their loss of liberty. But, Warwick, after God thou sett'st me free, and chiefly therefore I thank God and thee. He was the author, thou the instrument. Therefore, that I may conquer fortune's spite, by living low where fortune cannot hurt me, and that the people of this blessed land may not be punished with my thwarting stars, Warwick, although my head still wear the crown, I here resign my government to thee, for thou art fortunate in all thy deeds. Warwick. Your grace hath still been famed for virtuous, and now may seem as wise as virtuous by spying and avoiding fortune's malice, for few men rightly temper with the stars. Yet in this one thing let me blame your grace, for choosing me when Clarence is in place. George. No, Warwick, thou art worthy of the sway, to whom the heavens in thy nativity adjudged an olive branch and laurel crown, as likely to be blessed in peace and war, and therefore I yield thee my free consent. Warwick. And I choose Clarence only for protector. King Henry. Warwick and Clarence, give me both your hands. Now join your hands, and with your hands your hearts, that no dissension hinder government. I make you both protectors of this land, while I myself will lead a private life and in devotion spend my latter days, to sin's rebuke and my Creator's praise. Warwick. What answers Clarence to his sovereign's will? George. That he consents, if Warwick yield consent, for on thy fortune I repose myself. Warwick. Why, then, though loath, yet I must be content. We'll yoke together, like a double shadow to Henry's body, and supply his place. I mean, in bearing weight of government, while he enjoys the honor and his ease. And Clarence, now then it is more than needful forthwith that Edward be pronounced a traitor and all his lands and goods be confiscate. George. What else? And that succession be determined. Warwick. Aye, therein Clarence shall not want his part. King Henry. But with the first of all your chief affairs let me entreat, for I command no more, that Margaret your queen and my son Edward be sent for to return from France with speed. For till I see them here, by doubtful fear my joy of liberty is half eclipsed. George. It shall be done, my sovereign, with all speed. King Henry. My lord of Somerset, what youth is that of whom you seem to have so tender care? Somerset. My liege, it is young Henry, Earl of Richmond. King Henry. Come hither. England's hoped, if secret powers. Lays his hand on his head. Suggest but truth to my divining thoughts. This pretty lad will prove our country's bliss. His looks are full of peaceful majesty, his head by nature framed to wear a crown, his hand to wield a scepter, and himself likely in time to bless a regal throne. Make much of him, my lords, for this is he must help you more than you are hurt by me. Enter a post. Warwick. What news, my friend? Post. That Edward is escaped from your brother and fled, as he hears since, to Burgundy. Warwick. Unsavory news. But how made he escape? Post. He was conveyed by Richard, Duke of Gloucester, and the Lord Hastings, who attended him in secret ambush on the forest side, and from the bishop's huntsmen rescued him, for hunting was his daily exercise. Warwick. My brother was too careless of his charge. But let us hence, my sovereign, to provide a salve for any sore that may betide. Exeunt all but Somerset, Richmond, and Oxford. Somerset. My lord, I like not of this flight of Edward's, for doubtless Burgundy will yield him help, and we shall have more wars before be long. As Henry's late presaging prophecy did glad my heart with hope of this young Richmond, so doth my heart misgive me, in these conflicts what may befall him, to his harm and ours. Therefore, Lord Oxford, to prevent the worst, forthwith we'll send him hence to Brittany till storms be past of civil enmity. Oxford. Aye, for if Edward repossess the crown, 'tis like that Richmond with the rest shall down. Somerset. It shall be so, he shall to Brittany. Come therefore, let's about it speedily. Exeunt. Scene 7. Before York. Flourish. Enter King Edward, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, Hastings, and soldiers. King Edward. Now, brother Richard, Lord Hastings, and the rest. Yet thus far fortune mocketh us amends, and says that once more I shall interchange my waned state for Henry's regal crown. Well have we passed and now repassed the seas, and brought desired help from Burgundy. What then remains, we being thus arrived from Ravensburg haven before the gates of York, but that we enter as into our dukedom? Richard. The gates made fast. Brother, I like not this. For many men that stumble at the threshold are well foretold that danger lurks within. King Edward. Tush, man, abodements must not now affright us. By fair or foul means we must enter in, for hither will our friends repair to us. Hastings. My liege, I'll knock once more to summon them. Enter on the walls, the mayor of York and his brethren. Mayor. My lords, we were forewarned of your coming, and shut the gates for safety of ourselves. For now we owe allegiance unto Henry. King Edward. But, Master Mayor, if Henry be your king, yet Edward, at the least, is Duke of York. Mayor. True, my good lord, I know you for no less. King Edward. Why, and I challenge nothing but my dukedom, as being well content with that alone. Richard. Aside. But when the fox hath once got in his nose, he'll soon find means to make the body follow. Hastings. Why, Master Mayor, why stand you in a doubt? Open the gates. We are King Henry's friends. Mayor. Aye, say you so? The gates shall then be opened. He descends. Richard. A wise, stout captain, and soon persuaded. Hastings. The good old man would fain that all were well, so 'twere not long of him. But being entered, I doubt not, but we shall soon persuade both him and all his brothers unto reason. Enter the mayor and 2 aldermen below. King Edward. So, Master Mayor, these gates must not be shut but in the night or in the time of war. What? Fear not, man, but yield me up the keys. Takes his keys. For Edward will defend the town, and thee, and all those friends that deign to follow me. March. Enter Montgomery with drum and soldiers. Richard. Brother, this is Sir John Montgomery, our trusty friend, unless I be deceived. King Edward. Welcome, Sir John. But why come you in arms? Montgomery, to help King Edward in his time of storm, as every loyal subject ought to do. King Edward, thanks, good Montgomery, but we now forget our title to the crown, and only claim our dukedom till God please to send the rest. Montgomery, then fare you well, for I will hence again. I came to serve a king, and not a duke. Drummer, strike up, and let us march away. The drum begins to march. King Edward, nay, stay, Sir John, a while, and we'll debate by what safe means the crown may be recovered. Montgomery, what talk you of debating? In few words, if you'll not here proclaim yourself our king, I'll leave you to your fortune and be gone to keep them back that come to succor you. Why shall we fight if you pretend no title? Richard, why, brother? Wherefore stand you on nice points? King Edward, when we grow stronger, then we'll make our claim. Till then, 'tis wisdom to conceal our meaning. Hastings, away with scrupulous wit. Now arms must rule. Richard, and fearless minds climb soonest unto crowns. Brother, we will proclaim you out of hand. The bruit thereof will bring you many friends. King Edward, then be it as you will, for 'tis my right, and Henry but usurps the diadem. Montgomery, aye, now my sovereign speaketh like himself, and now will I be Edward's champion. Hastings, sound, trumpet, Edward shall be here proclaimed. Come, fellow soldier, make thou proclamation. Gives him a paper flourish. Soldier, reads, Edward IV, by the grace of God, King of England and France, and Lord of Ireland, etc. Montgomery, and whosoever gainsays King Edward's right, by this I challenge him to single fight. Throws down his gauntlet. All, long live Edward IV. King Edward, thanks, brave Montgomery, and thanks unto you all. If fortune serve me, I'll requite this kindness. Now for this night let's harbor here in York, and when the morning sun shall raise his car above the border of this horizon, wheel forward towards Warwick and his mates. For well I wot that Henry is no soldier. Ah, froward Clarence, how evil it beseems thee to flatter Henry and forsake thy brother. Yet, as we may, we'll meet both thee and Warwick. Come on, brave soldiers, doubt not of the day, and that once gotten, doubt not of large pay. Exeunt. Scene 8. London, the palace. Flourish, enter King Henry, Warwick, Montague, George, Duke of Clarence, Oxford and Exeter. Warwick, what counsel, lords? Edward from Belgia, with hasty Germans and blunt Hollanders, hath passed in safety through the narrow seas, and with his troops doth march amain to London, and many giddy people flock to him. King Henry, let's levy men and beat him back again. George, a little fire is quickly trodden out, which, being suffered, rivers cannot quench. Warwick, in Warwickshire I have true-hearted friends, not mutinous in peace, yet bold in war. Those will I muster up, and thou, son Clarence, shalt stir up in Suffolk, Norfolk, and in Kent the knights and gentlemen to come with thee. Thou, brother Montague, in Buckingham, Northampton, and in Leicestershire shalt find men well inclined to hear what thou commandst. And thou, brave Oxford, wondrous well beloved, in Oxfordshire shalt muster up thy friends. My sovereign, with the loving citizens, like to his island girt in with the ocean, or modest Dian circled with her nymphs, shall rest in London till we come to him. Fair lords, take leave and stand not to reply. Farewell, my sovereign. King Henry, farewell, my Hector, and my Troy's true hope. George, in sign of truth, I kiss your highness' hand. King Henry, well-minded Clarence, be thou fortunate. Montague, comfort, my lord, and so I take my leave. Oxford, and thus, kissing Henry's hand, I seal my truth and bid adieu. King Henry, sweet Oxford, and my loving Montague, and all at once more a happy farewell. Warwick, farewell, sweet lords, let's meet at Coventry. Exeunt all but King Henry. And Exeter. King Henry, here at the palace will I rest awhile. Cousin of Exeter, what thinks your lordship? Methinks the power that Edward hath in field should not be able to encounter mine. Exeter, the doubt is that he will seduce the rest. King Henry, that's not my fear. My meed hath got me fame. I have not stopped mine ears to their demands, nor posted off their suits with slow delays. My pity hath been balm to heal their wounds, my mildness hath allayed their swelling griefs, my mercy dried their water-flowing tears. I have not been desirous of their wealth, nor much oppressed them with great subsidies, nor forward of revenge, though they much erred. Then why should they love Edward more than me? No, Exeter, these graces challenge grace, and when the lion fawns upon the lamb will never cease to follow him. Shout within a York. A York, Exeter. Hark, hark, my lord. What shouts are these? Enter King Edward, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, and soldiers. King Edward, seize on the shame-faced Henry, bear him hence, and once again proclaim us King of England. You are the fount that makes small brooks to flow. Now stops thy spring. My sea shall suck them dry, and swell so much the higher by their ebb. Hence with him to the Tower, let him not speak. Exeunt some with King Henry, and, lords, towards Coventry bend we our course, where peremptory Warwick now remains. The sun shines hot, and, if we use delay, cold biting winter mars our hoped for hay. Richard, away betimes, before his forces join, and take the great-grown traitor unawares. Brave warriors, march amain towards Coventry. Exeunt. Act V. Scene I. Coventry. Enter Warwick, the mayor of Coventry, 2 messengers and others, upon the walls. Warwick, where is the post that came from valiant Oxford? How far hence is thy lord, mine honest fellow? 1 messenger, by this at Dunsmore, marching hitherward. Warwick, how far off is our brother Montague? Where is the post that came from Montague? 2 messenger, by this at Daintry, with a puissant troop. Enter Sir John Somerville. Warwick, say, Somerville, what says my loving son? And by thy guess, how nigh is Clarence now? Somerville, at Southam I did leave him with his forces, and do expect him here some 2 hours hence. Drumheard. Warwick, then Clarence is at hand. I hear his drum. Somerville, it is not his, my lord. Here Southam lies. The drum your honour hears marcheth from Warwick. Warwick, who should that be? Belike, unlooked for friends. Somerville, they are at hand, and you shall quickly know. March, flourish, enter King Edward, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, and soldiers. King Edward, go, trumpet, to the walls and sound a parle. Richard, see how the surly Warwick mans the wall. Warwick, oh, unbid spite, is sportful Edward come? Where slept our scouts, or how are they seduced, that we could hear no news of his repair? King Edward, now, Warwick, wilt thou ope the city gates, speak gentle words and humbly bend thy knee? Call Edward king, and at his hands beg mercy, and he shall pardon thee these outrages. Warwick, nay, rather, wilt thou draw thy forces hence, confess who set thee up and plucked thee down, call Warwick patron and be penitent, and thou shalt still remain the Duke of York. Richard, I thought, at least, he would have said the king. Or did he make the jest against his will? Warwick, is not a dukedom, sir, a goodly gift? Richard, I, by my faith, for a poor earl to give, I'll do thee service for so good a gift. Warwick, 'twas I that gave the kingdom to thy brother. King Edward, why then, 'tis mine, if but by Warwick's gift. Warwick, thou art no Atlas for so great a weight, and weakling, Warwick takes his gift again. And Henry is my king, Warwick his subject. King Edward, but Warwick's king is Edward's prisoner, and, gallant Warwick, do but answer this. What is the body when the head is off? Richard, alas, that Warwick had no more forecast. But, whiles he thought to steal the single tin, the king was slyly fingered from the deck. You left poor Henry at the bishop's palace, and 10 to 1 you'll meet him in the Tower. King Edward, 'tis even so, yet you are Warwick still. Richard, come, Warwick, take the time. Kneel down, kneel down. Nay, when? Strike now, or else the iron cools. Warwick, I had rather chop this hand off at a blow, and with the other fling it at thy face, than bear so low a sail to strike to thee. King Edward, sail how thou canst, have wind and tide thy friend, this hand, fast wound about thy coal-black hair, shall, whiles thy head is warm and new cut off, write in the dust this sentence with thy blood. Wind-changing Warwick now can change no more. Enter Oxford with drum and colours. Warwick, O cheerful colours! See where Oxford comes. Oxford, 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 for Lancaster. He and his forces enter the city. Richard, the gates are open. Let us enter too. King Edward, so other foes may set upon our backs. Stand we in good array, for they no doubt will issue out again and bid us battle. If not, the city being but of small defence, will quietly rouse the traitors in the same. Warwick, oh, welcome, Oxford, for we want thy help. Enter Montague with drum and colours. Montague, 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 for Lancaster. He and his forces enter the city. Richard, thou and thy brother both shall by this treason, even with the dearest blood your bodies bear. King Edward, the harder matched, the greater victory. My mind pressageth happy gain and conquest. Enter Somerset with drum and colours. Somerset, 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 for Lancaster. He and his forces enter the city. Richard, two of thy name, both Dukes of Somerset, have sold their lives unto the house of York, and thou shalt be the third if this sword hold. Enter George, Duke of Clarence, with drum and colours. Warwick, and lo, where George of Clarence sweeps along, of force enough to bid his brother battle, with whom an upright zeal to right prevails more than the nature of a brother's love. Richard and George whisper, Come, Clarence, come, thou wilt if Warwick call. George, father of Warwick, know you what this means? Taking the red rose from his hat, and throws the rose at Warwick. Look here, I throw my infamy at thee. I will not ruinate my father's house, who gave his blood to lime the stones together, and set up Lancaster. Why, trowest thou, Warwick, that Clarence is so harsh, so blunt, unnatural, to bend the fatal instruments of war against his brother and his lawful king? Perhaps thou wilt object my holy oath. To keep that oath were more impiety than Jephthah's when he sacrificed his daughter. I am so sorry for my trespass made that, to deserve well at my brother's hands, I here proclaim myself thy mortal foe, with resolution, wheresoe'er I meet thee, as I will meet thee if thou stir abroad, to plague thee for thy foul misleading me. And so, proud-hearted Warwick, I defy thee, and to my brother turn my blushing cheeks. Pardon me, Edward, I will make amends. And Richard, do not frown upon my faults, for I will henceforth be no more unconstant. King Edward, now, welcome more, and 10 times more beloved, than if thou never hadst deserved our hate. Richard, welcome, good Clarence, this is brother-like. Warwick, O passing traitor, perjured and unjust. King Edward, what, Warwick, wilt thou leave the town and fight? Or shall we beat the stones about thine ears? Warwick, alas, I am not cooped here for defence. I will away towards Barnet presently, and bid thee battle Edward, if thou darest. King Edward, yes, Warwick, Edward dares, and leads the way. Lords, to the field. St. George and victory. Exeunt march Warwick and his company follows. Scene 2. At a field of battle near Barnet Alarum and excursions, enter King Edward bringing forth Warwick wounded. King Edward, so, lie thou there, die thou, and die our fear, for Warwick was a bug that feared us all. Now, Montague, sit fast. I seek for thee, that Warwick's bones may keep thine company. Exit. Warwick, ah, who is nigh? Come to me, friend or foe, and tell me who is victor, York or Warwick. Why ask I that? My mangled body shows, my blood, my want of strength. My sick heart shows that I must yield my body to the earth and, by my fall, the conquest to my foe. Thus yields the cedar to the axe's edge, whose arms gave shelter to the princely eagle, under whose shade the ramping lion slept, whose top branch overpeered Jove's spreading tree, and kept low shrubs from winter's powerful wind. These eyes, that now are dimmed with death's black veil, have been as piercing as the midday sun, to search the secret treasons of the world. The wrinkles in my brows, now filled with blood, were likened oft to kingly sepulchres, for who lived king but I could dig his grave, and who durst smile when Warwick bent his brow? Lo, Now my glory smeared in dust and blood. My parks, my walks, my manners that I had, even now forsake me. And of all my lands is nothing left me but my body's length. Why, what is pomp, rule, reign, but earth and dust? And live we how we can, yet die we must. Enter Oxford and Somerset. Somerset. Ah, Warwick, Warwick, wert thou as we are, we might recover all our loss again. The Queen from France hath brought a puissant power. Even now we heard the news, ah, couldst thou fly? Warwick. Why, then I would not fly, Montague. If thou be there, sweet brother, take my hand, and with thy lips keep in my soul a while. Thou lovest me not. For, brother, if thou didst, thy tears would wash this cold congealed blood that glues my lips and will not let me speak. Come quickly, Montague, or I am dead. Somerset. Ah, Warwick, Montague hath breathed his last, and to the latest gasp cried out for Warwick, and said, Commend me to my valiant brother. And more he would have said, and more he spoke, which sounded like a cannon in a vault, that mought not be distinguished, but at last I well might hear, delivered with a groan, O farewell, Warwick. Warwick. Sweet rest his soul. Fly, lords, and save yourselves, for Warwick bids you all farewell, to meet in heaven. He dies. Oxford. Away, away, to meet the Queen's great power. Here they bear away his body, exeunt. Scene 3, another part of the field flourish, enter King Edward. In triumph, with Richard, George, and the rest. King Edward. Thus far our fortune keeps an upward course, and we are graced with wreaths of victory. But in the midst of this bright shining day, I spy a black, suspicious, threatening cloud that will encounter with our glorious sun ere he attain his easeful western bed. I mean, my lords, those powers that the Queen hath raised in Gallia have arrived our coast, and, as we hear, march on to fight with us. George. A little gale will soon disperse that cloud and blow it to the source from whence it came. Thy very beams will dry those vapors up, for every cloud engenders not a storm. Richard. The Queen is valued 30,000 strong, and Somerset, with Oxford, fled to her. If she have time to breathe, be well assured her faction will be full as strong as ours. King Edward. We are advertised by our loving friends that they do hold their course toward Tewkesbury. We, having now the best at Barnet Field, will thither straight, for willingness rids way. And as we march, our strength will be augmented in every county as we go along. Strike up the drum, cry courage, and away. Exeunt. Scene 4. Plains near Tewkesbury flourish, march, enter Queen Margaret, Prince Edward, Somerset, Oxford, and soldiers. Queen Margaret. Great lords, wise men ne'er sit and wail their loss, but cheerly seek how to redress their harms. What though the mast be now blown overboard, the cable broke, the holding anchor lost, and half our sailors swallowed in the flood? Yet lives our pilot still meet that he should leave the helm and, like a fearful lad, with tearful eyes add water to the sea and give more strength to that which hath too much, whiles in his moan the ship splits on the rock, which industry and courage might have saved. Ah, what a shame! Ah, what a fault were this! Say Warwick was our anchor. What of that? And Montague our topmast. What of him? Our slaughtered friends the tackles. What of these? Why, is not Oxford here another anchor? And Somerset another goodly mast? The friends of France our shrouds and tacklings? And, though unskilful, why not Ned and I for once allowed the skilful pilot's charge? We will not from the helm to sit and weep, but keep our course, though the rough winds say no, from shelves and rocks that threaten us with wrack. As good to chide the waves as speak them fair. And what is Edward but a ruthless sea? What Clarence but a quicksand of deceit? And Richard but a ragged fatal rock? All these the enemies to our poor bark? Say you can swim. Alas, 'tis but a while. Tread on the sand. Why, there you quickly sink. Bestride the rock. The tide will wash you off, or else you famish. That's a threefold death. This speak I, lords, to let you understand, if case some one of you would fly from us, that there's no hope for mercy with the brothers more than with ruthless waves, with sands and rocks. Why, courage then. What cannot be avoided, 'twere childish weakness to lament or fear. Prince Edward. Methinks a woman of this valiant spirit should, if a coward heard her speak these words, infuse his breast with magnanimity and make him, naked, foil a man at arms. I speak not this as doubting any here. For did I but suspect a fearful man, he should have leave to go away betimes, lest in our need he might infect another and make him of the like spirit to himself. If any such be here, as God forbid, let him depart before we need his help. Oxford. Women and children of so high a courage, and warriors faint. Why, 'twere perpetual shame. O brave young prince, thy famous grandfather doth live again in thee, long mayst thou live to bear his image and renew his glories. Somerset. And he that will not fight for such a hope, go home to bed and, like the owl by day, if he arise, be mocked and wondered at. Queen Margaret. Thanks, gentle Somerset, sweet Oxford, thanks. Prince Edward. And take his thanks that yet hath nothing else. Enter a messenger. Messenger. Prepare you, lords, for Edward is at hand ready to fight. Therefore be resolute. Oxford. I thought no less that it is his policy to haste thus fast, to find us unprovided. Somerset. But he's deceived. We are in readiness. Queen Margaret. This cheers my heart, to see your forwardness. Oxford. Here pitch our battle. Hence we will not budge. Flourish and march. Enter King Edward, Richard, George, and soldiers. King Edward. Brave followers, yonder stands the thorny wood which by the heavens' assistance, and your strength, must by the roots be hewn up yet ere night. I need not add more fuel to your fire, for, well I wot, ye blaze to burn them out. Give signal to the fight, and to it, lords. Queen Margaret. Lords, knights, and gentlemen, what I should say my tears gainsay. For every word I speak ye see I drink the water of my eye. Therefore, no more but this. Henry, your sovereign, is prisoner to the foe, his state usurped, his realm a slaughterhouse, his subjects slain, his statutes cancelled, and his treasure spent. And yonder is the wolf that makes this spoil. You fight injustice, then, in God's name. Lords, be valiant and give signal to the fight. Alarum, retreat, excursions, exeunt both armies. Scene V. Another part of the field flourish. Enter King Edward, Richard, George, and soldiers, with Queen Margaret, Oxford, and Somerset as prisoners. King Edward. Now here a period of tumultuous broils. Away with Oxford to Hames Castle straight. For Somerset, off with his guilty head. Go, bear them hence. I will not hear them speak. Oxford. For my part, I'll not trouble thee with words. Somerset. Nor I, but stoop with patience to my fortune. Exeunt Oxford and Somerset, guarded. Queen Margaret. So part we sadly in this troublous world, to meet with joy in sweet Jerusalem. King Edward. Is proclamation made that who finds Edward shall have a high reward, and he his life? Richard. It is, and lo where youthful Edward comes. Enter soldiers with Prince Edward. King Edward. Bring forth the gallant. Let us hear him speak. What can so young a man begin to prick? Edward. What satisfaction canst thou make for bearing arms, for stirring up my subjects, and all the trouble thou hast turned me to? Prince Edward. Speak like a subject, proud, ambitious York. Suppose that I am now my father's mouth. Resign thy chair, and where I stand kneel thou, whilst I propose the selfsame words to thee which, traitor, thou wouldst have me answer to. Queen Margaret. Ah, thy father had been so resolved. Richard. That you might still have worn the petticoat, and ne'er have stolen the breech from Lancaster. Prince Edward. Let Aesop fable in a winter's night. His currish riddle sorts not with this place. Richard. By heaven, brat, I'll plague you for that word. Queen Margaret. Ay, thou wast born to be a plague to men. Richard. For God's sake, take away this captive scold. Prince Edward. Nay, take away this scolding crookback rather. King Edward. Peace, wilful boy, or I will charm your tongue. George. Untutored lad, thou art too malapert. Prince Edward. I know my duty. You are all undutiful. Lascivious Edward. And thou perjured George, and thou misshapen Dick, I tell ye all I am your better, traitors as ye are, and thou usurp'st my father's right and mine. King Edward, take that, the likeness of this railer here. Stabs him. Richard, sprawl'st thou? Take that to end thy agony. Stabs him. George, and there's for twitting me with perjury. Stabs him. Queen Margaret, oh, kill me too. Richard, Mary, and shall. Offers to kill her. King Edward, hold, Richard, hold, for we have done too much. Richard, why should she live to fill the world with words? King Edward, what, doth she swoon? Use means for her recovery. Richard, Clarence, excuse me to the king my brother. I'll hence to London on a serious matter. Ere ye come there, be sure to hear some news. George, what? Richard, the Tower, the Tower. Exit. Queen Margaret, O Ned, sweet Ned, speak to thy mother, boy. Canst thou not speak? O traitors, murderers, they that stabbed Caesar shed no blood at all, did not offend, nor were not worthy blame, if this foul deed were by to equal it. He was a man, this in respect, a child, and men ne'er spin their fury on a child. What's worse than murderer, that I may name it? No, no, my heart will burst, and if I speak, and I will speak, that so my heart may burst. Butchers and villains, bloody cannibals, how sweet a plant have you untimely cropped. You have no children, butchers. If you had, the thought of them would have stirred up remorse. But if you ever chance to have a child, look in his youth to have him so cut off as death's men, you have rid this sweet young prince. King Edward, away with her, go bear her hence perforce. Queen Margaret, nay, never bear me hence, dispatch me here. Here sheathe thy sword, I'll pardon thee my death. What, wilt thou not? Then, Clarence, do it thou. George, by heaven, I will not do thee so much ease. Queen Margaret, good Clarence, do. Sweet Clarence, do thou do it. George, didst thou not hear me swear I would not do it? Queen Margaret, aye, but thou usedst to forswear thyself. 'Twas sin before, but now 'tis charity. What, wilt thou not? Where is that devil's butcher, Richard, hard-favoured Richard? Richard, where art thou? Thou art not here, murder is thy alms deed. Petitioners for blood thou ne'er put'st back. King Edward, away, I say. I charge ye, bear her hence. Queen Margaret, so come to you and yours as to this prince. She is taken out. King Edward, where's Richard gone? George, to London all in post, and, as I guess, to make a bloody supper in the Tower. King Edward, he's sudden if a thing comes in his head. Now march we hence, discharge the common sort with pay and thanks, and let's away to London and see our gentle queen how well she fares. By this, I hope, she hath a son for me. Exeunt. Scene 6. London, the Tower. Enter King Henry and Richard, with the lieutenant on the walls. Richard, good day, my lord. What, at your book so hard? King Henry, aye, my good lord, my lord, I should say rather. 'Tis sin to flatter. Good was little better. Good Gloucester and good devil were alike, and both preposterous. Therefore, not good lord. Richard, sirrah, leave us to ourselves. We must confer. Exit lieutenant. King Henry, so flies the reckless shepherd from the wolf. So first the harmless sheep doth yield his fleece, and next his throat unto the butcher's knife. What scene of death hath Roscius now to act? Richard, suspicion always haunts the guilty mind. The thief doth fear each bush and officer. King Henry, the bird that hath been limed in a bush with trembling wings misdoubteth every bush. And I, the hapless male to one sweet bird, have now the fatal object in my eye where my poor young was limed, was caught and killed. Richard, why, what a peevish fool was that of Crete that taught his son the office of a fowl. And yet, for all his wings, the fool was drowned. King Henry, I, deadless. My poor boy, Icarus, thy father, Minos, that denied our course. The sun that seared the wings of my sweet boy, thy brother Edward, and thyself, the sea whose envious gulf did swallow up his life. Ah, kill me with thy weapon, not with words. My breast can better brook thy dagger's point than can my ears that tragic history. But wherefore dost thou come? Is 't for my life? Richard, think'st thou I am an executioner? King Henry, a persecutor I am sure thou art. If murdering innocents be executing, why, then thou art an executioner. Richard, thy son I killed for his presumption. King Henry, hadst thou been killed when first thou didst presume, thou hadst not lived to kill a son of mine. And thus I prophesy, that many a thousand which now mistrust no parcel of my fear, and many an old man's sigh, and many a widow's, and many an orphan's water-standing eye, men for their sons, wives for their husbands, orphans for their parents' timeless death, shall rue the hour that ever thou wast born. The owl shrieked at thy birth, an evil sign. The night crow cried, a boding luckless time. Dogs howled, and hideous tempest shook down trees. The raven rooked her on the chimney's top, and chattering pies in dismal discord sung. Thy mother felt more than a mother's pain, and yet brought forth less than a mother's hope, to wit, an indigested and deformed lump, not like the fruit of such a goodly tree. Teeth hadst thou in thy head when thou wast born, to signify thou camest to bite the world. And, if the rest be true which I have heard, thou camest. Richard, I'll hear no more die, prophet, in thy speech. Stabs him. For this, amongst the rest, was I ordained. King Henry, I, and for much more slaughter after this. O God, forgive my sins, and pardon thee. Dies. Richard, what? Will the aspiring blood of Lancaster sink in the ground? I thought it would have mounted. See how my sword weeps for the poor king's death. Oh, may such purple tears be always shed from those that wish the downfall of our house. If any spark of life be yet remaining, down to hell, and say I sent thee thither. Stabs him again. I that have neither pity, love, nor fear. Indeed, 'tis true that Henry told me of, for I have often heard my mother say I came into the world with my legs forward. Had I not reason, think ye, to make haste and seek their ruin that usurped our right? The midwife wondered, and the women cried, Oh, Jesus bless us, he is born with teeth. And so I was, which plainly signified that I should snarl, and bite, and play the dog. Then, since the heavens have shaped my body so, let hell make crooked my mind to answer it. I have no brother, I am like no brother. And this word love, which graybeards call divine, be resident in men like one another, and not in me I am myself alone. Clarence, beware. Thou keep'st me from the light, but I will sort a pitchy day for thee. For I will buzz abroad such prophecies that Edward shall be fearful of his life. And then, to purge his fear, I'll be thy death. King Henry and the prince his son are gone. Clarence, thy turn is next, and then the rest, counting myself but bad till I be best. I'll throw thy body in another room, and triumph, Henry, in thy day of doom. Exit with the body. Scene 7. London, the palace. Flourish, enter King Edward, Queen Elizabeth, George, Richard, Hastings, nurse, carrying infant Prince Edward, and attendants. King Edward. Once more we sit in England's royal throne, repurchased with the blood of enemies. What valiant foemen, like to autumn's corn, have we mowed down in tops of all their pride. 3 Dukes of Somerset, threefold renowned for hardy and undoubted champions, 2 Cliffords as the father and the son, and 2 Northumberlands, 2 braver men ne'er spurred their coursers at the trumpet's sound. With them the 2 brave bears, Warwick and Montague, that in their chains fettered the kingly lion and made the forest tremble when they roared. Thus have we swept suspicion from our seat, and made our footstool of security. Come hither, Bess, and let me kiss my boy. Young Ned, for thee thine uncles and myself have in our armors watched the winter's night, when all afoot in summer's scalding heat, that thou mightst repossess the crown in peace, and of our labors thou shalt reap the gain. Richard, aside. I'll blast his harvest, if your head were laid. For yet I am not looked on in the world. This shoulder was ordained so thick to heave, and heave it shall some weight or break my back. Work thou the way, and that shall execute. King Edward, Clarence and Gloucester, love my lovely queen, and kiss your princely nephew, brothers both. George, the duty that I owe unto your majesty I seal upon the lips of this sweet babe. Queen Elizabeth. Thanks, noble Clarence. Worthy brother. Thanks, Richard. And that I love the tree from whence thou sprangst, witness the loving kiss I give the fruit. Aside. To say the truth, so Judas kissed his master and cried, All hail, when as he meant all harm. King Edward. Now am I seated as my soul delights, having my country's peace and brother's loves. George. What will your grace have done with Margaret? Rainier, her father, to the king of France hath pawned the Sicils and Jerusalem, and hither have they sent it for her ransom. King Edward. Away with her, and waft her hence to France. And now what rests but that we spend the time with stately triumphs, mirthful comic shows, such as befits the pleasure of the court? Sound drums and trumpets. Farewell, Sauerenoy. For here, I hope, begins our lasting joy. Exeunt. King Henry VIII. Contents. Act I. Prologue. Scene I. London. An antechamber in the palace. Scene 2. The same, the council chamber. Scene III. An antechamber in the palace. Scene 4. A hall in York Place. Act 2. Scene I. Westminster. A street. Scene II. An antechamber in the palace. Scene III. An antechamber of the Queen's apartments. Scene 4. A hall in Blackfriars. Act 3. Scene I. London, the Queen's apartments. Scene 2. Antechamber to the King's apartment. Act 4. Scene I. A street in Westminster. Scene 2. Kimbolton. Act V. Scene I. A gallery in the palace. Scene 2. Lobby before the council chamber. Scene 3. The palace yard. Scene 4. The palace. Epilogue. Dramatis Personae. King Henry VIII. Duke of Norfolk. Duke of Suffolk. Cardinal Wolsey. Secretaries to Wolsey. Cromwell, servant to Wolsey. Cardinal Campius. Gardiner. Bishop of Winchester page to Gardiner. Queen Catherine, wife to King Henry, afterwards divorced Griffith, gentleman usher to Queen Catherine Patience, woman to Queen Catherine Queen's gentleman usher. Capucius, ambassador from the Emperor Charles V. Duke of Buckingham. Lord Abergavenny, Buckingham's son-in-law Earl of Surrey, Buckingham's son-in-law Sir Nicholas Vaux. Surveyor to the Duke of Buckingham Brandon. Sergeant-at-arms. 3 gentlemen. And Bullen, her maid of honor, afterwards Queen and Old Lady, friend to and Bullen Lord Chamberlain. Lord Sandys, called also Sir William Sandys, Sir Thomas Lovell. Sir Henry Guilford, Bishop of Lincoln. Cranmer, Archbishop of Canterbury Lord Chancellor. Garter King of Arms. Sir Anthony Denny. Dr. Butts, physician to the King doorkeeper of the council chamber porter, and his man. A crier. Prologue. Epilogue. Spirits, several lords and ladies in the dumb shows. Women attending upon the Queen. Scribes, officers, guards, and other attendants. Scene. London. Westminster. Kimbolton. Enter Prologue. The Prologue. I come no more to make you laugh things now that bear a weighty and a serious brow, sad, high, and working, full of state and woe, such noble scenes as draw the eye to flow. We now present, those that can pity, here may, if they think it well, let fall a tear. The subject will deserve it, such as give their money out of hope they may believe may here find truth too, those that come to see only a show or two, and so agree the play may pass. If they be still and willing, I'll undertake may see a way. Their shilling richly in 2 short hours, only they that come to hear a merry bawdy play, a noise of targets, or to see a fellow in a long motley coat guarded with yellow, will be deceived, for, gentle hearers, know to rank our chosen truth with such a show as fool and fight is, beside forfeiting our own brains and the opinion that we bring to make that only true we now intend, will leave us never an understanding friend. Therefore, for goodness' sake, and as you are known the first and happiest hearers of the town, be sad, as we would make ye, think ye see the very persons of our noble story as they were living. Think you see them great, and followed with the general throng and sweat of 1,000 friends. Then, in a moment, see how soon this mightiness meets misery, and if you can be merry then, I'll say a man may weep upon his wedding day. Exit. Act I. Scene I. London. An antechamber in the palace. Enter the Duke of Norfolk at one door. At the other, the Duke of Buckingham and the Lord Abergavenny. Buckingham. Good morrow, and well met. How have ye done since last we saw in France? Norfolk. I thank your grace. Healthful, and ever since a fresh admirer of what I saw there. Buckingham. An untimely ague stayed me a prisoner in my chamber when those sons of glory, those two lights of men, met in the vale of Andren. Norfolk. Twixt Gwines and Ardagh. I was then present, saw them salute on horseback, beheld them when they lighted, how they clung in their embracement as they grew together. Which had they, what four throned ones could have weighed such a compounded one? Buckingham. All the whole time. I was my chamber's prisoner. Norfolk. Then you lost the view of earthly glory, men might say, till this time pomp was single, but now married to one above itself, each following day became the next day's master, till the last made former wonders its. Today the French, all clinkant, all in gold, like heathen gods, shone down the English, and tomorrow they made Britain India. Every man that stood showed like a mind, their dwarfish pages were as cherubins, all gilt, the madams too, not used to toil, did almost sweat to bear the pride upon them, that their very labor was to them as a painting. Now this mask was cried incomparable, and the ensuing night made it a fool and beggar. The two kings, equal in luster, were now best, now worst, as presents did present them. Him and I, still him in praise, and being present both, 'twas said they saw but one, and no discerner durst wag his tongue in censure when these sons, for so they phrase by their heralds challenged the noble spirits to arms, they did perform beyond thought's compass. That former fabulous story, being now seen possible enough, got credit, that Bevis was believed. Buckingham. Oh, you go far. Norfolk. As I belong to worship and affect and honor honesty, the tract of everything would by a good discourser lose some life, which action's self was tongue to all was royal, to the disposing of it not rebelled. Order gave each thing view, the office did distinctly his full function. Buckingham. Who did guide? I mean, who set the body and the limbs of this great sport together, as you guess? Norfolk. 1. Certes, that promises no element in such a business. Buckingham. I pray you who, my lord? Norfolk. All this was ordered by the good discretion of the right reverend Cardinal of York. Buckingham. The devil speed him. No man's pie is freed from his ambitious finger. What had he to do in these fierce vanities? I wonder that such a keech can with his very bulk take up the rays o' beneficial sun and keep it from the earth. Norfolk. Surely, sir, there's in him stuff that puts him to these ends. For, being not propped by ancestry, whose grace chalks successors their way, nor called upon for high feats done to decrown, neither allied to eminent assistance, but spider-like, out of his self-drawing web, he gives us note the force of his own merit makes his way a gift that heaven gives for him, which buys a place next to the king. Abergavenny. I cannot tell what heaven hath given him. Let some graver eye pierce into that. But I can see his pride peep through each part of him. Whence has he that? If not from hell, the devil is a niggard, or has given all before, and he begins a new hell in himself. Buckingham. Why the devil? Upon this French going out, took he upon him, without the privity owed to king, to appoint who should attend on him. He makes up the file of all the gentry, for the most part such to whom as great a charge as little honor he meant to lay upon. And his own letter, the honorable board of council out, must fetch him in he papers. Abergavenny. I do know kinsmen of mine, 3 at the least, that have by this so sickened their estates that never they shall abound as formerly. Buckingham. Oh, many have broke their backs with laying manners on for this great journey. What did this vanity but minister communication of? A most poor issue? Norfolk. Grievingly, I think. The peace between the French and us not values the cost that did conclude it. Buckingham. Every man, after the hideous storm that followed, was a thing inspired and, not consulting, broke into a general prophecy, that this tempest, dashing the garment of this peace, abode the sudden breach on't. Norfolk, which is budded out. For France hath flawed the league, and hath attached our merchants' goods at Bordeaux. Abergavenny. Is it therefore? Ambassador is silenced? Norfolk. Mary, is't. Abergavenny. A proper title of a peace, and purchased at a superfluous rate. Buckingham. Why, all this business? Our reverend cardinal carried. Norfolk. Like it your grace. The state takes notice of the private difference betwixt you and the cardinal. I advise you, and take it from a heart that wishes towards you honor and plenteous safety, that you read the cardinal's malice and his potency together, to consider further that what his high hatred would effect wants not a minister in his power. You know his nature, that he's revengeful, and I know his sword hath a sharp edge. It's long, and may be said it reaches far, and where 'twill not extend, thither he darts. It bosom up my counsel. You'll find it wholesome. Lo, where comes that rock that I advise your shunning? Enter Cardinal Wolsey, the purse borne before him, certain of the guard and 2 secretaries with papers. The cardinal in his passage fixeth his eye on Buckingham, and Buckingham on him, both full of disdain. Wolsey. The Duke of Buckingham surveyor? Ha? Where's his examination? Secretary. Here, so please you. Wolsey. Is he in person ready? Secretary. I, please your grace. Wolsey. Well, we shall then know more, and Buckingham shall lessen this big look. Exeunt Cardinal Wolsey and his train. Buckingham. This butcher's cur is venom-mouthed, and I have not the power to muzzle him. Therefore best not wake him in his slumber. A beggar's book outworths a noble's blood. Norfolk. What are you chafed? Ask God for temperance. That's the appliance only which your disease requires. Buckingham. I read in S. looks. Matter against me, and his eye reviled me as his abject object. This instant, he bores me with some trick. He's gone to the king. I'll follow, and outstare him. Norfolk. Stay, my lord, and let your reason with your collar question what 'tis you go about. Climb steep hills requires slow pace at first. Anger is like a full hot horse, who being allowed his way, self-mettle tires him. Not a man in England can advise me like you. Be to yourself as you would to your friend. Buckingham. I'll to the king, and from a mouth of honor quite cry down this Ipswich fellow's insolence, or proclaim there's difference in no persons. Norfolk. Be advised. Heat not a furnace for your foe so hot that it do singe yourself. We may outrun by violent swiftness that which we run at, and lose by overrunning. Know you not the fire that mounts the liquor till run o'er, in seeming to augment it wastes it? Be advised. I say again, there is no English soul more stronger to direct you than yourself, if with the sap of reason you would quench, or but allay the fire of passion. Buckingham. Sir, I am thankful to you, and I'll go along by your prescription. But this top-proud fellow, whom from the flow of gall I name not, but from sincere motions, by intelligence and proofs as clear as founts in July when we see each grain of gravel, I do know to be corrupt and treasonous. Norfolk. Say not treasonous. Buckingham. To the king I'll say't, and make my vouch as strong as shore of rock. Attend this holy fox or wolf or both, for he is equal ravenous as he is subtle, and is prone to mischief as able to perform't, his mind and place infecting one another, yea, reciprocally, only to show his pomp as well in France as here at home, suggests the king our master to this last costly treaty, the interview, that swallowed so much treasure, and like a glass did break rinsing. Norfolk. Faith, and so it did. Buckingham. Pray give me favor, sir, this cunning cardinal. The articles owed a combination drew as himself pleased, and they were ratified as he cried thus let be, to as much end as give a crutch to the dead, but our Count Cardinal has done this, and 'tis well, for worthy Wolsey, who cannot err, he did it. Now this follows, which, as I take it, is a kind of puppy to the old damned treason. Charles the Emperor, under pretence to see the Queen his aunt, for 'twas indeed his color, but he came to whisper Wolsey, here makes visitation. His fears were that the interview betwixt England and France might through their amity breed him some prejudice, for from this league peeped harms that menaced him. He privily deals with our cardinal, and as I trow, which I do well, for I am sure the emperor paid ere he promised, whereby his suit was granted ere it was asked, But when the way was made and paved with gold, the emperor thus desired that he would please to alter the king's course and break the foresaid peace. Let the king know, as soon he shall by me, that thus the cardinal does buy and sell his honor as he pleases and for his own advantage. Norfolk, I am sorry to hear this of him, and could wish he were something mistaken in't. Buckingham, no, not a syllable. I do pronounce him in that very shape he shall appear in proof. Enter Brandon, a sergeant-at-arms before him, and 2 or 3 of the guard. Brandon, your office, sergeant. Execute it. Sergeant, sir. My lord the Duke of Buckingham, and Earl of Hereford, Stafford, and Northampton, I arrest thee of high treason, in the name of our most sovereign king. Buckingham, lo you, my lord, the net has fallen upon me. I shall perish under device and practice. Brandon, I am sorry to see you ta'en from liberty, to look on the business present. 'Tis his highness' pleasure you shall to detour. Buckingham, it will help nothing to plead mine innocence, for that dye is on me which makes my wits part black. The will of heaven be done in this, and all things I obey. O my lord Abergavenny, fare you well. Brandon, nay, he must bear you company. To Abergavenny, the king is pleased you shall to detour, till you know how he determines further. Abergavenny, as the duke said, the will of heaven be done, and the king's pleasure by me obeyed. Brandon, here is warrant from the king to attach Lord Montague, and the bodies of the duke's confessor, John de la Carre, one Gilbert Peck, his chancellor. Buckingham, so, these are the limbs o' to plot, and no more, I hope. Brandon, a monko to Chartreux. Buckingham, oh, Nicholas Hopkins? Brandon, he. Buckingham, my surveyor is false. The o'er great cardinal hath showed him gold why life is spanned already. I am the shadow of poor Buckingham, whose figure even this instant cloud puts on by darkening my clearest you and my lord. Farewell. Exeunt. Scene 2, the same, the council chamber. Cornets, enter King Henry. Leaning on the cardinal's shoulder, the nobles, and Sir Thomas Lovell. The cardinal places himself under the king's feet on his right side. King, my life itself and the best heart of it, thanks you for this great care. I stood eye level of a full-charged confederacy, and give thanks to you that choked it. Let be called before us that gentleman of Buckingham's. In person I'll hear his confessions justify, and point by point the treasons of his master he shall again relate. A noise within crying, room for the Queen. Enter Queen Catherine, ushered by the Duke of Norfolk and the Duke of Suffolk. She kneels, the king riseth from his state, takes her up and kisses her. Queen Catherine, nay, we must longer kneel. I am a suitor. King, arise, and take place by us. He placeth her by him. Half your suit, never named to us. You have half our power. The other moiety ere you ask is given. Repeat your will, and take it. Queen Catherine, thank your majesty, that you would love yourself, and in that love not unconsidered leave your honor, nor the dignity of your office, is the point of my petition. King, lady mine, proceed. Queen Catherine, I am solicited, not by a few, and those of true condition, that your subjects are in great grievance. There have been commissions sent down among em which hath flawed the heart of all their loyalties, wherein, although, my good lord cardinal, they vent reproaches most bitterly on you as putteron of these exactions, yet the king our master, whose honor heaven shield from soil, even he escapes not language unmannerly, yea, such which breaks the sides of loyalty, and almost appears in loud rebellion. Norfolk, not almost appears, it doth appear. For, upon these taxations, the clothiers all, not able to maintain the many to them longing, have put off the spinsters, carders, fullers, weavers, who, unfit for other life, compelled by hunger and lack of other means, in desperate manner daring the event to take teeth, are all in uproar, and danger serves among them. King, taxation? Wherein? And what taxation? My lord cardinal, you that are blamed for it alike with us, know you of this taxation? Wolsey, please you, sir, I know but of a single part in aught pertains to this state, and front but in that file where others tell steps with me. Queen Catherine, no, my lord, you know no more than others? But you frame things that are known alike, which are not wholesome to those which would not know them, and yet must perforce be their acquaintance. These exactions whereof my sovereign would have note, they are most pestilent to the hearing, and to bear the back is sacrificed to the load. They say they are devised by you, or else you suffer too hard an exclamation. King. Still exaction? The nature of it? In what kind? Let's know. Is this exaction? Queen Catherine. I am much too venturous in tempting of your patience, but emboldened under your promised pardon. The subject's grief comes through commissions, which compels from each the sixth part of his substance, to be levied without delay. And the pretense for this is named your wars in France. This makes bold mouths, tongues spit their duties out, and cold hearts freeze allegiance in them. Their curses now live where their prayers did. And it's come to pass this tractable obedience is a slave to each incensed will. I would your highness would give it quick consideration, for there is no primer business. King. By my life, this is against our pleasure. Wolsey. And for me, I have no further gone in this than by a single voice, and that not past me but by learned approbation of the judges, if I am traduced by ignorant tongues, which neither know my faculties nor person, yet will be the chronicles of my doing. Let me say, 'tis but the fate of place, and the rough break that virtue must go through. We must not stint our necessary actions in the fear to cope malicious censurers, which ever, as ravenous fishes, do a vessel follow that is new trimmed, but benefit no further than vainly longing. What we oft do best, by sick interpreters, once weak ones, is not ours or not allowed. What worst, as oft, hitting a grosser quality, is cried up for our best act. If we shall stand still and fear our motion will be mocked or carped at, we should take root here where we sit, or sit state statues only. King. Things done well, and with a care, exempt themselves from fear. Things done without example, in their issue are to be feared. Have you a precedent of this commission? I believe, not any. We must not rend our subjects from our laws, and stick them in our will, sixth part of each. A trembling contribution. Why, we take from every tree lop, bark, and part ot timber, and though we leave it with a root, thus hacked, the air will drink the sap. So every county where this is questioned send our letters with free pardon to each man that has denied the force of this commission. Pray, look to't. I put it to your care. Wolsey. Aside to his secretary, a word with you. Let there be letters writ to every shire of the king's grace and pardon. The grieved commons hardly conceive of me. Let it be noised that through our intercession this revokement and pardon comes. I shall anon advise you further in the proceeding. Exit secretary. Enter surveyor. Queen Catherine. I am sorry that the Duke of Buckingham is run in your displeasure. King. It grieves many. The gentleman is learned and a most rare speaker, to nature none more bound. His training such that he may furnish and instruct great teachers and never seek for aid out of himself. Yet see, when these so noble benefits shall prove not well disposed, the mind growing once corrupt, they turn to vicious forms, 10 times more ugly than ever they were fair. This man so complete, who was enrolled mongst wonders, and when we, almost with ravished listening, could not find his hour of speech a minute, he, my lady, hath into monstrous habits put the graces that once were his, and is become as black as if besmeared in hell. Sit by us, you shall hear. This was his gentleman in trust. Of him things to strike honor sad, bid him recount the fore-recited practices, whereof we cannot feel too little, hear too much. Wolsey. Stand forth, and with bold spirit relate what you, most like a careful subject, have collected out of the Duke of Buckingham. King. Speak freely. Surveyor. First, it was usual with him, every day it would infect his speech, that if the king should without issue die, he'll carry it so to make the scepter his. These very words I've heard him utter to his son-in-law, Lord Abergavenny, to whom by oath he menaced revenge upon the cardinal. Wolsey. Please your highness note this dangerous conception in this point. Not friend by his wish to your high person, his will is most malignant, and it stretches beyond you to your friends. Queen Catherine. My learned Lord Cardinal, deliver all with charity. King. Speak on. How grounded he is title to the crown. Upon our fail? To this point hast thou heard him at any time speak aught? Surveyor. He was brought to this. By a vain prophecy of Nicholas Hinton. King. What was that Hinton? Surveyor. Sir, a Chartreux friar. His confessor, who fed him every minute with words of sovereignty. King. How knowst thou this? Surveyor. Not long before your highness sped to France, the Duke being at the Rose, within the parish St. Lawrence Pulteney, did of me demand what was the speech among the Londoners concerning the French journey. I replied, men fear the French would prove perfidious. To the king's danger, presently the Duke said, 'twas the fear indeed, and that he doubted 'twould prove the verity of certain words spoke by a holy monk, that oft, says he, hath sent to me, wishing me to permit John de la Carre, my chaplain, a choice hour to hear from him a matter of some moment, whom after under the confession's seal he solemnly had sworn that what he spoke my chaplain to no creature living but to me should utter. With demure confidence this pausingly ensued. Neither the king nor's heirs, tell you the Duke, shall prosper, bid him strive to gain the love owed to commonalty, the Duke shall govern England. Queen Catherine. If I know you well, you were the Duke's surveyor, and lost your office on the complaint owed to tenants. Take good heed you charge not in your spleen a noble person and spoil your nobler soul. I say, take heed, yes, heartily beseech you. King. Let him on. Go forward. Surveyor. On my soul, I'll speak but truth. I told my lord the Duke, by devil's illusions the monk might be deceived, and that 'twas dangerous for him to ruminate on this so far until it forged him some design, which, being believed, it was much like to do. He answered, tush, it can do me no damage, adding further that had the king in his last sickness failed, the cardinal's and Sir Thomas Lovell's heads should have gone off. King. Ha! What? So rank? Aha! There's mischief in this man. Canst thou say further? Surveyor. I can, my liege. King. Proceed. Surveyor. Being at Greenwich, after your highness had reproved the Duke about Sir William Bulmer. King. I remember. Of such a time, being my sworn servant, the Duke retained him his, but on what hints? Surveyor. If, quoth he, I for this had been committed, as to the Tower I thought, I would have played the part my father meant to act upon to usurper Richard, who, being at Salisbury, made suit to come in as presents, which if granted as he made semblance of his duty, would have put his knife into him. King. A giant traitor. Wolsey. Now, madam, may his highness live in freedom, and this man out of prison? Queen Catherine. God mend all. King. There's something more would out of thee, what say'st? Surveyor. After the Duke his father, with the knife, he stretched him, and with one hand on his dagger, another spread on his breast, mounting his eyes, he did discharge a horrible oath, whose 10 hour was, were he evil used, he would outgo his father by as much as a performance does an irresolute purpose. King. There's his period. To sheath his knife in us, he is attached. Call him to present trial. If he may find mercy in the law, 'tis his. If none, let him not seek tea of us, by day and night, he's traitor to the height. Exeunt. Scene III.in antechamber in the palace. Enter Lord Chamberlain and Lord Sandys. Chamberlain. Is't possible the spells of France should juggle men into such strange mysteries? Sandys. New customs, though they be never so ridiculous, nay, let 'em be unmanly, yet are followed. Chamberlain. As far as I see, all the good our English have got by the late voyage is but merely a fit or two o' to face. But they are shrewd ones, for when they hold you would swear directly their very noses had been counselors to Pepin or Clotharius, they keep state so. Sandys. They have all new legs, and lame ones point one would take it, that never saw pace before, the spavin or spring halt reigned among Chamberlain. Death. My lord. Their clothes are after such a pagan cut-tut, that, sure, they've worn out Christendom. Enter Sir Thomas Lovell. How now? What news, Sir Thomas Lovell? Lovell. Faith, my lord, I hear of none but the new proclamation that's clapped upon the court gate. Chamberlain. What is't for? Lovell. The reformation of our travelled gallants that fill the court with quarrels, talk, and tailors. Chamberlain. I'm glad 'tis there. Now I would pray our messieurs to think an English courtier may be wise and never see the Louvre. Lovell. They must either. For so run the conditions, leave those remnants of fool and feather that they got in France, with all their honorable points of ignorance pertaining thereunto, as fights and fireworks, abusing better men than they can be out of a foreign wisdom, renouncing clean the faith they have in tennis and tall stockings, short blistered breeches, and those types of travel, and understand again like honest men, or pack to their old playfellows there. I take it, they may, come privilegio, we away the lack. End of their lewdness and be laughed at. Sandys. 'Tis time to give 'em physic, their diseases are grown so catching. Chamberlain. What a loss our ladies will have of these trim vanities. Lovell. Ay, Mary, there will be woe indeed. Lords, the sly whoresons have got a speeding trick to lay down ladies. A French song and a fiddle has no fellow. Sandys. The devil fiddle 'em. I am glad they are going, for sure. There's no converting of 'em now an honest country lord, as I am, beaten a long time out of play, may bring his plain song and have an hour of hearing, and, by Our Lady, held current music too. Chamberlain. Well said, Lord Sandys. Your colt's tooth is not cast yet. Sandys. No, my lord, nor shall not while I have a stump. Chamberlain. Sir Thomas. Whither were you a-going? Lovell. To the cardinal's. Your lordship is a guest too. Chamberlain. Oh, 'tis true. This night he makes a supper, and a great one. To many lords and ladies there will be the beauty of this kingdom, I'll assure you. Lovell. That churchman bears a bounteous mind indeed, a hand as fruitful as the land that feeds us. His dews fall everywhere. Chamberlain. No doubt he's noble. He had a black mouth that said other of him. Sandys. He may, my lord. Has wherewithal I in him sparing would show a worse sin than ill doctrine. Men of his way should be most liberal. They are set here for examples. Chamberlain. True, they are so, but few now give so great ones, and why barge stays. Your lordship shall along come, good Sir Thomas, we shall be late else, which I would not be, for I was spoke to, with Sir Henry Guilford, this night to be controllers. Sandys. I am your lordship's. Exeunt. Scene 4. A hall in York Place. Ho boys, the small table under estate for the cardinal, a longer table for the guests, then enter and Bullen and divers other ladies and gentlemen as guests, at one door. At another door enter Sir Henry Guilford. Guilford. Ladies, a general welcome from his grace salutes ye all. This night he dedicates to fair content, and you none here. He hopes, in all this noble bevy has brought with her one care abroad. He would have all as merry as, first, good company, good wine, good welcome can make good people. Enter Lord Chamberlain, Lord Sandys, and Sir Thomas Lovell. Oh, my lord, you're tardy. The very thought of this fair company clapped wings to me. Chamberlain. You are young, Sir Harry Guilford. Sandys. Sir Thomas Lovell, had the cardinal but half my lay thoughts in him, some of these should find a running banquet ere they rested, I think would better please, by my life, they are a sweet society of fair ones. Lovell. Oh, that your lordship were but now confessor to one or two of these. Sandys. I would I were. They should find easy penance. Lovell. Faith, how easy. Sandys. As easy as a down bed would afford it. Chamberlain. Sweet ladies, will it please you sit? Sir Harry, place you that side. I'll take the charge of this. His grace is entering, nay, you must not freeze. Two women placed together makes cold weather. My Lord Sandys, you are one will keep 'em waking. Pray, sit between these ladies. Sandys. By my faith. And thank your lordship be your leave, sweet ladies. If I chance to talk a little wild, forgive me. I had it from my father. And was he mad, sir? Sandys. Oh, very mad. Exceeding mad in love too. But he would bite none, just as I do now. He would kiss you 20 with a breath. Kisses her. Chamberlain. Well said, my lord. So, now you're fairly seated, gentlemen. The penance lies on you if these fair ladies pass away frowning. Sandys. For my little cure. Let me alone. Ho boys, enter Cardinal Wolsey, and takes his state. Wolsey. You're welcome, my fair guests. That noble lady or gentleman that is not freely merry is not my friend this, to confirm my welcome. And to you all, good health. Drinks. Sandys. Your grace is noble. Let me have such a bowl may hold my thanks and save me so much talking. Wolsey, my lord Sandys, I am beholding to you, cheer your neighbors. Ladies, you are not merry, gentlemen. Whose fault is this? Sandys, the red wine first must rise. In their fair cheeks, my lord. Then we shall have talk us to silence. And you are a merry gamester, my lord Sandys. Sandys, yes, if I make my play. Here's to your ladyship, and pledge it, madam, for 'tis to such a thing. And you cannot show me. Sandys, I told your grace they would talk anon. Drum and trumpet chambers discharged. Wolsey, what's that? Chamberlain, look out there, some of ye. Exit servant. Wolsey, what warlike voice, and to what end is this? Nay, ladies, fear not. By all the laws of war you're privileged. Enter servant. Chamberlain, how now, what is't? Servant, a noble troop of strangers, for so they seem they've left their barge and landed, and hither make, as great ambassadors from foreign princes. Wolsey, good Lord Chamberlain, go, give welcome. You can speak the French tongue, and pray receive nobly, and conduct into our presence, where this heaven of beauty shall shine at full upon them. Some attend him. Exit Chamberlain, attended. All rise, and tables removed. You have now a broken banquet, but we'll mend it. A good digestion to you all, and once more I shower a welcome on ye, welcome all. Hautboys enter king, and others as maskers, habited like shepherds, ushered by the Lord Chamberlain, they pass directly before the cardinal and gracefully salute him. A noble company. What are their pleasures? Chamberlain, because they speak no English, thus they prayed to tell your grace, that having heard by fame of this so noble and so fair assembly this night to meet here, they could do no less, out of the great respect they bear to beauty, but leave their flocks and, under your fair conduct, crave leave to view these ladies and entreat an hour of revels with Wolsey, say, Lord Chamberlain, they have done my poor house grace, for which I pay 1,000 thanks and pray take their pleasures. The maskers choose ladies, the king chooses, and Bullen. King, the fairest hand I ever touched. O beauty, till now I never knew thee. Music dance. Wolsey, my lord. Chamberlain, your grace? Wolsey, pray tell thus much from me. There should be one amongst by his person more worthy this place than myself, to whom, if I but knew him, with my love and duty I would surrender it. Chamberlain, I will, my lord. Whispers with the maskers. Wolsey, what say they? Chamberlain, such a one they all confess. There is indeed, which they would have your grace find out, and he will take it. Wolsey, let me see, then. By all your good leaves, gentlemen, here I'll make my royal choice. King, unmasking. Ye have found him, cardinal. You hold a fair assembly. You do well, lord. You are a churchman, or I'll tell you, cardinal, I should judge now unhappily. Wolsey, I am glad. Your grace is grown so pleasant. King, my lord Chamberlain, prithee come hither. What fair lady's that? Chamberlain, an't please your grace, Sir Thomas Bullen's daughter, the Viscount Rochford, one of her highness women. King, by heaven, she is a dainty one, sweetheart. I were unmannerly to take you out and not to kiss you. A health, gentlemen. Let it go round. Wolsey, Sir Thomas Lovell, is the banquet ready? Privy Chamber? Lovell, yes, my lord. Wolsey, your grace, I fear, with dancing is a little heated. King, I fear, too much. Wolsey, there's fresher air, my lord, in the next chamber. King, let in your ladies, every one. Sweet partner, I must not yet forsake you. Let's be merry, good my lord cardinal. I have half a dozen healths to drink to these fair ladies, and a measure to lead once again. And then let's dream who's best in favor. Let the music knock it. Exeunt with trumpets. Act 2. Scene I. Westminster. A street. Enter two gentlemen at several doors. First gentleman, whither away so fast? Second gentleman, oh, God save ye, even to the hall, to hear what shall become of the great Duke of Buckingham. First gentleman, I'll save you. That labor, sir, all's now done, but the ceremony of bringing back the prisoner. Second gentleman, were you there? First Gentleman. Yes, indeed, was I. Second Gentleman. Pray speak what has happened. First Gentleman. You may guess quickly what. Second Gentleman. Is he found guilty? First Gentleman. Yes, truly is he, and condemned upon it. Second Gentleman. I am sorry for it. First Gentleman. So are a number more. Second Gentleman. But pray, how passed it? First Gentleman. I'll tell you in a little. The great Duke came to the bar, where to his accusations he pleaded still not guilty and alleged many sharp reasons to defeat the law. The king's attorney, on the contrary, urged on the examinations, proofs, confessions of diverse witnesses, which the Duke desired to have brought viva voce to his face, at which appeared against him his surveyor, Sir Gilbert Peck his chancellor, and John Carr, confessor to him, with that devil monk, Hopkins, that made this mischief. Second Gentleman. That was he. That fed him with his prophecies? First Gentleman. The same. All these accused him strongly, which he fain would have flung from him. But, indeed, he could not. And so his peers, upon this evidence, have found him guilty of high treason. Much he spoke, and learnedly, for life. But all was either pitted in him or forgotten. Second Gentleman. After all this, how did he bear himself? First Gentleman. When he was brought again to debar to hear his knell rung out, his judgment, he was stirred with such an agony, he sweat extremely, and something spoke in choler, ill and hasty. But he fell to himself again, and sweetly, and all the rest showed a most noble patience. Second Gentleman. I do not think he fears death. First Gentleman. Sure he does not. He never was so womanish, the cause he may a little grieve at. Second Gentleman. Certainly. The Cardinal is the end of this. First Gentleman. 'Tis likely, by all conjectures. First, Kildare's attainder, then Deputy of Ireland, who removed, Earl Surrey was sent thither, and in haste too, lest he should help his father. Second Gentleman. That trick of state was a deep envious one. First Gentleman. At his return, no doubt he will requite it. This is noted, and generally, whoever the king favors, the Cardinal instantly will find employment, and far enough from court too. Second Gentleman. All the Commons hate him perniciously, and, oh my conscience, wish him 10 fathom deep. This Duke as much they love and dote on. Call him bounteous Buckingham, the mirror of all courtesy. Enter Buckingham from his arraignment, tipstaves before him, the axe with the edge towards him, halberds on each side, accompanied with Sir Thomas Lovell, Sir Nicholas Vaux, Sir William Sandys, and common people. First Gentleman. Stay there, sir, and see the noble ruined man you speak of. Second Gentleman. Let's stand close and behold him. Buckingham. All good people, you that thus far have come to pity me, hear what I say, and then go home and lose me. I have this day received a traitor's judgment, and by that name must die. Yet heaven bear witness, and if I have a conscience, let it sink me, even as the axe falls, if I be not faithful. The law I bear no malice for my death. He has done, upon the premises, but justice. But those that sought it I could wish more Christians. Be what they will, I heartily forgive him. Yet let 'em look they glory not in mischief, nor build their evils on the graves of great men. For then my guiltless blood must cry against 'em. For further life in this world I ne'er hope, nor will I sue. Although the king have mercies more than I dare make faults, you few that loved me and dare be bold to weep for Buckingham, his noble friends and fellows, whom to leave is only bitter to him, only dying, go with me like good angels to my end, and as the long divorce of steel falls on me, make of your prayers one sweet sacrifice, and lift my soul to heaven. Lead on, I God's name. Lovell. I do beseech your grace, for charity, if ever any malice in your heart were hid against me, now to forgive me frankly. Buckingham. Sir Thomas Lovell. I as free forgive you as I would be forgiven. I forgive all. There cannot be those numberless offences gainst me that I cannot take peace with. No black envy shall mark my grave. Commend me to his grace, and if he speak of Buckingham, pray tell him you met him half in heaven. Why vows and prayers yet are the king's, and, till my soul forsake, shall cry for blessings on him. May he live longer than I have time to tell his years. Ever beloved and loving may his rule be. And when old time shall lead him to his end, goodness, and he fill up one monument. Lovell, to the waterside I must conduct your grace, then give my charge up to Sir Nicholas Vaux, who undertakes you to your end. Vaux, prepare there. The Duke is coming, see the barge be ready, and fit it with such furniture as suits the greatness of his person. Buckingham, nay, Sir Nicholas, let it alone. My state now will but mock me. When I came hither, I was Lord High Constable and Duke of Buckingham. Now, poor Edward Bohun. Yet I am richer than my base accusers, that never knew what truth meant. I now seal it, and with that blood will make one day grown fort. My noble father, Henry of Buckingham, who first raised head against usurping Richard, flying for succor to his servant Bannister, being distressed, was by that wretch betrayed, and without trial fell. God's peace be with him. Henry the Seventh succeeding, truly pitying my father's loss, like a most royal prince, restored me to my honors and out of ruins made my name once more noble. Now his son, Henry the Eighth, life, honor, name, and all that made me happy at one stroke has taken forever from the world. I had my trial, and must needs say a noble one, which makes me a little happier than my wretched father. Yet thus far we are one in fortunes. Both fell by our servants, by those men we loved most, a most unnatural and faithless service. Heaven has an end in all. Yet, you that hear me, this from a dying man receive is certain. Where you are liberal of your loves and counsels, be sure you be not loose. For those you make friends and give your hearts to, when they once perceive the least rub in your fortunes, fall away like water from ye, never found again. But where they mean to sink ye, all good people, pray for me. I must now forsake ye. The last hour of my long weary life is come upon me. Farewell, and when you would say something that is sad, speak how I fell that I have done, and God forgive me. Exeunt Duke in train. First Gentleman. Oh, this is full of pity, sir. It calls, I fear, too many curses on their heads that were the authors. Second Gentleman. If the Duke be guiltless, 'tis full of woe, yet I can give you inkling of an ensuing evil, if it fall, greater than this. First Gentleman. Good angels keep it from us. What may it be? You do not doubt my faith, sir? Second Gentleman. This secret is so weighty, 'twill require a strong faith to conceal it. First Gentleman. Let me have it. I do not talk much. Second Gentleman. I am confident. You shall, sir. Did you not of late days hear a buzzing of a separation between the king and Catherine? First Gentleman. Yes, but it held not. For when the king once heard it, out of anger he sent command to the Lord Mayor straight to stop the rumor and allay those tongues that durst disperse it. Second Gentleman. But that slander, sir, is found a truth now, for it grows again fresher than e'er it was, and held for certain the king will venture at it. Either the cardinal, or some about him near, have, out of malice to the good queen, possessed him with a scruple that will undo her. Though confirm this too, Cardinal Campius is arrived, and lately, as all think, for this business. First Gentleman. 'Tis the cardinal, and merely to revenge him on the emperor for not bestowing on him at his asking the archbishopric of Toledo. This is purposed. Second Gentleman. I think you have hit the mark, but is not cruel that she should feel the smart of this? The cardinal will have his will, and she must fall. First Gentleman. 'Tis woeful. We are too open here to argue this. Let's think in private more. Exeunt. Scene II.AN antechamber in the palace. Enter Lord Chamberlain, reading this letter. Chamberlain. My lord, the horses your lordship sent for, with all the care had I saw well chosen, ridden and furnished. They were young and handsome, and of the best breed in the north. When they were ready to set out for London, a man of my lord cardinal's, by commission and main power, took him from me with this reason. His master would be served before a subject, if not before the king, which stopped our mouths, sir. I fear he will indeed. Well, let him have them. He will have all, I think. Enter to the Lord Chamberlain, the Dukes of Norfolk and Suffolk. Norfolk. Well met, my Lord Chamberlain. Chamberlain. Good day to both your graces. Suffolk. How is the king employed? Chamberlain. I left him private, full of sad thoughts and troubles. Norfolk. What's the cause? Chamberlain. It seems the marriage with his brother's wife has crept too near his conscience. Suffolk. No, his conscience has crept too near another lady. Norfolk. 'Tis so. This is the cardinal's doing, the king cardinal. That blind priest, like the eldest son of fortune, turns what he list. The king will know him one day. Suffolk. Pray God he do. He'll never know himself else. Norfolk. How holily he works in all his business, and with what zeal! For, now he has cracked the league between us and the emperor, the queen's great nephew. He dives into the king's soul and there scatters dangers, doubts, wringing of the conscience, fears and despairs, and all these for his marriage. And out of all these to restore the king, he counsels a divorce, a loss of her that like a jewel has hung 20 years about his neck, yet never lost her luster. Of her that loves him with that excellence that angels love good men with, even of her, that, when the greatest stroke of fortune falls, will bless the king, and is not this course pious? Chamberlain. Heaven keep me from such counsel. 'Tis most true. These news are everywhere, every tongue speaks and every true heart weeps for't. All that dare look into these affairs see this main end. The French king's sister, heaven will one day open the king's eyes, that so long have slept upon this bold bad man. Suffolk. And free us from his slavery. Norfolk. We had need pray, and heartily, for our deliverance. Or this imperious man will work us all from princes into pages. All men's honors lie like one lump before him, to be fashioned into what pitch he please. Suffolk. For me, my lords, I love him not, nor fear him. There's my creed. As I am made without him, so I'll stand. If the king please, his curses and his blessings touch me alike. Their breath I not believe in. I knew him, and I know him. So I leave him to him that made him proud, the Pope. Norfolk. Let's in. And with some other business put the king from these sad thoughts that work too much upon him. My lord, you'll bear us company? Chamberlain. Excuse me. The king has sent me otherwhere besides. You'll find a most unfit time to disturb him. Health to your lordships. Norfolk. Thanks, my good Lord Chamberlain. Exit Lord Chamberlain. And the king draws the curtain and sits reading pensively. Suffolk. How sad he looks. Sure, he is much afflicted. King. Who's there? Huh? Norfolk. Pray God he be not angry. King. Who's there, I say? How dare you thrust yourselves into my private meditations? Who am I? Huh? Norfolk. A gracious king that pardons all offenses malice ne'er meant. Our breach of duty this way is business of estate, in which we come to know your royal pleasure. King. Ye are too bold. Go to. I'll make ye know your times of business. Is this an hour for temporal affairs? Huh? Enter Wolsey and Campius with a commission. Who's there? My good Lord Cardinal? O my Wolsey, the quiet of my wounded conscience, thou art a cure fit for a king. To Campius. You're welcome, most learned reverend sir, into our kingdom. Use us and it. To Wolsey. My good lord, have great care I be not found a talker. Wolsey. Sir, you cannot. I would your grace would give us but an hour of private conference. King. To Norfolk and Suffolk. We are busy. Go. Norfolk. Aside to Suffolk. This priest has no pride in him? Suffolk. Aside to Norfolk. Not to speak of. I would not be so sick though for his place. But this cannot continue. Norfolk. Aside to Suffolk. If it do, I'll venture one have at him. Suffolk. Aside to Norfolk. I another. Exeunt Norfolk and Suffolk. Wolsey. Your grace has given a precedent of wisdom above all princes in committing freely your scruple to the voice of Christendom. Who can be angry now? What envy reach you? The Spaniard, tied by blood and favor to her, must now confess, if they have any goodness, the trial just and noble. All the clerks, I mean the learned ones in Christian kingdoms, have their free voices. Rome, the nurse of judgment, invited by your noble self, hath sent one general tongue unto us, this good man, this just and learned priest, Cardinal Campius, whom once more I present unto your highness. King. And once more in mine arms I bid him welcome, and thank the holy conclave for their loves. They have sent me such a man I would have wished for. Campius. Your grace must needs deserve all strangers' loves. You are so noble, O your highness hand I tender my commission, by whose virtue, the court of Rome commanding, you, my Lord Cardinal of York, are joined with me their servant in the unpartial judging of this business. King. Two equal men, the queen shall be acquainted forthwith for what you come. Where's Gardiner? Wolsey. I know your majesty has always loved her so dear in heart, not to deny her that a woman of less place might ask by law. Scholars allowed freely to argue for her. King. Aye, and the best she shall have, and my favor to him that does best, God forbid else. Cardinal, prithee call Gardiner to me, my new secretary. I find him a fit fellow. Enter Gardiner. Wolsey. Aside to Gardiner. Give me your hand, much joy and favor to you. You are the king's now. Gardiner. Aside to Wolsey. But to be commanded for ever by your grace, whose hand has raised me. King. Come hither, Gardiner. The king and Gardiner walk and whisper. Campius. My lord of York, was not one Dr. Pace in this man's place before him? Wolsey. Yes, he was. Campius. Was he not held a learned man? Wolsey. Yes, surely. Campius. Believe me, there's an ill opinion spread, then even of yourself, Lord Cardinal. Wolsey. How? Of me? Campius. They will not stick to say you envied him and fearing he would rise. He was so virtuous, kept him a foreign man still, which so grieved him that he ran mad and died. Wolsey. Heaven's peace be with him. That's Christian care enough. For living murmurers there's places of rebuke. He was a fool, for he would needs be virtuous, that good fellow, if I command him, follows my appointment. I will have none so near else. Learn this, brother. We live not to be griped by meaner persons. King. Deliver this with modesty to the queen. Exit Gardiner. The most convenient place that I can think of for such receipt of learning is Blackfriars. There ye shall meet about this weighty business. My Wolsey, see it furnished. Oh, my lord, would it not grieve an able man to leave so sweet a bedfellow? But, conscience, conscience. Oh, 'tis a tender place, and I must leave her. Exeunt. Scene in antechamber of the Queen's apartments. Enter and Bullen, and an old lady, and not for that neither hears the pang that pinches. His Highness having lived so long with her, and she so good a lady that no tongue could ever pronounce dishonor of her. By my life, she never knew harm doing. Oh, now, after so many courses of the sun enthroned, still growing in a majesty and pomp, the which to leave 1,000-fold more bitter than 'tis sweet at first to acquire. After this process, to give her the avant, it is a pity would move a monster. Old lady, hearts of most hard temper, melt and lament for her. And, oh, God's will, much better. She ne'er had known pomp, though it be temporal. Yet if that quarrel, fortune, do divorce it from the bearer, 'tis a sufferance panging as soul and body's severing. Old lady, alas, poor lady, she's a stranger now again, and so much the more must pity drop upon her. Verily, I swear, 'tis better to be lowly born and range with humble livers and content than to be perked up in a glistering grief and wear a golden sorrow. Old lady, our content is our best having, and by my troth and maidenhead, I would not be a queen. Old lady, beshrew me, I would, and venture maidenhead for't, and so would you, for all this spice of your hypocrisy. You, that have so fair parts of woman on you, have too a woman's heart, which ever yet affected eminence, wealth, sovereignty, which, to say sooth, are blessings, and which gifts, saving your mincing, the capacity of your soft cheverel conscience would receive, if you might please to stretch it. And, nay, good troth, old lady, yes, troth and troth, you would not be a queen? And, no, not for all the riches under heaven. Old lady, 'tis strange that a threepence bowed would hire me, old as I am, to queen it. But I pray you, what think you of a duchess? Have you limbs to bear that load of title? And, no, in truth. Old lady, then you are weakly made. Pluck off a little. I would not be a young count in your way for more than blushing comes to it. If your back cannot vouchsafe this burden, 'tis too weak ever to get a boy. And how you do talk. I swear again I would not be a queen for all the world. Old lady, in faith, for little England. You'd venture an emballing, I myself would for Caernarfonshire. Although there longed no more to decrown but that lo, who comes here? Enter Lord Chamberlain. Chamberlain. Good morrow, ladies, what were't worth to know the secret of your conference? And, my good lord, not your demand. It values not your asking. Our mistress' sorrows we were pitying. Chamberlain. It was a gentle business, and becoming the action of good women, there is hope all will be well. And, now, I pray God, amen. Chamberlain. You bear a gentle mind, and heavenly blessings follow such creatures, that you may, fair lady, perceive I speak sincerely, and high notes ta'en of your many virtues. The King's Majesty commends his good opinion of you, and does purpose honor to you no less flowing than Marchioness of Pembroke, to which title £1,000 a year annual support out of his grace he adds. And I do not know what kind of my obedience I should tender. More than my all is nothing, nor my prayers are not words duly hallowed, nor my wishes more worth than empty vanities. Yet prayers and wishes are all I can return. Beseech your lordship, vouchsafe to speak my thanks and my obedience, as from a blushing handmaid, to his highness, whose health and royalty I pray for. Chamberlain. Lady, I shall not fail to approve the fair conceit the king hath of you. Aside, I have perused her well. Beauty and honor in her are so mingled that they have caught the king, and who knows yet but from this lady may proceed a gem to lighten all this isle. I'll to the king, and say I spoke with you. And, my honored lord, exit Lord Chamberlain. Old lady, why, this it is, see. I have been begging 16 years in court, am yet a courtier beggarly, nor could come pat betwixt too early and too late for any suit of pounds. And you, O fate, a very fresh fish here, fie upon this compelled fortune. Have your mouth filled up before you open it. And this is strange to me. Old lady, how tastes it? Is it bitter? 40 pence? No. There was a lady once. 'Tis an old story. That would not be a queen, that would she not. For all the mud in Egypt, have you heard it? And, come, you are pleasant. Old lady, with your theme, I could o'ermount the lark, the Marchioness of Pembroke, £1,000 a year for pure respect? No other obligation? By my life, that promises more thousands. Honor's train is longer than his foreskirt. Be why this time I know your back will bear a duchess. Say, are you not stronger than you were? And, good lady, make yourself mirth with your particular fancy, and leave me out on't would I had no being if this salute my blood a jot faints me to think what follows. The queen is comfortless, and we forgetful in our long absence. Pray do not deliver what here you've heard to her. Old lady, what do you think me? Exeunt. Scene 4. A hall in Blackfriars. Trumpets, sennet, and cornets enter 2 vergers, with short silver wands. Next them, 2 scribes in the habit of doctors. After them, the Archbishop of Canterbury alone. After him, the Bishops of Lincoln, Ely, Rochester, and St. Asaph. Next them, with some small distance, follows a gentleman bearing the purse with the great seal, and a cardinal's hat. Then 2 priests, bearing each a silver cross. Then a gentleman usher bareheaded, accompanied with a sergeant-at-arms bearing a silver mace. Then 2 gentlemen, bearing 2 great silver pillars. After them, side by side, the 2 cardinals. 2 noblemen with the sword and mace. The king takes place under the cloth of state. The 2 cardinals sit under him as judges. The queen takes place some distance from the king. The bishops place themselves on each side the court, in manner of consistory. Below them the scribes, the lords sit next the bishop. The rest of the attendants stand in convenient order about the stage. Wolsey, whilst our commission from Rome is read, let silence be commanded. King, what's the need? It hath already publicly been read, and on all sides the authority allowed. You may then spare that time. Wolsey, beat so proceed. Scribe, say, Henry King of England, come into the court. Crier, Henry King of England, come into the court. King, here. Scribe, say, Catherine Queen of England, come into the court. Crier, Catherine Queen of England, come into the court. The queen makes no answer, rises out of her chair, goes about the court, comes to the king, and kneels at his feet, then speaks. Queen Catherine, Sir, I desire you do me right and justice, and to bestow your pity on me. For I am a most poor woman and a stranger, born out of your dominions, having here no judge indifferent, nor no more assurance of equal friendship and proceeding. Alas, sir, in what have I offended you? What cause hath my behavior given to your displeasure that thus you should proceed to put me off and take your good grace from me? Heaven witness I have been to you a true and humble wife, at all times to your will conformable, ever in fear to kindle your dislike. Yea, subject to your countenance, glad or sorry as I saw it inclined, when was the hour I ever contradicted your desire, or made it not mine too? Or which of your friends have I not strove to love, although I knew he were mine enemy? What friend of mine that had to him derived your anger did I continue in my liking? Nay, gave notice he was from thence discharged? Sir, call to mind that I have been your wife in this obedience upward of 20 years, and have been blessed with many children by you. If, in the course and process of this time, you can report, and prove it too, against mine honor aught, my bond to wedlock or my love and duty against your sacred person, in God's name, turn me away, and let the foulest contempt shut door upon me, and so give me up to the sharpest kind of justice. Please you, sir, the king your father was reputed for a prince, most prudent, of an excellent and unmatched wit and judgment. Ferdinand, my father, king of Spain, was reckoned one the wisest prince that there had reigned by many a year before. It is not to be questioned that they had gathered a wise council to them of every realm, that did debate this business, who deemed our marriage lawful. Wherefore I humbly beseech you, sir, to spare me till I may be by my friends in Spain advised, whose counsel I will implore. If not, I, name of God, your pleasure be fulfilled. Wolsey, you have here, lady, and of your choice, these reverend fathers, men of singular integrity and learning, yea, the elect owed land, who are assembled to plead your cause. It shall be therefore bootless that longer you desire the court, as well for your own quiet as to rectify what is unsettled in the king. Campius, his grace, hath spoken well and justly. Therefore, madam, it's fit this royal session do proceed, and that without delay their arguments be now produced and heard. Queen Catherine, Lord Cardinal, to you I speak. Wolsey, your pleasure, madam. Queen Catherine, sir, I am about to weep, but, thinking that we are a queen, or long have dreamed so, certain the daughter of a king, my drops of tears I'll turn to sparks of fire. Wolsey, be patient yet. Queen Catherine, I will, when you are humble, nay, before, or God will punish me. I do believe, induced by potent circumstances, that you are mine enemy, and make my challenge you shall not be my judge. For it is you have blown this coal betwixt my lord and me, which gods do quench. Therefore I say again, I utterly abhor, yea, from my soul refuse you for my judge, whom, yet once more, I hold my most malicious foe and think not at all a friend to truth. Wolsey, I do profess, you speak not like yourself, who ever yet have stood to charity and displayed effects of disposition gentle and of wisdom o'ertopping woman's power. Madam, you do me wrong. I have no spleen against you, nor injustice for you or any. How far I have proceeded, or how far further shall, is warranted by a commission from the consistory, yea, the whole consistory of Rome. You charge me that I have blown this coal. I do deny it. The king is present. If it be known to him that I gainsay my deed, how may he wound and worthily my falsehood, yea, as much as you have done my truth? If he know that I am free of your report, he knows I am not of your wrong. Therefore in him it lies to cure me, and the cure is to remove these thoughts from you, the which before his highness shall speak in. I do beseech you, gracious madam, to unthink your speaking and to say so no more. Queen Catherine, my lord, I am a simple woman, much too weak to oppose your cunning, your meek and humble mouthed. You sign your place and calling, in full seeming, with meekness and humility, but your heart is crammed with arrogancy, spleen, and pride. You have, by fortune and his highness favors, gone slightly o'er low steps, and now are mounted where powers are your retainers, and your words, domestics to you. Serve your will as t please yourself pronounce their office, I must tell you. You tender more your person's honor than your high profession spiritual. That again I do refuse you for my judge. And here, before you all, appeal unto the Pope, to bring my whole cause for his holiness, and to be judged by him. She curtsies to the king, and offers to depart. Campius. The queen is obstinate, stubborn to justice, apt to accuse it, and disdainful to be tried by't. 'Tis not well. She's going away. King. Call her again. Crier. Catherine, Queen of England, come into the court. Gentleman usher. Madam, you are called back. Queen Catherine. What need you note it? Pray you keep your way. When you are called, return now, the Lord help. They vex me past my patience, pray you, pass on. I will not tarry. No, nor evermore upon this business my appearance make in any of their courts. Exeunt Queen and her attendants. King. Go thy ways, Kate. That man I a world who shall report he has a better wife. Let him in naught be trusted, for speaking false in that thou art alone. If thy rare qualities, sweet gentleness, thy meekness saint-like, wife-like government, obeying and commanding, and thy parts sovereign and pious else, could speak thee out, the queen of earthly queens, she's noble born, and like her true nobility she has carried herself towards me. Wolsey. Most gracious sir, in humblest manner I require your highness that it shall please you to declare, in hearing of all these ears, for where I am robbed and bound, there must I be unloosed, although not there at once and fully satisfied. Whether ever I did broach this business to your highness, or laid any scruple in your way which might induce you to the question on't, or ever have to you, but with thanks to God for such a royal lady, spake one the least word that might be to the prejudice of her present state, or touch of her good person. King. My lord cardinal, I do excuse you. Yea, upon mine honor, I free you from't. You are not to be taught that you have many enemies that know not why they are so, but, like to village curs, bark when their fellows do be why some of these the queen is put in anger, you're excused. But will you be more justified? You ever have wished the sleeping of this business, never desired it to be stirred, but oft have hindered, oft, the passages made toward it, on my honor. I speak my good lord cardinal to this point and thus far clear him now. What moved me to't, I will be bold with time and your attention. Then marked the inducement, thus it came. Give heed to't. My conscience first received a tenderness, scruple, and prick on certain speeches uttered by the Bishop of Bayonne, then French ambassador, who had been hither sent on the debating a marriage twixt the Duke of Orleans and our daughter Mary. I progress of this business, ere a determinate resolution. He, I mean the bishop, did require a respite, wherein he might the king his lord advertise whether our daughter were legitimate, respecting this our marriage with the dowager. Sometimes our brother's wife, this respite shook the bosom of my conscience, entered me, yea, with a splitting power, and made to tremble the region of my breast, which forced such way that many mazed considerings did throng and pressed in with this caution. First, methought I stood not in the smile of heaven, who had commanded nature that my lady's womb, if it conceived a male child by me, should do no more offices of life to than the grave does to dead, for her male issue or died where they were made, or shortly after this world had aired them. Hence I took a thought this was a judgment on me, that my kingdom, well worthy the best heir o' the world, should not be glad in't by me. Then follows that I weighed the danger which my realm stood in by this my issues fail, and that gave to me many a groaning throe. Thus hulling in the wild sea of my conscience, I did steer toward this remedy whereupon we are now present here together. That's to say, I meant to rectify my conscience, which I then did feel full sick, and yet not well, by all the reverend fathers of the land and doctors learned. First I began in private with you, my lord of Lincoln. You remember how under my oppression I did wreak when I first moved you. Lincoln. Very well, my liege. King. I have spoke long. Be pleased yourself to say how far you satisfied me. Lincoln. So please your highness. The question did at first so stagger me, bearing a state of mighty moment in't and consequence of dread, that I committed the daringst counsel which I had to doubt, and did entreat your highness to this course which you are running here. King. I then moved you, my lord of Canterbury, and got your leave to make this present summons. Unsolicited I left no reverend person in this court, but by particular consent proceeded under your hands and seals. Therefore go on. For no dislike I to world against the person of the good queen, but the sharp thorny points of my alleged reasons drives this forward. Prove but our marriage lawful, by my life and kingly dignity. We are contented to wear our mortal state to come with her, Catherine, our queen, before the primest creature that's paragoned o' the world. Campius. So please your highness. The queen being absent, 'tis a needful fitness that we adjourn this court till further day. Meanwhile must be an earnest motion made to the queen to call back her appeal she intends unto his holiness. King. Aside. I may perceive. These cardinals trifle with me. I abhor this dilatory sloth and tricks of Rome. My learned and well-beloved servant, Cranmer, prithee return with thy approach. I know, my comfort comes along. Break up the court. I say, set on. Exeunt in manner as they entered. Act 3. Scene I. London, the Queen's apartments. Enter Queen and her women, as at work. Queen Catherine. Take thy lute. Winch dam, why soul grows sad with troubles. Sing, and disperse if thou canst leave working. Woman. Sing song. Orpheus with his lute made trees, and the mountain tops that freeze bow themselves when he did sing. To his music plants and flowers ever sprung, as sun and showers there had made a lasting spring. Everything that heard him play, even the billows of the sea, hung their heads and then lay by. In sweet music is such art, killing care and grief of heart fall asleep or, hearing, die. Enter a gentleman. Queen Catherine. How now, gentlemen? An't please your grace. The two great cardinals wait in the presence. Queen Catherine. Would they speak with me? Gentlemen. They will me say so, madam. Queen Catherine. Pray their graces to come near. Exit, gentlemen. What can be their business? With me, a poor weak woman, fallen from favor? I do not like their coming, now I think on't. They should be good men, their affairs as righteous. But all hoods make not monks. Enter the two cardinals, Wolsey and Campius. Wolsey. Peace to your highness. Queen Catherine. Your graces find me here part of housewife. I would be all, against the worst may happen. What are your pleasures with me, reverend lords? Wolsey. May it please you, noble madam, to withdraw into your private chamber. We shall give you the full cause of our coming. Queen Catherine. Speak it here. There's nothing I have done yet. Oh, my conscience deserves a corner. Would all other women could speak this with as free a soul as I do. My lords, I care not. So much I am happy above a number, if my actions were tried by every tongue, every eye saw envy and base opinion set against I know my life so even, if your business seek me out, and that way I am wife in, out with it boldly truth loves open dealing. Wolsey. Tanta est erga te mentis integritas, regina serenissima. Queen Catherine. Oh, good my lord, no Latin. I am not such a truant, since my coming is not to know the language I have lived in. A strange tongue makes my cause more strange, suspicious. Pray speak in English, here some will thank you. If you speak truth, for their poor mistress' sake. Believe me, she has had much wrong, Lord Cardinal. The willingst sin I ever yet committed may be absolved in English. Wolsey. Noble lady, I am sorry my integrity should breed, in service to his majesty and you, so deep suspicion, where all faith was meant. We come not by the way of accusation, to taint that honor every good tongue blesses, nor to betray you any way to sorrow. You have too much, good lady, but to know how you stand minded in the weighty difference between the king and you, and to deliver, like free and honest men, our just opinions and comforts to your cause. Campius. Most honored madam, my lord of York, out of his noble nature, zeal, and obedience he still bore your grace, forgetting, like a good man, your late censure both of his truth and him, which was too far, offers, as I do, in a sign of peace, his service and his counsel. Queen Catherine. Aside. To betray me. My lords, I thank you both for your good wills. Ye speak like honest men. Pray God ye prove so. But how to make ye suddenly an answer in such a point of weight, so near mine honor, more near my life, I fear, with my weak wit, and to such men of gravity and learning. In truth, I know not I was set at work among my maids, full little, God knows, looking either for such men or such business. For her sake that I have been, for I feel the last fit of my greatness. Good your graces, let me have time and counsel for my cause. Alas, I am a woman friendless, hopeless. Wolsey, madam, you wrong the king's love with these fears. Your hopes and friends are infinite. Queen Catherine, in England, but little for my profit, can you think, lords, that any Englishman dare give me counsel, or be a known friend, gainst his highness' pleasure, though he be grown so desperate to be honest, and live a subject? Nay, forsooth, my friends, they that much weigh out my afflictions, they that my trust must grow to, live not here. They are, as all my other comforts, far hence in mine own country, lords. Campius, I would your grace would leave your griefs and take my counsel. Queen Catherine, how, sir? Campius, put your main cause into the king's protection. He's loving and most gracious. 'Twill be much both for your honor better and your cause. For if the trial of the law o'ertake ye, you'll part away disgraced. Wolsey, he tells you rightly. Queen Catherine, ye tell me what ye wish for both, my ruin. Is this your Christian counsel? Out upon ye, heaven is above all yet. There sits a judge that no king can corrupt. Campius, your rage mistakes us. Queen Catherine, the more shame for ye. Holy men I thought ye, upon my soul, two reverend cardinal virtues. But cardinal sins and hollow hearts I fear ye. Mend for shame. My lords, I ask this your comfort, the cordial that ye bring a wretched lady, a woman lost among ye, laughed at, scorned? I will not wish ye half my miseries. I have more charity, but say I warned ye. Take heed, for heaven's sake, take heed, lest at once the burden of my sorrows fall upon ye. Wolsey, madam, this is a mere distraction. You turn the good we offer into envy. Queen Catherine, ye turn me into nothing. Woe upon ye and all such false professors. Would you have me? If you have any justice, any pity, if ye be anything but churchmen's habits, put my sick cause into his hands that hates me? Alas, has banished me his bed already. His love, too. Long ago I am old, my lords, and all the fellowship I hold now with him is only my obedience. What can happen to me above this wretchedness? All your studies make me a curse like this. Campius, your fears are worse. Queen Catherine, have I lived thus long? Let me speak myself, since virtue finds no friends, a wife, a true one, a woman, I dare say without vainglory, never yet branded with suspicion. Have I with all my full affection still met the king, loved him next heaven, obeyed him, been, out of fondness, superstitious to him, almost forgot my prayers to content him, and am I thus rewarded? 'Tis not well, lords. Bring me a constant woman to her husband, one that ne'er dreamed a joy beyond his pleasure, and to that woman, when she has done most, yet will I add an honor, a great patience. Wolsey, madam, you wander from the good we aim at. Queen Catherine, my lord, I dare not make myself so guilty to give up willingly that noble title your master wed me to. Nothing but death shall e'er divorce my dignities. Wolsey, pray hear me. Queen Catherine, would I had never trod this English earth, or felt the flatteries that grow upon it. Ye have angels' faces, but heaven knows your hearts. What will become of me now, wretched lady? I am the most unhappy woman living. To her women, alas, poor wenches, where are now your fortunes? Shipwrecked upon a kingdom where no pity, no friends, no hope, no kindred weep for me, almost no grave allowed me, like the lily that once was mistress of the field and flourished. I'll hang my head and perish. Wolsey, if your grace could but be brought to know our ends are honest, you'd feel more comfort. Why should we, good lady, upon what cause, wrong you? Alas, our places, the way of our profession, is against it. We are to cure such sorrows, not to sow 'em. For goodness' sake, consider what you do, how you may hurt yourself. I utterly grow from the king's acquaintance by this carriage. The hearts of princes kiss obedience, so much they love it, but to stubborn spirits they swell and grow as terrible as storms. I know you have a gentle, noble temper, a soul as even as a calm pray think us those we profess, peacemakers, friends, and servants. Campius. Madam, you'll find it so, you wrong your virtues with these weak women's fears. A noble spirit, as yours was put into you, ever cast such doubts as false coin. From it, the king loves you. Beware you lose it not, for us, if you please to trust us in your business, we are ready to use our utmost studies in your service. Queen Catherine. Do what ye will, my lords, and pray forgive me if I have used myself unmannerly. You know I am a woman, lacking wit to make a seemly answer to such persons. Pray do my service to his majesty. He has my heart yet, and shall have my prayers while I shall have my life. Come, reverend fathers, bestow your counsels on me. She now begs that little thought, when she set footing here, she should have bought her dignities so dear. Exeunt. Scene 2. Antechamber to the king's apartment. Enter the Duke of Norfolk, Duke of Suffolk, Lord Surrey, and Lord Chamberlain. Norfolk. If you will now unite in your complaints and force them with a constancy, the cardinal cannot stand under them. If you omit the offer of this time, I cannot promise but that you shall sustain more new disgraces with these you bear already. Surrey. I am joyful to meet the least occasion that may give me remembrance of my father-in-law the Duke, to be revenged on him. Suffolk. Which of the peers have uncontemned gone by him, or at least strangely neglected? When did he regard the stamp of nobleness in any person out of himself? Chamberlain. My lords, you speak your pleasures. What he deserves of you and me I know, what we can do to him. Though now the time gives way to us, I much fear, if you cannot bar his access to the king, never attempt anything on him, for he hath a witchcraft over the king's tongue. Norfolk. Oh, fear him not. His spell and that is out, the king hath found matter against him that for ever mars the honey of his language. No, he's settled, not to come off, in his displeasure. Surrey. Sir, I should be glad to hear such news as this once every hour. Norfolk. Believe it, this is true. In the divorce his contrary proceedings are all unfolded, wherein he appears as I would wish mine enemy. Surrey. How came his practices to light? Suffolk. Most strangely. Surrey. Oh, how? Suffolk. The cardinal's letters to the Pope miscarried, and came to the king, wherein was read how that the cardinal did entreat his holiness to stay the judgment o' to divorce. For if it did take place, I do, quoth he, perceive my king is tangled in affection to a creature of the queen's, Lady and Bullen. Surrey. Has the king this? Suffolk. Believe it. Surrey. Will this work? Chamberlain. The king in this perceives him how he coasts and hedges his own way, but in this point all his tricks founder, and he brings his physic after his patient's death. The king already hath married the fair lady. Surrey. Would he had. Suffolk. May you be happy in your wish, my lord, for I profess you have it. Surrey. Now all my joy. Trace the conjunction. Suffolk. My amen to it. Norfolk. All men's. Suffolk. There's order given for her coronation. Mary, this is yet but young, and may be left to some ears unrecounted. But, my lords, she is a gallant creature, and complete in mind and feature. I persuade me, from her will fall some blessing to this land which shall in it be memorized. Surrey. But will the king digest this letter of the cardinal's? The Lord forbid. Norfolk. Mary. Amen. Suffolk. No. There be more wasps that buzz about his nose will make this sting the sooner. Cardinal Campius is stolen away to Rome, hath ta'en no leave, has left the cause o' the king unhandled, and is posted, as the agent of our cardinal, to second all his plot. I do assure you the king cried ha at this. Chamberlain. Now, God incense him, and let him cry ha louder. Norfolk. But, my lord, when returns Cranmer? Suffolk. He is returned in his opinions, which have satisfied the king for his divorce, together with all famous colleges almost in Christendom. Shortly, I believe, his second marriage shall be published, and her coronation. Catherine no more shall be called queen, but Princess Dowager and widow to Prince Arthur. Norfolk, this same Cranmer's a worthy fellow, and hath ta'en much pain in the king's business. Suffolk, he has, and we shall see him for it an archbishop. Norfolk, so I hear. Suffolk, 'tis so. Enter Wolsey and Cromwell, the cardinal. Norfolk, observe, he's moody. Wolsey, the packet, Cromwell, gave to the king? Cromwell, to his own hand, in bedchamber. Wolsey, looked he out inside of the paper? Cromwell, presently. He did unseal them, and the first he viewed, he did it with a serious mind. A heed was in his countenance, you he bade attend him here this morning. Wolsey, is he ready to come abroad? Cromwell, I think by this he is. Wolsey, leave me a while. Exit Cromwell. Aside, it shall be to the Duchess of Alassa, the French king's sister. He shall marry her. And Bullen? No, I'll know and Bullen's for him. There's more in't than fair visage Bullen? No, we'll know Bullen's. Speedily I wish to hear from Rome, the Marchioness of Pembroke. Norfolk, he's discontented. Suffolk, maybe he hears the king. Does whet his anger to him. Surrey, sharp enough. Lord, for thy justice. Wolsey, aside. The late queen's gentlewoman, a knight's daughter, to be her mistress? The queen's queen? This candle burns not clear, 'tis I must snuff it. Then out it goes, what though I know her virtuous and well-deserving? Yet I know her for a spleeny Lutheran, and not wholesome to our cause, that she should lie i' the bosom of our hard-ruled king again. There is sprung up an heretic, an arch one, Cranmer. One hath crawled into the favor of the king, and is his oracle. Norfolk, he is vexed at something. Enter king, reading a schedule, and Lovell. Surrey, I would 'twere something that would fret the string, the master chord on s heart. Suffolk, the king, king. What piles of wealth hath he accumulated to his own portion, and what expense by hour seems to flow from him? How, ith name of thrift, does he rake this together? Now, my lords, saw you the cardinal? Norfolk, my lord, we have. Stood here observing him, some strange commotion is in his brain. He bites his lip, and starts, stops on a sudden, looks upon the ground, then lays his finger on his temple. Straight springs out into fast gait, then stops again, strikes his breast hard, and anon he casts his eye against the moon. In most strange postures we have seen him set himself. King, it may well be. There is a mutiny in s mind. This morning papers of state he sent me to peruse, as I required. And what I found there, on my conscience, put unwittingly, forsooth, an inventory, thus importing the several parcels of his plate, his treasure, rich stuffs and ornaments of household, which I find at such proud rate that it outspeaks possession of a subject. Norfolk, it's heaven's will. Some spirit put this paper in the packet to bless your eye withal. King, if we did think his contemplation were above the earth and fixed on spiritual object, he should still dwell in his musings. But I am afraid his thinkings are below the moon, not worth his serious considering. King takes his seat. Whispers Lovell, who goes to the cardinal. Wolsey, heaven forgive me. Ever God bless your highness. King, good my lord, you are full of heavenly stuff, and bear the inventory of your best graces in your mind, the which you were now running o'er. You have scarce time to steal from spiritual leisure a brief span to keep your earthly audit sure. In that I deem you an ill husband, and am glad to have you therein my companion. Wolsey, sir, for holy offices I have a time to think upon the part of business which I bear to state, and nature does require her times of preservation, which perforce I, her frail son, amongst my brethren mortal, must give my tendance to. King, you have said well. Wolsey, and ever may your highness yoke together, as I will lend you cause, my doing well with my well saying. King, 'tis well said again, and 'tis a kind of good deed to say well, and yet words are no deeds. Why father loved you. He said he did, and with his deed did crown his word upon you. Since I had my office, I have kept you next my heart, have not alone employed you where high profits might come home, but pared my present havings to bestow my bounties upon you. Wolsey. Aside. What should this mean? Surrey. Aside. The Lord increase this business. King. Have I not made you the prime man of the state? I pray you tell me, if what I now pronounce you have found true, and if you may confess it, say withal if you are bound to us or no, what say you? Wolsey. My sovereign, I confess your royal graces, showered on me daily, have been more than could my studied purposes requite, which went beyond all man's endeavors. My endeavors have ever come too short of my desires. Yet filed with my abilities, mine own ends have been mine, so that evermore they pointed to the good of your most sacred person and the profit of the state. For your great graces heaped upon me, poor undeserver, I can nothing render but allegiant thanks. My prayers to heaven for you, my loyalty, which ever has and ever shall be growing, till death, that winter, kill it. King. Fairly answered. A loyal and obedient subject is therein illustrated. The honor of it does pay the act of it. As I to contrary, the foulness is the punishment. I presume that, as my hand has opened bounty to you, my heart dropped love, my power rained honor, more on you than any, so your hand and heart, your brain, and every function of your power, should, notwithstanding that your bond of duty, as 'twere in love's particular, be more to me your friend than any. Wolsey. I do profess that for your highness good I ever labored more than mine own, that am, have, and will be. Though all the world should crack their duty to you and throw it from their soul, though perils did abound as thick as thought could make and appear in forms more horrid, yet my duty, as doth a rock against the chiding flood, should the approach of this wild river break, and stand unshaken yours. King. 'Tis nobly spoken. Take notice, lords, he has a loyal breast, for you have seen him opened, giving him papers. Read o'er this, and after this, and then to breakfast with what appetite you have. Exit King, frowning upon the cardinal. The nobles throng after him, smiling and whispering. Wolsey. What should this mean? What sudden anger's this? How have I reaped it? He parted frowning from me, as if ruin leaped from his eyes. Looks the chafed lion upon the daring huntsman that has galled him, then makes him nothing. I must read this paper. I fear the story of his anger. 'Tis so. This paper has undone me. 'Tis the account of all that world of wealth I have drawn together for mine own ends. Indeed, to gain the popedom and fee my friends in Rome. O negligence, fit for a fool to fall by. What cross devil made me put this main secret in the packet I sent the king? Is there no way to cure this? No new device to beat this from his brains? I know 'twill stir him strongly. Yet I know a way, if it take right, in spite of fortune, will bring me off again. What's this? To Th. Pope? The letter, as I live, with all the business I writ to S. Holiness. Nay then, farewell. I have touched the highest point of all my greatness, and from that full meridian of my glory I haste now to my setting. I shall fall like a bright exhalation in the evening, and no man see me more. Enter to Wolsey, the Dukes of Norfolk and Suffolk, the Earl of Surrey, and the Lord Chamberlain. Norfolk. Hear the king's pleasure, Cardinal, who commands you to render up the great seal presently into our hands, and to confine yourself to Asher House, my Lord of Winchester's, till you hear further from his highness. Wolsey. Stay. Where's your commission, lords? Words cannot carry authority so weighty. Suffolk. Who dares cross bearing the king's will from his mouth expressly? Wolsey. Till I find more than will or words to do it. I mean your malice. No, officious lords, I dare and must deny it. Now I feel of what coarse metal ye are molded envy. How eagerly ye follow my disgraces, as if it fed ye, and how sleek and wanton ye appear in everything may bring my ruin. Follow your envious courses, men of malice. You have Christian warrant for and no doubt in time will find their fit rewards. That seal you ask with such a violence, the king, mine and your master, with his own hand gave me, bade me enjoy it, with the place and honors, during my life. And to confirm his goodness, tied it by letters patents. Now, who'll take it? Surrey. The king that gave it. Wolsey. It must be himself, then. Surrey. Thou art a proud traitor, priest. Wolsey. Proud lord, thou least. Within these 40 hours Surrey durst better have burnt that tongue than said so. Surrey, thy ambition, thou scarlet sin, robbed this bewailing land of noble Buckingham, my father-in-law, the heads of all thy brother cardinals, with thee and all thy best parts bound together, weighed not a hair of his plague of your policy. You sent me deputy for Ireland, far from his succor, from the king, from all that might have mercy on the fault thou gavest him, whilst your great goodness, out of holy pity, absolved him with an axe. Wolsey, this and all else, this talking lord can lay upon my credit. I answer is most false. The Duke by law found his deserts. How innocent the first was from any private malice in his end, his noble jury and foul cause can witness. If I loved many words, Lord, I should tell you you have as little honesty as honor, that in the way of loyalty and truth toward the king, my ever-royal master, Dare made a sounder man than Surrey can be, and all that love his follies. Surrey, by my soul, your long coat, priest, protects you. Thou shouldst feel my sword, lifeblood of the else. Why, lords, can ye endure to hear this arrogance? And from this fellow? If we live thus tamely, to be thus jaded by a piece of scarlet, farewell, nobility, let his grace go forward, and dare us with his cap, like larks. Wolsey, all goodness is poison to thy stomach. Surrey, yes, that goodness, of gleaning all the land's wealth into your own hands, cardinal, by extortion. The goodness of your intercepted packets you writ to the Pope against the king, your goodness, since you provoke me, shall be most notorious. My Lord of Norfolk, as you are truly noble, as you respect the common good, the state of our despised nobility, our issues, who, if he live, will scarce be gentlemen, produce the grand sum of his sins, the articles collected from his life. I'll startle you worse than the sacring bell when the brown wench lay kissing in your arms, Lord Cardinal. Wolsey, how much, methinks, I could despise this man, but that I am bound in charity against it. Norfolk, those articles, my lord, are in the king's hand, but thus much, they are foul ones. Wolsey, so much fairer, and spotless shall mine innocence arise when the king knows my truth. Surrey, this cannot save you. I thank my memory I yet remember some of these articles, and out they shall. Now, if you can blush and cry guilty, Cardinal, you'll show a little honesty. Wolsey, speak on, sir. I dare your worst objections. If I blush, it is to see a nobleman want manners. Surrey, I had rather want those than my head. Have it you. First, that without the king's assent or knowledge, you wrought to be a legate, by which power you maimed the jurisdiction of all bishops. Norfolk, then, that in all you writ to Rome, or else to foreign princes, ego et rex meus was still inscribed, in which you brought the king to be your servant. Suffolk, then, that without the knowledge either of king or council, when you went ambassador to the emperor, you made bold to carry into Flanders the great seal. Surrey, item, you sent a large commission to Gregory de Cassidu, to conclude, without the king's will or the state's allowance, a league between his highness and Ferrara. Suffolk, that out of mere ambition you have caused your holy hat to be stamped on the king's coin. Surrey, then, that you have sent innumerable substance, by what means got, I leave to your own conscience, to furnish Rome and to prepare the ways you have for dignities, to the mere undoing of all the kingdom. Many more there are, which, since they are of you and odious, I will not taint my mouth with. Chamberlain, O my lord, press not a falling man too far. 'Tis virtue. His faults lie open to the laws. Let them, not you, correct him. My heart weeps to see him so little of his great self. Surrey, I forgive him. Suffolk, Lord Cardinal, the king's further pleasure is, because all those things you have done of late by your power legative within this kingdom fall into the compass of a premunire, that therefore such a writ be sued against you to forfeit all your goods, lands, tenements, chattels, and whatsoever, and to be out of the king's protection. This is my charge. Norfolk, and so we'll leave you to your meditations how to live better, for your stubborn answer about the giving back the great seal to us. The king shall know it and, no doubt, shall thank you. So fare you well, my little good Lord Cardinal. Exeunt all but Wolsey. Wolsey, so farewell to the little good you bear me. Farewell? A long farewell to all my greatness. This is the state of man. Today he puts forth the tender leaves of hopes. Tomorrow blossoms, and bears his blushing honors thick upon him. The third day comes a frost, a killing frost, and when he thinks, good easy man, full surely his greatness is a-ripening, nips his root, and then he falls, as I do I have ventured, like little wanton boys that swim on bladders, this many summers in a sea of glory, but far beyond my depth, why high-blown pride at length broke under me, and now has left me, weary and old with service, to the mercy of a rude stream that must forever hide me. Vain pomp and glory of this world, I hate ye. I feel my heart new opened, and oh, how wretched is that poor man that hangs on princes' favors. There is betwixt that smile we would aspire to, that sweet aspect of princes, and their ruin, more pangs and fears than wars or women have. And when he falls like Lucifer, never to hope again. Enter Cromwell, standing, amazed. Why, how now, Cromwell? Cromwell, I have no power to speak, sir. Wolsey, what, amazed? At my misfortunes? Can thy spirit wonder a great man should decline? Nay, and you weep, I am fallen indeed. Cromwell, how does your grace? Wolsey, why, well, never so truly happy, my good Cromwell. I know myself now, and I feel within me a peace above all earthly dignities, a still and quiet conscience. The king has cured me. I humbly thank his grace, and from these shoulders, these ruined pillars, out of pity, taken a load would sink a navy. Too much honor. Oh, 'tis a burden, Cromwell, 'tis a burden too heavy for a man that hopes for heaven. Cromwell, I am glad your grace has made that right use of it. Wolsey, I hope I have that I am able now, methinks, out of a fortitude of soul I feel, to endure more miseries and greater far than my weak-hearted enemies dare offer. What news abroad? Cromwell, the heaviest and the worst, is your displeasure with the king. Wolsey, God bless him. Cromwell, the next is that Sir Thomas More is chosen Lord Chancellor in your place. Wolsey, that's somewhat sudden, but he's a learned man, may he continue long in his highness' favor, and do justice for truth's sake and his conscience, that his bones, when he has run his course and sleeps in blessings, may have a tomb of orphans' tears wept on him. What more? Cromwell, that Cranmer is returned with welcome, installed Lord Archbishop of Canterbury. Wolsey, that's news indeed. Cromwell, last that the Lady Anne, whom the king hath in secrecy long married, this day was viewed in open as his queen, going to chapel, and the voice is now only about her coronation. Wolsey, there was the weight that pulled me down. O Cromwell, the king has gone beyond me, all my glories and that one woman I have lost forever. No son shall ever usher forth mine honors, or gild again the noble troops that waited upon my smiles. Go, get thee from me, Cromwell. I am a poor fallen man, unworthy now to be thy lord and master. Seek the king. That sun, I pray, may never set. I have told him what and how true thou art. He will advance thee. Some little memory of me will stir him. I know his noble nature. Not to let thy hopeful service perish too, good Cromwell. Neglect him not. Make use now, and provide for thine own future safety. Cromwell, O my lord, must I then leave you? Must I needs forego so good, so noble, and so true a master? Bear witness, all that have not hearts of iron, with what a sorrow Cromwell leaves his lord. The king shall have my service, but my prayers forever and forever shall be yours. Wolsey, Cromwell, I did not think to shed a tear in all my miseries, but thou hast forced me, out of thy honest truth, to play the woman. Let's dry our eyes and thus far hear me, Cromwell, and when I am forgotten, as I shall be, and sleep in dull cold marble, where no mention of me more must be heard of, say, I taught thee. Say, Wolsey, that once trod the ways of glory and sounded all the depths and shoals of honor, found thee a way, out of his wreck, to rise in, a sure and safe one, though thy master missed it. Mark but my fall, and that ruined me. Cromwell, I charge thee, fling away ambition. By that sin fell the angels. How can man, then, the image of his Maker, hope to win by it? Love thyself last. Cherish those hearts that hate thee. Corruption wins not more than honesty. Still in thy right hand carry gentle peace to silence envious tongues. Be just, and fear not. Let all the ends thou aim'st at be thy country's, thy God's and truth's. Then if thou fall'st, O Cromwell, thou fall'st a blessed martyr. Serve the king, and prithee, lead me in. There take an inventory of all I have. To the last penny. 'Tis the king's. My robe and my integrity to heaven is all I dare now call mine own. O Cromwell, Cromwell, had I but served my God with half the zeal I served my king, he would not in mine age have left me naked to mine enemies. Cromwell, good sir, have patience. Wolsey, so I have. Farewell. The hopes of court, my hopes in heaven do dwell. Exeunt. Act 4. Scene I. A street in Westminster. Enter two gentlemen, meeting one another. First gentleman, you're well met once again. Second gentleman, so are you. First gentleman, you come to take your stand here and behold the lady and pass from her coronation? Second gentleman, 'tis all my business. At our last encounter, the Duke of Buckingham came from his trial. First gentleman, 'tis very true, but that time offered sorrow, this general joy. Second gentleman, 'tis well the citizens, I am sure, have shown at full their royal minds, as, let 'em have their rights, they are ever forward in celebration of this day with shows, pageants, and sights of honor. First gentleman, never greater, nor, I'll assure you, better taken, sir. Second gentleman, may I be bold to ask what that contains, that paper in your hand? First gentleman, yes, 'tis the list of those that claim their offices this day, by custom of the coronation. The Duke of Suffolk is the first, and claims to be High Steward. Next, the Duke of Norfolk, he to be Earl Marshal. You may read the rest. Second gentleman, I thank you, sir. Had I not known those customs, I should have been beholding to your paper. But I beseech you, what's become of Catherine, the Princess Dowager? How goes her business? First gentleman, that I can tell you too. The Archbishop of Canterbury, accompanied with other learned and reverend fathers of his order, held a late court at Dunstable, 6 miles off from Ampthill, where the princess lay, to which she was often cited by them, but appeared not, and, to be short, for not appearance and the king's late scruple, by the main assent of all these learned men she was divorced, and the late marriage made of none effect, since which she was removed to Kimbolton, where she remains now sick. Second gentleman, alas, good lady, trumpets. The trumpets sound, stand close, the queen is coming. The order of the coronation. 1. The lively flourish of trumpets. 2. Then, 2 judges. 3. Lord Chancellor, with purse and mace before him. 4. Choristers, singing music. 5. Mayor of London, bearing the mace then garter, in his coat of arms, and on his head he wore a gilt copper crown. 6. Marquis Dorset, bearing a scepter of gold, on his head a demi-coronal of gold with him. The Earl of Surrey, bearing the rod of silver with the dove, crowned with an earl's coronet, collars of S's. 7. Duke of Suffolk, in his robe of estate, his coronet on his head, bearing a long white wand, as High Steward with him. The Duke of Norfolk, with the rod of marshalship, a coronet on his head, collars of S's. 8. A canopy, borne by 4 of the Cinque Ports. Under it, the queen in her robe, in her hair, richly adorned with pearl, crowned, on each side her, the bishops of London and Winchester. 9. The old Duchess of Norfolk, in a coronal of gold wrought with flowers, bearing the queen's train. 10. Certain ladies or countesses, with plain circlets of gold without flowers. Exeunt. First passing over the stage in order and state, and then a great flourish of trumpets. Second gentleman, a royal train. Believe me, these I know. Who's that bears the scepter? First gentleman, Marquis Dorset, and that the Earl of Surrey with the rod. Second gentleman, a bold brave gentleman, that should be the Duke of Suffolk. First gentleman, 'tis the same, High Steward. Second gentleman, and that my Lord of Norfolk? First gentleman, yes. Second gentleman, seize the queen. Heaven bless thee. Thou hast the sweetest face I ever looked on. Sir, As I have a soul, she is an angel. Our king has all the Indies in his arms, and more, and richer, when he strains that lady. I cannot blame his conscience. First gentleman, they that bear the cloth of honor over her are 4 barons of the Cinque Ports. Second gentleman, those men are happy, and so are all are near her. I take it she that carries up the train is that old noble lady, Duchess of Norfolk. First gentleman, it is, and all the rest are countesses. Second gentleman, their coronets say so, these are stars indeed. First gentleman, and sometimes falling ones. Second gentleman, no more of that. Exit the last of the procession. Enter a third gentleman. God save you, sir, where have you been broiling? Third gentleman, among the crowds I Abbey, where a finger could not be wedged in more, I am stifled with the mere rankness of their joy. Second gentleman, you saw the ceremony? Third gentleman, that I did. First gentleman, how was it? Third gentleman, well worth the seeing. Second gentleman, good sir, speak it to us. Third gentleman, as well as I am able, the rich stream of lords and ladies, having brought the queen to a prepared place in the choir, fell off a distance from her, while her grace sat down to rest a while, some half an hour or so, in a rich chair of state, opposing freely the beauty of her person to the people. Believe me, sir, she is the goodliest woman that ever lay by man, which when the people had the full view of, such a noise arose as the shrouds make at sea in a stiff tempest, as loud and to as many tunes, hats, cloaks, doublets, I think, flew up, and had their faces been loose, this day they had been lost. Such joy I never saw before. Great-bellied women that had not half a week to go, like rams in the old time of war, would shake the press and make 'em reel before no man living could say, "This is my wife" there. All were woven so strangely in one piece. Second gentleman, but what followed? Third gentleman, at length her grace rose, and with modest paces came to the altar, where she kneeled and saint-like cast her fair eyes to heaven and prayed devoutly. Then rose again and bowed her to the people, when by the Archbishop of Canterbury she had all the royal makings of a queen, as holy oil, Edward Confessor's crown, the rod, and bird of peace, and all such emblems laid nobly on her, which performed the choir, with all the choicest music of the kingdom, together sung Te Deum, so she parted, and with the same full state paced back again to York Place, where the feast is held. First gentleman, sir, you must no more call at York Place, that's past. For since the cardinal fell, that title's lost. 'Tis now the king's, and called Whitehall. Third gentleman, I know it, but 'tis so lately altered that the old name is fresh about me. Second gentleman, what 2 reverend bishops? Were those that went on each side of the queen? Third gentleman, Stokesley and Gardiner, the one of Winchester, newly preferred from the king's secretary, the other, London. Second gentleman, he of Winchester, is held no great good lover of the archbishops, the virtuous Cranmer. Third gentleman, all the land knows that. However, yet there is no great breach, when it comes, Cranmer will find a friend will not shrink from him. Second gentleman, who may that be, I pray you? Third gentleman, Thomas Cromwell, a man in much esteem with the king, and truly a worthy friend. The king has made him master o' Jewel House, and one already of the Privy Council. Second gentleman, he will deserve more. Third gentleman, yes, without all doubt. Come, gentlemen, ye shall go my way, which is to the court, and there ye shall be my guests. Something I can command, as I walk thither. I'll tell ye more. Both. You may command us, sir. Exeunt. Scene 2, Dockham Bolton. Enter Catherine Dowager. Sick, led between Griffith, her gentleman usher, and Patience, her woman. Griffith, how does your grace? Queen Catherine, O Griffith, sick to death. My legs like loaden branches bow to earth, willing to leave their burden, reach a chair. She sits. So now, methinks, I feel a little ease. Didst thou not tell me, Griffith, as thou ledst me, that the great child of honor, Cardinal Wolsey, was dead? Griffith, yes, madam, but I think your grace, out of the pain you suffered, gave no ear to it. Queen Catherine, prithee, good Griffith, tell me how he died. If well, He stepped before me happily for my example. Griffith. Well, the voice goes, madam. For after the stout Earl Northumberland arrested him at York and brought him forward, as a man sorely tainted, to his answer, he fell sick suddenly and grew so ill he could not sit his mule. Queen Catherine. Alas, poor man! Griffith. At last, with easy roads, he came to Leicester, lodged in the abbey, where the reverend abbot, with all his covent, honorably received him. To whom he gave these words, O Father Abbot, an old man, broken with the storms of state, is come to lay his weary bones among ye. Give him a little earth for charity. So went to bed, where eagerly his sickness pursued him still. And 3 nights after this, about the hour of 8, which he himself foretold should be his last, full of repentance, continual meditations, tears, and sorrows, he gave his honors to the world again, his blessed part to heaven, and slept in peace. Queen Catherine. So may he rest, his faults lie gently on him. Yet thus far, Griffith, give me leave to speak him, and yet with charity, he was a man of an unbounded stomach, ever ranking himself with princes. One that by suggestion tied all the kingdom simony was fair play. His own opinion was his law. I presence he would say untruths, and be ever double both in his words and meaning. He was never, but where he meant to ruin, pitiful. His promises were, as he then was, mighty. But his performance, as he is now, nothing. Of his own body he was ill, and gave the clergy ill example. Griffith. Noble madam, men's evil manners live in brass. Their virtues we write in water. May it please your highness to hear me speak his good now. Queen Catherine. Yes, good Griffith. I were malicious else. Griffith. This cardinal, though from an humble stock, undoubtedly was fashioned to much honor. From his cradle he was a scholar, and a ripe and good one, exceeding wise, fair-spoken, and persuading, lofty and sour to them that loved him not, but to those men that sought him, sweet as summer. And though he were unsatisfied in getting, which was a sin, yet in bestowing, madam, he was most princely. Ever witness for him those twins of learning that he raised in you, Ipswich and Oxford, one of which fell with him, unwilling to outlive the good that did it. The other, though unfinished, yet so famous, so excellent in art, and still so rising, that Christendom shall ever speak his virtue. His overthrow heaped happiness upon him, for then, and not till then, he felt himself, and found the blessedness of being little. And, to add greater honors to his age than man could give him, he died fearing God. Queen Catherine. After my death I wish no other herald, no other speaker of my living actions, to keep mine honor from corruption, but such an honest chronicler as Griffith, whom I most hated living. Thou hast made me, with thy religious truth and modesty. Now in his ashes honor, peace be with him. Patience, be near me still, and set me lower. I have not long to trouble thee, good Griffith, 'cause the musicians play me that sad note I named my knell, whilst I sit meditating on that celestial harmony I go to. Sad and solemn music. Griffith. She is asleep, good wench, let's sit down quiet, for fear we wake her. Softly, gentle patience. The vision. Enter, solemnly tripping one after another, 6 personages, clad in white robes, wearing on their heads garlands of bays, and golden vizards on their faces, branches of bays or palm in their hands. They first conjure unto her, then dance, and at certain changes, the first 2 hold a spare garland over her head, at which the other 4 make reverent curtsies. Then the 2 that held the garland deliver the same to the other next 2, who observe the same order in their changes and holding the garland over her head, which done, they deliver the same garland to the last 2, who likewise observe the same order, at which, as it were by inspiration, she makes in her sleep signs of rejoicing and holdeth up her hands to heaven, and so in their dancing, vanish, carrying the garland with them. The music continues. Queen Catherine. Spirits of peace, where are ye? Are ye all gone, and leave me here in wretchedness behind ye? Griffith. Madam, we are here. Queen Catherine. It is not you I call for. Saw ye none enter since I slept? Griffith. None, madam. Queen Catherine. No? Saw you not, even now, a blessed troop invite me to a banquet, whose bright faces cast thousand beams upon me, like the sun? They promised me eternal happiness and brought me garlands, Griffith, which I feel I am not worthy yet to wear that I shall, assuredly. Griffith, I am most joyful, madam. Such good dreams possess your fancy. Queen Catherine, bid the music leave. They are harsh and heavy to me. Music ceases. Patience, do you note how much her grace is altered on the sudden? How long her face is drawn? How pale she looks, and of an earthly cold. Mark her eyes. Griffith, she is going. Winch, pray, pray. Patience, heaven comfort her. Enter a messenger. Messenger, an't like your grace. Queen Catherine, you are a saucy fellow. Deserve we no more reverence? Griffith, you are to blame, knowing she will not lose her wonted greatness, to use so rude behavior. Go to, kneel. Messenger, I humbly do entreat your highness pardon. My haste made me unmannerly. There is staying a gentleman sent from the king to see you. Queen Catherine, admit him in trance, Griffith, but this fellow let me ne'er see again. Exit messenger. Enter Lord Capucius. If my sight fail not, you should be Lord Ambassador from the Emperor, my royal nephew, and your name Capucius. Capucius, madam, the same your servant. Queen Catherine, O my lord, the times and titles now are altered strangely with me since first you knew me, but I pray you, what is your pleasure with me? Capucius, noble lady, first, mine own service to your grace. The next, the king's request that I would visit you, who grieves much for your weakness, and by me sends you his princely commendations, and heartily entreats you take good comfort. Queen Catherine, O my good lord, that comfort comes too late. 'Tis like a pardon after execution. That gentle physic given in time had cured me, but now I am past all comforts here but prayers. How does his highness? Capucius, madam, in good health. Queen Catherine, so may he ever do, and ever flourish, when I shall dwell with worms, and my poor name banish the kingdom. Patience, is that letter I caused you write yet sent away? Patience, no, madam, giving it to Catherine. Queen Catherine, sir, I most humbly pray you to deliver this to my lord the king. Capucius, most willing, madam. Queen Catherine, in which I have commended to his goodness the model of our chaste loves, his young daughter. The dews of heaven fall thick in blessings on her, beseeching him to give her virtuous breeding. She is young and of a noble, modest nature. I hope she will deserve well, and a little to love her for her mother's sake that loved him. Heaven knows how dearly my next poor petition is that his noble grace would have some pity upon my wretched women, that so long have followed both my fortunes faithfully, of which there is not one, I dare avow, and now I should not lie, but will deserve, for virtue and true beauty of the soul, for honesty and decent carriage, a right good husband, let him be a noble, and sure those men are happy that shall have him. The last is for my men. They are the poorest, but poverty could never draw from me, that they may have their wages duly paid and something over to remember me by. If heaven had pleased to have given me longer life and able means, we had not parted thus. These are the whole contents, and good my lord, by that you love the dearest in this world, as you wish Christian peace to souls departed, stand these poor people's friend, and urge the king to do me this last right. Capucius, by heaven, I will, or let me lose the fashion of a man. Queen Catherine, I thank you. Honest lord, remember me in all humility unto his highness. Say his long trouble now is passing out of this world, tell him in death I blessed him. For so I will, mine eyes grow dim. Farewell, my lord Griffith. Farewell, nay, Patience, you must not leave me yet, I must to bed. Call in more women when I am dead, good wench. Let me be used with honor, strew me over with maiden flowers, that all the world may know I was a chaste wife to my grave. Embalm me, then lay me forth. Although unqueened, yet like a queen and daughter to a king enter me. I can no more. Exeunt leading Catherine. Act V. Scene I. A gallery in the palace. Enter Gardiner, Bishop of Winchester, a page with a torch before him, met by Sir Thomas Lovell. Gardiner. It's 1 o'clock, boy, is not? Page. It hath struck. Gardiner. These should be hours for necessities, not for delights. Times to repair our nature with comforting repose, and not for us to waste these times. Good hour of night, Sir Thomas. Whither so late? Lovell. Came you from the king, my lord? Gardener. I did, Sir Thomas, and left him at Primero with the Duke of Suffolk. Lovell. I must to him too. Before he go to bed, I'll take my leave. Gardener. Not yet, Sir Thomas Lovell. What's the matter? It seems you are in haste. An if there be no great offence belongs to it, give your friends some touch of your late business affairs that walk, as they say spirits do, at midnight have in them a wilder nature than the business that seeks dispatch by day. Lovell. My lord, I love you, and durst commend a secret to your ear much weightier than this work, the Queen's in labour. They say in great extremity, and feared she'll with the labour end. Gardener. The fruit she goes with. I pray for heartily, that it may find good time, and live. But for the stock, Sir Thomas, I wish it grubbed up now. Lovell. Methinks I could. Cry the amen, and yet my conscience says she's a good creature, and, sweet lady, does deserve our better wishes. Gardener. But sir, hear me, Sir Thomas, you're a gentleman of mine own way. I know you wise, religious. And let me tell you, it will ne'er be well, 'twill not, Sir Thomas Lovell, taked of me, till Cranmer, Cromwell, her two hands, and she sleep in their graves. Lovell. Now, sir, you speak of two. The most remarked kingdom. As for Cromwell, beside that of the Jewel House, is made Master o' Rolls, and the King's secretary. Further, sir, stands in the gap in trade of more preferments, with which the time will load him. Archbishop is the King's hand and tongue, and who dare speak one syllable against him? Gardener. Yes, Sir Thomas, there are that dare, and I myself have ventured to speak my mind of him, and indeed this day, sir, I may tell it you, I think. I have incensed the Lords o' Council, that he is, for so I know he is, they know he is, a most arch heretic, a pestilence that does infect the land, with which they, moved, have broken with the king, who hath so far given ear to our complaint, of his great grace and princely care, foreseeing those fell mischiefs our reasons laid before him, hath commanded tomorrow morning to the council board he be convent. He's a rank weed, Sir Thomas, and we must root him out from your affairs. I hinder you too long. Good night, Sir Thomas. Lovell. Many good nights, my lord. I rest your servant. Exeunt Gardener and Page. Enter King and Suffolk. King. Charles, I will play no more tonight. My mind's not on't. You are too hard for me. Suffolk. Sir, I did never win of you before. King. But little, Charles, nor shall not, when my fancy's on my play. Now, Lovell, from the Queen what is the news? Lovell. I could not personally deliver to her what you commanded me, but by her woman I sent your message, who returned her thanks in the greatest humbleness, and desired your highness most heartily to pray for her. King. What sayst thou, To pray for her? What is she crying out? Lovell. So said her woman, and that her sufferance made almost each pang a death. King. Alas, good lady. Suffolk. God safely quit her of her burden, and with gentle travail, to the gladding of your highness with an air. King. 'Tis midnight, Charles. Prithee, to bed, and in thy prayers remembered estate of my poor queen, leave me alone, for I must think of that which company will not be friendly to. Suffolk. I wish your highness a quiet night, and my good mistress will remember in my prayers. King. Charles, good night. Exit Suffolk. Enter Sir Anthony Denny. Well, sir, what follows? Denny. Sir, I have brought my lord the Archbishop, as you commanded me. King. Canterbury? Denny. Aye, my good lord. King. 'Tis true. Where is he, Denny? Denny. He attends your highness' pleasure. King. Bring him to us. Exit Denny. Lovell. Aside. This is about that which the bishop spake. I am happily come hither. Enter Cranmer and Denny. King. Avoid the gallery. Lovell seems to stay. I have said to be gone. What? Exeunt Lovell and Denny. Cranmer. Aside. I am fearful wherefore frowns he thus? 'Tis his aspect of terror, all's not well. King. How now, my lord? You do desire to know wherefore I sent for you. Cranmer. Kneeling. It is my duty. To attend your highness' pleasure. King. Pray you arise. My good and gracious lord of Canterbury. Come, you and I must walk a turn together. I have news to tell you. Come, come, give me your hand. Ah, my good lord, I grieve at what I speak, and am right sorry to repeat what follows. I have, and most unwillingly, of late heard many grievous, I do say, my lord, grievous, complaints of you, which, being considered, have moved us in our council that you shall this morning come before us, where I know you cannot with such freedom purge yourself, but that, till further trial in those charges which will require your answer, you must take your patience to you and be well contented to make your house our tower, you a brother of us. It fits we thus proceed, or else no witness would come against you. Cranmer. Kneeling. I humbly thank your highness, and am right glad to catch this good occasion most throughly to be winnowed, where my chaff and corn shall fly asunder, for I know there's none stands under more calumnious tongues than I myself. Poor man. King. Stand up, good Canterbury. Thy truth and thy integrity is rooted in us. Thy friend, give me thy hand. Stand up. Prithee, let's walk now, by my halidom. What manner of man are you? My lord, I looked you would have given me your petition that I should have ta'en some pains to bring together yourself and your accusers, and to have heard you without endurance. Further. Cranmer. Most dread liege, the good I stand on is my truth and honesty. If they shall fail, I with mine enemies will triumph o'er my person, which I weigh not, being of those virtues vacant. I fear nothing what can be said against me. King. Know you not how your state stands eye to world, with the whole world? Your enemies are many and not small. Their practices must bear the same proportion, and not ever the justice and the truth owed a question carries the due owed verdict with it. What ease might corrupt minds procure knaves as corrupt to swear against you? Such things have been done. You are potently opposed, and with a malice of as great size, ween you of better luck, I mean in perjured witness, than your master, whose minister you are, whiles here he lived upon this naughty earth. Go to. You take a precipice for no leap of danger, and woo your own destruction. Cranmer. God and your majesty, protect mine innocence, or I fall into the trap is laid for me. King. Be of good cheer. They shall no more prevail than we give way to. Keep comfort to you, and this morning see you do appear before them, if they shall chance, in charging you with matters, to commit you. The best persuasions to the contrary fail not to use, and with what vehemency occasion shall instruct you. If entreaties will render you no remedy, this ring deliver them, and your appeal to us there make before them. Look, the good man weeps. He's honest, on mine honor. God's blessed mother. I swear he is true-hearted, and a soul none better in my kingdom. Get you gone, and do as I have bid you. Exit Cranmer. He is strangled. His language in his tears. Lovell. Within. Come back. What mean you? Enter old lady. Lovell. Follows. Old lady. I'll not come back. The tidings that I bring will make my boldness manners. Now, good angels fly o'er thy royal head and shade thy person under their blessed wings. King. Now by thy looks, I guess thy message is the queen delivered? Say I, and of a boy. Old lady. I, my liege, and of a lovely boy. The God of heaven both now and ever bless her. 'Tis a girl promises boys hereafter, sir. Your queen desires your visitation, and to be acquainted with this stranger. 'Tis as like you as cherry is to cherry. King. Lovell. Sir? King. Give her 100 marks. I'll to the queen. Exit King. Old lady. 100 marks? By this light, I'll ha more. An ordinary groom is for such payment. I will have more or scolded out of him. Said I for this the girl was like to him? I'll have more, or else unsate, and now, while 'tis hot, I'll put it to the issue. Exeunt. Scene 2. Lobby before the council chamber. Enter Cranmer, Archbishop of Canterbury. Cranmer. I hope I am not too late, and yet the gentleman that was sent to me from the council prayed me to make great haste, all fast. What means this? Ho! Who waits there? Enter Keeper. Sure you know me? Keeper. Yes, my lord. but yet I cannot help you. Crammer. Why? Keeper. Your grace must wait till you be called for. Enter Dr. Butts. Crammer. So. Butts. Aside. This is a piece of malice. I am glad I came this way so happily. The king shall understand it presently. Exit. Crammer. Aside. 'Tis Butts, the king's physician, as he passed along. How earnestly he cast his eyes upon me. Pray heaven he sound not my disgrace for certain. This is of purpose laid by some that hate me. God turn their hearts. I never sought their malice. To quench mine honor, they would shame to make me wait else at door. A fellow counselor, mong boys, grooms, and lackeys, but their pleasures must be fulfilled, and I attend with patience. Enter the king and Butts at a window above. Butts. I'll show your grace the strangest sight. King. What's that, Butts? Butts. I think your highness saw this many a day. King. Body o' me. Where is it? Butts. There, my lord. The high promotion of his grace of Canterbury, who holds his state at door, mongst pursuivants, pages, and footboys. King. Ha! 'Tis he indeed. Is this the honor they do one another? 'Tis well there's one above me. I had thought they had parted so much honesty among em, at least good manners, as not thus to suffer a man of his place, and so near our favor, to dance attendance on their lordships' pleasures, and at the door too, like a post with packets. By Holy Mary, Butts, there's knavery. Let em alone, and draw the curtain close. We shall hear more anon. Exeunt. A council table brought in with chairs and stools and placed under the state. Enter Lord Chancellor, places himself at the upper end of the table on the left hand, a seat being left void above him. As for Canterbury's seat, Duke of Suffolk, Duke of Norfolk, Surrey, Lord Chamberlain, Gardiner seat themselves in order on each side. Cromwell at lower end, as secretary. Chancellor. Speak to the business, Master Secretary. Why are we met in council? Cromwell. Please your honors. The chief cause concerns his grace of Canterbury. Gardiner. Has he had knowledge of it? Cromwell. Yes. Norfolk. Who waits there? Keeper. Without, my noble lords? Gardiner. Yes. Keeper. My lord Archbishop. And has done half an hour, to know your pleasures. Chancellor. Let him come in. Keeper. Your grace may enter now. Crammer approaches the council table. Chancellor. My good Lord Archbishop, I'm very sorry to sit here at this present and behold that chairs stand empty, but we all are men, in our own natures frail, and capable of our flesh, few are angels, out of which frailty and want of wisdom, you that best should teach us, have misdemeaned yourself, and not a little, toward the king first, then his laws, in filling the whole realm, by your teaching and your chaplains, for so we are informed, with new opinions, divers and dangerous, which are heresies and, not reformed, may prove pernicious. Gardiner. Which reformation must be sudden too, my noble lords. For those that tame wild horses' pace, am not in their hands to make him gentle, but stop their mouth with stubborn bits and spur, em till they obey the manage, if we suffer, out of our easiness and childish pity to one man's honor. This contagious sickness, farewell, all physic, and what follows then? Commotions, uproars, with a general taint of the whole state, as of late days our neighbors, the Upper Germany, can dearly witness, yet freshly pitted in our memories. Crammer. My good lords, hitherto in all the progress both of my life and office, I have labored, and with no little study, that my teaching and the strong course of my authority might go one way, and safely. And the end was ever to do well, nor is there living. I speak it with a single heart, my lords, a man that more detests, more stirs against, both in his private conscience and his place, defacers of a public peace than I do. Pray heaven the king may never find a heart with less allegiance in it. Men that make envy and crooked malice nourishment dare bite the best. I do beseech your lordships that, in this case of justice, my accusers, be what they will, may stand forth face to face and freely urge against me. Suffolk. Nay, my lord, that cannot be. You are a counselor, and by that virtue no man dare accuse you. Gardiner. My lord, because we have business of more moment, we will be short with you. 'Tis his highness' pleasure and our consent, for better trial of you. From hence you be committed to the tower, where, being but a private man again, you shall no many dare accuse you boldly. More than, I fear, you are provided for. Cranmer. Ah, my good Lord of Winchester, I thank you. You are always my good friend. If your will pass, I shall both find your lordship judge and juror. You are so merciful, I see your end. 'Tis my undoing, love, and meekness, Lord, become a churchman better than ambition. Win straying souls with modesty again. Cast none away that I shall clear myself. Lay all the weight ye can upon my patience. I make as little doubt as you do conscience in doing daily wrongs. I could say more, but reverence to your calling makes me modest. Gardener. My lord, you are a sectary. That's the plain truth your painted gloss discovers. To men that understand you, words and weakness. Cromwell. My Lord of Winchester, you are a little, by your good favor, too sharp. Men so noble, however faulty, yet should find respect for what they have been. 'Tis a cruelty to load a falling man. Gardener. Good Master Secretary, I cry your honor mercy. You may worst of all this table say so. Cromwell. Why, my lord? Gardener. Do not I know you for a favorer of this new sect? Ye are not sound. Cromwell. Not sound? Gardener. Not sound, I say. Cromwell. Would you were half so honest. Men's prayers then would seek you, not their fears. Gardener. I shall remember this bold language. Cromwell. Do. Remember your bold life too. Chancellor. This is too much. Forbear. For shame, my lords. Gardener. I have done. Cromwell. And I. Chancellor. Then thus for you, my lord. It stands agreed, I take it, by all voices, that forthwith you be conveyed to the Tower a prisoner, there to remain till the king's further pleasure be known unto us. Are you all agreed, lords? All. We are. Cranmer. Is there no other way of mercy but I must needs to the Tower, my lords? Gardener. What other? Would you expect? You are strangely troublesome. Let some OTH guard be ready there. Enter the guard. Cranmer. For me? Must I go like a traitor thither? Gardener. Receive him, and see him safe I to Tower. Cranmer. Stay, good my lords. I have a little yet to say. Look there, my lords. By virtue of that ring, I take my cause out of the gripes of cruel men, and give it to a most noble judge, the king my master. Chamberlain. This is the king's ring. Surrey. 'Tis no counterfeit. Suffolk. 'Tis the right ring, by heaven. I told ye all, when we first put this dangerous stone a-rolling, 'twould fall upon ourselves. Norfolk. Do you think, my lords, the king will suffer but the little finger of this man to be vexed? Chamberlain. 'Tis now too certain. How much more is his life in value with him? Would I were fairly out on't. Cromwell. My mind gave me, in seeking tales and informations against this man, whose honesty the devil and his disciples only envy at, ye blew the fire that burns ye now have at ye. Enter king, frowning on them, takes his seat. Gardener. Dread sovereign, how much are we bound to heaven in daily thanks that gave us such a prince, not only good and wise, but most religious. One that, in all obedience, makes the church the chief aim of his honor and, to strengthen that holy duty out of dear respect, his royal self in judgment comes to hear the cause betwixt her and this great offender. King. You were ever good at sudden commendations, Bishop of Winchester, but know I come not to hear such flattery now, and in my presence they are too thin and bare to hide offenses. To me you cannot reach, you play the spaniel, and think with wagging of your tongue to win me. But whatsoe'er thou taxed me for, I'm sure thou hast a cruel nature and a bloody. To Cranmer. Good man, sit down now, let me see the proudest he, that dares most, but wag his finger at thee. By all that's holy, he had better starve than but once think this place becomes thee not. Surrey. May it please your grace. King. No, sir, it does not please me. I had thought I had had men of some understanding and wisdom of my counsel, but I find none. Was it discretion, lords, to let this man, this good man, few of you deserve that title, this honest man, wait like a lousy footboy at chamber door? And one as great as you are? Why, what a shame was this! Did my commission bid ye so far forget yourselves? I gave ye power as he was a counselor to try him, not as a groom. There's some of ye, I see, more out of malice than integrity, would try him to the utmost, had ye mean, which ye shall never have while I live. Chancellor, thus far, my most dread sovereign, may it like your grace to let my tongue excuse all. What was purposed concerning his imprisonment was rather, if there be faith in men, meant for his trial and fair purgation to the world than malice, I'm sure, in me. King, well, my lords, respect him. Take him and use him well. He's worthy of it. I will say thus much for him. If a prince may be beholding to a subject, I am, for his love and service, so to him. Make me no more ado, but all embrace him. Be friends, for shame, my lords. My lord of Canterbury, I have a suit which you must not deny me. That is, a fair young maid that yet wants baptism. You must be godfather and answer for her. Cranmer, the greatest monarch now alive may glory in such an honor. How may I deserve it, that am a poor and humble subject to you? King, come, my lord, you'd spare your spoons. You shall have 2 noble partners with you. The old Duchess of Norfolk and Lady Marquis Dorset, will these please you? Once more, my Lord of Winchester, I charge you, embrace and love this man. Gardiner, with a true heart, and brother love I do it. Cranmer, and let heaven witness how dear I hold this confirmation. King, good man, those joyful tears show thy true heart. The common voice, I see, is verified of thee, which says thus, do my Lord of Canterbury a shrewd turn, and he is your friend forever. Come, lords, we trifle time away. I long to have this young one made a Christian, as I have made ye one. Lords, one remain. So I grow stronger, you more honor gain. Exeunt. Scene 3, the palace yard. Noise and tumult within. Enter Porter and his man. Porter, you'll leave your noise anon. Ye rascals, do you take the court for parish garden? Ye rude slaves, leave your gaping. 1. Within. Good Master Porter, I belong to tell larder. Porter, belong to the gallows and be hanged. Ye rogue, is this a place to roar in? Fetch me a dozen crabtree staves, and strong ones. These are but switches to 'em. I'll scratch your heads. You must be seeing christenings. Do you look for ale and cakes here, you rude rascals? Porter's man, pray, sir, be patient. 'Tis as much impossible, unless we sweep 'im from the door with cannons, to scatter 'im as 'tis to make 'im sleep on May Day morning, which will never be. We may as well push against Paul's as stir 'im. Porter, how got they in, and be hanged? Porter's man, alas, I know not. How gets the tide in? As much as one sound cudgel of 4 foot. You see the poor remainder, could distribute. I made no spare, sir. Porter, you did nothing, sir. Porter's man, I am not Samson, nor Sir Guy, nor Colbrand, to mow 'em down before me. But if I spared any that had a head to hit, either young or old, he or she, cuckold or cuckold-maker, let me ne'er hope to see a chine again, and that I would not for a cow. God save her. 1. Within. Do you hear, Master Porter? Porter, I shall be with you presently, good Master Puppy. Keep the door close, sirrah. Porter's man, what would you have me do? Porter, what should you do, but knock him down by dozens? Is this Moorfields to muster in? Or have we some strange Indian with the great tool come to court? The women so besiege us. Bless me, what a fry of fornication is at door. On my Christian conscience, this one christening will beget 1,000. Here will be father, godfather, and all together. Porter's man, the spoons will be the bigger. Sir, there is a fellow somewhat near the door. He should be a brazier by his face, for, oh my conscience, 20 of the dog days now reign in's nose. All that stand about him are under the line. They need no other penance. That fire-drake did I hit 3 times on the head, and 3 times was his nose discharged against me. He stands there, like a mortar piece, to blow a. There was a haberdasher's wife of small wit near him that railed upon me till her pinked porringer fell off her head for kindling such a combustion in the state. I missed the meteor once and hit that woman, who cried out clubs, when I might see from far some 40 truncheoners draw to her succor. which were the Hope o' de Strand, where she was quartered they fell on. I made good my place. At length they came to de Broomstaff to me. I defied him still, when suddenly a file of boys behind him, loose shot, delivered such a shower of pebbles that I was fain to draw mine honor in and let him win the work. The devil was amongst him, I think, surely. Porter. These are the youths that thunder at a playhouse and fight for bitten apples, that no audience but the tribulation of Tower Hill or the limbs of Limehouse, their dear brothers, are able to endure. I have some of 'em in limbo patrum, and there they are like to dance these 3 days, besides the running banquet of 2 beetles that is to come. Enter Lord Chamberlain. Chamberlain. Mercy o' me, what a multitude are here! They grow still too, from all parts they are coming, as if we kept a fair here. Where are these porters, these lazy knaves? You've made a fine hand, fellows. There's a trim rabble let in. Are all these your faithful friends, O suburbs? We shall have great store of room, no doubt, left for the ladies, when they pass back from the christening. Porter. An't please your honor. We are but men, and what so many may do, not being torn a pieces, we have done. An army cannot rule 'em. Chamberlain. As I live, if the king blame me for't, I'll lay ye all by heels and suddenly, and on your heads clap round fines for neglect, your lazy knaves, and here ye lie baiting of bombards. When ye should do service, hark, the trumpets sound. They're come already from the christening. Go break among the press, and find a way out to let the troops pass fairly, or I'll find a Marshalsea shall hold ye play these 2 months. Porter. Make way there for the princess. Porter's man. You great fellow. Stand close up, or I'll make your head ache. Porter. You eyed a camlet. Get up o' rail. I'll peck you o'er the pales else. Exeunt. Scene forward at the palace. Enter trumpets, sounding. Then 2 aldermen, Lord Mayor, Garter, Cranmer, Duke of Norfolk with his marshal's staff, Duke of Suffolk, 2 noblemen bearing great standing bowls for the christening gifts. Then 4 noblemen bearing a canopy, under which the Duchess of Norfolk, godmother, bearing the child richly habited in a mantle, etc., train borne by a lady. Then follows the Marchioness Dorset, the other godmother, and ladies. The troop pass once about the stage, and Garter speaks. Garter. Heaven, from thy endless goodness, send prosperous life, long and ever happy, to the high and mighty Princess of England, Elizabeth. Flourish. Enter King and Guard. Cranmer. Kneeling. And to your royal grace and the good Queen, my noble partners and myself thus pray all comfort, joy, in this most gracious lady heaven ever laid up to make parents happy may hourly fall upon ye. King. Thank you, good Lord Archbishop. What is her name? Cranmer. Elizabeth. King. Stand up, Lord. The king kisses the child. With this kiss take my blessing. God protect thee, into whose hand I give thy life. Cranmer. Amen. King. My noble gossips, you have been too prodigal. I thank ye heartily. So shall this lady, when she has so much English. Cranmer. Let me speak, sir. For heaven now bids me, and the words I utter let none think flattery, for they'll find truth. This royal infant, heaven still move about her, though in her cradle, yet now promises upon this land 1,000,000 blessings, which time shall bring to ripeness. She shall be, but few now living can behold that goodness. A pattern to all princes living with her, and all that shall succeed. Saba was never more covetous of wisdom and fair virtue than this pure soul shall be. All princely graces that mold up such a mighty piece as this is, with all the virtues that attend the good, shall still be doubled on her. Truth shall nurse her. Holy and heavenly thoughts still counsel her. She shall be loved and feared. Her own shall bless her. Her foes shake like a field of beaten corn, and hang their heads with sorrow. Good grows with her. In her days every man shall eat in safety under his own vine what he plants, and sing the merry songs of peace to all his neighbors. God shall be truly known, and those about her from her shall read the perfect ways of honor, and by those claim their greatness, not by blood. Nor shall this peace sleep with her, but as when the bird of wonder dies, the maiden phoenix, her ashes new create another heir as great in admiration as herself, so shall she leave her blessedness to one, when heaven shall call her from this cloud of darkness, who from the sacred ashes of her honor shall star-like rise as great in fame as she was, and so stand fixed, peace, plenty, love, truth, terror, that were the servants to this chosen infant, shall then be his, and like a vine grow to him. Wherever the bright sun of heaven shall shine, his honor and the greatness of his name shall be, and make new nations, he shall flourish, and, like a mountain cedar, reach his branches to all the plains about him. Our children's children shall see this and bless heaven. King, thou speakest wonders. Cranmer, she shall be to the happiness of England an aged princess. Many days shall see her, and yet no day without a deed to crown it. Would I had known no more. But she must die, she must, the saints must have her. Yet a virgin, a most unspotted lily, shall she pass to the ground, and all the world shall mourn her. King, O Lord Archbishop, thou hast made me now a man. Never before this happy child did I get anything. This oracle of comfort has so pleased me that when I am in heaven I shall desire to see what this child does and praise my Maker. I thank ye all. To my good Lord Mayor, and you, good brethren, I am much beholding. I have received much honor by your presence, and ye shall find me thankful. Lead the way, lords. Ye must all see the Queen, and she must thank ye. She will be sick else this day. No man think has business at his house, for all shall stay. This little one shall make it holiday. Exeunt. Epilogue. Enter Epilogue. Epilogue. 'Tis 10 to 1 this play can never please all that are here. Some come to take their ease, and sleep an act or two. But those we fear, we fright with our trumpets. So, 'tis clear, they'll say 'tis not. Others, to hear the city abused extremely and to cry that's witty. Which we have not done neither. That I fear all the expected good we're like to hear for this play at this time is only in the merciful construction of good women. For such a one we showed, if they smile and say 'twill do, I know within a while all the best men are ours. For 'tis ill hap if they hold when their ladies bid 'em clap. Exit. The Life and Death of King John. Contents. Act I. Scene I. Northampton. A room of state in the palace. Act 2. Scene I. France. Before the walls of Angiers. Act 3. Scene I. France. The French king's tent. Scene 2. The same plains near Angiers. Scene 3. The same. Scene 4. The same. The French king's tent. Act 4. Scene I. Northampton. A room in the castle. Scene 2. The same. A room of state in the palace. Scene 3. The same. Before the castle. Act V. Scene I. Northampton. A room in the palace. Scene 2. Near St. Edmundsbury, the French camp. Scene 3. The same. The field of battle. Scene 4. The same. Another part of the same. Scene V. The same. The French camp. Scene VI.AN. Open place in the neighborhood of Swinstead Abbey. Scene 7. The orchard of Swinstead Abbey. Dramatis Personae. King John. Prince Henry, son to King John. Afterwards King Henry III. Arthur, Duke of Brittany, nephew to King John. Earl of Pembroke. Earl of Essex. Earl of Salisbury. Robert Bigot, Earl of Norfolk. Hubert de Burgh, Chamberlain to the King. Robert Falconbridge, son to Sir Robert Falconbridge. The bastard, Philip Falconbridge, his half-brother, bastard son to King Richard I. James Gurney, servant to Lady Falconbridge. Peter of Pomfret, a prophet. King Philip II, King of France. Louis, the Dauphin, son to King Philip II. Duke of Austria, also called Limoges. Melun, a French lord. Chatillon, ambassador from France to King John. Cardinal Pandulph, the Pope's legate. Queen Eleanor, mother to King John and widow of King Henry II. Constance, mother to Arthur. Blanche of Spain, daughter to Alfonso, King of Castile, and niece to King John. Lady Falconbridge, mother to the bastard and Robert Falconbridge. Lords, citizens of Angiers, sheriff, heralds, officers, soldiers, executioners, messengers, and other attendants. Scene, sometimes in England and sometimes in France. Act I. Scene I. Northampton. A room of state in the palace. Enter King John, Queen Eleanor, Pembroke, Essex, Salisbury, and others with Chatillon. King John. Now, say, Chatillon, what would France with us? Chatillon, thus, after greeting, speaks the King of France in my behavior to the majesty, the borrowed majesty, of England here. Queen Eleanor, a strange beginning. Borrowed majesty? King John, silence, good mother. Hear the embassy. Chatillon, Philip of France, in right and true behalf of thy deceased brother Geoffrey's son, Arthur Plantagenet, lays most lawful claim to this fair island and the territories, to Ireland, Poitiers, Anjou, Turin, Maine, desiring thee to lay aside the sword which sways usurpingly these several titles, and put the same into young Arthur's hand, thy nephew and right royal sovereign. King John, what follows if we disallow of this? Chatillon, the proud control of fierce and bloody war, to enforce these rights so forcibly withheld. King John, here have we war for war and blood for blood, controlment for controlment. So answer France. Chatillon, then take my king's defiance from my mouth, the farthest limit of my embassy. King John, bear mine to him, and so depart in peace. Be thou as lightning in the eyes of France, for ere thou canst report, I will be there. The thunder of my cannon shall be heard. So, hence, be thou the trumpet of our wrath and sullen presage of your own decade. An honorable conduct let him have. Pembroke, look to Farewell, Chatillon. Exeunt Chatillon and Pembroke. Queen Eleanor, what now, my son? Have I not ever said how that ambitious Constance would not cease till she had kindled France and all the world upon the right and party of her son? This might have been prevented and made whole with very easy arguments of love, which now the manage of two kingdoms must with fearful bloody issue arbitrate. King John, our strong possession and our right for us. Queen Eleanor, your strong possession much more than your right, or else it must go wrong with you and me. So much my conscience whispers in your ear, which none but heaven and you and I shall hear. Enter a sheriff, who whispers to Essex. Essex, my liege, here is the strangest controversy, come from the country to be judged by you, that ere I heard, shall I produce the men? King John, let them approach. Exit sheriff. Our abbeys and our priories shall pay this expedition's charge. Enter Robert Falconbridge, and Philip, his bastard brother. What men are you? Bastard, your faithful subject I, a gentleman born in Northamptonshire, an eldest son, as I suppose, to Robert Falconbridge, a soldier by the honor-giving hand of Coeur de Lion knighted in the field. King John, what art thou? Robert, the son and heir to that same Falconbridge. King John, is that the elder, and art thou the heir? You came not of one mother then, it seems. Bastard, most certain of one mother, mighty king. That is well known, and as I think, one father. But for the certain knowledge of that truth, I put you o'er to heaven and to my mother. Of that I doubt, as all men's children may. Queen Eleanor, out on thee, rude man. Thou dost shame thy mother, and wound her honor with this diffidence. Bastard, I, madam? No, I have no reason for it. That is my brother's plea, and none of mine. The which if he can prove, he pops me out at least from fair £500 a year. Heaven guard my mother's honor and my land. King John, a good blunt fellow, why, being younger born, doth he lay claim to thine inheritance? Bastard, I know not why, except to get the land. But once he slandered me with bastardy. But whether I be as true begot or no, that still I lay upon my mother's head. But that I am as well begot, my liege, fair fall the bones that took the pains for me. Compare our faces and be judge yourself. If old Sir Robert did beget us both and were our father, and this son like him, O old Sir Robert, father, on my knee I give heaven thanks I was not like to thee. King John, why, what a madcap hath heaven lent us here. Queen Eleanor, he hath a trick of Coeur de Lion's face, the accent of his tongue affecteth him. Do you not read some tokens of my son in the large composition of this man? King John, mine eye hath well examined his parts and finds them perfect. Richard, sirrah, speak. What doth move you to claim your brother's land? Bastard, because he hath a half-face, like my father. With half that face would he have all my land. A half-face seat groat £500 a year. Robert, my gracious liege, When that my father lived, your brother did employ my father much. Bastard! Well, sir, by this you cannot get my land. Your tale must be how he employed my mother, Robert, and once dispatched him in an embassy to Germany, there with the emperor to treat of high affairs touching that time. Advantage of his absence took the king, and in the meantime sojourned at my father's, where how he did prevail I shame to speak. But truth is truth. Large lengths of seas and shores between my father and my mother lay, as I have heard my father speak himself, when this same lusty gentleman was got. Upon his deathbed he by will bequeathed his lands to me, and took it, on his death, that this my mother's son was none of his, and if he were, he came into the world full 14 weeks before the course of time. Then, good my liege, let me have what is mine, my father's land, as was my father's will. King John, sirrah, your brother is legitimate. Your father's wife did after wedlock bear him, and if she did play false, the fault was hers, which fault lies on the hazards of all husbands that marry wives. Tell me, how if my brother, who, as you say, took pains to get this son, had of your father claimed this son for his? In sooth, good friend, your father might have kept this calf, bred from his cow, from all the world. In sooth, he might. Then, if he were my brother's, my brother might not claim him, nor your father, being none of his, refuse him. This concludes. My mother's son did get your father's heir. Your father's heir must have your father's land. Robert, shall then my father's will be of no force to dispossess that child which is not his? Bastard, of no more force to dispossess me, sir, than was his will to get me, as I think. Queen Eleanor, whether hadst thou rather be a Falconbridge and like thy brother, to enjoy thy land, or the reputed son of Coeur de Lion, lord of thy presence and no land besides? Bastard, madam, and if my brother had my shape and I had his, Sir Robert's his, like him, and if my legs were two such riding rods, my arms such eel-skins stuffed, my face so thin that in mine ear I durst not stick a rose, lest men should say, look where 3 farthings goes, and, to his shape, were heir to all this land, would I might never stir from off this place, I would give it every foot to have this face. I would not be Sir Nob in any case. Queen Eleanor, I like thee well. Wilt thou forsake thy fortune, bequeath thy land to him, and follow me? I am a soldier, and now bound to France. Bastard, brother, take you my land, I'll take my chance. Your face hath got £500 a year, yet sell your face for 5 pence, and 'tis dear. Madam, I'll follow you unto the death. Queen Eleanor, nay, I would have you go before me thither. Bastard, our country manners give our betters way. King John, what is thy name? Bastard, Philip, my liege, so is my name begun. Philip, good old Sir Robert's wife's eldest son. King John, from henceforth bear his name whose form thou bearest. Kneel thou down, Philip, but rise more great. Arise, Sir Richard and Plantagenet. Bastard, brother by Tash mother's side, give me your hand. My father gave me honor, yours gave land. Now blessed be the hour, by night or day, when I was got, Sir Robert was away. Queen Eleanor, the very spirit of Plantagenet. I am thy grandam, Richard, call me so. Bastard, madam, by chance but not by truth. What though? Something about, a little from the right, and at the window, or else o'er the hatch. Who dares not stir by day must walk by night, and have his have, however men do catch. Near or far off, well one is still well shot, and I am howe'er I was begot. King John, go, Falconbridge, now hast thou thy desire. A landless knight makes thee a landed squire. Come, madam, and come, Richard, we must speed for France, for it is more than need. Bastard, brother, adieu, good fortune come to thee, for thou wast got a way of honesty. Exeunt all but the bastard. A foot of honor better than I was, but many a foot of land the worse. Well, now can I make any Joan a lady? Good den, Sir Richard. God mercy, fellow. And if his name be George, I'll call him Peter. For new-made honor doth forget men's names. 'Tis too respective and too sociable for your conversion now your traveller. He and his toothpick at my worship's mess, and when my nightly stomach is suffoced, Why then I suck my teeth and catechize my picked man of countries. My dear sir, thus leaning on mine elbow I begin, I shall beseech you, that is question now. And then comes answer like an absy book. O sir, says answer, at your best command, at your employment, at your service, sir. No, sir, says question. I, sweet sir, at yours. And so, ere answer knows what question would, saving in dialogue of compliment, and talking of the Alps and Apennines, the Pyrenean and the river Po, it draws towards supper in conclusion so. But this is worshipful society, and fits the mounting spirit like myself. For he is but a bastard to the time that doth not smack of observation, and so am I, whether I smack or no, and not alone in habit and device, exterior form, outward accoutrement, but from the inward motion to deliver sweet, sweet, sweet poison for the age's tooth, which, though I will not practice to deceive, yet, to avoid deceit, I mean to learn, for it shall strew the footsteps of my rising. But who comes in such haste in riding robes? What woman post is this? Hath she no husband that will take pains to blow a horn before her? Enter Lady Falconbridge. And James Gurney. Oh me, 'tis my mother. How now, good lady? What brings you here to court so hastily? Lady Falconbridge. Where is that slave, thy brother? Where is he that holds in chase mine honor up and down? Bastard. My brother Robert, old Sir Robert's son? Talbrand the giant, that same mighty man? Is it Sir Robert's son that you seek so? Lady Falconbridge. Sir Robert's son. Ay, thou unreverend boy. Sir Robert's son, why scorn'st thou at Sir Robert? He is Sir Robert's son, and so art thou. Bastard. James Gurney. Wilt thou give us leave a while? Gurney. Good leave, good Philip. Bastard. Philip. Sparrow. James. There's toys abroad, anon I'll tell thee more. Exit Gurney. Madam, I was not old Sir Robert's son. Sir Robert might have eat his pardon me upon Good Friday, and ne'er broke his fast. Sir Robert could do well, Mary, to confess, could, get me, Sir Robert could not do it. We know his handiwork, therefore, good mother, to whom am I beholding for these limbs? Sir Robert never hoped to make this leg. Lady Falconbridge. Hast thou conspired with thy brother too, that for thine own gain shouldst defend mine honor? What means this scorn, thou most untoward knave? Bastard. Knight, knight, good mother, basilisco-like. What? I am dubbed. I have it on my shoulder. But, mother, I am not Sir Robert's son. I have disclaimed Sir Robert and my land, legitimation, name, and all is gone. Then, good my mother, let me know my father. Some proper man, I hope. Who was it, mother? Lady Falconbridge. Hast thou denied thyself a Falconbridge? Bastard. As faithfully as I deny the devil. Lady Falconbridge. King Richard Coeur de Lion was thy father. By long and vehement suit, I was seduced to make room for him in my husband's bed. Heaven lay not my transgression to my charge. Thou art the issue of my dear offense, which was so strongly you argued, past my defense. Bastard. Now, by this light, were I to get again, madam, I would not wish a better father. Some sins do bear their privilege on earth, and so doth yours. Your fault was not your folly. Needs must you lay your heart at his dispose, subjected tribute to commanding love, against whose fury and unmatched force the aweless lion could not wage the fight, nor keep his princely heart from Richard's hand. He that perforce robs lions of their hearts may easily win a woman's. I, my mother, with all my heart I thank thee for my father, who lives and dares but say thou didst not well when I was got. I'll send his soul to hell. Come, lady, I will show thee to my kin, and they shall say when Richard me begot, if thou hadst said him nay, it had been sin. Who says it was, he lies that I say 'twas not. Exeunt. Act 2. Scene I. France, before the walls of Angers. Enter, on one side, the Archduke of Austria and forces. On the other, Philip King of France, Louis, Constance, Arthur and forces. Louis. Before Angers well met, brave Austria. Arthur, that great forerunner of thy blood. Richard, that robbed the lion of his heart and fought the holy wars in Palestine. By this brave duke came early to his grave. And, for amends to his posterity, at our importance hither is he come to spread his colors, boy, in thy behalf, and to rebuke the usurpation of thy unnatural uncle, English John. Embrace him, love him, give him welcome hither. Arthur, God shall forgive you Coeur de Lion's death, the rather that you give his offspring life, shadowing their right under your wings of war. I give you welcome with a powerless hand, but with a heart full of unstained love. Welcome before the gates of Angiers, Duke. Louis, a noble boy who would not do thee right? Austria, upon thy cheek lay I this zealous kiss, as seal to this indenture of my love, that to my home I will no more return, till Angiers and the right thou hast in France, together with that pale, that white-effaced shore, whose foot spurns back the ocean's roaring tides and coops from other lands her islanders, even till that England, hedged in with the main, that water-walled bulwark, still secure and confident from foreign purposes, even till that utmost corner of the west salute thee for her king. Till then, fair boy, will I not think of home, but follow arms. Constance, oh, take his mother's thanks, a widow's thanks, till your strong hand shall help to give him strength to make a more requital to your love. Austria, the peace of heaven is theirs that lift their swords in such a just and charitable war. King Philip, well then, to work. Our cannon shall be bent against the brows of this resisting town. Call for our chiefest men of discipline, to cull the plots of best advantages. We'll lay before this town our royal bones, weighed to the marketplace in Frenchman's blood, but we will make it subject to this boy. Constance, stay for an answer to your embassy, lest unadvised you stain your swords with blood. My Lord Chatillon may from England bring that right in peace which here we urge in war, and then we shall repent each drop of blood that hot rash haste so indirectly shed. Enter Chatillon. King Philip, a wonder, lady. Lo, upon thy wish, our messenger Chatillon is arrived. What England says, say briefly, gentle lord. We coldly pause for thee. Chatillon, speak. Chatillon, then turn your forces from this paltry siege, and stir them up against a mightier task. England, impatient of your just demands, hath put himself in arms. The adverse winds, whose leisure I have stayed, have given him time to land his legions all as soon as I. His marches are expedient to this town, his forces strong, his soldiers confident. With him along is come the mother queen, and 8, stirring him to blood and strife. With her niece, the Lady Blanche of Spain. With them a bastard of the king's deceased, and all the unsettled humors of the land. Rash, inconsiderate, fiery voluntaries, with ladies' faces and fierce dragon spleens, have sold their fortunes at their native homes, bearing their birthrights proudly on their backs, to make a hazard of new fortunes here. In brief, a braver choice of dauntless spirits than now the English bottoms have wafted o'er did never float upon the swelling tide to do offence and scathe in Christendom. Drums beat within. The interruption of their churlish drums cuts off more circumstance. They are at hand, to parley or to fight, therefore prepare. King Philip, how much unlooked for is this expedition? Austria, by how much unexpected, by so much we must awake endeavor for defense, for courage mounteth with occasion. Let them be welcome then. We are prepared. Enter King John, Eleanor, Blanche, the bastard, Pembroke, lords and forces. King John, peace be to France, if France in peace permit our just and lineal entrance to our own. If not, bleed France and peace ascend to heaven, whiles we, God's wrathful agent, do correct their proud contempt that beats his peace to heaven. King Philip, peace be to England, if that war return from France to England, there to live in peace. England we love, and for that England's sake with burden of our armor here we sweat. This toil of ours should be a work of thine, but thou from loving England art so far that thou hast underwrought his lawful king, cut off the sequence of posterity, outfaced infant state, and done a rape upon the maiden virtue of the crown. Look here upon thy brother Geoffrey's face. These eyes, these brows, were molded out of his. This little abstract doth contain that large which died in Geoffrey, and the hand of time shall draw this brief into as huge a volume. That Geoffrey was thy elder brother born, and this his son. England was Geoffrey's right, and this is Geoffrey's, in the name of God. How comes it then that thou art called a king, when living blood doth in these temples beat, which owe the crown that thou o'ermasterest? King John, from whom hast thou this great commission, France, to draw my answer from thy articles? King Philip, from that supernal judge that stirs good thoughts in any breast of strong authority, to look into the blots and stains of right. That judge hath made me guardian to this boy, under whose warrant I impeach thy wrong, and by whose help I mean to chastise it. King John, alack, thou dost usurp authority. King Philip, excuse it is to beat usurping down. Queen Eleanor, who is it thou dost call usurper, France? Constance, let me make answer, thy usurping son. Queen Eleanor, out, insolent, thy bastard shall be king, that thou mayst be a queen, and check the world. Constance, my bed was ever to thy son as true, as thine was to thy husband, and this boy liker in feature to his father Geoffrey than thou and John in manners, being as like as rain to water, or devil to his dam. My boy a bastard, by my soul, I think his father never was so true begot. It cannot be, and if thou wert his mother. Queen Eleanor, there's a good mother, boy, that blots thy father. Constance, there's a good grandam, boy, that would blot thee. Austria, peace. Bastard, hear the crier. Austria, what the devil art thou? Bastard, one that will play the devil, sir, with you, and he may catch your hide and you alone. You are the hare of whom the proverb goes, whose valor plucks dead lions by the beard. I'll smoke your skin coat and I catch you right. Sirrah, look to tea. I faith I will, I faith. Blanche, oh, well did he become that lion's robe that did disrobe the lion of that robe. Bastard, it lies as sightly on the back of him as great Alcides shows upon an ass. But, ass, I'll take that burden from your back, or lay on that shall make your shoulders crack. Austria, what cracker is this same that deafs our ears with this abundance of superfluous breath? King Philip, Lewis, determine what we shall do straight. Lewis, women and fools, break off your conference. King Philip, King John, this is the very sum of all. England and Ireland, Anjou, Turin, Maine, in right of Arthur do I claim of thee. Wilt thou resign them and lay down thy arms? King John, my life is soon. I do defy thee, France. Arthur of Brittany, yield thee to my hand, and out of my dear love I'll give thee more than e'er the coward hand of France can win. Submit thee, boy. Queen Eleanor, come to thy grandam, child. Constance, do, child, go to it grandam, child. Give grandam kingdom, and it grandam will give it a plum, a cherry, and a figure. There's a good grandam. Arthur, good my mother, peace. I would that I were low laid in my grave. I am not worth this coil that's made for me. Queen Eleanor, his mother shames him so, poor boy, he weeps. Constance, now, shame upon you, which ear she does or no. His grandam's wrongs, and not his mother's shames, draws those heaven-moving pearls from his poor eyes, which heaven shall take in nature of a fee. Aye, with these crystal beads heaven shall be bribed to do him justice and revenge on you. Queen Eleanor, thou monstrous slanderer of heaven and earth. Constance, thou monstrous injurer of heaven and earth. Call not me slanderer, thou and thine usurp the dominations, royalties, and rights of this oppressed boy. This is thy eldest son's son, infortunate in nothing but in thee. Thy sins are visited in this poor child. The canon of the law is laid on him, being but the second generation removed from thy sin-conceiving womb. King John, Bedlam, have done? Constance, I have but this to say, that he is not only plagued for her sin, but God hath made her sin and her the plague on this removed issue, plagued for her and with her plague. Her sin his injury, her injury the beetle to her sin, all punished in the person of this child, and all for her, a plague upon her. Queen Eleanor, thou unadvised scold, I can produce a will that bars the title of thy son. Constance, I, who doubts that? A will, a wicked will, a woman's will, a cankered grandam's will. King Philip, peace, lady, pause, or be more temperate. It ill beseems this presence to cry aim to these ill-tuned repetitions. Some trumpets summon hither to the walls these men of Angiers, let us hear them speak whose title they admit, Arthur's or John's. Trumpet sounds, enter citizens. Upon the walls. Citizen, who is it that hath warned us to the walls? King Philip, 'tis France, for England. King John, England for itself. You men of Angiers, and my loving subjects. King Philip, you loving men of Angiers, Arthur's subjects, our trumpet called you to this gentle parle. King John, for our advantage, therefore hear us first. These flags of France, that are advanced here before the eye and prospect of your town, have hither marched to your endamagement. The cannons have their bowels full of wrath, and ready mounted are they to spit forth their iron indignation gainst your walls. All preparation for a bloody siege and merciless proceeding by these French confronts your city's eyes, your winking gates, and, but for our approach, those sleeping stones, that as a waist doth girdle you about, by the compulsion of their ordnance by this time from their fixed beds of lime had been dishabited, and wide havoc made for bloody power to rush upon your peace. But on the sight of us your lawful king, who painfully with much expedient march have brought a countercheck before your gates, to save unscratched your city's threatened cheeks, behold, the French, amazed, vouchsafe a parle. And now, instead of bullets wrapped in fire, to make a shaking fever in your walls, they shoot but calm words folded up in smoke, to make a faithless error in your ears, which trust accordingly, kind citizens, and let us in, your king, whose labored spirits forwearied in this action of swift speed, craves harborage within your city walls. King Philip, when I have said, make answer to us both. Lo, in this right hand, whose protection is most divinely vowed upon the right of him it holds, stands young Plantagenet, son to the elder brother of this man, and king o'er him and all that he enjoys. For this downtrodden equity we tread in warlike march these greens before your town, being no further enemy to you than the constraint of hospitable zeal in the relief of this oppressed child religiously provokes. Be pleased then to pay that duty which you truly owe to him that owes it, namely, this young prince, and then our arms, like to a muzzled bear, save in aspect, hath all offence sealed up. Our cannon's malice vainly shall be spent against the invulnerable clouds of heaven, and with a blessed and unvexed retire, with unhacked swords and helmets all unbruised, we will bear home that lusty blood again, which here we came to spout against your town, and leave your children, wives, and you, in peace. But if you fondly pass our proffered offer, 'tis not the roundure of your old effacite walls can hide you from our messengers of war, though all these English and their discipline were harbored in their rude circumference. Then, tell us, shall your city call us lord in that behalf which we have challenged it? Or shall we give the signal to our rage and stalk in blood to our possession? First citizen, in brief, we are the King of England's subjects. For him, and in his right, we hold this town. King John, acknowledge then the king, and let me in. Citizen, that can we not. But he that proves the king, to him will we prove loyal, till that time have we rammed up our gates against the world. King John, doth not the crown of England prove the king? And if not that, I bring you witnesses, twice 15,000 hearts of England's breed. Bastard, bastards and else. King John, to verify our title with their lives. King Philip, as many and as well-born bloods as those. Bastard, some bastards too. King Philip, stand in his face to contradict his claim. First citizen, till you compound whose right is worthiest, we for the worthiest hold the right from both. King John, then God forgive the sin of all those souls that to their everlasting residence, before the dew of evening fall, shall fleet, in dreadful trial of our kingdom's king. King Philip, amen, amen. Mount, chevaliers, to arms. Bastard, St. George, that swinged the dragon, and e'er since sits on as horseback at mine hostess door, teach us some fence. To Austria, Sirrah, were I at home, at your den, Sirrah, with your lioness, I would set an ox head to your lion's hide, and make a monster of you. Austria, peace, no more. Bastard, oh, tremble, for you hear the lion roar. King John, up higher to the plain, where we'll set forth in best appointment all our regiments. Bastard, speed, then, to take advantage of the field. King Philip, it shall be so, and at the other hill command the rest to stand, God and our right. Exeunt severally. Here, after excursions, enter a herald of France with trumpets, to the gates. French herald, you men of Angiers, open wide your gates, and let young Arthur, Duke of Brittany, in, who by the hand of France this day hath made much work for tears in many an English mother, whose sons lie scattered on the bleeding ground. Many a widow's husband groveling lies, coldly embracing the discolored earth, and victory, with little loss, doth play upon the dancing banners of the French, who are at hand, triumphantly displayed, to enter conquerors, and to proclaim Arthur of Brittany England's king and yours. Enter English herald with trumpet. English herald, rejoice, you men of Angiers, ring your bells. King John, your king and England's, doth approach, commander of this hot malicious day. Their armors, that marched hence so silver bright, hither return all gilt with Frenchmen's blood. There's stuck no plume in any English crest that is removed by a staff of France. Our colors do return in those same hands that did display them when we first marched forth. And, like a jolly troop of huntsmen, come our lusty English, all with purpled hands, dyed in the dying slaughter of their foes. Open your gates and give the victors way. First citizen, heralds, from off our towers, we might behold, from first to last, the onset and retire of both your armies, whose equality by our best eyes cannot be censured. Blood hath bought blood, and blows have answered blows. Strength matched with strength and power confronted power. Both are alike, and both alike we like. One must prove greatest. While they weigh so even, we hold our town for neither, yet for both. Enter on one side King John, Eleanor, Blanche, the bastard and forces. On the other, King Philip, Louis, Austria and forces. King John, France, hast thou yet more blood to cast away? Say, shall the current of our right run on, whose passage, vexed with thy impediment, shall leave his native channel, and o'erswell with course disturbed even thy confining shores, unless thou let his silver water keep a peaceful progress to the ocean? King Philip, England, thou hast not saved one drop of blood in this hot trial, more than we of France. Rather, lost more, and by this hand I swear, that sways the earth this climate overlooks, before we will lay down our just-born arms, we'll put thee down, gainst whom these arms we bear, or add a royal number to the dead, gracing the scroll that tells of this war's loss with slaughter coupled to the name of kings. Bastard! Ha! Majesty! How high thy glory towers when the rich blood of kings is set on fire! Oh, now doth death line his dead chaps with steel. The swords of soldiers are his teeth, his fangs. And now he feasts, mousing the flesh of men, in undetermined differences of kings. Why stand these royal fronts amazed thus? Cry havoc, kings. Back to the stained field, you equal potents, fiery kindled spirits. Then let confusion of one part confirm the other's peace, till then, blows, blood, and death. King John, whose party do the townsmen yet admit? King Philip, speak, citizens, for England. Who's your king? First citizen, the King of England, when we know the king. King Philip, know him in us, that here hold up his right. King John, in us, that are our own great deputy, and bear possession of our person here, Lord of our presence, and jeers, and of you. First citizen, a greater power than we denies all this, until it be undoubted, we do lock our former scruple in our strong barred gates. Kings of our fear, until our fears, resolved, be by some certain king purged and deposed. Bastard! By heaven, these scroils of Angiers flout you, kings, and stand securely on their battlements as in a theatre, whence they gape and point at your industrious scenes and acts of death. Your royal presences be ruelled by me, do like the mutines of Jerusalem, be friends awhile, and both conjointly bend your sharpest deeds of malice on this town. By east and west let France and England mount their battering cannon charge to the mouths, till their soul-fearing clamors have brawled down the flinty ribs of this contemptuous city. I'd play incessantly upon these jades, even till unfenced desolation. Leave them as naked as the vulgar air. That done, dissever your united strengths, and part your mingled colors once again. Turn face to face and bloody point to point. Then, in a moment, Fortune shall cull forth out of one side her happy minion, to whom in favor she shall give the day, and kiss him with a glorious victory. How like you this wild counsel, mighty states? Smacks it not something of the policy? King John. Now, by the sky that hangs above our heads, I like it well, France. Shall we knit our powers and lay this in jeers even with the ground? Then after fight who shall be king of it? Bastard! And if thou hast the mettle of a king, being wronged as we are by this peevish town, turn thou the mouth of thy artillery, as we will ours, against these saucy walls. And when that we have dashed them to the ground, why then defy each other, and pell-mell, make work upon ourselves, for heaven or hell. King Philip. Let it be so, say. Where will you assault? King John. We from the west will send destruction into this city's bosom. Austria. I from the north. King Philip. Our thunder from the south. Shall rain their drift of bullets on this town. Bastard. O prudent discipline. From north to south, Austria and France shoot in each other's mouth. I'll stir them to it. Come, away, away. First citizen. Hear us, great kings. Vouchsafe a while to stay, and I shall show you peace and fair efficient league. Win you this city without stroke or wound. Rescue those breathing lives to die in beds that here come sacrifices for the field. Persever not, but hear me, mighty kings. King John. Speak on with favor. We are bent to hear. First citizen. That daughter there of Spain, the Lady Blanche, is niece to England. Look upon the years of Louis the Dauphin and that lovely maid. If lusty love should go in quest of beauty, where should he find it fairer than in Blanche? If zealous love should go in search of virtue, where should he find it purer than in Blanche? If love ambitious sought a match of birth, whose veins bound richer blood than Lady Blanche, such as she is, in beauty, virtue, birth, is the young Dauphin every way complete. If not complete of, say he is not she, and she again wants nothing to name want, if want it be not that she is not he. He is the half-part of a blessed man, left to be finished by such a she, and she a fair divided excellence, whose fullness of perfection lies in him. Oh, two such silver currents, when they join do glorify the banks that bound them in, and two such shores to two such streams made one. Two such controlling bounds shall you be, kings, to these two princes, if you marry them. This union shall do more than battery can to our fast-closed gates. For at this match, with swifter spleen than powder can enforce, the mouth of passage shall we fling wide ope, and give you entrance, but without this match, the sea enraged is not half so deaf, lions more confident, mountains and rocks more free from motion. No, not death himself in mortal fury half so peremptory as we to keep this city. Bastard, here's a stay. That shakes the rotten carcass of old death out of his rags. Here's a large mouth indeed, that spits forth death and mountains, rocks and seas. Talks as familiarly of roaring lions as maids of 13 do of puppy dogs. What cannoneer begot this lusty blood? He speaks plain cannon, fire and smoke and bounce. He gives the bastinado with his tongue. Our ears are cudgelled. Not a word of his but buffets better than a fist of France. Zounds! I was never so bethumped with words since I first called my brother's father dad. Queen Eleanor. Son, list to this conjunction, make this match. Give with our niece a dowry large enough, for by this knot thou shalt so surely tie thy now unsert assurance to the crown, that yon green boy shall have no son to ripe the bloom that promiseth a mighty fruit. I see a yielding in the looks of France. Mark how they whisper, urge them while their souls are capable of this ambition. Lest zeal, now melted by the windy breath of soft petitions, pity, and remorse, cool and congeal again to what it was. First citizen. Why answer not the double majesties this friendly treaty of our threatened town? King Philip. Speak England first, that hath been forward first to speak unto this city. What say you? King John. If that the Dauphin there, thy princely son, Can in this book of beauty read I love, her dowry shall weigh equal with a queen. For Anjou and fair Turin, Maine, Poitiers, and all that we upon this side the sea, except this city now by us besieged, find liable to our crown and dignity, shall gild her bridal bed, and make her rich in titles, honors, and promotions, as she in beauty, education, blood, holds hand with any princess of the world. King Philip, what say'st thou, boy? Look in the lady's face. Lewis, I do, my lord, and in her eye I find a wonder, or a wondrous miracle, the shadow of myself formed in her eye, which, being but the shadow of your son, becomes a sun and makes your son a shadow. I do protest I never loved myself till now, and fixed I beheld myself drawn in the flattering table of her eye. Whispers with Blanche. Bastard. Aside. Drawn in the flattering table of her eye, hanged in the frowning wrinkle of her brow, and quartered in her heart. He doth espy himself love's traitor. This is pity now, that, hanged and drawn and quartered, there should be in such a love so vile a lout as he. Blanche, my uncle's will in this respect is mine. If he see aught in you that makes him like, that anything he sees, which moves his liking, I can with ease translate it to my will, or if you will, to speak more properly, I will enforce it easily to my love. Further, I will not flatter you, my lord, that all I see in you is worthy love, than this, that nothing do I see in you, though churlish thoughts themselves should be your judge, that I can find should merit any hate. King John, what say these young ones? What say you, my niece? Blanche, that she is bound in honor still to do what you in wisdom still vouchsafe to say. King John, speak then. Prince Dauphin, can you love this lady? Lewis, nay, ask me if I can refrain from love, for I do love her most unfeignedly. King John, then do I give Vauquesson, Turin, Maine, Poitiers, and Anjou, these 5 provinces, with her to thee, and this addition more, full 30,000 marks of English coin. Philip of France, if thou be pleased withal, command thy son and daughter to join hands. King Philip, it likes us well. Young princes, close your hands. Austria, and your lips too, for I am well assured that I did so when I was first assured. King Philip, now, citizens of Angiers, ope your gates, let in that amity which you have made. For at St. Mary's Chapel presently the rites of marriage shall be solemnized. Is not the Lady Constance in this troop? I know she is not, for this match made up her presence would have interrupted much. Where is she and her son? Tell me, who knows? Lewis, she is sad and passionate at your highness' tent. King Philip, and by my faith, this league that we have made will give her sadness very little cured. Brother of England, how may we content this widow lady? In her right we came, which we, God knows, have turned another way, to our own vantage. King John, we will heal up all, for we'll create young Arthur Duke of Brittany and Earl of Richmond, and this rich fair town we make him lord of call the Lady Constance. Some speedy messenger bid her repair. To our solemnity I trust we shall, if not fill up the measure of her will, yet in some measure satisfy her, so that we shall stop her exclamation. Go we, as well as haste will suffer us, to this unlooked-for, unprepared pomp. Exeunt all but the bastard. The citizens retire from the walls. Bastard. Mad world. Mad kings. Mad composition. John, to stop Arthur's title in the whole, hath willingly departed with a part, and France, whose armor conscience buckled on, whom zeal and charity brought to the field as God's own soldier, rounded in the ear with that same purpose changer, that sly devil, that broker, that still breaks the pate of faith, that daily break vow, he that wins of all, of kings, of beggars, old men, young men, maids, who having no external thing to lose but the word maid, cheats the poor maid of that smooth effacete gentleman, tickling commodity, the bias of the world, who of itself is paced well, made to run even upon even ground, till this advantage, this vile drawing bias, this sway of motion, this commodity, makes it take head from all indifferency, from all direction, purpose, course, intent. And this same bias, this commodity, this bawd, this broker, this all-changing word, clapped on the outward eye of fickle France, hath drawn him from his own determined aid, from a resolved and honorable war, to a most base and vile concluded peace. And why rail I on this commodity? But because he hath not wooed me yet. Not that I have the power to clutch my hand when his fair angels would salute my palm, but for my hand, as unattempted yet, like a poor beggar, raileth on the rich. Well, whiles I am a beggar, I will rail and say there is no sin but to be rich, and being rich, my virtue then shall be to say there is no vice but beggary. Since kings break faith upon commodity, gain, be my lord, for I will worship thee. Exit. Act 3. Scene I. France, the French king's tent. Enter Constance, Arthur, and Salisbury. Constance. Gone to be married? Gone to swear a peace? False blood to false blood joined? Gone to be friends? Shall Louis have Blanche, and Blanche those provinces? It is not so. Thou hast misspoke, misheard. Be well advised, tell o'er thy tale again. It cannot be. Thou dost but say 'tis so. I trust one may not trust thee, for thy word is but the vain breath of a common man. Believe me, I do not believe thee, man. I have a king's oath to the contrary. Thou shalt be punished for thus frighting me, for I am sick and capable of fears, oppressed with wrongs, and therefore full of fears, a widow, husbandless, subject to fears, a woman, naturally born to fears, and though thou now confess thou didst but jest, with my vexed spirits I cannot take a truce, but they will quake and tremble all this day. What dost thou mean by shaking of thy head? Why dost thou look so sadly on my son? What means that hand upon that breast of thine? Why holds thine eye that lamentable room, like a proud river peering o'er his bounds? Be these sad signs confirmers of thy words? Then speak again, not all thy former tale, but this one word, whether thy tale be true. Salisbury. As true as I believe you think them false that give you cause to prove my saying true. Constance. Oh, if thou teach me to believe this sorrow, teach thou this sorrow how to make me die, and let belief and life encounter, so as doth the fury of two desperate men which in the very meeting fall and die. Louis marry Blanche? Oh boy, then where art thou? France friend with England? What becomes of me? Fellow, be gone, I cannot brook thy sight. This news hath made thee a most ugly man. Salisbury. What other harm have I, good lady, done, but spoke the harm that is by others done? Constance. Which harm within itself so heinous is, as it makes harmful all that speak of it. Arthur. I do beseech you, madam, be content. Constance. If thou, that bidst me be content, wert grim, ugly, and slanderous to thy mother's womb, full of unpleasing blots and sightless stains, lame, foolish, crooked, swart, prodigious, patched with foul moles and eye-offending marks, I would not care. I then would be content, for then I should not love thee. No, nor thou become thy great birth, nor deserve a crown. But thou art fair, and at thy birth, dear boy, nature and fortune join to make thee great. Of nature's gifts thou mayst with lilies boast, and with the half-blown rose, but fortune, oh, she is corrupted, chonged, and won from thee. She adulterates hourly with thine uncle John, and with her golden hand hath plucked on France to tread down fair respect of sovereignty, and made his majesty the bawd to theirs. France is a bawd to fortune and King John, that strumpet fortune, that usurping John. Tell me, thou fellow, is not France forsworn? Envenom him with words, or get thee gone, and leave those woes alone which I alone am bound to underbear. Salisbury. Pardon me, madam, I may not go without you to the king's. Constance. Thou mayst, thou shalt. I will not go with thee. I will instruct my sorrows to be proud, for grief is proud and makes his owner stoop. To me, and to the state of my great grief let kings assemble. For my grief's so great that no supporter but the huge firm earth can hold it up, here I in sorrows sit. Here is my throne, bid kings come bow to it. Seats herself on the ground. Enter King John, King Philip, Louis, Blanche, Eleanor, Bastard, Austria and attendants. King Philip. 'Tis true, fair daughter. And this blessed day ever in France shall be kept festival. To solemnize this day the glorious sun stays in his course and plays the alchemist, turning with splendor of his precious eye the meager cloddy earth to glittering gold. The yearly course that brings this day about shall never see it but a holy day. Constance, rising, a wicked day, and not a holy day. What hath this day deserved? What hath it done that it in golden letters should be set among the high tides in the calendar? Nay, rather turn this day out of the week, this day of shame, oppression, perjury. Or, if it must stand still, let wives with child pray that their burdens may not fall this day, lest that their hopes prodigiously be crossed. But on this day let seamen fear no rack, no bargains break that are not this day made. This day, all things begun come to ill end, yea, faith itself to hollow falsehood change. King Philip, by heaven, lady, you shall have no cause to curse the fair proceedings of this day. Have I not pawned to you my majesty? Constance, you have beguiled me with a counterfeit resembling majesty, which, being touched and tried, proves valueless. You are forsworn, forsworn. You came in arms to spill mine enemy's blood, but now in arms you strengthen it with yours. The grappling vigor and rough frown of war is cold in amity and painted peace, and our oppression hath made up this league. Arm, arm, you heavens, against these perjured kings. A widow cries, be husband to me, heavens. Let not the hours of this ungodly day wear out the day in peace, but ere sunset, set armed discord twixt these perjured kings. Hear me, oh, hear me. Austria, Lady Constance, peace? Constance, war, war, no peace. Peace is to me a war. O Limoges, O Austria, thou dost shame that bloody spoil, thou slave, thou wretch, thou coward, thou little valiant, great in villainy, thou ever strong upon the stronger side, thou fortune's champion that dost never fight, but when her humorous ladyship is by to teach thee safety. Thou art perjured too, and sooth'st up greatness. What a fool art thou, a ramping fool, to brag and stamp and swear upon my party. Thou cold-blooded slave, hast thou not spoke like thunder on my side? Been sworn my soldier, bidding me depend upon thy stars, thy fortune, and thy strength? And dost thou now fall over to my foes? Thou wear a lion's hide, doff it for shame, and hang a calf's skin on those recreant limbs. Austria, oh that a man should speak those words to me, bastard, and hang a calf's skin on those recreant limbs. Austria, thou darest not say so, villain, for thy life, bastard, and hang a calf's skin on those recreant limbs. King John, we like not this, thou dost forget thyself. King Philip, here comes the holy legate of the Pope. Enter Pandulph. Pandulph, hail, you anointed deputies of heaven. To thee, King John, my holy errand is. I, Pandulph, of fair Milan Cardinal, and from Pope Innocent the legate here, do in his name religiously demand why thou against the Church, our holy mother, so wilfully dost spurn, and force perforce keep Stephen Langton, chosen Archbishop of Canterbury, from that holy see. This, in our foresaid Holy Father's name, Pope Innocent, I do demand of thee. King John, what earthy name to interrogatories can task the free breath of a sacred king? Thou canst not, Cardinal, devise a name so slight, unworthy, and ridiculous, to charge me to an answer, as the Pope. Tell him this tale, and from the mouth of England add thus much more, that no Italian priest shall tithe or toll in our dominions. But as we under God our supreme head, so, under him, that great supremacy, where we do reign, we will alone uphold without the assistance of a mortal hand. So tell the Pope, all reverence set apart to him and his usurped authority. King Philip, brother of England, you blaspheme in this. King John, though you and all the kings of Christendom are led so grossly by this meddling priest, dreading the curse that money may buy out, and by the merit of vile gold, dross, dust, purchase corrupted pardon of a man, who in that sale sells pardon from himself. Though you and all the rest, so grossly led, this juggling witchcraft with revenue cherish, yet I alone do me oppose against the Pope, and count his friends my foes. Pandulph, Then, by the lawful power that I have, thou shalt stand cursed and excommunicate. And blessed shall he be that doth revolt from his allegiance to an heretic. And meritorious shall that hand be called, canonized and worshipped as a saint, that takes away by any secret course thy hateful life. Constance. O lawful let it be, that I have room with Rome to curse a while. Good Father Cardinal, cry thou amen to my keen curses, for without my wrong there is no tongue hath power to curse him right. Pandulph. There's law and warrant, lady, for my curse. Constance. And for mine too, when law can do no right, let it be lawful that law bar no wrong. Law cannot give my child his kingdom here, for he that holds his kingdom holds the law. Therefore, since law itself is perfect wrong, how can the law forbid my tongue to curse? Pandulph. Philip of France, on peril of a curse, let go the hand of that arch-heretic and raise the power of France upon his head, unless he do submit himself to Rome. Queen Eleanor. Look'st thou pale, France? Do not let go thy hand. Constance. Look to that, devil, lest that France repent and by disjoining hands, hell lose a soul. Austria. King Philip, listen to the cardinal. Bastard. And hang a calf's skin on his recreant limbs. Austria. Well, ruffian, I must pocket up these wrongs, because, bastard, your breeches best may carry them. King John. Philip, what say'st thou to the cardinal? Constance. What should he say, but as the cardinal? Louis. Bethink you, father, for the difference is purchase of a heavy curse from Rome, or the light loss of England for a friend. Forgo the easier. Blanche. That's the curse of Rome. Constance. O Louis, stand fast. The devil tempts thee here in likeness of a new, untrimmed bride. Blanche. The Lady Constance speaks not from her faith, but from her need. Constance. Oh, if thou grant my need, which only lives but by the death of faith, that need must needs infer this principle. That faith would live again by death of need. Oh, then tread down my need, and faith mounts up. Keep my need up, and faith is trodden down. King John. The king is immoved, and answers not to this. Constance. Oh, be removed from him, and answer well. Austria. Do so, King Philip. Hang no more in doubt. Bastard. Hang nothing but a calf's skin, most sweet lout. King Philip. I am perplexed, and know not what to say. Pandulph. What canst thou say but will perplex thee more, if thou stand excommunicate and cursed? King Philip. Good reverend father, make my person yours, and tell me how you would bestow yourself. This royal hand and mine are newly knit, and the conjunction of our inward souls married in league, coupled and linked together with all religious strength of sacred vows. The latest breath that gave the sound of words was deep-sworn faith, peace, amity, true love between our kingdoms and our royal selves. And even before this truce, but new before, no longer than we well could wash our hands to clap this royal bargain up of peace, heaven knows, they were besmeared and overstained with slaughter's pencil, where revenge did paint the fearful difference of incensed kings. And shall these hands, so lately purged of blood, so newly joined in love, so strong in both, unyoke this seizure and this kind regret? Play fast and loose with faith? So jest with heaven, make such unconstant children of ourselves, as now again to snatch our palm from palm, unswear faith sworn, and on the marriage bed of smiling peace to march a bloody host, and make a riot on the gentle brow of true sincerity? Oh, holy sir, my reverend father, let it not be so. Out of your grace, devise, ordain, impose some gentle order, and then we shall be blessed to do your pleasure and continue friends. Pandulph. All form is formless, order orderless, save what is opposite to England's love. Therefore to arms. Be champion of our church, or let the church, our mother, breathe her curse, a mother's curse, on her revolting son. France, thou mayst hold a serpent by the tongue, a chafed lion by the mortal paw, a fasting tiger safer by the tooth, then keep in peace that hand which thou dost hold. King Philip. I may disjoin my hand, but not my faith. Pandulph. So makest thou faith an enemy to faith, and like a civil war setst oath to oath, thy tongue against thy tongue. Oh, let thy vow first made to heaven, first be to heaven performed, that is, to be the champion of our church. What since thou swerst is sworn against thyself, and may not be performed by thyself. For that which thou hast sworn to do amiss is not amiss when it is truly done. And being not done, where doing tends to ill, the truth is then most done not doing it. The better act of purposes mistook is to mistake again. Though indirect, yet indirection thereby grows direct, and falsehood falsehood cures, as fire cools fire within the scorched veins of one new burned. It is religion that doth make vows kept, but thou hast sworn against religion by what thou swearst against the thing thou swearst, and makest an oath the surety for thy truth against an oath, the truth thou art unsure. To swear, swears only not to be forsworn, else what a mockery should it be to swear? But thou dost swear only to be forsworn, and most forsworn, to keep what thou dost swear. Therefore thy latter vows against thy first is in thyself rebellion to thyself. And better conquest never canst thou make than arm thy constant and thy nobler parts against these giddy loose suggestions, upon which better part our prayers come in, if thou vouchsafe them, but if not, then know the peril of our curses light on thee, so heavy as thou shalt not shake them off, but in despair die under the black weight. Austria, rebellion, flat rebellion, bastard, wilt not be? Will not a calf's skin stop that mouth of thine? Lewis, father, to arms. Blanche, upon thy wedding day? Against the blood that thou hast married? What? Shall our feast be kept with slaughtered men? Shall braying trumpets and loud churlish drums, clamors of hell, be measures to our pomp? O husband, hear me. I, alack, how new is husband in my mouth, even for that name, which till this time my tongue did ne'er pronounce. Upon my knee I beg, go not to arms against mine uncle. Constance, oh, upon my knee, made hard with kneeling, I do pray to thee, thou virtuous dauphin, alter not the doom forethought by heaven. Blanche, now shall I see thy love, what motive may be stronger with thee than the name of wife? Constance, that which upholdeth him that thee upholds, his honor, oh, thine honor, Lewis, thine honor. Lewis, I muse your majesty doth seem so cold, when such profound respects do pull you on. Pandulph, I will denounce a curse upon his head. King Philip, thou shalt not need England, I will fall from thee. Constance, O fair return of banished majesty. Queen Eleanor, O foul revolt of French inconstancy. King John, France, thou shalt rue this hour within this hour. Bastard, old Time the clock setter, that bald sexton Time, is it as he will? Well then, France shall rue. Blanche, the sun's o'ercast with blood, fair day, adieu. Which is the side that I must go withal? I am with both, each army hath a hand, and in their rage, I having hold of both, they whirl asunder and dismember me. Husband, I cannot pray that thou mayst win. Uncle, I needs must pray that thou mayst lose. Father, I may not wish the fortune thine. Grandam, I will not wish thy wishes thrive. Whoever wins, on that side shall I lose. Assured loss before the match be played. Lewis, lady, with me thy fortune lies. Blanche, there where my fortune lives, there my life dies. King John, cousin, go draw our puissance together. Exit bastard. France, I am burned up with inflaming wrath, a rage whose heat hath this condition, that nothing can allay, nothing but blood, the blood, and dearest valued blood, of France. King Philip, thy rage shall burn thee up, and thou shalt turn to ashes, ere our blood shall quench that fire. Look to thyself, thou art in jeopardy. King John, no more than he that threats, to arms lets high. Exeunt severally. Scene 2. The same plains near Angers. Alarums, excursions, enter the bastard with Austria's head. Bastard, now, by my life, this day grows wondrous hot. Some airy devil hovers in the sky and pours down mischief. Austria's head lie there, while Philip breathes. Enter King John, Arthur, and Hubert. King John, Hubert, keep this boy. Philip, make up. My mother is assailed in our tent, and ta'en, I fear. Bastard, my lord, I rescued her. Her highness is in safety, fear you not. But on, my liege. For very little pains will bring this labor to an happy end. Exeunt. Scene 3, the same. Alarums, excursions, retreat, enter King John, Eleanor, Arthur, the bastard, Hubert, and lords. King John. To Eleanor. So shall it be. Your grace shall stay behind so strongly guarded. To Arthur, cousin, look not sad. Thy grandam loves thee, and thy uncle will as dear be to thee as thy father was. Arthur. Oh, this will make my mother die with grief. King John. To the bastard, cousin, away for England? Haste before and ere our coming. See thou shake the bags of hoarding abbots. Imprisoned angels set at liberty, the fat ribs of peace must by the hungry now be fed upon. Use our commission in his utmost force. Bastard. Bell, book, and candle shall not drive me back when gold and silver becks me to come on. I leave your highness grandam, I will pray, if ever I remember to be holy, for your fair safety. So, I kiss your hand. Queen Eleanor. Farewell, gentle cousin. King John. Cuz, farewell. Exit bastard. Queen Eleanor. Come hither, little kinsman. Hark, a word. She takes Arthur aside. King John. Come hither. Hubert, O my gentle Hubert, we owe thee much. Within this wall of flesh there is a soul counts thee her creditor, and with advantage means to pay thy love. And, my good friend, thy voluntary oath lives in this bosom, dearly cherished. Give me thy hand, I had a thing to say, but I will fit it with some better tune. By heaven, Hubert, I am almost ashamed to say what good respect I have of thee. Hubert, I am much bounden to your majesty. King John. Good friend, thou hast no cause to say so yet, but thou shalt have, and creep time ne'er so slow, yet it shall come for me to do thee good. I had a thing to say, but let it go. The sun is in the heaven, and the proud day, attended with the pleasures of the world, is all too wanton and too full of gods to give me audience, if the midnight bell did, with his iron tongue and brazen mouth, sound on into the drowsy race of night. If this same were a churchyard where we stand, and thou possessed with 1,000 wrongs, or if that surly spirit, melancholy, had balked thy blood and made it heavy, thick, which else runs tickling up and down the veins, making that idiot, laughter, keep men's eyes and strain their cheeks to idle merriment, a passion hateful to my purposes. Or if that thou couldst see me without eyes, hear me without thine ears, and make reply without a tongue, using conceit alone, without eyes, ears, and harmful sound of words. Then, in despite of brooded watchful day, I would into thy bosom pour my thoughts. But, I will not. Yet I love thee well, and by my troth, I think thou lovest me well. Hubert. So well that what you bid me undertake, though that my death were adjunct to my act, by heaven, I would do it. King John. Do not I know thou wouldst? Good Hubert, 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 throw thine eye on yon young boy. I'll tell thee what, my friend, he is a very serpent in my way, and wheresoe'er this foot of mine doth tread, he lies before me. Dost thou understand me? Thou art his keeper, Hubert, and I'll keep him so, that he shall not offend your majesty. King John. Death. Hubert. My lord? King John. A grave. Hubert. He shall not live. King John. Enough. I could be merry now, Hubert. I love thee. Well, I'll not say what I intend for thee. Remember, madam, fare you well? I'll send those powers o'er to your majesty. Queen Eleanor. My blessing go with thee. King John. For England, cousin, go. Hubert shall be your man. Attend on you with all true duty, on toward Calais. Ho. Exeunt. Scene 4, the same, the French king's tent. Enter King Philip, Louis, Pandulph, and attendants. King Philip. So, by a roaring tempest on the flood, a whole armado of convicted sail is scattered and disjoined from fellowship. Pandulph. Courage and comfort. All shall yet go well. King Philip. What can go well, when we have run so ill? Are we not beaten? Is not Angiers lost? Arthur ta'en prisoner? Divers dear friends slain? And bloody England into England gone? Bearing interruption, spite of France? Louis. What he hath won, that hath he fortified. So hot a speed with such advice disposed, such temperate order in so fierce a cause, doth one example, who hath read or heard of any kindred action like to this? King Philip, well could I bear that England had this praise, so we could find some pattern of our shame. Enter Constance. Look who comes here, a grave unto a soul, holding to eternal spirit against her will, in the vile prison of afflicted breath. I prithee, lady, go away with me. Constance. Lo now see the issue of your peace. King Philip. Patience, good lady. Comfort, gentle Constance. Constance. No, I defy all counsel, all redress. But that which ends all counsel, true redress, death, death. O amiable, lovely death. Thou odoriferous stench, sound rottenness. Arise forth from the couch of lasting night, thou hate and terror to prosperity, and I will kiss thy detestable bones and put my eyeballs in thy vaulty brows, and wring these fingers with thy household worms, and stop this gap of breath with fulsome dust, and be a carrion monster like thyself. Come, grin on me, and I will think thou smilst, and bust thee as thy wife. Misery's love. Oh, come to me. King Philip. O fair affliction, peace? Constance. No, no, I will not, having breath to cry. Oh, that my tongue were in the thunder's mouth. Then with a passion would I shake the world, and rouse from sleep that fell anatomy which cannot hear a lady's feeble voice, which scorns a modern invocation. Pandulph. Lady, you utter madness, and not sorrow. Constance. Thou art not wholly to belie me so. I am not mad, this hair I tear is mine. My name is Constance. I was Geoffrey's wife. Young Arthur is my son, and he is lost. I am not mad. I would to heaven I were. For then, 'tis like I should forget myself. Oh, if I could, what grief should I forget? Preach some philosophy to make me mad, and thou shalt be canonized, cardinal. For, being not mad but sensible of grief, my reasonable part produces reason how I may be delivered of these woes, and teaches me to kill or hang myself. If I were mad, I should forget my son, or madly think a babe of clouts were he. I am not mad. Too well I feel the different plague of each calamity. King Philip. Bind up those tresses, Dotto. What love I note in the fair multitude of those her hairs, where but by a chance a silver drop hath fallen. Even to that drop 10,000 wiry friends do glue themselves in sociable grief, like true, inseparable, faithful loves, sticking together in calamity. Constance. To England, if you will. King Philip. Bind up your hairs. Constance. Yes, that I will. And wherefore will I do it? I tore them from their bonds and cried aloud, Oh, that these hands could so redeem my son, as they have given these hairs their liberty. But now I envy at their liberty, and will again commit them to their bonds, because my poor child is a prisoner. And, Father Cardinal, I have heard you say that we shall see and know our friends in heaven. If that be true, I shall see my boy again. For since the birth of Cain, the first male child, to him that did but yesterday suspire, there was not such a gracious creature born. But now will canker sorrow eat my bud and chase the native beauty from his cheek, and he will look as hollow as a ghost, as dim and meager as an ague's fit, and so he'll die. And, rising so again, when I shall meet him in the court of heaven I shall not know him, therefore never, never must I behold my pretty Arthur more. Pandulph. You hold too heinous a respect of grief. Constance. He talks to me that never had a son. King Philip. You are as fond of grief as of your child. Constance. Grief fills the room up of my absent child, lies in his bed, walks up and down with me, puts on his pretty looks, repeats his words, remembers me of all his gracious parts, stuffs out his vacant garments with his form. Then have I reason to be fond of grief? Fare you well had you such a loss as I. I could give better comfort than you do. I will not keep this form upon my head. She unbinds her hair. When there is such disorder in my wit. O Lord, my boy, my Arthur, my fair son, my life, my joy, my food, my all the world, my widow comfort, and my sorrow's cure. Exit. King Philip. I fear some outrage, and I'll follow her. Exit. Lewis. There's nothing in this world can make me joy. Life is as tedious as a twice-told tale vexing the dull ear of a drowsy man, and bitter shame hath spoiled the sweet world's taste, that it yields not but shame and bitterness. Pandulph. Before the curing of a strong disease, even in the instant of repair and health, the fit is strongest. Evils that take leave on their departure most of all show evil. What have you lost by losing of this day? Lewis. All days of glory, joy, and happiness. Pandulph. If you had won it, certainly you had. No, no. When fortune means to men most good, she looks upon them with a threatening eye. 'Tis strange to think how much King John hath lost in this which he accounts so clearly won. Are not you grieved that Arthur is his prisoner? Lewis. As heartily as he is glad he hath him. Pandulph. Your mind is all as youthful as your blood. Now hear me speak with a prophetic spirit. For even the breath of what I mean to speak shall blow each dust, each straw, each little rub, out of the path which shall directly lead thy foot to England's throne. And therefore mark, John hath seized Arthur. And it cannot be that, whiles warm life plays in that infant's veins, the misplacked John should entertain an hour, 1 minute, nay, 1 quiet breath of rest. A scepter snatched with an unruly hand must be boisterously maintained as gained. And he that stands upon a slippery place makes nice of no vile hold to stay him up. That John may stand, then, Arthur needs must fall. So be it, for it cannot be but so. Lewis. But what shall I gain by young Arthur's fall? Pandulph. You, in the right of Lady Blanche your wife, may then make all the claim that Arthur did. Lewis. And lose it, life and all, as Arthur did. Pandulph. How green you are and fresh in this old world. John lays you plots. The times conspire with you. For he that steeps his safety in true blood shall find but bloody safety and untrue. This act so evilly born shall cool the hearts of all his people, and freeze up their zeal, that none so small advantage shall step forth to check his reign, but they will cherish it. No natural exhalation in the sky, no scope of nature, no distempered day, no common wind, no customed event, but they will pluck away his natural cause and call them meteors, prodigies and signs, abortives, presages and tongues of heaven, plainly denouncing vengeance upon John. Lewis. Maybe he will not touch young Arthur's life, but hold himself safe in his imprisonment. Pandulph. Oh, sir, when he shall hear of your approach, if that young Arthur be not gone already, even at that news he dies. And then the hearts of all his people shall revolt from him, and kiss the lips of unacquainted change, and pick strong matter of revolt and wrath out of the bloody fingers ends of John. Methinks I see this hurly all on foot, and, oh, what better matter breeds for you than I have nommed. The bastard Falconbridge is now in England ransacking the church, offending charity. If but a dozen French were there in arms, they would be as a call to train 10,000 English to their side, or as a little snow, tumbled about, anon becomes a mountain. O noble Dauphin, go with me to the king. 'Tis wonderful what may be wrought out of their discontent, now that their souls are topful of offense. For England go I will wed on the king. Lewis. Strong reasons make strong actions, let us go. If you say aye, the king will not say no. Exeunt. Act 4. Scene I. Northampton. A room in the castle. Enter Hubert and 2 executioners. Hubert. Heat me these irons hot, and look thou stand within the arras when I strike my foot upon the bosom of the ground. Rush forth and bind the boy which you shall find with me fast to the chair. Be heedful hence and watch. First executioner. I hope your warrant will bear out the deed. Hubert. Uncleanly scruples. Fear not you. Look to't. Exeunt executioners. Young lad, come forth. I have to say with you. Enter Arthur. Arthur. Good morrow, Hubert. Hubert. Good morrow, little prince. Arthur. As little prince, having so great a title to be more prince, as may be you are sad. Hubert. Indeed, I have been merrier. Arthur. Mercy on me. Methinks nobody should be sad but I. Yet, I remember when I was in France, young gentlemen would be as sad as night, only for wantonness, be why my Christendom. So I were out of prison, and kept sheep, I should be as merry as the day is long. And so I would be here, but that I doubt my uncle practices more harm to me. He is afraid of me, and I of him. Is it my fault that I was Geoffrey's son? No, indeed, is not, and I would to heaven I were your son. So you would love me, Hubert. Hubert, aside. If I talk to him, with his innocent prate he will awake my mercy, which lies dead. Therefore I will be sudden and dispatch. Arthur, are you sick, Hubert? You look pale today. In sooth, I would you were a little sick, that I might sit all night and watch with you. I warrant I love you more than you do me. Hubert, aside. His words do take possession of my bosom. Read here, young Arthur. Showing a paper. Aside. How now, foolish room. Turning despidious torture out of door. I must be brief, lest resolution drop out at mine eyes in tender womanish tears. Can you not read it? Is it not fair writ? Arthur, too fairly, Hubert, for so foul effect. Must you with hot irons burn out both mine eyes? Hubert, young boy, I must. Arthur, and will you? Hubert, and I will. Arthur, have you the heart? When your head did but ache, I knit my handkerchief about your brows, the best I had. A princess wrought at me, and I did never ask it you again. And with my hand at midnight held your head, and, like the watchful minutes to the hour, still and anon cheered up the heavy time, saying, what lack you, and where lies your grief? Or what good love may I perform for you? Many a poor man's son would have leaned still and ne'er have spoke a loving word to you. But you at your sick service had a prince. Nay, you may think my love was crafty love, and call it cunning.do, and if you will. If heaven be pleased that you must use me ill, why then will you put out mine eyes? These eyes that never did nor never shall so much as frown on you? Hubert, I have sworn to do it, and with hot irons must I burn them out. Arthur, ah, none but in this iron age would do it. The iron of itself, though heat red-hot, approaching near these eyes would drink my tears and quench his fiery indignation even in the matter of mine innocence. Nay, after that, consume away in rust, but for containing fire to harm mine eye. Are you more stubborn hard than hammered iron? And if an angel should have come to me and told me Hubert should put out mine eyes, I would not have believed him, no tongue but Hubert's. Hubert, stamps, come forth. Enter executioners with cords, irons, and see. Do as I bid you do. Arthur, oh, save me, Hubert, save me. My eyes are out even with the fierce looks of these bloody men. Hubert, give me the iron, I say, and bind him here. Arthur, alas, what need you be so boisterous rough? I will not struggle, I will stand stone still. For heaven's sake, Hubert, let me not be bound. Nay, hear me, Hubert, drive these men away, and I will sit as quiet as a lamb. I will not stir, nor wince, nor speak a word, nor look upon the iron angrily. Thrust but these men away, and I'll forgive you, whatever torment you do put me to. Hubert, go, stand within. Let me alone with him. First executioner. I am best pleased to be from such a deed. Exeunt executioners. Arthur, alas, I then have chid away my friend. He hath a stern look, but a gentle heart. Let him come back, that his compassion may give life to yours. Hubert, come, boy, prepare yourself. Arthur, is there no remedy? Hubert, none, but to lose your eyes. Arthur, O heaven, that there were but a mote in yours, a grain, a dust, a gnat, a wandering hair, any annoyance in that precious sense. Then, feeling what small things are boisterous there, your vile intent must needs seem horrible. Hubert, is this your promise? Go to, hold your tongue. Arthur, Hubert, the utterance of a brace of tongues must needs want pleading for a pair of eyes. Let me not hold my tongue, let me not, Hubert, or Hubert, if you will, cut out my tongue, so I may keep mine eyes, oh, spare mine eyes, though to no use but still to look on you. Lo, by my troth, the instrument is cold and would not harm me. Hubert, I can heat it, boy. Arthur, no, in good sooth, the fire is dead with grief, being create for comfort, to be used in undeserved extremes, see else yourself. There is no malice in this burning coal. The breath of heaven hath blown his spirit out and strewed repentant ashes on his head. Hubert. But with my breath I can revive it, boy. Arthur. And if you do, you will but make it blush and glow with shame of your proceedings, Hubert. Nay, it perchance will sparkle in your eyes, and like a dog that is compelled to fight, snatch at his master that doth tar him on. All things that you should use to do me wrong deny their office, only you do lack that mercy which fierce fire and iron extends, creatures of note for mercy-lacking uses. Hubert. Well, see to live. I will not touch thine eye for all the treasure that thine uncle owes. Yet I am sworn, and I did purpose, boy, with this same very iron to burn them out. Arthur. Oh, now you look like Hubert. All this while you were disguised. Hubert. Peace, no more ado. Your uncle must not know but you are dead. I'll fill these dogged spies with false reports. And, pretty child, sleep doubtless and secure that Hubert, for the wealth of all the world, will not offend thee. Arthur. O heaven. I thank you, Hubert. Hubert. Silence. No more. Go closely in with me. Much danger do I undergo for thee. Exeunt. Scene 2. The same. A room of state in the palace. Enter King John, crowned. Pembroke, Salisbury, and other lords. The king takes his state. King John. Here once again we sit, once again crowned and looked upon, I hope, with cheerful eyes. Pembroke. This, once again, but that your highness pleased, was once superfluous. You were crowned before, and that high royalty was ne'er plucked off, the faiths of men ne'er stained with revolt. Fresh expectation troubled not the land with any longed for change or better state. Salisbury. Therefore, to be possessed with double pomp, to guard a title that was rich before, to gild refined gold, to paint the lily, to throw a perfume on the violet, to smooth the ice, or add another hue unto the rainbow, or with taper light to seek the beauteous eye of heaven to garnish, is wasteful and ridiculous excess. Pembroke. But that your royal pleasure must be done. This act is as an ancient tale new told, and in the last repeating, troublesome, being urged at a time unseasonable. Salisbury. In this the antique and well-noted face of plain old form is much disfigured, and, like a shifted wind unto a sail, it makes the course of thoughts to fetch about, startles and frights consideration, makes sound opinion sick and truth suspected, for putting on so new a fashioned robe. Pembroke. When workmen strive to do better than well, they do confound their skill in covetousness, and oftentimes excusing of a fault doth make the fault the worse by the excuse, as patches set upon a little breach discredit more in hiding of the fault than did the fault before it was so patched. Salisbury. To this effect, before you were new crowned, we breathed our counsel, but it pleased your highness to overbear it, and we are all well pleased, since all and every part of what we would doth make a stand at what your highness will. King John. Some reasons of this double coronation I have possessed you with, and think them strong, and more strong, when lesser is my fear. I shall endue you with meantime, but ask what you would have reformed that is not well, and well shall you perceive how willingly I will both hear and grant you your requests. Pembroke. Then I, as one that am the tongue of these, to sound the purposes of all their hearts, both for myself and them, but, chief of all, your safety, for the which myself and them bend their best studies, heartily request the enfranchisement of Arthur, whose restraint doth move the murmuring lips of discontent to break into this dangerous argument. If what in rest you have and right you hold, why then your fears, which, as they say, attend the steps of wrong, should move you to mew up your tender kinsman, and to choke his days with barbarous ignorance, and deny his youth the rich advantage of good exercise? That the time's enemies may not have this to grace occasions, let it be our suit that you have bid us ask his liberty, which for our goods we do no further ask than whereupon our weal, on you depending, counts it your weal he have his liberty. King John. Let it be so. I do commit his youth to your direction. Enter Hubert. Hubert, what news with you? Taking him apart. Pembroke. This is the man should do the bloody deed. He showed his warrant to a friend of mine. The image of a wicked heinous fault lives in his eye. That close aspect of his doth show the mood of a much troubled breast, and I do fearfully believe 'tis done what we so feared he had a charge to do. Salisbury. The color of the king doth come and go between his purpose and his conscience, like heralds twixt two dreadful battles set. His passion is so ripe it needs must break. Pembroke. And when it breaks, I fear will issue thence the foul corruption of a sweet child's death. King John. We cannot hold mortality's strong hand. Good lords, although my will to give is living, the suit which you demand is gone and dead. He tells us Arthur is diseased tonight. Salisbury. Indeed, we feared his sickness was past cure. Pembroke. Indeed, we heard how near his death he was, before the child himself felt he was sick. This must be answered either here or hence. King John. Why do you bend such solemn brows on me? Think you I bear the shears of destiny? Have I commandment on the pulse of life? Salisbury. It is apparent foul play, and 'tis shame that greatness should so grossly offer it. So thrive it in your game, and so, farewell. Pembroke. Stay yet, Lord Salisbury, I'll go with thee and find the inheritance of this poor child, his little kingdom of a forced grave. That blood which out the breadth of all this isle 3 foot of it doth hold bad world the while. This must not be thus born. This will break out to all our sorrows, and ere long, I doubt. Exeunt lords. King John. They burn in indignation, I repent. There is no sure foundation set on blood, no certain life achieved by others' death. Enter a messenger. A fearful eye thou hast. Where is that blood that I have seen inhabit in those cheeks? So foul a sky clears not without a storm. Pour down thy weather. How goes all in France? Messenger. From France to England, never such a power for any foreign preparation was levied in the body of a land. The copy of your speed is learned by them. For when you should be told they do prepare, the tidings comes that they are all arrived. King John. Oh, where hath our intelligence been drunk? Where hath it slept? Where is my mother's care, that such an army could be drawn in France, and she not hear of it? Messenger. My liege, her ear is stopped with dust. The 1st of April died your noble mother, and as I hear, my lord, the Lady Constance in a frenzy died 3 days before, but this from rumor's tongue I idly heard. If true or false I know not. King John. Withhold thy speed, dreadful occasion. Oh, make a league with me, till I have pleased my discontented peers. What? Mother dead? How wildly then walks my estate in France? Under whose conduct came those powers of France that thou for truth givest out are landed here? Messenger. Under the Dauphin. King John. Thou hast made me giddy with these tidings. Enter the bastard and Peter of Pomfret. Now, what says the world to your proceedings? Do not seek to stuff my head with more ill news, for it is full. Bastard. But if you be afeard to hear the worst, then let the worst, unheard, fall on your head. King John. Bear with me, cousin, for I was amazed under the tide, but now I breathe again aloft the flood, and can give audience to any tongue, speak it of what it will. Bastard. How I have sped among the clergymen, the sums I have collected shall express. But as I travailed hither through the land, I find the people strangely fantasied, possessed with rumors, full of idle dreams, not knowing what they fear, but full of fear. And here's a prophet that I brought with me from forth the streets of Pomfret, whom I found with many hundreds treading on his heels, to whom he sung, in rude harsh-sounding rhymes, that, ere the next Ascension Day at noon, your Highness should deliver up your crown. King John. Thou idle dreamer, wherefore didst thou so? Peter of Pomfret. For knowing that the truth will fall out so. King John. Hubert, away with him, imprison him, and on that day at noon, whereon he says I shall yield up my crown, let him be hanged. Deliver him to safety and return, for I must use thee. Exit Hubert with Peter. O my gentle cousin, hear'st thou the news abroad? Who are arrived? Bastard. The French, my lord. Men's mouths are full of it. Besides, I met Lord Bigot and Lord Salisbury, with eyes as red as new enkindled fire, and others more, going to seek the grave of Arthur, whom they say is killed tonight on your suggestion. King John. Gentle kinsman, go. and thrust thyself into their companies. I have a way to will their loves again. Bring them before me. Bastard, I will seek them out. King John, nay, but make haste, the better foot before. Oh, let me have no subject enemies when adverse foreigners affright my towns with dreadful pomp of stout invasion. Be Mercury, set feathers to thy heels, and fly like thought from them to me again. Bastard, the spirit of the time shall teach me speed. Exit, bastard. King John spoke like a spriteful noble gentleman. Go after him, for he perhaps shall need some messenger betwixt me and the peers, and be thou he. Messenger, with all my heart, my liege. Exit. King John, my mother dead. Enter Hubert. Hubert, my lord, they say 5 moons were seen tonight, 4 fixed, and the 5th did whirl about the other 4 in wondrous motion. King John, 5 moons. Hubert, old men and beldams in the streets do prophesy upon it dangerously. Young Arthur's death is common in their mouths, and when they talk of him, they shake their heads and whisper one another in the ear. And he that speaks doth gripe the hearer's wrist, whilst he that hears makes fearful action with wrinkled brows, with nods, with rolling eyes. I saw a smith stand with his hammer, thus, the whilst his iron did on the anvil cool, with open mouth swallowing a tailor's news, who, with his shears and measure in his hand, standing on slippers, which his nimble haste had falsely thrust upon contrary feet, told of a many thousand warlike French that were embatailed and ranked in Kent. Another lean, unwashed artificer cuts off his tale and talks of Arthur's death. King John, why seek'st thou to possess me with these fears? Why urgest thou so oft young Arthur's death? Thy hand hath murdered him. I had a mighty cause to wish him dead, but thou hadst none to kill him. Hubert, no had, my lord. Why, did you not provoke me? King John, it is the curse of kings to be attended by slaves that take their humors for a warrant to break within the bloody house of life, and on the winking of authority to understand a law, to know the meaning of dangerous majesty, when perchance it frowns more upon humor than advised respect. Hubert, here is your hand and seal for what I did. King John, oh, when the last account twixt heaven and earth is to be made, then shall this hand and seal witness against us to damnation. How oft the sight of means to do ill deeds make deeds ill done. Hadst not thou been by, a fellow by the hand of nature marked, quoted and signed to do a deed of shame, this murder had not come into my mind. But taking note of thy abhorred aspect, finding thee fit for bloody villainy, apt, liable to be employed in danger, I faintly broke with thee of Arthur's death, and thou, to be endeared to a king, made it no conscience to destroy a prince. Hubert, my lord. King John, hadst thou but shook thy head or made pause when I spake darkly what I purposed, or turned an eye of doubt upon my face, as bid me tell my tale in express words, deep shame had struck me dumb, made me break off, and those thy fears might have wrought fears in me. But thou didst understand me by my signs, and didst in signs again parley with sin. Yea, without stop, didst let thy heart consent, and consequently thy rude hand to act the deed which both our tongues held vile to name. Out of my sight, and never see me more. My nobles leave me, and my state is braved, even at my gates, with ranks of foreign powers. Nay, in the body of the fleshly land, this kingdom, this confine of blood and breath, hostility and civil tumult reigns between my conscience and my cousin's death. Hubert, arm you against your other enemies. I'll make a peace between your soul and you. Young Arthur is alive. This hand of mine is yet a maiden and an innocent hand, not painted with the crimson spots of blood. Within this bosom never entered yet the dreadful motion of a murderous thought, and you have slandered nature in my form, which, howsoever rude exteriorly, is yet the cover of a fairer mind than to be butcher of an innocent child. King John, doth Arthur live? Oh, haste thee to the peers, throw this report on their incensed rage, and make them tame to their obedience. Forgive the comment that my passion made upon thy feature, for my rage was blind, and foul imaginary eyes of blood presented thee more hideous than thou art. Oh, answer not, but to my closet bring the angry lords with all expedient haste. I conjure thee but slowly, run more fast. Exeunt. Scene 3, the same, before the castle. Enter Arthur on the walls. Arthur. The wall is high, and yet will I leap down. Good ground. Be pitiful and hurt me not. There's few or none do know me. If they did, this shipboy's semblance hath disquised me quite. I am afraid, and yet I'll venture it. If I get down, and do not break my limbs, I'll find 1,000 shifts to get away. As good to die and go, as die and stay. Leaps down. O me, my uncle's spirit is in these stones. Heaven take my soul, and England keep my bones. Dies. Enter Pembroke, Salisbury, and Bigot. Salisbury. Lords, I will meet him at St. Edmundsbury. It is our safety, and we must embrace this gentle offer of the perilous time. Pembroke. Who brought that letter from the cardinal? Salisbury. The Count Melon, a noble lord of France, whose private with me of the Dauphin's love is much more general than these lines import. Bigot. Tomorrow morning let us meet him then. Salisbury. Or rather than set forward. For 'twill be 2 long days' journey, lords, or ere we meet. Enter the bastard. Bastard. Once more today well met, distempered lords. The king by me requests your presence straight. Salisbury. The king hath dispossessed himself of us. We will not line his thin bestained cloak with our pure honors, nor attend the foot that leaves the print of blood where'er it walks. Return and tell him so do we know the worst. Bastard. Whatever you think, good words, I think, were best. Salisbury. Our griefs and not our manners, reason now. Bastard. But there is little reason in your grief. Therefore, 'twere reason you had manners now. Pembroke. Sir, impatience hath his privilege. Bastard. 'Tis true, to hurt his master, no man's else. Salisbury. This is the prison, what is he lies here? Seeing Arthur. Pembroke. O death, made proud with pure and princely beauty, the earth had not a hole to hide this deed. Salisbury. Murder, as hating what himself hath done, doth lay it open to urge on revenge. Bigot. Or, when he doomed this beauty to a grave, found it too precious princely for a grave. Salisbury. Sir Richard. What think you? Have you beheld? Or have you read or heard? Or could you think? Or do you almost think, although you see, that you do see? Could thought, without this object, form such another? This is the very top, the height, the crest, or crest unto the crest, of murder's arms. This is the bloodiest shame, the wildest savagery, the vilest stroke, that ever wally-wide wrath or staring rage presented to the tears of soft remorse. Pembroke. All murders past due stand excused in this, and this, so sole and so unmatchable, shall give a holiness, a purity, to the yet unbegotten sin of times, and prove a deadly bloodshed but a jest, exampled by this heinous spectacle. Bastard. It is a damned and a bloody work, the graceless action of a heavy hand, if that it be the work of any hand. Salisbury. If that it be the work of any hand? We had a kind of light what would ensue. It is the shameful work of Hubert's hand, the practice and the purpose of the king, from whose obedience I forbid my soul, kneeling before this ruin of sweet life, and breathing to his breathless excellence the incense of a vow, a holy vow, never to taste the pleasures of the world, never to be infected with delight, nor conversant with ease and idleness, till I have set a glory to this hand, by giving it the worship of revenge. Pembroke and Bigot. Our souls religiously confirm thy words. Enter Hubert. Hubert. Lords, I am hot with haste in seeking you. Arthur doth live. The king hath sent for you. Salisbury. Oh, he is bold and blushes not at death. Avaunt, thou hateful villain, get thee gone. Hubert. I am no villain. Salisbury. Must I rob the law? Drawing his sword. Bastard. Your sword is bright, sir. Put it up again. Salisbury. Not till I sheath it in a murderer's skin. Hubert. Stand back, Lord Salisbury, stand back, I say. By heaven, I think my sword's as sharp as yours. I would not have you, Lord, forget yourself, nor tempt the danger of my true defense, lest I, by marking of your rage, forget your worth, your greatness and nobility. Bigot, out, dunghill. Darest thou brave a nobleman? Hubert, not for my life, but yet I dare defend my innocent life against an emperor. Salisbury, thou art a murderer. Hubert, do not prove me so. Yet I am none whose tongue sower speaks false, not truly speaks. Who speaks not truly, lies. Pembroke, cut him to pieces. Bastard, keep the peace, I say. Salisbury, stand by, or I shall gall you. Falconbridge, bastard, thou wert better gall the devil. Salisbury, if thou but frown on me, or stir thy foot, or teach thy hasty spleen to do me shame, I'll strike thee dead, put up thy sword betime, or I'll so maul you and your toasting iron that you shall think the devil is come from hell. Bigot, what wilt thou do? Renowned Falconbridge, second a villain and a murderer? Hubert, Lord Bigot, I am none. Bigot, who killed this prince? Hubert, 'tis not an hour since I left him well. I honored him, I loved him, and will weep my date of life out for his sweet life's loss. Salisbury, trust not those cunning waters of his eyes, for villainy is not without such room, and he, long traded in it, makes it seem like rivers of remorse and innocency. Away with me, all you whose souls abhorred uncleanly savors of a slaughterhouse, for I am stifled with this smell of sin. Bigot, away toward Bury, to the Dauphin there. Pembroke, there tell the king he may inquire us out. Exeunt lords. Bastard, here's a good world. Knew you of this fair work? Beyond the infinite and boundless reach of mercy, if thou didst this deed of death, art thou damned, Hubert. Hubert, do but hear me, sir. Bastard, I'll tell thee what. Thou art he damned as black, nay, nothing is so black. Thou art more deep damned than Prince Lucifer. There is not yet so ugly a fiend of hell as thou shalt be, if thou didst kill this child. Hubert, upon my soul, bastard, if thou didst but consent to this most cruel act, do but despair. And if thou want'st a cord, the smallest thread that ever spider twisted from her womb will serve to strangle thee. Rush will be a beam to hang thee on. Or wouldst thou drown thyself, put but a little water in a spoon, and it shall be as all the ocean, enough to stifle such a villain up. I do suspect thee very grievously, Hubert, if I in act, consent, or sin of thought, be guilty of the stealing that sweet breath which was embounded in this beauteous clay. Let hell want pains enough to torture me. I left him well. Bastard, go, bear him in thine arms. I am amazed, methinks, and lose my way among the thorns and dangers of this world. How easy dost thou take all England up? From forth this morsel of dead royalty, the life, the right, and truth of all this realm is fled to heaven. And England now is left to tug and scamble, and to part by teeth the unowed interest of proud swelling state. Now for the bare-picked bone of majesty doth dogged war bristle his angry crest and snarleth in the gentle eyes of peace. Now powers from home and discontents at home meet in one line, and vast confusion waits, as doth a raven on a sick-fallen beast, the imminent decay of rested pomp. Now happy he whose cloak and cincture can hold out this tempest, bear away that child, and follow me with speed, I'll to the king. 1,000 businesses are brief in hand, and heaven itself doth frown upon the land. Exeunt. Act V. Scene I. Northampton. A room in the palace. Enter King John, Pandulph, with the crown and attendants. King John, thus have I yielded up into your hand the circle of my glory. Pandulph, giving King John the crown, take again, from this my hand, as holding of the Pope, your sovereign greatness and authority. King John, now keep your holy word to go meet the French, and from his holiness use all your power to stop their marches, for we are inflamed. Our discontented counties do revolt. Our people quarrel with obedience, swearing allegiance and the love of soul to stranger blood, to foreign royalty. This inundation of mistempered humor rests by you only to be qualified. Then pause not, for the present times so sick that present medicine must be ministred or overthrow incurable ensues. Pandulph, it was my breath that blew this tempest up upon your stubborn usage of the Pope, but since you are a gentle convertite, My tongue shall hush again this storm of war and make fair weather in your blustering land. On this Ascension Day, remember well, upon your oath of service to the Pope, go I to make the French lay down their arms. Exit. King John, is this Ascension Day? Did not the prophet say that before Ascension Day at noon my crown I should give off? Even so I have. I did suppose it should be on constraint. But, heaven be thanked, it is but voluntary. Enter the bastard. Bastard. All Kent hath yielded, nothing there holds out, but Dover Castle London hath received, like a kind host, the Dauphin and his powers. Your nobles will not hear you, but are gone to offer service to your enemy. And wild amazement hurries up and down the little number of your doubtful friends. King John, would not my lords return to me again after they heard young Arthur was alive? Bastard. They found him dead and cast into the streets, an empty casket, where the jewel of life by some damned hand was robbed and ta'en away. King John, that villain Hubert told me he did live. Bastard. So, on my soul, he did, for aught he knew. But wherefore do you droop? Why look you sad? Be great in act, as you have been in thought. Let not the world see fear and sad distrust govern the motion of a kingly eye. Be stirring as the time. Be fire with fire. Threaten the threatener, and outface the brow of bragging horror, so shall inferior eyes, that borrow their behaviors from the great, grow great by your example, and put on the dauntless spirit of resolution. Away, and glister like the god of war when he intendeth to become the field. Show boldness and aspiring confidence. What? Shall they seek the lion in his den, and fright him there, and make him tremble there? Oh, let it not be said. Forage, and run to meet displeasure farther from the doors, and grapple with him ere he comes so nigh. King John, the legate of the Pope hath been with me, and I have made a happy peace with him, and he hath promised to dismiss the powers led by the Dauphin. Bastard! O inglorious league! Shall we, upon the footing of our land, send fair play orders, and make compromise, insinuation, parley, and base truce to arms invasive? Shall a beardless boy, a cockered silken wanton, brave our fields, and flesh his spirit in a warlike soil, mocking the air with colors idly spread, and find no check? Let us, my liege, to arms. Perchance the cardinal cannot make your peace. Or if he do, let it at least be said they saw we had a purpose of defense. King John, have thou the ordering of this present time. Bastard. Away then, with good courage. Yet, I know our party may well meet a prouder foe. Exeunt. Scene 2. Near St. Edmundsbury, the French camp. Enter, in arms, Lewis, Salisbury, Melon, Pembroke, Bigot, and soldiers. Lewis, my Lord Melon, let this be copied out, and keep it safe for our remembrance. Return the precedent to these lords again, that, having our fair order written down, both they and we, perusing o'er these notes, may know wherefore we took the sacrament, and keep our faiths firm and inviolable. Salisbury, upon our sides it never shall be broken. And, noble Dauphin, albeit we swear a voluntary zeal and an unerged faith to your proceedings. Yet believe me, Prince, I am not glad that such a sore of time should seek a plaster by contemned revolt, and heal the inveterate canker of one wound by making many. Oh, it grieves my soul that I must draw this metal from my side to be a widowmaker. Oh, and there where honorable rescue and defense cries out upon the name of Salisbury. But such is the infection of the time, that, for the health and physic of our right, we cannot deal but with the very hand of stern injustice and confused wrong. And is not pity, O my grieved friends, that we, the sons and children of this isle, were born to see so sad an hour as this, wherein we step after a stranger, march upon her gentle bosom, and fill up her enemies' ranks? I must withdraw and weep upon the spot of this enforced cause, to grace the gentry of a land remote, and follow unacquainted colors here. What? Here, O nation, that thou couldst remove, that Neptune's arms, who clippeth thee about, would bear thee from the knowledge of thyself and grapple thee unto a pagan shore, where these two Christian armies might combine the blood of malice in a vein of league, and not to spend it so unneighborly. Lewis, A noble temper dost thou show in this, and great affections wrestling in thy bosom doth make an earthquake of nobility. Oh, what a noble combat hast thou fought between compulsion and a brave respect! Let me wipe off this honorable dew that silverly doth progress on thy cheeks. My heart hath melted at a lady's tears, being an ordinary inundation. But this effusion of such manly drops, this shower, blown up by tempest of the soul, startles mine eyes and makes me more amazed than had I seen the vaulty top of heaven figured quite o'er with burning meteors. Lift up thy brow, renowned Salisbury, and with a great heart heave away this storm. Commend these waters to those baby eyes that never saw the giant world enragged, nor met with fortune other than at feasts, full of warm blood, of mirth, of gossiping. Come, come, for thou shalt thrust thy hand as deep into the purse of rich prosperity as Lewis himself. So, nobles, shall you all, that knit your sinews to the strength of mine. And even there, methinks, an angel spake. Enter Pandulph. Look, where the holy legate comes apace, to give us warrant from the hand of heaven, and on our actions set the name of right with holy breath. Pandulph, hail, noble prince of France. The next is this. King John hath reconciled himself to Rome. His spirit is come in, that so stood out against the holy church, the great metropolis and see of Rome. Therefore thy threatening colors now wind up, and tame the savage spirit of wild war, that, like a lion fostered up at hand, it may lie gently at the foot of peace and be no further harmful than in show. Lewis, your grace shall pardon me, I will not back. I am too high-born to be propertied, to be a secondary at control, or useful serving man and instrument to any sovereign state throughout the world. Your breath first kindled the dead coal of wars between this chastest kingdom and myself, and brought in matter that should feed this fire. And now 'tis far too huge to be blown out with that same weak wind which enkindled it. You taught me how to know the face of right, acquainted me with interest to this land. Yea, thrust this enterprise into my heart. And come ye now to tell me John hath made his peace with Rome? What is that peace to me? I, by the honor of my marriage bed, after young Arthur, claim this land for mine. And now it is half conquered. Must I back because that John hath made his peace with Rome? Am I Rome's slave? What penny hath Rome borne? What men provided, what munitions sent, to underprop this action? Is not I that undergo this charge? Who else but I, and such as to my claim are liable, sweat in this business and maintain this war? Have I not heard these islanders shout out Vive le Roi, as I have banked their towns? Have I not here the best cards for the game to win this easy match played for a crown? And shall I now give o'er the yielded set? No, no, on my soul, it never shall be said. Pandulph, you look but on the outside of this work. Lewis, outside or inside, I will not return till my attempt so much be glorified as to my ample hope was promised before I drew this gallant head of war, and culled these fiery spirits from the world, to outlook conquest and to win renown even in the jaws of danger and of death. Trumpet sounds. What lusty trumpet thus doth summon us? Enter the bastard, attended. Bastard. According to the fair play of the world, let me have audience. I am sent to speak, my holy lord of Milan. From the king I come to learn how you have dealt for him. And as you answer, I do know the scope and warrant limited unto my tongue. Pandulph, the Dauphin is too willful opposite, and will not temporize with my entreaties. He flatly says he'll not lay down his arms. Bastard! By all the blood that ever fury breathed, the youth says well now hear our English king, for thus his royalty doth speak in me. He is prepared, and reason too he should. This apish and unmannerly approach, this harnessed mask and unadvised revel, this unhaired sauciness and boyish troops, the king doth smile at, and is well prepared to whip this dwarfish war, these pygmy arms, from out the circle of his territories. That hand which had the strength, even at your door, to cudgel you and make you take the hatch, to dive like buckets in concealed wells, to crouch in litter of your stable planks, to lie like pawns locked up in chests and trunks, to hug with swine, to seek sweet safety out in vaults and prisons, and to thrill and shake even at the crying of your nation's crow, thinking this voice an armed Englishman, Shall that victorious hand be feebled here that in your chambers gave you chastisement? No, no, the gallant monarch is in arms and like an eagle o'er his airy towers to souse annoyance that comes near his nesta. And you degenerate, you ingrate revolts, you bloody Neros, ripping up the womb of your dear mother England, blush for shame. For your own ladies and pale-visaged maids like Amazons come tripping after drums, their thimbles into armed gauntlets change, their needles to lances, and their gentle hearts to fierce and bloody inclination. Lewis, there end thy brave, and turn thy face in peace. We grant thou canst outscold us, fare thee well. We hold our time too precious to be spent with such a brabbler. Pandulph, give me leave to speak. Bastard, no, I will speak. Lewis, we will attend to neither. Strike up the drums, and let the tongue of war plead for our interest and our being here. Bastard, indeed, your drums, being beaten, will cry out, and so shall you, being beaten, go but start an echo with the clamor of thy drum, and even at hand a drum is ready bracked that shall reverberate all as loud as thine. Sound but another, and another shall, as loud as thine, rattle the welkin's ear and mock the deep-mouthed thunder for at hand, not trusting to this halting legate here, whom he hath used rather for sport than need, is warlike John. And in his forehead sits a bare-ribbed death, whose office is this day to feast upon whole thousands of the French. Lewis, strike up our drums, to find this danger out. Bastard, and thou shalt find it, Dauphin, do not doubt. Exeunt. Scene 3, the same, the field of battle. Alarums, enter King John and Hubert. King John, how goes the day with us? Oh, tell me, Hubert. Hubert, badly, I fear. How fares your majesty? King John, this fever that hath troubled me so long lies heavy on me. Oh, my heart is sick. Enter a messenger. Messenger, my lord, your valiant kinsman, Falconbridge, desires your majesty to leave the field and send him word by me which way you go. King John, tell him, toward Swinstead, to the abbey there. Messenger, be of good comfort, for the great supply that was expected by the Dauphin here are racked 3 nights ago on Goodwin Sands. This news was brought to Richard, but even now, the French fight coldly and retire themselves. King John, this tyrant fever burns me up and will not let me welcome this good news. Set on toward Swinstead, O my litter straight. Weakness possesseth me, and I am faint. Exeunt. Scene 4. The same, another part of the same. Enter Salisbury, Pembroke, and Bigot. Salisbury, I did not think the king so stored with friends. Pembroke, up once again. Put spirit in the French. If they miscarry, we miscarry too. Salisbury, that misbegotten devil, Falconbridge, in spite of spite, alone upholds the day. Pembroke, they say King John, sore sick, hath left the field. Enter Melon wounded, and led by soldiers. Melon, lead me to the revolts of England here. Salisbury, when we were happy we had other names. Pembroke, it is the Count Melon. Salisbury, wounded to death. Melon, fly, noble English, you are bought and sold. Unthread the rude eye of rebellion and welcome home again discarded faith. Seek out King John and fall before his feet. For if the French be lords of this loud day, he means to recompense the pains you take by cutting off your heads. Thus hath he sworn, and I with him, and many more with me, upon the altar at St. Edmundsbury. Even on that altar where we swore to you dear amity and everlasting love. Salisbury, may this be possible? May this be true? Melon, have I not hideous death within my view, retaining but a quantity of life, which bleeds away even as a form of wax resolveth from his figure gainst the fire? What in the world should make me now deceive, since I must lose the use of all deceit? Why should I then be false, since it is true that I must die here and live hence by truth? I say again, if Lewis do win the day, he is forsworn if e'er those eyes of yours behold another day break in the east. But even this night, whose black contagious breath already smokes about the burning crest of the old, feeble, and day-wearied sun, even this ill night, your breathing shall expire, paying the fine of rated treachery even with a treacherous fine of all your lives, If Lewis by your assistance win the day, commend me to one Hubert with your king. The love of him, and this respect besides, for that my grandsire was an Englishman, awakes my conscience to confess all this. In lieu whereof, I pray you, bear me hence from forth the noise and rumor of the field, where I may think the remnant of my thoughts in peace, and part this body and my soul with contemplation and devout desires. Salisbury. We do believe thee, and beshrew my soul, but I do love the favor and the form of this most fair occasion, by the which we will untread the steps of damned flight, and like a baited and retired flood, leaving our rankness and irregular course, stoop low within those bounds we have o'erlooked, and calmly run on in obedience even to our ocean, to our great King John. My arm shall give thee help to bear thee hence, for I do see the cruel pangs of death right in thine eye. Away, my friends, new flight, and happy newness, that intends old right. Exeunt. Leading off Melon. Scene vide up the same, the French camp. Enter Lewis and his train. Lewis, the son of heaven, methought, was loath to set, but stayed, and made the western welkin blush, when the English measure backward their own ground and faint retire. Oh, bravely came we off, when with a volley of our needless shot, after such bloody toil, we bid good night, and wound our tottering colors clearly up, last in the field, and almost lords of it. Enter a messenger. Messenger, where is my prince, the Dauphin? Lewis, hear what news. Messenger, the Count Melon is slain. The English lords by his persuasion are again fallen off, and your supply, which you have wished so long, are cast away and sunk on Goodwin sands. Lewis, ah, foul shrewd news, beshrew thy very heart. I did not think to be so sad tonight as this hath made me. Who was he that said King John did fly an hour or two before the stumbling night did part our weary powers? Messenger, whoever spoke it, it is true, my lord. Lewis, well, keep good quarter and good care tonight. The day shall not be up so soon as I, to try the fair adventure of tomorrow. Exeunt. Scene vi.an open place in the neighborhood of Swinstead Abbey. Enter the bastard and Hubert. Meeting. Hubert, who's there? Speak, ho. Speak quickly, or I shoot. Bastard, a friend, what art thou? Hubert, of the part of England. Bastard, whither dost thou go? Hubert, what's that to thee? Why may I not demand of thine affairs, as well as thou of mine? Bastard, Hubert, I think. Hubert, thou hast a perfect thought. I will, upon all hazards, well believe thou art my friend, that know'st my tongue so well. Who art thou? Bastard, who thou wilt, and if thou please, thou mayst befriend me so much as to think I come one way of the Plantagenets. Hubert, unkind remembrance, thou and eyeless knight have done me shame. Brave soldier, pardon me, that any accent breaking from thy tongue should scape the true acquaintance of mine ear. Bastard, come, come, sans compliment, what news abroad? Hubert, why, here walk I in the black brow of night, to find you out. Bastard, brief then, and what's the news? Hubert, oh, my sweet sir, news fitting to the night, black, fearful, comfortless, and horrible. Bastard, show me the very wound of this ill news. I am no woman, I'll not swoon at it. Hubert, the king, I fear, is poisoned by a monk. I left him almost speechless, and broke out to acquaint you with this evil, that you might the better arm you to the sudden time, than if you had at leisure known of this. Bastard, how did he take it? Who did taste to him? Hubert, a monk, I tell you, a resolved villain, whose bowels suddenly burst out. The king yet speaks, and peradventure may recover. Bastard, who didst thou leave to tend his majesty? Hubert, why, know you not? The lords are all come back, and brought Prince Henry in their company, at whose request the king hath pardoned them, and they are all about his majesty. Bastard, withhold thine indignation, mighty heaven, and tempt us not to bear above our power. I'll tell thee, Hubert, half my power this night, passing these flats, are taken by the tide. These Lincoln washes have devoured them. Myself, well mounted, hardly have escaped. Away before, conduct me to the king. I doubt he will be dead or ere I come. Exeunt. Scene 7. The orchard of Swinstead Abbey. Enter Prince Henry, Salisbury, and Bigot. Prince Henry. It is too late, the life of all his blood is touched corruptibly, and his pure brain, which some suppose the soul's frail dwelling-house, doth, by the idle comments that it makes, foretell the ending of mortality. Enter Pembroke. Pembroke. His Highness yet doth speak, and holds belief that, being brought into the open air, it would allay the burning quality of that fell poison which assaileth him. Prince Henry. Let him be brought into the orchard here. Doth he still rage? Exit Bigot. Pembroke. He is more patient than when you left him. Even now he sung. Prince Henry. O vanity of sickness! Fierce extremes in their continuance will not feel themselves. Death, having preyed upon the outward parts, leaves them invisible, and his siege is now against the mind, the which he pricks and wounds with many legions of strange fantasies, which, in their throng and press to that last hold, confound themselves. 'Tis strange that death should sing. I am the signet to this pale faint swan, who chants a doleful hymn to his own death, and from the organ-pipe of frailty sings his soul and body to their lasting rest. Salisbury. Be of good comfort, Prince, for you are born to set a form upon that indigest which he hath left so shapeless and so rude. Enter Bigot and attendants, who bring in King John in a chair. King John. Ay, marry, now my soul hath elbow-room, it would not out at windows nor at doors. There is so hot a summer in my bosom that all my bowels crumble up to dust. I am a scribbled form, drawn with a pen upon a parchment, and against this fire do I shrink up. Prince Henry. How fares your majesty? King John. Poisoned, ill fare. Dead, forsook, cast off, and none of you will bid the winter come to thrust his icy fingers in my maw, nor let my kingdom's rivers take their course through my burned bosom, nor entreat the north to make his bleak winds kiss my parched lips and comfort me with cold. I do not ask you much, I beg cold comfort. And you are so straight and so ingrateful, you deny me that. Prince Henry. Oh, that there were some virtue in my tears that might relieve you. King John. The salt in them is hot. Within me is a hell, and there the poison is, as a fiend, confined to tyrannize on unreprievable condemned blood. Enter the bastard. Bastard. Oh, I am scalded with my violent motion and spleen of speed to see your majesty. King John. O cousin, thou art come to set mine eye. The tackle of my heart is cracked and burned, and all the shrouds wherewith my life should sail are turned to one thread, one little hair. My heart hath one poor string to stay it by, which holds but till thy news be uttered, and then all this thou sayest is but a clod and module of confounded royalty. Bastard. The Dauphin is preparing hitherward, where God he knows how we shall answer him. For in a night the best part of my power, as I upon advantage did remove, were in the washes all unwarily devoured by the unexpected flood. The king dies. Salisbury. You breathe these dead news in as dead an ear. My liege, my lord, but now a king, now thus. Prince Henry. Even so must I run on, and even so stop. What surety of the world, what hope, what stay, when this was now a king, and now is clay? Bastard. Art thou gone so? I do but stay behind to do the office for thee of revenge, and then my soul shall wait on thee to heaven, as it on earth hath been thy servant still. Now, you stars that move in your right spheres, where be your powers? Show now your mended faiths, and instantly return with me again, to push destruction and perpetual shame out of the weak door of our fainting land. Straight let us seek, or straight we shall be sought. The Dauphin rages at our very heels. Salisbury. It seems you know not, then, so much as we. The Cardinal Pandulph is within at rest, who half an hour since came from the Dauphin, and brings from him such offers of our peace as we with honor and respect may take, with purpose presently to leave this war. Bastard. He will the rather do it when he sees ourselves well sinewed to our defense. Salisbury. Nay, 'tis in a manner done already, for many carriages he hath dispatched to the seaside, and put his cause and quarrel to the disposing of the cardinal, with whom yourself, myself, and other lords, if you think meet, this afternoon will post to consummate this business happily. Bastard! Let it be so, and you, my noble prince, with other princes that may best be sparred, shall wait upon your father's funeral. Prince Henry, at Worcester must his body be interred, for so he willed it. Bastard! Thither shall it, then, and happily may your sweet self put on the lineal state and glory of the land, to whom, with all submission on my knee, I do bequeath my faithful services and true subjection everlastingly. Salisbury, and the like tender of our love we make, to rest without a spot for evermore. Prince Henry, I have a kind soul that would give you thanks and knows not how to do it but with tears. Bastard! Oh, let us pay the time but needful woe, since it hath been beforehand with our griefs. This England never did, nor never shall, lie at the proud foot of a conqueror, but when it first did help to wound itself. Now these her princes are come home again, come the three corners of the world in arms, and we shall shock them, not shall make us rue, if England to itself do rest but true. Exeunt. The Tragedy of Julius Caesar. Contents. Act I. Scene I. Rome. A street. Scene 2. The same. A public place. Scene 3. The same. A street. Act 2. Scene I. Rome. Brutus orchard. Scene 2. A room in Caesar's palace. Scene 3. A street near the Capitol. Scene 4. Another part of the same street, before the house of Brutus. Act 3. Scene I. Rome, before the Capitol, the Senate sitting. Scene 2. The same. The Forum. Scene 3. The same. A street. Act 4. Scene I. A room in Antony's house. Scene 2. Before Brutus' tent, in the camp near Sardis. Scene 3. Within the tent of Brutus. Act V. Scene I. The plains of Philippi. Scene 2. The same, the field of battle. Scene 3. Another part of the field. Scene 4. Another part of the field. Scene V. Another part of the field. Dramatis Personae. Julius Caesar. Octavius Caesar, triumvir after his death. Marcus Antonius. M. Emilius Lepidus. Cicero, Publius, Popilius Lena, senators. Marcus Brutus, conspirator against Caesar. Cassius, Casca, Trebonius, Ligarius, Decius Brutus, Metellus Cimber, Cinna, Flavius, tribune. Marullus, tribune. Artemidorus, a sophist of Cnidus, a soothsayer. Cinna, a poet. Another poet. Lucilius, Titinius, Messala, young Cato, and Volumnius, friends to Brutus and Cassius. Varro, Clitus, Claudius, Strato, Lucius, Dardanius, servants to Brutus. Pindarus, servant to Cassius. Calphurnia, wife to Caesar. Portia, wife to Brutus. The ghost of Caesar. Senators, citizens, soldiers, commoners, messengers, and servants. Scene, Rome. The conspirators camp near Sardis and the plains of Philippi. Act I. Scene I. Rome. A street. Enter Flavius, Marullus, and a throng of citizens. Flavius. Hence. Home. You idle creatures, get you home. Is this a holiday? What? Know you not, being mechanical, you ought not walk upon a laboring day without the sign of your profession. Speak. What trade art thou? Carpenter. Why, sir, a carpenter. Marullus. Where is thy leather apron and thy rule? What dost thou with thy best apparel on? You, sir, what trade are you? Cobbler. Truly, sir, in respect of a fine workman, I am but, as you would say, a cobbler. Marullus. But what trade art thou? Answer me directly. Cobbler. A trade, sir, that I hope I may use with a safe conscience, which is indeed, sir, a mender of bad soles. Marullus. What trade, thou knave? Thou naughty knave, what trade? Cobbler. Nay, I beseech you, sir, be not out with me. Yet, if you be out, sir, I can mend you. Marullus. What mean'st thou by that? Mend me, thou saucy fellow. Cobbler. Why, sir, cobble you. Flavius. Thou art a cobbler, art thou? Cobbler. Truly, sir, all that I live by is with thee all. I meddle with no tradesmen's matters, nor women's matters, But withal I am indeed, sir, a surgeon to old shoes. When they are in great danger, I recover them as proper men as ever trod upon neat's leather have gone upon my handiwork. Flavius. But wherefore art not in thy shop today? Why dost thou lead these men about the streets? Cobbler. Truly, sir, to wear out their shoes, to get myself into more work, but indeed, sir, we make holiday to see Caesar, and to rejoice in his triumph. Marilus. Wherefore rejoice? What conquest brings he home? What tributaries follow him to Rome, to grace in captive bonds his chariot wheels? You blocks, you stones, you worse than senseless things. O you hard hearts, you cruel men of Rome, knew you not Pompey? Many a time and oft have you climbed up to walls and battlements, to towers and windows, yea, to chimney tops, your infants in your arms, and there have sat the livelong day with patient expectation, to see great Pompey pass the streets of Rome. And when you saw his chariot but appear, have you not made an universal shout, that Tiber trembled underneath her banks to hear the replication of your sounds made in her concave shores? And do you now put on your best attire? And do you now call out a holiday? And do you now strew flowers in his way, that comes in triumph over Pompey's blood? Be gone. Run to your houses, fall upon your knees, pray to the gods to intermit the plague that needs must light on this ingratitude. Flavius. Go, go, good countrymen, and, for this fault assemble all the poor men of your sort, draw them to Tiber banks, and weep your tears into the channel, till the lowest stream do kiss the most exalted shores of all. Exeunt citizens. See whether their basest metal be not immoved. They vanish tongue-tied in their guiltiness. Go you down that way towards the Capitol. This way will I disrobe the images, if you do find them decked with ceremonies. Marilus. May we do so? You know it is the feast of Lupercal. Flavius. It is no matter. Let no images be hung with Caesar's trophies. Isle about and drive away the vulgar from the streets. So do you too, where you perceive them thick. These growing feathers plucked from Caesar's wing will make him fly an ordinary pitch. Who else would soar above the view of men, and keep us all in servile fearfulness? Exeunt. Scene 2. The same. A public place. Enter, in procession, with music, Caesar. Antony, for the course. Calphurnia, Portia, Decius, Cicero, Brutus, Cassius, and Casca. A great crowd following, among them a soothsayer. Caesar. Calphurnia. Casca. Peace ho. Caesar speaks. Music ceases. Caesar. Calphurnia. Calphurnia. Here, my lord. Caesar. Stand you directly in Antonius' way, when he doth run his course Antonius. Antony. Caesar. My lord. Caesar. Forget not in your speed, Antonius, to touch Calphurnia. For our elders say, the barren, touched in this holy chase, shake off their sterile curse. Antony. I shall remember. When Caesar says do this, it is performed. Caesar. Set on, and leave no ceremony out. Music. Soothsayer. Caesar. Caesar. Ha! Who calls? Casca. Bid every noise be still. Peace yet again. Music ceases. Caesar. Who is it in the press that calls on me? I hear a tongue shriller than all the music. Cry Caesar. Speak, Caesar is turned to hear. Soothsayer. Beware the Ides of March. Caesar. What man is that? Brutus. A soothsayer bids you beware the Ides of March. Caesar. Set him before me. Let me see his face. Cassius. Fellow, come from the throng. Look upon Caesar. Caesar. What say'st thou to me now? Speak once again. Soothsayer. Beware the Ides of March. Caesar. He is a dreamer. Let us leave him pass. Senate. Exeunt all but Brutus and Cassius. Cassius. Will you go see the order of the course? Brutus. Not I. Cassius. I pray you, do. Brutus. I am not gamesome. I do lack some part of that quick spirit that is in Antony. Let me not hinder, Cassius, your desires. I'll leave you. Cassius. Brutus. I do observe you now of late. I have not from your eyes that gentleness and show of love as I was wont to have. You bear too stubborn and too strange a hand over your friend that loves you. Brutus. Cassius, be not deceived. If I have veiled my look, I turn the trouble of my countenance merely upon myself, vexed I am. Of late with passions of some difference, conceptions only proper to myself, which give some soil perhaps to my behaviors. But let not therefore my good friends be grieved, among which number, Cassius, be you one. Nor construe any further my neglect, than that poor Brutus, with himself at war, forgets the shows of love to other men. Cassius, then, Brutus, I have much mistook your passion, by means whereof this breast of mine hath buried thoughts of great value, worthy cogitations. Tell me, good Brutus, can you see your face? Brutus, no, Cassius, for the eye sees not itself but by reflection, by some other thing. Cassius, 'tis just, and it is very much lamented, Brutus, that you have no such mirrors as will turn your hidden worthiness into your eye, that you might see your shadow. I have heard where many of the best respect in Rome, except immortal Caesar, speaking of Brutus and groaning underneath this age's yoke, have wished that noble Brutus had his eyes. Brutus, into what dangers would you lead me, Cassius, that you would have me seek into myself for that which is not in me? Cassius, therefore, good Brutus, be prepared to hear. And since you know you cannot see yourself so well as by reflection, I, your glass, will modestly discover to yourself that of yourself which you yet know not of. And be not jealous on me, gentle Brutus. Were I a common laugher, or did use to stale with ordinary oaths my love to every new protester, if you know that I do fawn on men, and hug them hard and after scandal them, or if you know that I profess myself in banqueting to all the rout, then hold me dangerous. Flourish and shout. Brutus, what means this shouting? I do fear the people choose Caesar for their king. Cassius, do you fear it? Then must I think you would not have it so. Brutus, I would not, Cassius. Yet I love him well, but wherefore do you hold me here so long? What is it that you would impart to me? If it be aught toward the general good, set honor in one eye and death the other, and I will look on both indifferently. For let the gods so speed me as I love the name of honor more than I fear death. Cassius, I know that virtue to be in you, Brutus, as well as I do know your outward favor. Well, honor is the subject of my story. I cannot tell what you and other men think of this life. But, for my single self, I had as lief not be as live to be in awe of such a thing as I myself. I was born free as Caesar. So were you. We both have fed as well, and we can both endure the winter's cold as well as he. For once, upon a raw and gusty day, the troubled Tiber chafing with her shores, Caesar said to me, Darest thou, Cassius, now leap in with me into this angry flood, and swim to yonder point? Upon the word, accoutred as I was, I plunged in, and bade him follow. So indeed he did. The torrent roared, and we did buffet it with lusty sinews, throwing it aside and stemming it with hearts of controversy. But ere we could arrive the point proposed, Caesar cried, Help me, Cassius, or I sink. I, as Aeneas, our great ancestor, did from the flames of Troy upon his shoulder the old Anchises bear, so from the waves of Tiber did I the tired Caesar, and this man is now become a god. And Cassius is a wretched creature, and must bend his body, if Caesar carelessly but gnawed on him. He had a fever when he was in Spain, and when the fit was on him I did mark how he did shake. 'Tis true, this god did shake. His coward lips did from their color fly, and that same eye whose bend doth awe the world did lose his lustre. I did hear him groan. Ay, and that tongue of his, that bade the Romans mark him, and write his speeches in their books, alas, it cried, Give me some drink, Titinius, as a sick girl. Why, ye gods, it doth amaze me. A man of such a feeble temper should so get the start of the majestic world, and bear the palm alone. Shout, flourish. Brutus, another general shout? I do believe that these applauses are for some new honors that are heaped on Caesar. Cassius, why, man, he doth bestride the narrow world like a colossus, and we petty men walk under his huge legs, and peep about to find ourselves dishonorable graves. Men at some time are masters of their fates. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves, that we are underlings. Brutus and Caesar. What should be in that, Caesar? Why should that name be sounded more than yours? Write them together, yours is as fair a name. Sound them, it doth become the mouth as well. Weigh them, it is as heavy. Conjure with M, Brutus will start a spirit as soon as Caesar. Now in the names of all the gods at once, upon what meat doth this our Caesar feed, that he is grown so great? Age, thou art shammed. Rome, thou hast lost the breed of noble bloods. When went there by an age since the great flood, but it was famed with more than with one man. When could they say, till now, that talked of Rome, that her wide walls encompassed but one man? Now is it Rome indeed, and room enough, when there is in it but one only man. Oh, you and I have heard our fathers say, there was a Brutus once that would have brooked the eternal devil to keep his state in Rome, as easily as a king. Brutus, that you do love me, I am nothing jealous. What you would work me to, I have some aim. How I have thought of this and of these times, I shall recount hereafter. For this present, I would not, so with love I might entreat you, be any further immoved. What you have said, I will consider. What you have to say I will with patience hear, and find a time both meet to hear and answer such high things. Till then, my noble friend, chew upon this. Brutus had rather be a villager than to repute himself a son of Rome under these hard conditions, as this time is like to lay upon us. Cassius, I am glad that my weak words have struck but thus much show of fire from Brutus. Enter Caesar and his train. Brutus, the games are done, and Caesar is returning. Cassius, as they pass by, pluck Casca by the sleeve, and he will, after his sour fashion, tell you what hath proceeded worthy note today. Brutus, I will do so, but, look you, Cassius, the angry spot doth glow on Caesar's brow, and all the rest look like a chidden train. Calphurnia's cheek is pale, and Cicero looks with such ferret and such fiery eyes as we have seen him in the Capitol, being crossed in conference by some senators. Cassius, Casca will tell us what the matter is. Caesar, Antonius, Antony, Caesar, Caesar. Let me have men about me that are fat, sleek-headed men, and such as sleep o' nights. Yon Cassius has a lean and hungry look. He thinks too much. Such men are dangerous. Antony, fear him not. Caesar, he's not dangerous. He is a noble Roman and well given. Caesar, would he were fatter, but I fear him not. Yet if my name were liable to fear, I do not know the man I should avoid so soon as that spare Cassius. He reads much, he is a great observer, and he looks quite through the deeds of men. He loves no plays, as thou dost, Antony. He hears no music. Seldom he smiles, and smiles in such a sort as if he mocked himself and scorned his spirit that could be immoved to smile at anything. Such men as he be never at heart's ease whiles they behold a greater than themselves, and therefore are they very dangerous. I rather tell thee what is to be feared than what I fear, for always I am Caesar. Come on my right hand, for this ear is deaf, and tell me truly what thou thinkst of him. Exeunt Caesar and his train. Casca stays. Casca, you pulled me by the cloak. Would you speak with me? Brutus, I, Casca, tell us what hath chanked today, that Caesar looks so sad. Casca, why, you were with him, were you not? Brutus, I should not then ask Casca what had chanked. Casca, why, there was a crown offered him, and being offered him, he put it by with the back of his hand, thus, and then the people fell a-shouting. Brutus, what was the second noise for? Casca, why, for that too. Cassius, they shouted thrice. What was the last cry for? Casca, why, for that too. Brutus, was the crown offered him thrice? Casca, I, Mary, was, and he put it by thrice, every time gentler than other, and at every putting by mine honest neighbors shouted. Cassius, who offered him the crown? Casca, why, Antony. Brutus, tell us the manner of it, gentle Casca. Casca, I can as well be hanged as tell the manner of it. It was mere foolery. I did not mark it. I saw Mark Antony offer him a crown. Yet 'twas not a crown neither, 'twas one of these coronets, and as I told you, he put it by once. But, For all that, to my thinking, he would fain have had it, then he offered it to him again. Then he put it by again. But, to my thinking, he was very loath to lay his fingers off it, and then he offered it the third time. He put it the third time by, and still as he refaced it, the rabblement hooted, and clapped their chopped hands, and threw up their sweaty nightcaps, and uttered such a deal of stinking breath because Caesar refaced the crown, that it had almost choked Caesar, for he swooned and fell down at it, and for mine own part, I durst not laugh, for fear of opening my lips and receiving the bad air. Cassius, but, soft, I pray you, what? Did Caesar swoon? Casca. He fell down in the marketplace, and foamed at mouth, and was speechless. Brutus. 'Tis very like. He hath the falling sickness. Cassius. No, Caesar hath it not. But you and I, and honest Casca, we have the falling sickness. Casca. I know not what you mean by that, but I am sure Caesar fell down, if the Tagrag people did not clap him and hiss him, according as he pleased and displeased them, as they used to do the players in the theatre. I am no true man. Brutus. What said he when he came unto himself? Casca. Marry, before he fell down, when he perceived the common herd was glad he refused the crown, he plucked me ope his doublet, and offered them his throat to cut, and I had been a man of any occupation. If I would not have taken him at a word, I might go to hell among the rogues, and so he fell when he came to himself again, he said. If he had done or said anything amiss, he desired their worships to think it was his infirmity. 3 or 4 wenches where I stood cried, Alas, good soul, and forgave him with all their hearts. But there's no heed to be taken of them. If Caesar had stabbed their mothers, they would have done no less. Brutus. And, after that, he came thus sad away? Casca. Aye. Cassius. Did Cicero say anything? Casca. Aye, he spoke Greek. Cassius. To what effect? Casca. Nay, and I tell you that, I'll ne'er look you the face again, but those that understood him smiled at one another and shook their heads. But for mine own part, it was Greek to me. I could tell you more news too. Marillus and Flavius, for pulling scarfs off Caesar's images, are put to silence, fare you well. There was more foolery yet, if I could remember it. Cassius. Will you sup with me tonight, Casca? Casca. No, I am promised forth. Cassius. Will you dine with me tomorrow? Casca. Aye, if I be alive, and your mind hold, and your dinner worth the eating. Cassius. Good, and I will expect you. Casca. Do so. Farewell both. Exit Casca. Brutus. What a blunt fellow is this grown to be. He was quick-mettled when he went to school. Cassius. So is he now in execution. Of any bold or noble enterprise, however he puts on this tardy form. This rudeness is a sauce to his good wit, which gives men's stomach to digest his words with better appetite. Brutus. And so it is. For this time I will leave you. Tomorrow, if you please to speak with me, I will come home to you. Or, if you will, come home to me, and I will wait for you. Cassius. I will do so. Till then, think of the world. Exit Brutus. Well, Brutus, thou art noble. Yet I see, thy honorable metal may be wrought from that it is disposed. Therefore 'tis meet that noble minds keep ever with their likes. For who's so firm that cannot be seduct? Caesar doth bear me hard, but he loves Brutus. If I were Brutus now, and he were Cassius, he should not humor me. I will this night, in several hands, in at his windows throw, as if they came from several citizens' writings, all tending to the great opinion that Rome holds of his name, wherein obscurely Caesar's ambition shall be glanced at. And after this, let Caesar seat him sure, for we will shake him, or worse days endure. Exit. Scene 3, the same street. Thunder and lightning enter, from opposite sides, Casca with his sword drawn, and Cicero. Cicero. Good even, Casca. Brought you Caesar home? Why are you breathless, and why stare you so? Casca. Are not you moved, when all the sway of earth shakes like a thing unfirm? O Cicero, I have seen tempests, when the scolding winds have rived the knotty oaks, and I have seen the ambitious ocean swell and rage and foam, to be exalted with the threatening clouds. But never till tonight, never till now, did I go through a tempest dropping fire. Either there is a civil strife in heaven, or else the world, too saucy with the gods, incenses them to send destruction. Cicero. Why? Saw you anything more wonderful? Casca. A common slave, you'd know him well by sight, held up his left hand, which did flame and burn like 20 torches joined, and yet his hand, not sensible of fire, remained unscorched. Besides, not since put up my sword, against the Capitol I met a lion, who glared upon me, and went surly by, without annoying me, and there were drawn upon a heap 100 ghastly women, transformed with their fear, who swore they saw men, all in fire, walk up and down the streets. And yesterday the bird of night did sit, even at noonday upon the marketplace, hooting and shrieking. When these prodigies do so conjointly meet, let not men say, these are their reasons. They are natural, for I believe they are portentous things unto the climate that they point upon. Cicero. Indeed, it is a strange disposed time. But men may construe things after their fashion, clean from the purpose of the things themselves. Come Caesar to the Capitol tomorrow? Casca. He doth, for he did bid Antonius send word to you, he would be there tomorrow. Cicero. Good night then, Casca. This disturbed sky is not to walk in. Casca. Farewell, Cicero. Exit Cicero. Enter Cassius. Cassius. Who's there? Casca. A Roman. Cassius. Casca. By your voice. Casca. Your ear is good, Cassius. What night is this? Cassius. A very pleasing night to honest men. Casca. Who ever knew the heavens menace so? Cassius. Those that have known the earth so full of faults. For my part, I have walked about the streets, submitting me unto the perilous night, and thus unbraced, Casca, as you see, have barred my bosom to the thunderstone. And when the cross-blue lightning seemed to open the breast of heaven, I did present myself even in the aim and very flash of it. Casca. But wherefore did you so much tempt the heavens? It is the part of men to fear and tremble, when the most mighty gods by tokens send such dreadful heralds to astonish us. Cassius. You are dull, Casca, and those sparks of life that should be in a Roman you do want, or else you use not. You look pale and gaze, and put on fear and cast yourself in wonder, to see the strange impatience of the heavens. But if you would consider the true cause why all these fires, why all these gliding ghosts, why birds and beasts, from quality and kind, why old men, fools, and children calculate, why all these things change from their ordinance, their natures, and preformed faculties, to monstrous quality, why, you shall find that heaven hath infused them with these spirits, to make them instruments of fear and warning unto some monstrous state. Now could I, Casca, name to thee a man most like this dreadful night, that thunders, lightens, opens graves, and roars, as doth the lion in the Capitol. A man no mightier than thyself, or me, in personal action, yet prodigious grown and fearful, as these strange eruptions are. Casca. 'Tis Caesar that you mean, is it not, Cassius? Cassius. Let it be who it is, for Romans now have thews and limbs like to their ancestors. But, woe the while, our fathers' minds are dead, and we are governed with our mother's spirits. Our yoke and sufferance show us womanish. Casca. Indeed, they say the senators tomorrow mean to establish Caesar as a king, and he shall wear his crown by sea and land, in every place, save here in Italy. Cassius. I know where I will wear this dagger then. Cassius from bondage will deliver Cassius. Therein, ye gods, you make the weak most strong. Therein, ye gods, you tyrants do defeat. Nor stony tower, nor walls of beaten brass, nor airless dungeon, nor strong links of iron, can be retentive to the strength of spirit. But life, being weary of these worldly bars, never lacks power to dismiss itself. If I know this, know all the world besides, that part of tyranny that I do bear I can shake off at pleasure. Thunder still. Casca. So can I. So every bondman in his own hand bears the power to cancel his captivity. Cassius. And why should Caesar be a tyrant then? Poor man. I know he would not be a wolf, but that he sees the Romans are but sheep. He were no lion, were not Romans hinds. Those that with haste will make a mighty fire begin it with weak straws. What trash is Rome? What rubbish and what awful, when it serves for the base matter to illuminate so vile a thing as Caesar. But, O grief, where hast thou led me? I, perhaps, speak this before a willing bondman. Then I know my answer must be made. But I am armed and dangers are to me indifferent. Casca, you speak to Casca, and to such a man that is no fleering telltale hold my hand. Be factious for redress of all these griefs, and I will set this foot of mine as far as who goes farthest. Cassius, there's a bargain made. Now know you, Casca, I have Emovied already some certain of the noblest-minded Romans to undergo with me an enterprise of honorable dangerous consequence. And I do know by this, they stay for me in Pompey's porch. For now, this fearful night, there is no stir or walking in the streets, and the complexion of the element in favors like the work we have in hand, most bloody, fiery, and most terrible. Enter Cinna. Casca, stand close a while, for here comes one in haste. Cassius, 'tis Cinna. I do know him by his gait. He is a friend, Cinna. Where haste you so? Cinna, to find out you. Who's that? Metellus Cimber? Cassius, no, it is Casca. One incorporate to our attempts. Am I not stayed for, Cinna? Cinna, I am glad on't. What a fearful night is this. There's 2 or 3 of us have seen strange sights. Cassius, am I not stayed for? Tell me. Cinna, yes, you are. O Cassius, if you could but win the noble Brutus to our party. Cassius, be you content, good Cinna. Take this paper, and look you lay it in the praetor's chair, where Brutus may but find it, and throw this in at his window. Set this up with wax upon old Brutus' statue. All this done, repair to Pompey's porch, where you shall find us. Is Decius Brutus and Trebonius there? Cinna, all but Metellus Cimber, and he's gone to seek you at your house. Well, I will hie, and so bestow these papers as you bade me. Cassius, that done, repair to Pompey's theater. Exit Cinna. Come, Casca, you and I will yet, ere day, see Brutus at his house. 3 parts of him is ours already, and the man entire upon the next encounter yields him ours. Casca, oh, he sits high in all the people's hearts, and that which would appear offense in us, his countenance, like richest alchemy, will change to virtue and to worthiness. Cassius, him and his worth and our great need of him, you have right well conceded. Let us go, for it is after midnight, and ere day we will awake him and be sure of him. Exeunt. Act 2. Scene I. Rome. Brutus orchard. Enter Brutus. Brutus. What, Lucius, ho? I cannot, by the progress of the stars, give guess how near to data. Lucius, I say. I would it were my fault to sleep so soundly. When, Lucius, when? Awake, I say. What, Lucius? Enter Lucius. Lucius, called you, my lord? Brutus, get me a taper in my study, Lucius. When it is lighted, come and call me here. Lucius, I will, my lord. Exit. Brutus, it must be by his death, and for my part, I know no personal cause to spurn at him, but for the general, he would be crowned. How that might change his nature, there's the question. It is the bright day that brings forth the adder, and that craves wary walking. Crown him. That, and then, I grant, we put a sting in him, that at his will he may do danger with. Abuse of greatness is, when it disjoins remorse from power. And, to speak truth of Caesar, I have not known when his affections swayed more than his reason, but 'tis a common proof, that lowliness is young ambition's ladder, whereto the climber upward turns his face. But when he once attains the utmost round, he then unto the ladder turns his back, looks in the clouds, scorning the base degrees by which he did ascend. O Caesar may. Then lest he may, prevent, and since the quarrel will bear no color for the thing he is, fashion it thus, that what he is, augmented, would run to these and these extremities, and therefore think him as a serpent's egg, which hatched would, as his kind grow mischievous, and kill him in the shell. Enter Lucius. Lucius, the taper burneth in your closet, sir. Searching the window for a flint, I found this paper, thus sealed up, and I am sure it did not lie there when I went to bed. Gives him the letter. Brutus, get you to bed again. It is not day. Is not tomorrow, boy, the Ides of March? Lucius, I know not, sir. Brutus, look in the calendar, and bring me word. Lucius, I will, sir. Exit. Brutus, the exhalations, whizzing in the air, give so much light that I may read by them. Opens the letter and reads. Brutus, thou sleepst, awake and see thyself. Shall Rome, and speak, strike, redress. Brutus, thou sleepst, awake. Such instigations have been often dropped where I have took them up. Shall Rome and see. Thus must I piece it out. Shall Rome stand under one man's awe? What? Rome? My ancestors did from the streets of Rome the Tarquin drive, when he was called a king. Speak, strike, redress. Am I entreated to speak and strike? O Rome, I make thee promise, if the redress will follow, thou receivest thy full petition at the hand of Brutus. Enter Lucius. Lucius, sir, March is wasted 15 days. Knock within. Brutus, 'tis good. Go to the gate. Somebody knocks. Exit Lucius. Since Cassius first did wet me against Caesar, I have not slept. Between the acting of a dreadful thing and the first motion, all the interim is like a phantasma or a hideous dream. The genius and the mortal instruments are then in council, and the state of man, like to a little kingdom, suffers than the nature of an insurrection. Enter Lucius. Lucius, sir, 'tis your brother Cassius at the door, who doth desire to see you. Brutus, is he alone? Lucius, no, sir, there are mo with him. Brutus, do you know them? Lucius, no, sir, their hats are plucked about their ears, and half their faces buried in their cloaks, that by no means I may discover them by any mark of favor. Brutus, let him enter. Exit Lucius. They are the faction. O conspiracy, sham'st thou to show thy dangerous brow by night, when evils are most free? Oh, then, by day where wilt thou find a cavern dark enough to mask thy monstrous visage? Seek none, conspiracy. Hide it in smiles and affability. For if thou path thy native semblance on, not Erebus itself were dim enough to hide thee from prevention. Enter Cassius, Casca, Decius, Cinna, Metellus, and Trebonius. Cassius, I think we are too bold upon your rest. Good morrow, Brutus. Do we trouble you? Brutus, I have been up this hour, awake all night. Know I these men that come along with you? Cassius, yes, every man of them, and no man here but honors you, and every one doth wish you had but that opinion of yourself which every noble Roman bears of you. This is Trebonius. Brutus, he is welcome hither. Cassius, this Decius Brutus. Brutus, he is welcome too. Cassius, this Casca, this Cinna, and this Metellus. Brutus, they are all welcome. What watchful cares do interpose themselves betwixt your eyes and night? Cassius, shall I entreat a word? They whisper. Decius, here lies the east. Doth not the day break here? Casca, no. Cinna, oh, pardon, sir, it doth. And yon gray lines that fret the clouds are messengers of day. Casca, you shall confess that you are both deceived. Here, as I point my sword, the sun arises, which is a great way growing on the south, weighing the youthful season of the year. Some 2 months hence, up higher toward the north he first presents his fire, and the high east stands, as the capital, directly here. Brutus, give me your hands all over, one by one. Cassius, and let us swear our resolution. Brutus, no, not an oath, if not the face of men, the sufferance of our souls, the time's abuse. If these be motives weak, break off betimes, and every man hence to his idle bed. So let high-sighted tyranny range on, till each man drop by lottery. But if these, as I am sure they do, bear fire enough to kindle cowards, and to steal with valor the melting spirits of women, then, countrymen, what need we any spur but our own cause to prick us to redress? What other bond than secret Romans, that have spoke the word, and will not palter? And what other oath than honesty to honesty and gagged, that this shall be, or we will fall for it? Swear priests and cowards and men cautelous, old feeble carrions, and such suffering souls that welcome wrongs. Unto bad causes swear such creatures as men doubt, but do not stain the even virtue of our enterprise, nor the insuppressive metal of our spirits, to think that or our cause or our performance did need an oath, when every drop of blood that every Roman bears and nobly bears is guilty of a several bastardy, if he do break the smallest particle of any promise that hath passed from him. Cassius. But what of Cicero? Shall we sound him? I think he will stand very strong with us. Casca. Let us not leave him out. Cinna. No, by no means. Metellus. Oh, let us have him, for his silver hairs will purchase us a good opinion, and by men's voices to commend our deeds. It shall be said, his judgment arguelled our hands. Our youths and wildness shall no whit appear, but all be buried in his gravity. Brutus. Oh, name him not. Let us not break with him, for he will never follow anything that other men begin. Cassius. Then leave him out. Casca. Indeed, he is not fit. Decius. Shall no man else be touched but only Caesar? Cassius. Decius. Well, I think it is not meet, Mark Antony, so well beloved of Caesar, should outlive Caesar. We shall find of him a shrewd contriver, and you know, his means, if he improve them, may well stretch so far as to annoy us all, which to prevent, let Antony and Caesar fall together. Brutus. Our course will seem too bloody, Caius Cassius, to cut the head off, and then hack the limbs, like wrath and death, and envy afterwards. For Antony is but a limb of Caesar. Let us be sacrificers, but not butchers, Caius. We all stand up against the spirit of Caesar, and in the spirit of men there is no blood. Oh, that we then could come by Caesar's spirit, and not dismember Caesar. But, alas, Caesar must bleed for it. And, gentle friends, let's kill him boldly, but not wrathfully. Let's carve him as a dish fit for the gods, not hew him as a carcass fit for hounds. And let our hearts, as subtle masters do, stir up their servants to an act of rage, and after seem to chide, this shall mark our purpose necessary, and not envious, which so appearing to the common eyes, we shall be called perjurers, not murderers. And for Mark Antony, think not of him, for he can do no more than Caesar's arm when Caesar's head is off. Cassius. Yet I fear him, for in the engrafted love he bears to Caesar. Brutus. Alas, good Cassius, do not think of him. If he loves Caesar, all that he can do is to himself, take thought and die for Caesar. And that were much he should. For he is given to sports, to wildness, and much company. Trebonius. There is no fear in him. Let him not die, for he will live and laugh at this hereafter. Clock strikes. Brutus. Peace. Count the clock. Cassius. The clock hath stricken 3. Trebonius. 'Tis time to part. Cassius. But it is doubtful yet, whether Caesar will come forth today or no. For he is superstitious grown of late, quite from the main opinion he held once of fantasy, of dreams and ceremonies. It may be these apparent prodigies, the unaccustomed terror of this night, and the persuasion of his augurers, may hold him from the capital today. Decius. Never fear that. If he be so resolved, I can o'ersway him, for he loves to hear that unicorns may be betrayed with trees, and bears with glasses, elephants with holes, lions with toils, and men with flatterers. But when I tell him he hates flatterers, he says he does, being then most flattered. Let me work, for I can give his humor the true bent, and I will bring him to the capital. Cassius. Nay, we will all of us be there to fetch him. Brutus. By the 8th hour. Is that the uttermost? Cinna. Be that the uttermost, and fail not then. Metellus. Caius Ligarius doth bear Caesar hard, who rated him for speaking well of Pompey. I wonder none of you have thought of him. Brutus. Now, good Metellus, go along by him. He loves me well, and I have given him reason. Send him but hither, and I'll fashion him. Cassius. The morning comes uponst, will leave you, Brutus. And, friends, disperse yourselves, but all remember what you have said, and show yourselves true Romans. Brutus. Good gentlemen, look fresh and merrily. Let not our looks put on our purposes, but bear it as our Roman actors do, with untired spirits and formal constancy. And so, good morrow to you everyone. Exeunt all but Brutus. Boy. Lucius. Fast asleep? It is no matter. Enjoy the honey-heavy dew of slumber. Thou hast no figures nor no fantasies, which busy care draws in the brains of men. Therefore thou sleepst so sound. Enter Portia. Portia. Brutus, my lord. Brutus. Portia. What mean you? Wherefore rise you now? It is not for your health thus to commit your weak condition to the raw cold morning. Portia. Nor for yours neither why have ungently Brutus stole from my bed, and yesternight at supper you suddenly arose and walked about, musing and sighing with your arms across. And when I asked you what the matter was, you starred upon me with ungentle looks. I urged you further. Then you scratched your head, and too impatiently stamped with your foot. Yet I insisted, yet you answered not, but with an angry wafture of your hand gave sign for me to leave you, so I did, fearing to strengthen that impatience which seemed too much enkindled, and withal hoping it was but an effect of humor, which sometime hath his hour with every man. It will not let you eat, nor talk, nor sleep, and could it work so much upon your shape, as it hath much prevailed on your condition, I should not know you. Brutus, dear my lord, make me acquainted with your cause of grief. Brutus. I am not well in health, and that is all. Portia. Brutus is wise, and were he not in health, he would embrace the means to come by it. Brutus. Why, so I do, good Portia, go to bed. Portia. Is Brutus sick, and is it physical to walk unbraced and suck up the humors of the dank morning? What, is Brutus sick, and will he steal out of his wholesome bed to dare the vile contagion of the night, and tempt the roomy and unpurged air to add unto his sickness? No, my Brutus. You have some sick offense within your mind, which, by the right and virtue of my place, I ought to know of. And upon my knees I charm you, by my once commended beauty, by all your vows of love, and that great vow which did incorporate and make us one, that you unfold to me, yourself, your half, why you are heavy, and what men tonight have had resort to you. For here have been some 6 or 7, who did hide their faces even from darkness. Brutus. Kneel not, gentle Portia. Portia. I should not need, if you were gentle Brutus. Within the bond of marriage, tell me, Brutus, is it accepted I should know no secrets that appertain to you? Am I yourself but, as it were, in sort or limitation, to keep with you at meals, comfort your bed, and talk to you sometimes? Dwell I but in the suburbs of your good pleasure? If it be no more, Portia is Brutus' harlot, not his wife. Brutus. You are my true and honorable wife, as dear to me as are the ruddy drops that visit my sad heart. Portia. If this were true, then should I know this secret. I grant I am a woman, but withal a woman that Lord Brutus took to wife. I grant I am a woman, but withal a woman well reputed, Cato's daughter. Think you I am no stronger than my sex, being so fathered and so husband? Tell me your counsels, I will not disclose em. I have made strong proof of my constancy, giving myself a voluntary wound here, in the thigh. Can I bear that with patience and not my husband's secrets? Brutus. O ye gods, render me worthy of this noble wife. Knock. Hark, hark, one knocks, Portia, go in a while, and by thy bosom shall partake the secrets of my heart. All my engagements I will construe to thee, all the charactery of my sad brows. Leave me with haste. Exit Portia. Enter Lucius with Ligarius. Lucius, who's that knocks? Lucius, here is a sick man that would speak with you. Brutus. Caius Ligarius, that Metellus spake of. Boy, stand aside, Caius Ligarius. How? Ligarius. Vouchsafe good morrow from a feeble tongue. Brutus. Oh, what a time have you chose out, brave Caius, to wear a kerchief. Would you were not sick. Ligarius. I am not sick, if Brutus have in hand any exploit worthy the name of honor. Brutus. Such an exploit have I in hand, Ligarius, had you a healthful ear to hear of it. Ligarius. By all the gods that Romans bow before, I here discard my sickness, soul of Rome. Brave son, derived from honorable loins, thou, like an exorcist, hast conjured up my mortified spirit. Now bid me run, and I will strive with things impossible. Yea, get the better of them. What's to do? Brutus. A piece of work that will make sick men whole. Ligarius. But are not some whole that we must make sick? Brutus. That must we also. What it is, my Caius, I shall unfold to thee, as we are going, to whom it must be done. Ligarius. Set on your foot, and with a heart new-furred I follow you, to do I know not what, but it sufficeth that Brutus leads me on. Thunder. Brutus. Follow me then. Exeunt. Scene 2. A room in Caesar's palace. Thunder and lightning enter Caesar, in his nightgown. Caesar. Nor heaven nor earth have been at peace tonight. Thrice hath Calphurnia in her sleep cried out, Help! Ho! They murder Caesar. Who's within? Enter a servant. Servant. My lord? Caesar. Go bid the priests do present sacrifice, and bring me their opinions of success. Servant. I will, my lord. Exit. Enter Calphurnia. Calphurnia. What mean you, Caesar? Think you to walk forth? You shall not stir out of your house today. Caesar. Caesar shall forth. The things that threatened me ne'er looked but on my back. When they shall see the face of Caesar, they are vanished. Calphurnia. Caesar, I never stood on ceremonies. Yet now they fright me. There is one within, besides the things that we have heard and seen. Recounts most horrid sights seen by the watch. A lioness hath whelped in the streets, and graves have yawned, and yielded up their dead. Fierce fiery warriors fight upon the clouds in ranks and squadrons and right form of war, which drizzled blood upon the Capitol. The noise of battle hurtled in the air, horses did neigh, and dying men did groan, and ghosts did shriek and squeal about the streets. O Caesar, these things are beyond all use, and I do fear them. Caesar, what can be avoided? Whose end is purposed by the mighty gods. Yet Caesar shall go forth. For these predictions are to the world in general as to Caesar. Calphurnia. When beggars die, there are no comets seen. The heavens themselves blaze forth the death of princes. Caesar. Cowards die many times before their deaths. The valiant never taste of death but once. Of all the wonders that I yet have heard, it seems to me most strange that men should fear, seeing that death, a necessary end, will come when it will come. Enter servant. What say the augurers? Servant. They would not have you to stir forth today. Plucking the entrails of an offering forth, they could not find a heart within the beast. Caesar. The gods do this in shame of cowardice. Caesar should be a beast without a heart if he should stay at home today for fear. No, Caesar shall not. Danger knows full well that Caesar is more dangerous than he. We are two lions littered in one day, and I the elder and more terrible, and Caesar shall go forth. Calphurnia. Alas, my lord, your wisdom is consumed in confidence. Do not go forth today. Call it my fear that keeps you in the house, and not your own. We'll send Mark Antony to the Senate house, and he shall say you are not well today. Let me upon my knee prevail in this. Caesar. Mark Antony shall say I am not well, and for thy humor, I will stay at home. Enter Decius. Here's Decius Brutus, he shall tell them so. Decius. Caesar. All hail. Good morrow, worthy Caesar. I come to fetch you to the Senate house. Caesar. And you are come in very happy time to bear my greeting to the senators, and tell them that I will not come today. Cannot is false, and that I dare not, falser. I will not come today, tell them so. Decius. Calphurnia. Say he is sick. Caesar. Shall Caesar send a lie? Have I in conquest stretched mine arms so far, to be afeard to tell graybeards the truth? Decius. Go tell them Caesar will not come. Decius. Most mighty Caesar, let me know some cause, lest I be laughed at when I tell them so. Caesar. The cause is in my will. I will not come. That is enough to satisfy the Senate. But for your private satisfaction, because I love you, I will let you know. Calphurnia here, my wife, stays me at home. She dreamt tonight she saw my statue, which like a fountain with 100 spouts did run pure blood, and many lusty Romans came smiling, and did bathe their hands in it. And these does she apply for warnings and portents and evils imminent. and on her knee hath begged that I will stay at home today. Decius. This dream is all misinterpreted. It was a vision fair and fortunate. Your statue spouting blood in many pipes, in which so many smiling Romans bathed, signifies that from you great Rome shall suck reviving blood, and that great men shall press for tinctures, stains, relics, and cognizance. This by Calphurnia's dream is signified. Caesar. In this way have you well expounded it. Decius. I have, when you have heard what I can say, and know it now, the Senate have concluded to give this day a crown to mighty Caesar. If you shall send them word you will not come, their minds may change besides. It were a mock apt to be rendered, for someone to say, break up the Senate till another time, when Caesar's wife shall meet with better dreams. If Caesar hide himself, shall they not whisper low, Caesar is afraid? Pardon me, Caesar, for my dear, dear love to your proceeding bids me tell you this, and reason to my love is liable. Caesar. How foolish do your fears seem now, Calphurnia. I am ashamed I did yield to them. Give me my robe, for I will go. Enter Brutus, Ligarius, Metellus, Casca, Trebonius, Cinna, and Publius. And look where Publius is come to fetch me. Publius. Good morrow, Caesar. Caesar. Welcome, Publius. What, Brutus, are you stirred so early too? Good morrow, Casca, Caius Ligarius. Caesar was ne'er so much your enemy as that same ague which hath made you lean. What is the clock? Brutus. Caesar. 'Tis struck an 8. Caesar. I thank you for your pains and courtesy. Enter Antony. See. Antony, that revels long and nights, is notwithstanding up. Good morrow, Antony. Antony. So to most noble Caesar. Caesar. Bid them prepare within. I am to blame to be thus waited for. Now, Cinna. Now, Metellus. What, Trebonius? I have an hour's talk in store for you. Remember that you call on me today. Be near me, that I may remember you. Trebonius. Caesar, I will. Aside. And so near will I be, that your best friends shall wish I had been further. Caesar. Good friends, go in, and taste some wine with me, and we, like friends, will straightway go together. Brutus. Aside. That every like is not the same, O Caesar, the heart of Brutus yearns to think upon. Exeunt. Scene 3. A street near the Capitol. Enter Artemidorus, reading a paper. Artemidorus. Caesar, beware of Brutus. Take heed of Cassius. Come not near Casca. Have an eye to Cinna. Trust not Trebonius. Mark well Metellus Cimber. Decius Brutus loves thee not. Thou hast wronged Caius Ligarius. There is but one mind in all these men, and it is bent against Caesar. If thou be'st not immortal, look about you. Security gives way to conspiracy. The mighty gods defend thee. Thy lover, Artemidorus. Here will I stand till Caesar pass along, and as a suitor will I give him this. Why heart laments that virtue cannot live out of the teeth of emulation. If thou read this, O Caesar, thou mayest live. If not, the fates with traitors do contrive. Exit. Scene forward, another part of the same street, before the house of Brutus. Enter Portia and Lucius. Portia. I pray thee, boy, run to the Senate house. Stay not to answer me, but get thee gone. Why dost thou stay? Lucius. To know my errand, madam. Portia. I would have had thee there and here again, ere I can tell thee what thou shouldst do there. Aside. O Constancy, be strong upon my side. Set a huge mountain 'tween my heart and tongue. I have a man's mind, but a woman's might. How hard it is for women to keep counsel. Art thou here yet? Lucius. Madam, what should I do? Run to the Capitol, and nothing else? And so return to you, and nothing else? Portia. Yes, bring me word, boy, if thy lord look well, for he went sickly forth. And take good note what Caesar doth, what suitors press to him. Hark, boy, what noise is that? Lucius. I hear none, madam. Portia. Pirithie, listen well. I heard a bustling rumor, like a fray, and the wind brings it from the Capitol. Lucius. Sooth, madam, I hear nothing. Enter the soothsayer. Portia. Come hither, fellow. Which way hast thou been? Soothsayer. At mine own house, Good lady. Portia. What is the clock? Soothsayer. About the 9th hour, lady. Portia. Is Caesar yet gone to the Capitol? Soothsayer. Madam, not yet. I go to take my stand, to see him pass on to the Capitol. Portia. Thou hast some suit to Caesar, hast thou not? Soothsayer. That I have, lady. If it will please Caesar to be so good to Caesar as to hear me, I shall beseech him to befriend himself. Portia. Why? Know'st thou any harms intended towards him? Soothsayer. None that I know will be, much that I fear may chance. Good morrow to you. Here the street is narrow. The throng that follows Caesar at the heels of senators, of praetors, common suitors, will crowd a feeble man almost to death. I'll get me to a place more void, and there speak to great Caesar as he comes along. Exit. Portia. I must go in. Aside. Ay me, how weak a thing the heart of woman is. O Brutus, the heavens speed thee in thine enterprise. Sure, the boy heard me. Brutus hath a suit that Caesar will not grant. O, I grow faint. Run, Lucius, and commend me to my lord. Say I am merry. Come to me again, and bring me word what he doth say to thee. Exeunt. Act 3. Scene I. Rome, before the Capitol, the Senate sitting. A crowd of people in the street leading to the Capitol flourish. Enter Caesar, Brutus, Cassius, Casca, Decius, Metellus, Trebonius, Cinna, Antony, Lepidus, Artemidorus, Publius, Popilius, and the soothsayer. Caesar. The Ides of March are come. Soothsayer. I, Caesar, but not gone. Artemidorus. Hail, Caesar. Read this schedule. Decius. Trebonius doth desire you to o'erread, at your best leisure, this his humble suit. Artemidorus. O Caesar, read mine first, for mine's a suit that touches Caesar nearer. Read it, great Caesar. Caesar. What touches us ourself shall be last served. Artemidorus. Delay not. Caesar, read it instantly. Caesar. What? Is the fellow mad? Publius. Sirrah, give place. Cassius. What? Urge you your petitions in the street. Come to the Capitol. Caesar enters the Capitol, the rest following. All the senators rise. Popilius. I wish your enterprise today may thrive. Cassius. What enterprise, Popilius? Popilius. Fare you well. Advances to Caesar. Brutus. What said Popilius Lena? Cassius. He wished today our enterprise might thrive. I fear our purpose is discovered. Brutus. Look how he makes to Caesar. Mark him. Cassius. Casca. Be sudden, for we fear prevention. Brutus. What shall be done? If this be known, Cassius or Caesar never shall turn back, for I will slay myself. Brutus. Cassius. Be constant. Popilius Lena speaks not of our purposes, for look, he smiles, and Caesar doth not change. Cassius. Trebonius knows his time, for look you, Brutus, he draws Mark Antony out of the way. Exeunt Antony and Trebonius. Caesar and the senators take their seats. Decius. Where is Metellus Cimber? Let him go, and presently prefer his suit to Caesar. Brutus. He is addressed. Press near and second him. Cinna. Casca. You are the first that rears your hand. Caesar. Are we all ready? What is now amiss that Caesar and his senate must redress? Metellus. Most high, most mighty, and most puissant Caesar, Metellus Cimber throws before thy seat an humble heart. Kneeling. Caesar. I must prevent thee, Cimber. These couchings and these lowly courtesies might fire the blood of ordinary men, and turn preordinance and first decree into the law of children. Be not fond. To think that Caesar bears such rebel blood that will be thawed from the true quality with that which melteth fools. I mean sweet words, low crooked curtsies, and base spaniel fawning. Thy brother by decree is banished. If thou dost bend and pray, and fawn for him, I spurn thee like a cur out of my way. No, Caesar dost not wrong, nor without cause will he be satisfied. Metellus. Is there no voice more worthy than my own, to sound more sweetly in great Caesar's ear for the repealing of my banished brother? Brutus. I kiss thy hand, but not in flattery, Caesar, desiring thee that Publius Cimber may have an immediate freedom of repeal. Caesar. What, Brutus? Cassius, pardon. Caesar, Caesar, pardon. As low as to thy foot doth Cassius fall, to beg enfranchisement for Publius Cimber. Caesar, I could be well moved, if I were as you. If I could pray to move, prayers would move me, but I am constant as the northern star, of whose true fixed and resting quality there is no fellow in the firmament. The skies are painted with unnumbered sparks, they are all fire, and every one doth shine. But there's but one in all doth hold his place. So in the world, 'tis furnished well with men, and men are flesh and blood and apprehensive. Yet in the number I do know but one that unassailable holds on his rank, unshacked of motion. And that I am he, let me a little show it, even in this, that I was constant Cimber should be banished, and constant do remain to keep him so. Cinna, O Caesar! Caesar, hence, wilt thou lift up Olympus? Decius, great Caesar! Caesar, doth not Brutus bootless kneel? Casca, speak, hands, for me. Casca stabs Caesar in the neck. Caesar catches hold of his arm. He is then stabbed by several other conspirators, and at last by Marcus Brutus. Caesar, et2 Brute, then fall. Caesar dies, the senators and people retire in confusion. Cinna, liberty, freedom, tyranny is dead. Run hence, proclaim, cry it about the streets. Cassius, some to the common pulpits and cry out, liberty, freedom, and enfranchisement. Brutus, people and senators, be not affrighted. Fly not, stand still, ambition's debt is paid. Casca, go to the pulpit, Brutus. Decius, and Cassius too. Brutus, where's Publius? Cinna, here, quite confounded with this mutiny. Metellus, stand fast together, lest some friend of Caesar's should chance. Brutus, talk not of standing, Publius, good cheer. There is no harm intended to your person, nor to no Roman else, so tell them, Publius. Cassius, and leave us, Publius, lest that the people rushing on us should do your age some mischief. Brutus, do so, and let no man abide this deed but we the doers. Enter Trebonius. Cassius, where's Antony? Trebonius, fled to his house amazed. Men, wives, and children stare, cry out and run, as it were doomsday. Brutus, fates, we will know your pleasures. That we shall die, we know. 'Tis but the time and drawing days out, that men stand upon. Casca, why, he that cuts off 20 years of life, cuts off so many years of fearing death. Brutus, grant that, and then is death a benefit. So are we Caesar's friends, that have abridged his time of fearing death. Stoop, Romans, stoop, and let us bathe our hands in Caesar's blood up to the elbows, and besmear our swords. Then walk we forth, even to the marketplace, and waving our red weapons o'er our heads, let's all cry, peace, freedom, and liberty. Cassius, stoop then and wash. How many ages hence shall this our lofty scene be acted over in states unborn, and accents yet unknown? Brutus, how many times shall Caesar bleed in sport, that now on Pompey's basis lies along, no worthier than the dust? Cassius, so oft as that shall be, so often shall the not of us be called the men that gave their country liberty. Decius, what, shall we forth? Cassius, I, every man away. Brutus shall lead, and we will grace his heels with the most boldest and best hearts of Rome. Enter a servant. Brutus, soft, who comes here? A friend of Antony's. Servant, thus, Brutus, did my master bid me kneel. Thus did Mark Antony bid me fall down. And, being prostrate, thus he bade me say, Brutus is noble, wise, valiant, and honest. Caesar was mighty, bold, royal, and loving. Say I love Brutus and I honor him. Say I feared Caesar, honored him, and loved him. If Brutus will vouchsafe that Antony may safely come to him, and be resolved how Caesar hath deserved to lie in death, Mark Antony shall not love Caesar dead so well as Brutus living, but will follow the fortunes and affairs of noble Brutus thorough the hazards of this untrod state, with all true faith, O says my master Antony. Brutus, thy master is a wise and valiant Roman. I never thought him worse. Tell him, So please him come unto this place, he shall be satisfied and, by my honor, depart untouched. Servant, I'll fetch him presently. Exit. Brutus, I know that we shall have him well to friend. Cassius, I wish we may, but yet have I a mind that fears him much, and my misgiving still falls shrewdly to the purpose. Enter Antony. Brutus, but here comes Antony welcome. Mark Antony. Antony, O mighty Caesar, dost thou lie so low? Are all thy conquests, glories, triumphs, spoils, shrunk to this little measure? Fare thee well. I know not, gentlemen, what you intend. Who else must be let blood? Who else is rank? If I myself, there is no hour so fit as Caesar's death's hour, nor no instrument of half that worth as those your swords, made rich with the most noble blood of all this world. I do beseech ye, if you bear me hard, now, whilst your purpled hands do reek and smoke, fulfill your pleasure, live 1,000 years. I shall not find myself so apt to die. No place will please me so, no means of death, as here by Caesar, and by you cut off, the choice and master spirits of this age. Brutus, O Antony, beg not your death of us. Though now we must appear bloody and cruel, as by our hands and this our present act you see we do. Yet see you but our hands and this the bleeding business they have done. Our hearts you see not, they are pitiful, and pity to the general wrong of Rome. As fire drives out fire, so pity hath done this deed on Caesar for your part. To you our swords have leaden points, Mark Antony. Our arms and strength of malice, and our hearts of brother's temper, do receive you in with all kind love, good thoughts, and reverence. Cassius, your voice shall be as strong as any man's in the disposing of new dignities. Brutus, only be patient till we have appeased the multitude, beside themselves with fear, and then we will deliver you the cause why I, that did love Caesar when I struck him, have thus proceeded. Antony, I doubt not of your wisdom. Let each man render me his bloody hand. First, Marcus Brutus, will I shake with you. Next, Caius Cassius, do I take your hand. Now, Decius Brutus, yours. Now yours, Metellus, yours, Cinna, and my valiant Casca, yours. Though last, not least in love, yours, good Trebonius. Gentlemen all, alas, what shall I say? My credit now stands on such slippery ground, that one of two bad ways you must conceit me, either a coward or a flatterer, that I did love thee, Caesar. Oh, 'tis true. If then thy spirit look upon us now, shall it not grieve thee dearer than thy death, to see thy Antony making his peace, shaking the bloody fingers of thy foes, most noble in the presence of thy corse? Had I as many eyes as thou hast wounds, weeping as fast as they stream forth thy blood, it would become me better than to close in terms of friendship with thine enemies. Pardon me, Julius. Here wast thou bade, brave heart. Here didst thou fall, and here thy hunters stand, signed in thy spoil and crimsoned in thy lethe. O world, thou wast the forest to this heart, and this indeed, O world, the heart of thee. How like a deer strucken by many princes, dost thou here lie. Cassius, Mark Antony. Antony, pardon me, Caius Cassius. The enemies of Caesar shall say this. Then in a friend, it is cold modesty. Cassius, I blame you not for praising Caesar so, but what compact mean you to have with us? Will you be pricked in number of our friends, or shall we on, and not depend on you? Antony, therefore I took your hands, but was indeed swayed from the point, by looking down on Caesar. Friends am I with you all, and love you all, upon this hope, that you shall give me reasons why, and wherein, Caesar was dangerous. Brutus, or else were this a savage spectacle. Our reasons are so full of good regard that were you, Antony, the son of Caesar, you should be satisfied. Antony, that's all I seek, and am moreover suitor that I may produce his body to the marketplace, and in the pulpit, as becomes a friend, speak in the order of his funeral. Brutus, you shall. Mark Antony. Cassius, Brutus, a word with you. Aside to Brutus, you know not what you do, no not consent that Antony speak in his funeral. Know you how much the people may be immoved by that which he will utter? Brutus, Aside to Cassius, by your pardon, I will myself into the pulpit first, and show the reason of our Caesar's death. What Antony shall speak, I will protest he speaks by leave and by permission, and that we our contented Caesar shall have all true rights and lawful ceremonies. It shall advantage more than do us wrong. Cassius, aside to Brutus, I know not what may fall, I like it not. Brutus, Mark Antony, here, take you Caesar's body. You shall not in your funeral speech blame us, but speak all good you can devise of Caesar, and say you do't by our permission. Else shall you not have any hand at all about his funeral, and you shall speak in the same pulpit whereto I am going, after my speech is ended. Antony, be it so. I do desire no more. Brutus, prepare the body, then, and follow us. Exeunt all but Antony. Antony, oh, pardon me, thou bleeding piece of earth, that I am meek and gentle with these butchers. Thou art the ruins of the noblest man that ever lived in the tide of times. Woe to the hand that shed this costly blood. Over thy wounds now do I prophesy, which, like dumb mouths, do ope their ruby lips to beg the voice and utterance of my tongue. A curse shall light upon the limbs of men. Domestic fury and fierce civil strife shall cumber all the parts of Italy. Blood and destruction shall be so in use, and dreadful objects so familiar, that mothers shall but smile when they behold their infants quartered with the hands of war. All pity chocked with custom of fell deeds, and Caesar's spirit, ranging for revenge, with 8 by his side come hot from hell, shall in these confines with a monarch's voice cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war, that this foul deed shall smell above the earth with carrion men, groaning for burial. Enter a servant. You serve Octavius Caesar, do you not? Servant. I do. Mark Antony. Antony. Caesar did right for him to come to Rome. Servant. He did receive his letters and is coming, and bid me say to you by word of mouth, seeing the body, O Caesar. Antony. Thy heart is big. Get thee apart and weep. Passion, I see, is catching. For mine eyes, seeing those beads of sorrow stand in thine, began to water. Is thy master coming? Servant. He lies tonight within 7 leagues of Rome. Antony. Post back with speed, and tell him what hath chanced. Here is a mourning Rome, a dangerous Rome, no Rome of safety for Octavius yet. Hie hence, and tell him so, yet stay a while. Thou shalt not back till I have borne this course into the marketplace. There shall I try, in my oration, how the people take the cruel issue of these bloody men, according to the which thou shalt discourse to young Octavius of the state of things. Lend me your hand. Exeunt with Caesar's body. Scene 2 doth the same the forum. Enter Brutus, and goes into the pulpit, and Cassius, with a throng of citizens. Citizens, we will be satisfied. Let us be satisfied. Brutus, then follow me, and give me audience, friends. Cassius, go you into the other street, and part the numbers. Those that will hear me speak, let em stay here. Those that will follow Cassius, go with him. And public reasons shall be rendered of Caesar's death. First citizen, I will hear Brutus speak. Second citizen, I will hear Cassius, and compare their reasons, when severally we hear them rendered. Exit Cassius. With some of the citizens, Brutus goes into the rostrum. Third citizen, the noble Brutus is ascended. Silence. Brutus, be patient till the last. Romans, countrymen, and lovers, hear me for my cause, and be silent, that you may hear. Believe me for mine honor, and have respect to mine honor, that you may believe. Censure me in your wisdom, and awake your senses, that you may the better judge. If there be any in this assembly, any dear friend of Caesar's, to him I say that Brutus' love to Caesar was no less than his If then that friend demand why Brutus rose against Caesar, this is my answer. Not that I loved Caesar less, but that I loved Rome more. Had you rather Caesar were living, and die all slaves, than that Caesar were dead, to live all free men? As Caesar loved me, I weep for him. As he was fortunate, I rejoice at it. As he was valiant, I honor him. But, as he was ambitious, I slew him. There is tears for his love, joy for his fortune, honor for his valor, and death for his ambition. Who is here so base, that would be a bondman? If any, speak. For him have I offended, Who is here so rude? That would not be a Roman? If any, speak. For him have I offended, who is here so vile, that will not love his country? If any, speak. For him have I offended. I pause for a reply. Citizens. None. Brutus. None. Brutus. Then none have I offended. I have done no more to Caesar than you shall do to Brutus. The question of his death is enrolled in the Capitol, his glory not extenuated, wherein he was worthy, nor his offenses enforced, for which he suffered death. Enter Antony and others, with Caesar's body. Here comes his body, mourned by Mark Antony, who, though he had no hand in his death, shall receive the benefit of his dying, a place in the commonwealth. As which of you shall not? With this I depart, that, as I slew my best lover for the good of Rome, I have the same dagger for myself, when it shall please my country to need my death. Citizens. Live, Brutus. Live, live. First citizen. Bring him with triumph home unto his house. Second citizen. Give him a statue with his ancestors. Third citizen. Let him be Caesar. Fourth citizen. Caesar's better parts shall be crowned in Brutus. First citizen. Will bring him to his house with shouts and clamors. Brutus. My countrymen. Second citizen. Peace. Silence. Brutus speaks. First citizen. Peace, ho. Brutus. Good countrymen. Let me depart alone, and, for my sake, stay here with Antony. Do grace to Caesar's corpse, and grace his speech tending to Caesar's glories, which Mark Antony, by our permission, is allowed to make. I do entreat you, not a man depart, save I alone, till Antony have spoke. Exit. First citizen. Stay, ho, and let us hear Mark Antony. Third citizen. Let him go up into the public chair. We'll hear him, noble Antony. Go up. Antony. For Brutus' sake, I am beholding to you. Goes up. Fourth citizen. What does he say of Brutus? Third citizen. He says, for Brutus' sake. He finds himself beholding to us all. Fourth citizen. 'Twere best he speak no harm of Brutus here. First citizen. This Caesar was a tyrant. Third citizen. Nay, that's certain. We are blessed that Rome is rid of him. Second citizen. Peace. Let us hear what Antony can say. Antony. You gentle Romans. Citizens. Peace, ho. Let us hear him. Antony. Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is oft interred with their bones. So let it be with Caesar. The noble Brutus hath told you Caesar was ambitious. If it were so, it was a grievous fault, and grievously hath Caesar answered it. Here, under leave of Brutus and the rest, for Brutus is an honorable man. So are they all honorable men. Come I to speak in Caesar's funeral. He was my friend, faithful and just to me. But Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man. He hath brought many captives home to Rome, whose ransoms did the general coffers fill. Did this in Caesar seem ambitious? When that the poor have cried, Caesar hath wept. Ambition should be made of sterner stuff. Yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man. You all did see that on the Lupercal I thrice presented him a kingly crown, which he did thrice refuse. Was this ambition? Yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and sure he is an honorable man. I speak not to disprove what Brutus spoke, but here I am to speak what I do know. You all did love him once, not without cause. What cause withholds you then to mourn for him? O judgment, thou art fled to brutish beasts, and men have lost their reason. Bear with me. My heart is in the coffin there with Caesar, and I must pause till it come back to me. First citizen. Methinks there is much reason in his sayings. Second citizen. If thou consider rightly of the matter, Caesar has had great wrong. Third citizen. Has he, masters? I fear there will a worse come in his place. Fourth citizen. Marked ye his words? He would not take the crown. Therefore 'tis certain he was not ambitious. First citizen. If it be found so, some will dear abide it. Second citizen. Poor soul, his eyes are red as fire with weeping. Third citizen. There's not a nobler man in Rome than Antony. Fourth citizen. Now mark him. He begins again to speak. Antony. But yesterday the word of Caesar might have stood against the world. Now lies he there, and none so poor to do him reverence. O masters, if I were disposed to stir your hearts and minds to mutiny and rage, I should do Brutus wrong and Cassius wrong, who, you all know, are honorable men. I will not do them wrong. I rather choose to wrong the dead, to wrong myself and you, than I will wrong such honorable men. But here's a parchment with the seal of Caesar. I found it in his closet. 'Tis his will. Let but the commons hear this testament, which, pardon me, I do not mean to read, and they would go and kiss dead Caesar's wounds, and dip their napkins in his sacred blood. Yea, beg a hair of him for memory, and, dying, mention it within their wills, bequeathing it as a rich legacy unto their issue. Fourth citizen. We'll hear the will, read it. Mark Antony. Citizens. The will, the will. We will hear Caesar's will. Antony. Have patience, gentle friends, I must not read it. It is not meet you know how Caesar loved you. You are not wood, you are not stones, but men. And being men, hearing the will of Caesar, it will inflame you, it will make you mad. 'Tis good you know not that you are his heirs. For if you should, oh, what would come of it? Fourth citizen. Read the will. We'll hear it, Antony. You shall read us the will, Caesar's will. Antony. Will you be patient? Will you stay a while? I have o'ershot myself to tell you of it. I fear I wrong the honorable men whose daggers have stabbed Caesar. I do fear it. Fourth citizen. They were traitors, honorable men. Citizens. The will. The testament. Second citizen. They were villains, murderers, the will. Read the will. Antony. You will compel me then to read the will? Then make a ring about the corpse of Caesar, and let me show you him that made the will. Shall I descend? And will you give me leave? Citizens. Come down. Second citizen. Descend. He comes down. Third citizen. You shall have leave. Fourth citizen. A ring. Stand round. First citizen. Stand from the hearse. Stand from the body. Second citizen. Room for Antony. Most noble Antony. Antony. Nay, press not so upon me. Stand far off. Citizens. Stand back, room. Bear back. Antony. If you have tears, prepare to shed them now. You all do know this mantle. I remember the first time ever Caesar put it on. 'Twas on a summer's evening, in his tent. That day he overcame the nervy eye. Look, in this place ran Cassius' dagger through. See what a rent the envious Casca made. Through this the well-beloved Brutus stabbed, and as he plucked his cursed steel away, mark how the blood of Caesar followed it, as rushing out of doors, to be resolved if Brutus so unkindly knocked, or no. For Brutus, as you know, was Caesar's angel. Judge, O you gods, how dearly Caesar loved him. This was the most unkindest cut of all. For when the noble Caesar saw him stab, ingratitude, more strong than traitors' arms, quite vanquished him. Then burst his mighty heart, and in his mantle muffling up his face, even at the base of Pompey's statue which all the while ran blood, great Caesar fell. Oh, what a fall was there, my countrymen! Then I, and you, and all of us fell down, whilst bloody treason flourished over us. Oh, now you weep, and I perceive you feel the dint of pity. These are gracious drops. Kind souls, what weep you when you but behold our Caesar's vesture wounded? Look you here. Here is himself, marred, as you see, with traitors. First citizen. O piteous spectacle. Second citizen. O noble Caesar. Third citizen. O woeful day. Fourth citizen. O traitors, villains. First citizen. O most bloody sight. Second citizen. We will be revenged. Citizens. Revenge. About. Seek. Burn. Fire. Kill. Slay. Let not a traitor live. Antony. Stay, countrymen. First citizen. Peace there. Hear the noble Antony. Second citizen. We'll hear him. We'll follow him. We'll die with him. Antony. Good friends, sweet friends. Let me not stir you up to such a sudden flood of mutiny. They that have done this deed are honorable. What private griefs they have, alas, I know not, that made them do it. They're wise and honorable, and will, no doubt, with reasons answer you. I come not, friends, to steal away your hearts. I am no orator, as Brutus is, but, as you know me all, a plain blunt man, that love my friend, and that they know full well that gave me public leave to speak of him. For I have neither wit, nor words, nor worth, action, nor utterance, nor the power of speech. To stir men's blood, I only speak right on. I tell you that which you yourselves do know, show you sweet Caesar's wounds, poor dumb mouths, and bid them speak for me. But were I Brutus and Brutus Antony, there were an Antony would ruffle up your spirits, and put a tongue in every wound of Caesar, that should move the stones of Rome to rise and mutiny. Citizens, we'll mutiny. First citizen, we'll burn the house of Brutus. Third citizen, away then, come, seek the conspirators. Antony, yet hear me, countrymen, yet hear me speak. Citizens, peace ho, hear Antony, most noble Antony. Antony, why, friends, you go to do you know not what. Wherein hath Caesar thus deserved your loves? Alas, you know not. I must tell you then. You have forgot the will I told you of. Citizens, most true, the will. Let's stay and hear the will. Antony, here is the will, and under Caesar's seal. To every Roman citizen he gives, to every several man, 75 drachmas. Second citizen, most noble Caesar, will revenge his death. Third citizen, O royal Caesar. Antony, hear me with patience. Citizens, peace ho. Antony, moreover, he hath left you all his walks, his private arbors and new planted orchards, on this side Tiber. He hath left them you, and to your heirs forever. Common pleasures, to walk abroad and recreate yourselves. Here was a Caesar. When comes such another? First citizen, never, never come. Away, away. We'll burn his body in the holy place, and with the brands fire the traitors' houses. Take up the body. Second citizen, go, fetch fire. Third citizen, pluck down benches. Fourth citizen, pluck down forms, windows, anything. Exeunt citizens, with the body. Antony, now let it work mischief, thou art afoot. Take thou what course thou wilt. Enter a servant. How now, fellow? Servant. Sir, Octavius is already come to Rome. Antony, where is he? Servant, he and Lepidus are at Caesar's house. Antony, and thither will I straight to visit him. He comes upon a wish, fortune is merry, and in this mood will give us anything. Servant, I heard him say Brutus and Cassius are rid like madmen through the gates of Rome. Antony, belike they had some notice of the people, how I had moved them, bring me to Octavius. Exeunt. Scene 3, the same street. Enter Cinna, the poet, and after him the citizens. Cinna, I dreamt tonight that I did feast with Caesar, and things unluckily charge my fantasy. I have no will to wander forth of doors, yet something leads me forth. First citizen, what is your name? Second citizen, whither are you going? Third citizen, where do you dwell? Fourth citizen, are you a married man or a bachelor? Second citizen, answer every man directly. First citizen, I, and briefly. Fourth citizen, I, and wisely. Third citizen, I, and truly, you were best. Cinna, what is my name? Whither am I going? Where do I dwell? Am I a married man or a bachelor? Then, to answer every man directly and briefly, wisely and truly. Wisely I say I am a bachelor. Second citizen, that's as much as to say they are fools that marry. You'll bear me a bang for that. I fear proceed, directly. Cinna, directly. I am going to Caesar's funeral. First citizen, as a friend or an enemy? Cinna, as a friend. Second citizen, that matter is answered directly. Fourth citizen, for your dwelling, briefly. Cinna, briefly, I dwell by the Capitol. Third citizen, your name, sir? Truly. Cinna, truly, my name is Cinna. First citizen, tear him to pieces. He's a conspirator. Cinna, I am Cinna the poet. I am Cinna the poet. Fourth citizen, tear him for his bad verses. Tear him for his bad verses. Cinna, I am not Cinna the conspirator. Fourth citizen, it is no matter, his name's Cinna. Pluck but his name out of his heart and turn him going. Third citizen, tear him. Come, brands, ho. Firebrands, go Brutus, to Cassius. Burn all, some to Decius' house, and some to Casca's, some to Ligarius away, go. Exeunt. Act 4. Scene I. Rome. A room in Antony's house. Enter Antony, Octavius, and Lepidus, seated at a table. Antony. These many then shall die. Their names are pricked. Octavius. Your brother too must die. Consent you, Lepidus? Lepidus. I do consent. Octavius. Prick him down, Antony. Lepidus. Upon condition Publius shall not live, who is your sister's son. Mark Antony. Antony. He shall not live. Look, with a spot I damn him. But Lepidus, go you to Caesar's house. Fetch the will hither, and we shall determine how to cut off some charge and legacies. Lepidus. What, shall I find you here? Octavius. Or here, or at the Capitol. Exit Lepidus. Antony. This is a slight, unmeritable man, meet to be sent on errands, is it fit, the threefold world divided, he should stand one of the three to share it? Octavius. So you thought him, and took his voice who should be pricked to die in our black sentence and prescription. Antony. Octavius, I have seen more days than you, and though we lay these honors on this man, to ease ourselves of divers slanderous loads, he shall but bear them as the ass bears gold, to groan and sweat under the business, either led or driven, as we point the way. And having brought our treasure where we will, then take we down his load, and turn him off, like to the empty ass, to shake his ears and graze in commons. Octavius. You may do your will, but he's a tried and valiant soldier. Antony. So is my horse, Octavius, and for that I do appoint him store of provender. It is a creature that I teach to fight, to wind, to stop, to run directly on, his corporal motion governed by my spirit, and in some taste is Lepidus but so. He must be taught and trained and bid go forth, a barren-spirited fellow, one that feeds on objects, arts, and imitations, which, out of use and stalled by other men, begin his fashion, not talk of him but as a property. And now, Octavius, listen, great things Brutus and Cassius are levying powers. We must straight make head. Therefore let our alliance be combined, our best friends made, our means stretched, and let us presently go sit in council, how covert matters may be best disclosed, and open perils surest answered. Octavius. Let us do so, for we are at the stake, and bait about with many enemies, and some that smile have in their hearts, I fear, millions of mischiefs. Exeunt. Scene 2, before Brutus' tent, in the camp near Sardis. Drum, enter Brutus, Lucilius, Titinius, and soldiers. Pindarus meeting them. Lucius at some distance. Brutus. Stand, ho. Lucilius. Give the word, ho, and stand. Brutus. What now, Lucilius? Is Cassius near? Lucilius. He is at hand, and Pindarus is come to do you salutation from his master. Pindarus gives a letter to Brutus. Brutus. He greets me well, your master, Pindarus, in his own change or by ill officers, hath given me some worthy cause to wish things done, undone. But if he be at hand, I shall be satisfied. Pindarus. I do not doubt, but that my noble master will appear such as he is, full of regard and honor. Brutus. He is not doubted. A word, Lucilius. How he received you, let me be resolved. Lucilius. With courtesy and with respect enough, but not with such familiar instances, nor with such free and friendly conference, as he hath us of old. Brutus. Thou hast described a hot friend cooling, ever note, Lucilius, when love begins to sicken and decay it useth an enforced ceremony. There are no tricks in plain and simple faith, but hollow men, like horses hot at hand, make gallant show and promise of their mettle. Low march within, but when they should endure the bloody spur, they fall their crests, and like deceitful jades sink in the trial, comes his army on. Lucilius. They meant this night in Sardis to be quartered. The greater part, the horse in general, are come with Cassius. Enter Cassius and soldiers. Brutus. Hark, he is arrived. March gently on to meet him. Cassius. Stand, ho. Brutus. Stand, ho. Speak the word along. First soldier. Stand. Second soldier. Stand. Third soldier. Stand. Cassius. Most noble brother, you have done me wrong. Brutus. Judge me, you gods. Wrong I mine enemies? And if not so, how should I wrong a brother? Cassius. Brutus, this sober form of yours hides wrongs. And when you do them, Brutus. Cassius, be content. Speak your griefs softly. I do know you well. Before the eyes of both our armies here, which should perceive nothing but love from us, let us not wrangle, bid them move away. Then in my tent, Cassius, enlarge your griefs, and I will give you audience. Cassius. Pindarus. Bid our commanders lead their charges off a little from this ground. Brutus. Lucilius, do you the like. And let no man come to our tent till we have done our conference. Lucius and Titinius, guard our door. Exeunt. Scene 3, within the tent of Brutus. Enter Brutus and Cassius. Cassius. That you have wronged me doth appear in this. You have condemned and noted Lucius Pella for taking bribes here of the Sardians, wherein my letters, praying on his side because I knew the man, were slighted off. Brutus. You wronged yourself to write in such a case. Cassius. In such a time as this it is not meet that every nice offense should bear his comment. Brutus. Let me tell you, Cassius, you yourself are much condemned to have an itching palm, to sell and mart your offices for gold to undeservers. Cassius. I an itching palm. You know that you are Brutus that speak this, or, by the gods, this speech were else your last. Brutus. The name of Cassius honors this corruption, and chastisement doth therefore hide his head. Cassius. Chastisement. Brutus. Remember March, the Ides of March remember. Did not great Julius bleed for justice' sake? What villain touched his body, that did stab, and not for justice? What shall one of us, that struck the foremost man of all this world, but for supporting robbers, shall we now contaminate our fingers with base bribes, and sell the mighty space of our large honors for so much trash as may be grasped thus? I had rather be a dog and bay the moon, than such a Roman. Cassius. Brutus, bait not me. I'll not endure it, you forget yourself, to hedge me, and I am a soldier, I, older in practice, abler than yourself to make conditions. Brutus. Go to. You are not, Cassius. Cassius. I am. Brutus. I say you are not. Cassius. Urge me no more, I shall forget myself. Have mind upon your health, tempt me no farther. Brutus. Away, slight man. Cassius. Is't possible? Brutus. Hear me, for I will speak. Must I give way and room to your rash choler? Shall I be fright when a madman stares? Cassius. O ye gods, must I endure all this? Brutus. All this? Aye, more. Fret till your proud heart break. Go show your slaves how choleric you are, and make your bondmen tremble. Must I budge? Must I observe you? Must I stand and crouch under your testy humor? By the gods, you shall digest the venom of your spleen, though it do split you. For, from this day forth, I'll use you for my mirth, yea, for my laughter, when you are waspish. Cassius. Is it come to this? Brutus. You say you are a better soldier. Let it appear so. Make your vaunting true, and it shall please me well. For mine own part, I shall be glad to learn of noble men. Cassius. You wrong me every way. You wrong me, Brutus. I said, an elder soldier, not a better. Did I say better? Brutus. If you did, I care not. Cassius. When Caesar lived, he durst not thus have moved me. Brutus. Peace, peace. You durst not so have tempted him. Cassius. I durst not? Brutus. No. Cassius. What? Durst not tempt him? Brutus. For your life you durst not. Cassius. Do not presume too much upon my love. I may do that I shall be sorry for. Brutus. You have done that you should be sorry for. There is no terror, Cassius, in your threats, for I am armed so strong in honesty, that they pass by me as the idle wind, which I respect not that I did send to you for certain sums of gold, which you denied me. For I can raise no money by vile means. By heaven, I had rather coin my heart and drop my blood for drachmas than to wring from the hard hands of peasants their vile trash by any indirection I did send to you for gold to pay my legions, which you denied me. Was that done like Cassius? Should I have answered Caius Cassius so? When Marcus Brutus grows so covetous, to lock such rascal counters from his friends, be ready, gods, with all your thunderbolts, dash him to pieces. Cassius, I denied you not. Brutus, you did. Cassius, I did not. He was but a fool. That brought my answer back. Brutus hath rived my heart. A friend should bear his friend's infirmities, but Brutus makes mine greater than they are. Brutus, I do not, till you practice them on me. Cassius, you love me not. Brutus, I do not like your faults. Cassius, a friendly I could never see such faults. Brutus, a flatterers would not, though they do appear as huge as high Olympus. Cassius, come, Antony and young Octavius, come, revenge yourselves alone on Cassius, for Cassius is aweary of the world, hated by one he loves, braved by his brother, checked like a bondman, all his faults observed, set in a notebook, learned and conned by rote, to cast into my teeth that, oh, I could weep my spirit from mine eyes. There is my dagger, and here my naked breast. Within, a heart dearer than Plutus mine, richer than gold. If that thou be'st a Roman, take it forth. I, that denied thee gold, will give my heart. Strike as thou didst at Caesar. For I know, when thou didst hate him worst, thou lovedst him better than ever thou lovedst Cassius. Brutus, sheath your dagger. Be angry when you will, it shall have scope. Do what you will, dishonor shall be humor. O Cassius, you are yoked with a lamb that carries anger as the flint bears fire, who, much enforced, shows a hasty spark, and straight is cold again. Cassius, hath Cassius lived, to be but mirth and laughter to his Brutus, when grief and blood ill-tempered vexeth him? Brutus, when I spoke that, I was ill-tempered too. Cassius, do you confess so much? Give me your hand. Brutus, and my heart too. Cassius, O Brutus, Brutus, what's the matter? Cassius, have not you love enough to bear with me, when that rash humor which my mother gave me makes me forgetful? Brutus, yes, Cassius, and from henceforth, when you are over-earnest with your Brutus, he'll think your mother chides, and leave you so. Enter Poet, followed by Lucilius, Titinius, and Lucius. Poet, within. Let me go in to see the generals. There is some grudge between 'em. 'Tis not meet they be alone. Lucilius, within. You shall not come to them. Poet, within. Nothing but death shall stay me. Cassius, how now? What's the matter? Poet, for shame. You generals, what do you mean? Love and be friends, as two such men should be. For I have seen more years, I'm sure, than ye. Cassius, ha ha, how vilely doth this cynic rhyme. Brutus, get you hence, Sirrah, saucy fellow, hence. Cassius, bear with him, Brutus, 'tis his fashion. Brutus, I'll know his humor when he knows his time. What should the wars do with these jigging fools? Companion, hence. Cassius, away, away, be gone. Exit Poet. Brutus, Lucilius, and Titinius, bid the commanders prepare to lodge their companies tonight. Cassius, and come yourselves and bring Messala with you immediately to us. Exeunt Lucilius and Titinius. Brutus, Lucius, a bowl of wine. Exit Lucius. Cassius, I did not think you could have been so angry. Brutus, O Cassius, I am sick of many griefs. Cassius, of your philosophy you make no use, if you give place to accidental evils. Brutus, no man bears sorrow better. Portia is dead. Cassius, huh? Portia? Brutus, she is dead. Cassius, how scapt I killing, when I crossed you so? O insupportable and touching loss! Upon what sickness? Brutus, impatient of my absence, and grief that young Octavius with Mark Antony have made themselves so strong. For with her death that tidings came, with this she fell distract, and, her attendants absent, swallowed fire. Cassius, and died so? Brutus, even so. Cassius. O ye immortal gods! Enter Lucius, with wine and a taper. Brutus. Speak no more of her, give me a bowl of wine. In this I bury all unkindness, Cassius. Drinks. Cassius. My heart is thirsty for that noble pledge. Fill, Lucius, till the wine o'erswell the cup. I cannot drink too much of Brutus' love. Drinks. Exit Lucius. Enter Titinius and Messala. Brutus. Come in, Titinius. Welcome, good Messala. Now sit we close about this taper here, and call in question our necessities. Cassius. Portia, art thou gone? Brutus. No more, I pray you. Messala, I have here received letters, that young Octavius and Mark Antony come down upon us with a mighty power, bending their expedition toward Philippi. Messala. Myself have letters of the self-same tenor. Brutus. With what addition? Messala. That by prescription and bills of outlawry Octavius, Antony, and Lepidus have put to death 100 senators. Brutus. Therein our letters do not well agree. Mine speak of 70 senators that died by their prescriptions, Cicero being one. Cassius. Cicero one. Messala. Cicero is dead. And by that order of prescription, had you your letters from your wife, my lord? Brutus. No. Messala. Messala. Nor nothing in your letters rid of her? Brutus. Nothing. Messala. Messala. That, methinks, is strange. Brutus. Why ask you? Hear you aught of her in yours? Messala. No, my lord. Brutus. Now as you are a Roman, tell me true. Messala. Then like a Roman bear the truth I tell, for certain she is dead, and by strange manner. Brutus. Why, farewell, Portia, we must die. Messala. With meditating that she must die once, I have the patience to endure it now. Messala. Even so great men great losses should endure. Cassius. I have as much of this in art as you, but yet my nature could not bear it so. Brutus. Well, to our work alive, what do you think of marching to Philippi presently? Cassius. I do not think it good. Brutus. Your reason? Cassius. This it is. 'Tis better that the enemy seek us. So shall he waste his means, weary his soldiers, doing himself offense, whilst we, lying still, are full of rest, defense, and nimbleness. Brutus. Good reasons must of force give place to better. The people, twixt Philippi and this ground, do stand but in a forced affection, for they have grudged us contribution. The enemy, marching along by them shall make a fuller number up, come on refreshed, new added, and encouraged. From which advantage shall we cut him off if at Philippi we do face him there, these people at our back? Cassius. Hear me, good brother. Brutus. Under your pardon you must note besides, that we have tried the utmost of our friends. Our legions are brimful, our cause is ripe. The enemy increaseth every day. We, at the height, are ready to decline. There is a tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. Omitted, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries. On such a full sea are we now afloat, and we must take the current when it serves, or lose our ventures. Cassius. Then, with your will, go on. We'll along ourselves, and meet them at Philippi. Brutus. The deep of night is crept upon our talk, and nature must obey necessity, which we will niggard with a little rest. There is no more to say? Cassius. No more, good night. Early tomorrow will we rise, and hence. Enter Lucius. Brutus. Lucius. My gown. Exit Lucius. Farewell now, good Messala. Good night, Titinius, noble Cassius. Good night, and good repose. Cassius. O my dear brother, this was an ill beginning of the night. Never comes such division 'tween our souls. Let it not. Brutus. Enter Lucius with the gown. Brutus. Everything is well. Cassius. Good night, my lord. Brutus. Good night, good brother. Titinius and Messala. Good night, Lord Brutus. Brutus. Farewell, everyone. Exeunt Cassius, Titinius, and Messala. Give me the gown. Where is thy instrument? Lucius. Here in the tent. Brutus. What? Thou speakst drowsily. Poor knave, I blame thee not, thou art o'erwatched. Call Claudius and some other of my men. I'll have them sleep on cushions in my tent. Lucius, Vero and Claudius. Enter Vero and Claudius. Vero, calls my lord? Brutus, I pray you, sirs, lie in my tent and sleep. It may be I shall raise you by and by on business to my brother Cassius. Vero, so please you, we will stand and watch your pleasure. Brutus, I will not have it so. Lie down, good sirs, it may be I shall otherwise bethink me. Look, Lucius, here's the book I sought for so. I put it in the pocket of my gown. Servants, lie down. Lucius, I was sure your lordship did not give it me. Brutus, bear with me, good boy. I am much forgetful. Canst thou hold up thy heavy eyes awhile, and touch thy instrument a strain or two? Lucius, I, my lord, an't please you. Brutus, it does, my boy. I trouble thee too much, but thou art willing. Lucius, it is my duty, sir. Brutus, I should not urge thy duty past thy might. I know young bloods look for a time of rest. Lucius, I have slept, my lord, already. Brutus, it was well done, and thou shalt sleep again. I will not hold thee long if I do live. I will be good to thee. Lucius plays and sings till he falls asleep. This is a sleepy tune. O murderous slumber, layest thou thy leaden mace upon my boy, that plays thee music? Gentle knave, good night. I will not do thee so much wrong to wake thee. If thou dost nod, thou break'st thy instrument. I'll take it from thee, and good boy, good night. Let me see, let me see. Is not the leaf turned down where I left reading? Here it is, I think. Enter the ghost of Caesar. How will this taper burns? Ha! Who comes here? I think it is the weakness of mine eyes that shapes this monstrous apparition. It comes upon me. Art thou anything? Art thou some god, some angel, or some devil, that makes my blood cold and my hair to stare? Speak to me what thou art. Ghost, thy evil spirit, Brutus. Brutus, why comest thou? Ghost, to tell thee thou shalt see me at Philippi. Brutus, well, then I shall see thee again. Ghost, I, at Philippi. Brutus, why, I will see thee at Philippi then. Ghost vanishes. Now I have taken heart, thou vanishest. Ill spirit, I would hold more talk with thee. Boy, Lucius, Vero, Claudius, sirs, awake? Claudius, Lucius, the strings, my lord, are false. Brutus, he thinks he still is at his instrument. Lucius, awake? Lucius, my lord? Brutus, didst thou dream, Lucius, that thou so criedst out? Lucius, my lord, I do not know that I did cry. Brutus, yes, that thou didst. Didst thou see anything? Lucius, nothing, my lord. Brutus, sleep again. Lucius, Sirrah Claudius, fellow, thou awake? Vero, my lord. Claudius, my lord. Brutus, why did you so cry out, sirs, in your sleep? Vero. Claudius, did we, my lord? Brutus, I saw you anything? Vero, no, my lord, I saw nothing. Claudius, nor I, my lord. Brutus, go and commend me to my brother Cassius. Bid him set on his powers betimes before, and we will follow. Vero. Claudius, it shall be done, my lord. Exeunt. Act V. Scene I. The plains of Philippi. Enter Octavius, Antony, and their army. Octavius, now, Antony, our hopes are answered. You said the enemy would not come down, but keep the hills and upper regions. It proves not so. Their battles are at hand. They mean to warn us at Philippi here, answering before we do demand of them. Antony, tut, I am in their bosoms, and I know wherefore they do it. They could be content to visit other places, and come down with fearful bravery, thinking by this face to fasten in our thoughts that they have courage. But 'tis not so. Enter a messenger. Messenger, prepare you, generals. The enemy comes on in gallant show. Their bloody sign of battle is hung out, and something to be done immediately. Antony, Octavius, lead your battle softly on upon the left hand of the even field. Octavius, upon the right hand, keep thou the left. Antony, why do you cross me in this exigent? Octavius, I do not cross you, but I will do so. March. Drum, enter Brutus, Cassius, and their army. Lucilius, Titinius, Messala, and others. Brutus. They stand, and would have parley. Cassius. Stand fast, Titinius. We must out and talk. Octavius. Mark Antony. Shall we give sign of battle? Antony. No, Caesar. We will answer on their charge. Make forth. The generals would have some words. Octavius. Stir not until the signal. Brutus. Words before blows. Is it so, countrymen? Octavius. Not that we love words better, as you do. Brutus. Good words are better than bad strokes. Octavius. Antony. In your bad strokes, Brutus, you give good words. Witness the hole you made in Caesar's heart, crying, Long live! Hail, Caesar! Cassius. Antony. The posture of your blows are yet unknown. But for your words, they rob the Hybla bees, and leave them honeyless. Antony. Not stingless too. Brutus. Oh yes, and soundless too. For you have stolen their buzzing, Antony, and very wisely threat before you sting. Antony. Villains, you did not so when your vile daggers hacked one another in the sides of Caesar. You showed your teeth like apes, and fawned like hounds, and bowed like bondmen, kissing Caesar's feet, whilst damned Casca, like a cur, behind struck Caesar on the neck. O you flatterers! Cassius. Flatterers! Now, Brutus, thank yourself. This tongue had not offended so today. If Cassius might have arguelled. Octavius. Come, come, the caused, if arguing makes us sweat, the proof of it will turn to redder drops. Look, I draw a sword against conspirators. When think you that the sword goes up again? Never, till Caesar's 33 wounds be well avenged, or till another Caesar have added slaughter to the sword of traitors. Brutus. Caesar, thou canst not die by traitors' hands, unless thou bringst them with thee. Octavius. So I hope. I was not born to die on Brutus' sword. Brutus. Oh, if thou wert the noblest of thy strain, young man, thou couldst not die more honorable. Cassius. A peevish schoolboy, worthless of such honor, joined with a masker and a reveller. Antony. Old Cassius still. Octavius. Come, Antony. Away. Defiance, traitors, hurl we in your teeth. If you dare fight today, come to the field. If not, when you have stomachs. Exeunt Octavius, Antony, and their army. Cassius. Why now? Blow wind, swell billow, and swim bark. The storm is up, and all is on the hazard. Brutus. Ho, Lucilius. Hark, a word with you. Lucilius. My lord? Brutus and Lucilius talk apart. Cassius. Messala. Messala. What says my general? Cassius. Messala. This is my birthday. As this very day was Cassius born, give me thy hand, Messala. Be thou my witness that against my will as Pompey was, am I compelled to set upon one battle all our liberties. You know that I held Epicurus strong, and his opinion now I change my mind, and partly credit things that do presage. Coming from Sardis, on our former ensign 2 mighty eagles fell, and there they perched, gorging and feeding from our soldiers' hands, who to Philippi here consorted us. This morning are they fled away and gone, and in their steads do ravens, crows, and kites fly o'er our heads, and downward look on us, as we were sickly prey. Their shadows seem a canopy most fatal, under which our army lies, ready to give up the ghost. Messala. Believe not so. Cassius. I but believe it partly, for I am fresh of spirit, and resolved to meet all perils very constantly. Brutus. Even so, Lucilius. Cassius. Now, most noble Brutus, the gods today stand friendly, that we may, lovers in peace, lead on our days to age. But, since the affairs of men rest still uncertain, let's reason with the worst that may befall. If we do lose this battle, then is this the very last time we shall speak together. What are you then determined to do? Brutus. Even by the rule of that philosophy by which I did blame Cato for the death which he did give himself, I know not how, but I do find it cowardly and vile, for fear of what might fall, so to prevent the time of life, arming myself with patience to stay the providence of some high powers that govern us below. Cassius. Then, if we lose this battle, you are contented to be led in triumph through the streets of Rome? Brutus. No, Cassius, no. Think not, thou noble Roman, that ever Brutus will go bound to Rome. He bears too great a mind, but this same day must end that work the ides of March begun, and whether we shall meet again I know not. Therefore our everlasting farewell take. Forever, and forever, farewell, Cassius. If we do meet again, why, we shall smile. If not, why then this parting was well made. Cassius. Forever, and forever farewell, Brutus. If we do meet again, we'll smile indeed. If not, 'tis true this parting was well made. Brutus. Why then, lead on, Dato, that a man might know the end of this day's business ere it come. But it sufficeth that the day will end, and then the end is known come. Ho! Away. Exeunt. Scene 2, the same, the field of battle. Alarum, enter Brutus and Messala. Brutus. Ride, ride, Messala, ride, and give these bills unto the legions on the other side. Loud alarum. Let them set on at once, for I perceive but cold demeanor in Octavius' wing, and sudden push gives them the overthrow. Ride, ride, Messala. Let them all come down. Exeunt. Scene 3, another part of the field. Alarum, enter Cassius and Titinius. Cassius. Oh, look, Titinius, look, the villains fly. Myself have to mine own turned enemy. This ensign here of mine was turning back. I slew the coward, and did take it from him. Titinius. O Cassius, Brutus gave the word too early, who, having some advantage on Octavius, took it too eagerly. His soldiers fell to spoil, whilst we by Antony are all enclosed. Enter Pindarus. Pindarus. Fly further off, my lord. Fly further off. Mark Antony is in your tents, my lord. Fly. Therefore, noble Cassius, fly far off. Cassius. This hill is far enough. Look, look, Titinius. Are those my tents where I perceive the fire? Titinius. They are, my lord. Cassius. Titinius, if thou lovest me, mount thou my horse and hide thy spurs in him, till he have brought thee up to yonder troops and here again, that I may rest assured whether yon troops are friend or enemy. Titinius. I will be here again, even with a thought. Exit. Cassius. Go, Pindarus, get higher on that hill. My sight was ever thick, regard Titinius, and tell me what thou notest about the field. Pindarus goes up. This day I breathed first time is come round, and where I did begin, there shall I end. My life is run his compass, Sirrah. What news? Pindarus. A above. O my lord. Cassius. What news? Pindarus. A above. Titinius is enclosed round about with horsemen, that make to him on the spur. Yet he spurs on, now they are almost on him. Now, Titinius. Now some light, Dato. He lights too. He's ta'en. Shout. And hark. They shout for joy. Cassius. Come down. Behold no more. Oh, coward that I am, to live so long, to see my best friend ta'en before my face. Pindarus descends. Come hither, Sirrah. In Parthia did I take thee prisoner, and then I swore thee, saving of thy life, that whatsoever I did bid thee do, thou shouldst attempt it. Come now, keep thine oath. Now be a freeman, and with this good sword, that ran through Caesar's bowels, search this bosom. Stand not to answer here, take thou the hilts, and when my face is covered, as 'tis now, guide thou the sword. Caesar, thou art revenged, even with the sword that killed thee. Dies. Pindarus. So, I am free, yet would not so have been, durst I have done my will that O Cassius. Far from this country Pindarus shall run, where never Roman shall take note of him. Exit. Enter Titinius with Messala. Messala. It is but change, Titinius, for Octavius is overthrown by noble Brutus' power, as Cassius' legions are by Antony. Titinius. These tidings would well comfort Cassius. Messala. Where did you leave him? Titinius. All disconsolate, with Pindarus his bondman, on this hill. Messala. Is not that he that lies upon the ground? Titinius. He lies not like the living, O my heart. Messala. Is not that he? Titinius. No, this was he, Messala. But Cassius is no more, O setting sun. As in thy red rays thou dost sink tonight, so in his red blood Cassius' day is set. The sun of Rome is set, our day is gone. Clouds, dews, and dangers come. Our deeds are done. Mistrust of my success hath done this deed. Messala. Mistrust of good success hath done this deed. O hateful error, melancholy's child, why dost thou show to the apt thoughts of men the things that are not? O error, soon conceived, thou never comest unto a happy birth, but kill'st the mother that engendered thee. Titinius. What, Pindarus? Where art thou, Pindarus? Messala. Seek him, Titinius, whilst I go to meet the noble Brutus, thrusting this report into his ears, I may say thrusting it. For piercing steel and darts envenomed shall be as welcome to the ears of Brutus as tidings of this sight. Titinius. Hie you, Messala, and I will seek for Pindarus the while. Exit, Messala. Why didst thou send me forth, brave Cassius? Did I not meet thy friends? And did not they put on my brows this wreath of victory, and bid me give it thee? Didst thou not hear their shouts? Alas, thou hast misconstrued everything. But, hold thee, take this garland on thy brow. Thy Brutus bid me give it thee, and I will do his bidding. Brutus, come apace, and see how I regarded Caius Cassius. By your leave, gods, this is a Roman's part. Come, Cassius' sword, and find Titinius' heart. Dies. Alarum, enter Brutus, Messala, young Cato, Strato, Volumnius, and Lucilius. Brutus. Where, Messala, doth his body lie? Messala. Lo, yonder, and Titinius mourning it. Brutus. Titinius' face is upward. Cato. He is slain. Brutus. O Julius Caesar, thou art mighty yet. Thy spirit walks abroad, and turns our swords in our own proper entrails. Lo, alarums. Cato. Brave Titinius. Look whether he have not crowned dead Cassius. Brutus. Are yet 2 Romans living such as these? The last of all the Romans, fare thee well. It is impossible that ever Rome should breed thy fellow friends. I owe more tears to this dead man than you shall see me pay. I shall find time, Cassius, I shall find time. Come therefore, and to Thassos send his body. His funeral shall not be in our camp, lest it discomfort us. Lucilius, come, and come, young Cato. Let us to the field. Labio and Flavius, set our battles on. 'Tis 3 o'clock, and Romans, yet ere night we shall try fortune in a second fight. Exeunt. Scene 4. Another part of the field. Alarum, enter fighting soldiers of both armies. Then Brutus, Messala, young Cato, Lucilius, Flavius, and others. Brutus. Yet, countrymen, oh, yet hold up your heads. Cato. What bastard doth not? Who will go with me? I will proclaim my name about the field. I am the son of Marcus Cato, ho, a foe to tyrants, and my country's friend. I am the son of Marcus Cato, ho, charges the enemy. Lucilius. And I am Brutus, Marcus Brutus, Brutus, my country's friend. Know me for Brutus. Exit, charging the enemy. Cato is overpowered, and falls. Lucilius. O young and noble Cato, art thou down? Why, now thou deest as bravely as Titinius, and mayst be honored, being Cato's son. First soldier. Yield, or thou deest. Lucilius. Only I yield to die. There is so much that thou wilt kill me straight. Offering money. Kill Brutus, and be honored in his death. First soldier. We must not dot a noble prisoner. Second soldier. Room, ho. Tell Antony, Brutus is ta'en. First soldier. I'll tell the news, here comes the general. Enter Antony. Brutus is ta'en, Brutus is ta'en, my lord. Antony. Where is he? Lucilius. Safe, Antony, Brutus is safe enough. I dare assure thee that no enemy shall ever take alive the noble Brutus. The gods defend him from so great a shame. When you do find him, or alive or dead, he will be found like Brutus, like himself. Antony. This is not Brutus, friend, I assure you, a prize no less in worth, keep this man safe. Give him all kindness. I had rather have such men my friends than enemies. Go on, and see whether Brutus be alive or dead. And bring us word unto Octavius' tent how everything is chanked. Exeunt. Scene vide, another part of the field. Enter Brutus, Dardanius, Clitus, Strato, and Volumnius. Brutus. Come, poor remains of friends, rest on this rock. Clitus. Statilius showed the torchlight. But, my lord, he came not back. He is or ta'en or slain. Brutus. Sit thee down, Clitus, slaying is the word. It is a deed in fashion, hark thee, Clitus. Whispering. Clitus. What, I, my lord? No, not for all the world. Brutus. Peace then, no words. Clitus. I'll rather kill myself. Brutus. Hark thee, Dardanius. Whispers him. Dardanius. Shall I do such a deed? Clitus. O Dardanius. Dardanius. O Clitus. Clitus. What ill request did Brutus make to thee? Dardanius. To kill him. Clitus. Look, he meditates. Clitus. Now is that noble vessel full of grief, that it runs over even at his eyes. Brutus. Come hither, good Volumnius. List a word. Volumnius. What says my lord? Brutus. Why, this Volumnius. The ghost of Caesar hath appeared to me several times by night. At Sardis once, and this last night here in Philippi fields. I know my hour is come. Volumnius. Not so, my lord. Brutus. Nay, I am sure it is, Volumnius. Thou sayest the world, Volumnius, how it goes. Our enemies have beat us to the pit. Lo, alarums. It is more worthy to leap in ourselves than tarry till they push us, good Volumnius. Thou knowst that we two went to school together. Even for that our love of old, I prythee hold thou my sword hilts, whilst I run on it. Volumnius. That's not an office for a friend, my lord. Alarums still. Clitus. Fly, fly, my lord. There is no tarrying here. Brutus. Farewell to you, and you, Volumnius. Strato, thou hast been all this while asleep. Farewell to thee too, Strato. Countryman, my heart doth joy, that yet in all my life I found no man but he was true to me. I shall have glory by this losing day more than Octavius and Mark Antony by this vile conquest shall attain unto. So fare you well at once, for Brutus' tongue hath almost ended his life's history. Night hangs upon mine eyes. My bones would rest, that have but labored to attain this hour. Alarums cry within, fly, fly, fly. Clitus. Fly, my lord, fly. Brutus. Hence. I will follow. Exeunt Clitus, Dardanius, and Volumnius. I prythee, Strato, stay thou by thy lord. Thou art a fellow of a good respect. Thy life hath had some smatch of honor in it. Hold then my sword, and turn away thy face, while I do run upon it. Wilt thou, Strato? Strato. Give me your hand first. Fare you well, my lord. Brutus. Farewell, good Strato. Caesar, now be still. I killed not thee with half so good a will. He runs on his sword, and dies. Alarum, retreat, enter Antony, Octavius, Messala, Lucilius, and the army. Octavius. What man is that? Messala. My master's man, Strato. Where is thy master? Strato. Free from the bondage you are in. Messala. The conquerors can but make a fire of him. For Brutus only overcame himself, and no man else hath honor by his death. Lucilius. So Brutus should be found. I thank thee, Brutus, that thou hast proved Lucilius saying true. Octavius. All that served Brutus, I will entertain them. Fellow, wilt thou bestow thy time with me? Strato. I, if Messala will prefer me to you. Octavius. Do so, good Messala. Messala. How died my master? Strato? Strato. I held the sword, and he did run on it. Messala. Octavius. Then take him to follow thee. That did the latest service to my master. Antony. This was the noblest Roman of them all. All the conspirators save only he, did that they did in envy of great Caesar. He only, in a general honest thought and common good to all, made one of them. His life was gentle, and the elements so mixed in him that nature might stand up and say to all the world, "This was a man." Octavius. According to his virtue, let us use him with all respect and rites of burial. Within my tent his bones tonight shall lie, most like a soldier, ordered honorably. So call the field to rest, and let's away, to part the glories of this happy day. Exeunt. The Tragedy of King Lear. Contents. Act I. Scene I. A room of state in King Lear's palace. Scene 2. A hall in the Earl of Gloucester's castle. Scene 3. A room in the Duke of Albany's palace. Scene 4. A hall in Albany's palace. Scene V. Court before the Duke of Albany's palace. Act 2. Scene I. A court within the castle of the Earl of Gloucester. Scene 2. Before Gloucester's castle. Scene 3. The open country. Scene 4. Before Gloucester's castle. Act 3. Scene I. A heath. Scene 2. Another part of the heath. Scene 3. A room in Gloucester's castle. Scene 4. A part of the heath with a hovel. Scene V. A room in Gloucester's castle. Scene 6. A chamber in a farmhouse adjoining the castle. Scene 7. A room in Gloucester's castle. Act 4. Scene I. The heath. Scene 2. Before the Duke of Albany's palace. Scene 3. The French camp near Dover. Scene 4. The French camp. A tent. Scene V. A room in Gloucester's castle. Scene 6. The country near Dover. Scene 7. A tent in the French camp. Act V. Scene I. The camp of the British forces near Dover. Scene 2. A field between the two camps. Scene 3. The British camp near Dover. Dramatis Personae. Lear, King of Britain. Goneril, eldest daughter to Lear. Regan, second daughter to Lear. Cordelia, youngest daughter to Lear. Duke of Albany, married to Goneril. Duke of Cornwall, married to Regan. King of France. Duke of Burgundy. Earl of Gloucester. Edgar, elder son to Gloucester. Edmund, younger bastard son to Gloucester. Earl of Kent. Fool. Oswald, steward to Goneril. Curan, a courtier. Old man, tenant to Gloucester. Physician, an officer employed by Edmund. Gentleman, attendant on Cordelia. A herald, servants to Cornwall. Knights attending on the king. Officers, messengers, soldiers, and attendants. Scene, Britain. Act I. Scene I. A room of state in King Lear's palace. Enter Kent, Gloucester, and Edmund. Kent. I thought the king had more affected the Duke of Albany than Cornwall. Gloucester. It did always seem so to us. But now, in the division of the kingdom, it appears not which of the dukes he values most, for qualities are so weighed that curiosity in neither can make choice of either's moiety. Kent. Is not this your son, my lord? Gloucester. His breeding, sir, hath been at my charge. I have so often blushed to acknowledge him that now I am bras tut. Kent. I cannot conceive you. Gloucester. Sir, this young fellow's mother could. Whereupon she grew round-wombed, and had indeed, sir, a son for her cradle ere she had a husband for her beity. Though you smell a fault? Kent. I cannot wish the fault undone, the issue of it being so proper. Gloucester. But I have a son, sir, by order of law, some year elder than this, who yet is no dearer in my account. Though this knave came something saucily to the world before he was sent for, yet was his mother fair. There was good sport at his making, and the whoreson must be acknowledged, though you know this noble gentleman, Edmund? Edmund. No, my lord. Gloucester. My lord of Kent. Remember him hereafter as my honorable friend. Edmund. My services to your lordship. Kent. I must love you, and sue to know you better. Edmund. Sir, I shall study deserving. Gloucester. He hath been out 9 years, and away he shall again. The king is coming. Senate within. Enter Lear, Cornwall, Albany, Goneril, Regan, Cordelia, and attendants. Lear. Attend the lords of France and Burgundy. Gloucester. Gloucester. I shall, my lord. Exeunt Gloucester and Edmund. Lear. Meantime we shall express our darker purpose. Give me the map there, know that we have divided in 3 our kingdom, and 'tis our fast intent to shake all cares and business from our age, conferring them on younger strengths, while we unburdened crawl toward death, our son of Cornwall, and you, our no less loving son of Albany, we have this hour a constant will to publish our daughter's several dowers, that future strife may be prevented now. The princes, France and Burgundy, great rivals in our youngest daughter's love, long in our court, have made their amorous sojourn, and here are to be answered. Tell me, my daughters, since now we will divest us both of rule, interest of territory, cares of state, which of you shall we say doth love us most, that we our largest bounty may extend where nature doth with merit challenged? Goneril, our eldest born, speak first. Goneril, sir, I love you more than word can wield the matter, dearer than eyesight, space, and liberty, beyond what can be valued, rich or rare, no less than life, with grace, health, beauty, honor, as much as child e'er loved or father found, a love that makes breath poor and speech unable, beyond all manner of so much I love you. Cordelia, aside, what shall Cordelia speak? Love, and be silent. Lear, of all these bounds, even from this line to this, with shadowy forests and with champins riched, with plenteous rivers and wide-skirted meads, we make thee lady. To thine and Albany's issue be this perpetual. What says our second daughter, our dearest Regan, wife of Cornwall? Speak. Regan, sir, I am made of the self-metal as my sister, and prize me at her worth, and my true heart I find, she names my very deed of love. Only she comes too short, that I profess myself an enemy to all other joys which the most precious square of sense possesses, and find I am alone felicitate in your dear highness love. Cordelia, aside. Then poor Cordelia, and yet not so, since, I am sure, my love's more ponderous than my tongue. Lear, to thee and thine hereditary ever remain this ample third of our fair kingdom, no less in space, validity, and pleasure than that conferred on Goneril, now our joy, although the last and least, to whose young love the vines of France and milk of Burgundy strive to be interest. What can you say to draw a third more opulent than your sisters? Speak. Cordelia, nothing, my lord. Lear, nothing? Cordelia, nothing. Lear, nothing will come of nothing. Speak again. Cordelia, unhappy that I am, I cannot heave my heart into my mouth. I love your majesty according to my bond, no more nor less. Lear, how, Cordelia? Mend your speech a little, lest you may mar your fortunes. Cordelia, good my lord, you have begot me, bred me, loved me, I return those duties back as are right fit, obey you, love you, and most honor you. Why have my sisters husbands if they say they love you all? Haply, when I shall wed, that lord whose hand must take my plight shall carry half my love with him, half my care and duty. Sure I shall never marry like my sisters, to love my father all. Lear, but goes thy heart with this? Cordelia, ay, my good lord. Lear, so young, and so untender? Cordelia, so young, my lord and true. Lear, let it be so, thy truth then be thy dower. For, by the sacred radiance of the sun, the mysteries of Hecate and the night, by all the operation of the orbs, from whom we do exist and cease to be, here I disclaim all my paternal care, propinquity and property of blood, and as a stranger to my heart and me hold thee from this forever, the barbarous Scythian, or he that makes his generation messes to gorge his appetite, shall to my bosom be as well neighbored, pitted, and relieved, as thou my sometime daughter. Kent, good my liege. Lear, peace, Kent. Come not between the dragon and his wrath. I loved her most, and thought to set my rest on her kind nursery. To Cordelia, hence and avoid my sight. So be my grave my peace, as here I give her father's heart from her. Call France, who stirs? Call Burgundy, Cornwall, and Albany, with my two daughters' dowers digest this third. Let pride, which she calls plainness, marry her. I do invest you jointly with my power, preeminence, and all the large effects that troop with majesty ourself, by monthly course, with reservation of 100 nights, by you to be sustained, shall our abode make with you by due turn, only we shall retain the name, and all the addition to a king. The sway, revenue, execution of the rest, beloved sons, be yours, which to confirm this coronet part between you, giving the crown, Kent, royal Lear, whom I have ever honored as my king, loved as my father, as my master followed, as my great patron thought on in my prayers. Lear, the bow is bent and drawn. Make from the shaft, Kent, let it fall rather, though the fork invade the region of my heart. Be Kent unmannerly when Lear is mad. What wouldst thou do, old man? Think'st thou that duty shall have dread to speak, when power to flattery bows? To plainness honors bound when majesty falls to folly, reverse thy state, and in thy best consideration check this hideous rashness. Answer my life, my judgment, thy youngest daughter does not love thee least, nor are those empty-hearted, whose low sounds reverb no hollowness. Lear, Kent, on thy life, no more. Kent, my life I never held but as a pawn to wage against thine enemies. Ne'er fear to lose it, thy safety being the motive. Lear, out of my sight, Kent, see better, Lear, and let me still remain the true blank of thine eye. Lear, now, by Apollo, Kent, now by Apollo, king, thou swear'st thy gods in vain. Lear, O vassal, miscreant, laying his hand on his sword, Albany and Cornwall, dear sir, forbear. Kent, kill thy physician, and the fee bestow upon the foul disease, revoke thy gift, or, whilst I can vent clamor from my throat, I'll tell thee thou dost evil. Lear, hear me, recreant, on thine allegiance, hear me, since thou hast sought to make us break our vows, which we durst never yet, and with strained pride to come betwixt our sentences and our power, which nor our nature, nor our place can bear, our potency made good, take thy reward. 5 days we do allot thee for provision, to shield thee from disasters of the world, and on the 6th to turn thy hated back upon our kingdom. If on the next day following thy banished trunk be found in our dominions, the moment is thy death away. By Jupiter, this shall not be revoked. Kent, fare thee well, king. Sith thus thou wilt appear, freedom lives hence, and banishment is here. To Cordelia, the gods to their dear shelter take thee, maid, that justly think'st and hast most rightly said. To Goneril and Regan, and your large speeches may your deeds approve, that good effects may spring from words of love. Thus Kent, O princes, bids you all adieu. He'll shape his old course in a country new. Exit. Flourish. Re-enter Gloucester, with France, Burgundy, and attendants. Cordelia, here's France and Burgundy, my noble lord. Lear, my lord of Burgundy, we first address toward you, who with this king hath rivaled for our daughter. What in the least will you require in present dower with her, or cease your quest of love? Burgundy, most royal majesty, I crave no more than hath your highness offered, nor will you tender less. Lear, right noble Burgundy, when she was dear to us, we did hold her so. But now her price is fallen, sir, there she stands. If aught within that little seeming substance, or all of it, with our displeasure piqued, and nothing more, may fitly like your grace, she's there, and she is yours. Burgundy, I know no answer. Lear, will you, with those infirmities she owes, unfriended, new adopted to our hate, dowered with our curse, and strangered with our oath, take her or leave her? Burgundy, pardon me, royal sir, election makes not up in such conditions. Lear, then leave her, sir, for, by the power that made me, I tell you all her wealth. To France, for you, great king, I would not from your love make such a stray to match you where I hate. Therefore beseech you tavert your liking a more worthier way than on a wretch whom nature is ashamed almost to acknowledge hers. France, this is most strange, that she, who even but now was your best object, the argument of your praise, balm of your age, the best, the dearest, should in this trice of time commit a thing so monstrous, to dismantle so many folds of favor. Sure her offense must be of such unnatural degree that monsters it, or your forevouched affection fall into taint, which to believe of her must be a faith that reason without miracle should never plant in me. Cordelia, I yet beseech your majesty, If for I want that glib and oily art to speak and purpose not, since what I well intend, I'll do't before I speak, that you make known it is no vicious blot, murder or foulness, no unchaste action or dishonored step, that hath deprived me of your grace and favor, but even for want of that for which I am richer, a still soliciting eye, and such a tongue as I am glad I have not, though not to have it hath lost me in your liking. Lear. Better thou hadst not been born than not to have pleased me better. France. Is it but this? A tardiness in nature which often leaves the history unspoke that it intends to do? My lord of Burgundy, what say you to the lady? Love's not love when it is mingled with regards that stands aloof from the entire point. Will you have her? She is herself a dowry. Burgundy. Royal king. Give but that portion which yourself proposed, and here I take Cordelia by the hand, Duchess of Burgundy. Lear. Nothing. I have sworn. I am firm. Burgundy. I am sorry, then. You have so lost a father that you must lose a husband. Cordelia. Peace be with Burgundy. Since that respects of fortunes are his love, I shall not be his wife. France. Fairest Cordelia, that art most rich, being poor, most choice forsaken, and most loved, despist, thee and thy virtues here I seize upon. Be it lawful, I take up what's cast away. Gods, 'tis strange that from their coldst neglect my love should kindle to inflamed respect. Thy dowerless daughter, king, thrown to my chance, is queen of us, of ours and our fair France. Not all the dukes of waterish Burgundy can buy this unprized precious maid of me. Bid them farewell, Cordelia, though unkind. Thou losest here, a better where to find. Lear. Thou hast her, France. Let her be thine. For we have no such daughter, nor shall ever see that face of hers again. Therefore be gone without our grace, our love, our benison. Come, noble Burgundy. Flourish, exeunt Lear, Burgundy, Cornwall, Albany, Gloucester, and attendants. France. Bid farewell to your sisters. Cordelia. The jewels of our father, with washed eyes Cordelia leaves you. I know you what you are, and like a sister am most loath to call your faults as they are nommed. Love well our father. To your professed bosoms I commit him. But yet, alas, stood I within his grace, I would prefer him to a better place. So farewell to you both. Regan. Prescribe not us our duties. Goneril. Let your study be to content your lord, who hath received you at fortune's alms. You have obedience scant, and well are worth the want that you have wanted. Cordelia. Time shall unfold what plighted cunning hides. Who covers faults, at last shame derides. Well may you prosper. France. Come, my fair Cordelia. Exeunt France and Cordelia. Goneril. Sister, it is not little I have to say of what most nearly appertains to us both. I think our father will hence tonight. Regan. That's most certain, and with you. Next month with us. Goneril. You see how full of changes his age is. The observation we have made of it hath not been little. He always loved our sister most, and with what poor judgment he hath now cast her off appears too grossly. Regan. 'Tis the infirmity of his age. Yet he hath ever but slenderly known himself. Goneril. The best and soundest of his time hath been but rash. Then must we look from his age to receive not alone the imperfections of long engrafted condition, but therewithal the unruly waywardness that infirm and choleric years bring with them. Regan. Such unconstant starts are we like to have from him, as this of Kent's banishment. Goneril. There is further compliment of leave-taking between France and him. Pray you let us hit together. If our father carry authority with such disposition as he bears, this last surrender of his will but offend us. Regan. We shall further think of it. Goneril. We must do something, and I eat. Exeunt. Scene 2. A hall in the Earl of Gloucester's castle. Enter Edmund with a letter. Edmund. Thou, nature, art my goddess. To thy law my services are bound. Wherefore should I stand in the plague of custom, and permit the curiosity of nations to deprive me? For that I am some 12 or 14 moonshines lag of a brother. Why bastard? Wherefore base? When my dimensions are as well compact, my mind is generous, and my shape is true as honest madam's issue. Why brand they us with base? With baseness? Bastardy? Base? Who, in the lusty stealth of nature, take more composition and fierce quality than doth within a dull, stale, tired bed, go to the creating a whole tribe of fops got, tween asleep and wake? Well then, legitimate Edgar, I must have your land. Our father's love is to the bastard Edmund as to the legitimate. Fine word, legitimate. Well, my legitimate, if this letter speed, and my invention thrive, Edmund the base shall top the legitimate. I grow, I prosper. Now, gods, stand up for bastards. Enter Gloucester. Gloucester, Kent banished thus, and France in choler parted, and the king gone tonight, prescribed his power, confined to exhibition, all this done upon the gad. Edmund, how now? What news? Edmund, so please your lordship, none. Putting up the letter. Gloucester, why so earnestly seek you to put up that letter? Edmund, I know no news, my lord. Gloucester, what paper were you reading? Edmund, nothing, my lord. Gloucester, no? What needed then that terrible dispatch of it into your pocket? The quality of nothing hath not such need to hide itself. Let's see come. If it be nothing, I shall not need spectacles. Edmund, I beseech you, sir, pardon me, it is a letter from my brother that I have not all o'erread, and for so much as I have perused, I find it not fit for your o'erlooking. Gloucester, give me the letter, sir. Edmund, I shall offend, either to detain or give it the contents, as in part one understand them, are to blame. Gloucester, let's see. Edmund, I hope, for my brother's justification, he wrote this but as an essay, or taste of my virtue. Gloucester, reads, this policy and reverence of age makes the world bitter to the best of our times. Keeps our fortunes from us till our oldness cannot relish them. I begin to find an idle and fond bondage in the oppression of aged tyranny, who sways not as it hath power, but as it is suffered, come to me, that of this I may speak more. If our father would sleep till I waked him, you should enjoy half his revenue forever, and live the beloved of your brother Edgar. Conspiracy? Sleep till I wake him, you should enjoy half his revenue. My son Edgar, had he a hand to write this? A heart and brain to breed it in? When came this to you? Who brought it? Edmund, it was not brought me, my lord. There's the cunning of it. I found it thrown in at the casement of my closet. Gloucester, you know the character to be your brother's? Edmund, if the matter were good, my lord, I durst swear it were his, but in respect of that, I would fain think it were not. Gloucester, it is his. Edmund, it is his hand, my lord, but I hope his heart is not in the contents. Gloucester, has he never before sounded you in this business? Edmund, never, my lord, but I have heard him oft maintain it to be fit that, sons at perfect age and fathers declined, the father should be his ward to the son, and the son manage his revenue. Gloucester, O villain, his very opinion in the letter. Abhorred villain, unnatural, detested, brutish villain, worse than brutish. Go, Sirrah, seek him. I'll apprehend him, abominable villain. Where is he? Edmund, I do not well know, my lord, if it shall please you to suspend your indignation against my brother till you can derive from him better testimony of his intent, you should run a certain course, where, if you violently proceed against him, mistaking his purpose, it would make a great gap in your own honor, and shake in pieces the heart of his obedience. I dare pawn down my life for him, that he hath writ this to feel my affection to your honor, and to no other pretense of danger. Gloucester, think you so? Edmund, if your honor judge it meet, I will place you where you shall hear us confer of this, and by an auricular assurance have your satisfaction, and that without any further delay than this very evening. Gloucester, he cannot be such a monster. Edmund, nor is not, sure. Gloucester, to his father, that so tenderly and entirely loves him, heaven and earth. Edmund, seek him out. Wind me into him, I pray you. Frame the business after your own wisdom. I would unstate myself to be in a due resolution. Edmund, I will seek him, sir, presently. Convey the business as I shall find means, and acquaint you with all. Gloucester, These late eclipses in the sun and moon portend no good to us. Though the wisdom of nature can reason it thus and thus, yet nature finds itself scourged by the sequent effects. Love cools, friendship falls off, brothers divide. In cities, mutinies. In countries, discord. In palaces, treason. And the bond cracked twixt son and father. This villain of mine comes under the prediction. There's son against father. The king falls from bias of nature. There's father against child. We have seen the best of our time. Machinations, hollowness, treachery, and all ruinous disorders follow us disquietly to our grave. Find out this villain, Edmund. It shall lose thee nothing. Do it carefully. And the noble and true-hearted Kent banished. His offense, honesty. 'Tis strange. Exit. Edmund. This is the excellent foppery of the world, that, when we are sick in fortune, often the surfeits of our own behavior, we make guilty of our disasters the sun, the moon, and the stars, as if we were villains on necessity, fools by heavenly compulsion, knaves, thieves, and treachers by spherical predominance, drunkards, liars, and adulterers by an enforced obedience of planetary influence, and all that we are evil in, by a divine thrusting on an admirable evasion of whoremaster man, to lay his goatish disposition to the charge of a star. My father compounded with my mother under the dragon's tail, and my nativity was under Ursa Major, so that it follows I am rough and lecherous. Phut! I should have been that I am, had the maidenliest star in the firmament twinkled on my bastardizing. Enter Edgar. Pat. He comes, like the catastrophe of the old comedy. My cue is villainous melancholy, with a sigh like Tom o' Bedlam. Oh, these eclipses do portend these divisions. F.A. Sol. La. Me. Edgar. How now, brother Edmund? What serious contemplation are you in? Edmund. I am thinking, brother, of a prediction I read this other day. What should follow these eclipses? Edgar. Do you busy yourself with that? Edmund. I promise you, the effects he writes of succeed unhappily, as of unnaturalness between the child and the parent, death, dearth, dissolutions of ancient amities, divisions in state, menaces and maledictions against king and nobles, needless diffidences, banishment of friends, dissipation of cohorts, nuptial breaches, and I know not what. Edgar. How long have you been a sectary astronomical? Edmund. Come. When saw you my father last? Edgar. The night gone by. Edmund. Spake you with him? Edgar. Aye, 2 hours together. Edmund. Parted you in good terms? Found you no displeasure in him, by word nor countenance? Edgar. None at all. Edmund. Bethink yourself wherein you may have offended him, and at my entreaty forbear his presence until some little time hath qualified the heat of his displeasure, which at this instant so raggeth in him that with the mischief of your person it would scarcely allay. Edgar. Some villain hath done me wrong. Edmund. That's my feared. I pray you have a continent forbearance till the speed of his rage goes slower, and, as I say, retire with me to my lodging, from whence I will fitly bring you to hear my lord speak. Pray ye, go. There's my key. If you do stir abroad, go armed. Edgar. Armed, brother? Edmund. Brother, I advise you to the best. I am no honest man if there be any good meaning toward you. I have told you what I have seen and heard, but faintly, nothing like the image and horror of it. Pray you, away. Edgar. Shall I hear from you anon? Edmund. I do serve you in this business. Exit Edgar. A credulous father, and a brother noble, whose nature is so far from doing harms that he suspects none, on whose foolish honesty my practices ride easy. I see the business. Let me, if not by birth, have lands by wit, all with me's meet that I can fashion fit. Exit. Scene 3. A room in the Duke of Albany's palace. Enter Goneril and Oswald. Goneril. Did my father strike my gentleman for chiding of his fool? Oswald. Ay, madam. Goneril. By day and night, he wrongs me. Every hour he flashes into one gross crime or other that sets us all at odds. I'll not endure it. His nights grow riotous, and himself upbraids us on every trifle when he returns from hunting. I will not speak with him. Say I am sick. If you come slack of former services, You shall do well. The fault of it I'll answer. Horns within. Oswald. He's coming, madam. I hear him. Goneril. Put on what weary negligence you please, you and your fellows. I'd have it come to question. If he distaste it, let him to our sister, whose mind and mine, I know, in that are one, not to be overruled idle old man, that still would manage those authorities that he hath given away. Now, by my life, old fools are babes again, and must be used with checks as flatteries when they are seen abused. Remember what I have said. Oswald. Very well, madam. Goneril. And let his knights have colder looks among you. What grows of it, no matter. Advise your fellows so. I would breed from hence occasions, and I shall, that I may speak, I'll write straight to my sister to hold my very course, prepare for dinner. Exeunt. Scene 4. A hall in Albany's palace interkent, disguised. Kent. If but as well I other accents borrow, that can my speech diffuse, my good intent may carry through itself to that full issue for which I wriced my likeness. Now, banished Kent, if thou canst serve where thou dost stand condemned, so may it come, thy master, whom thou lovest, shall find thee full of labors. Horns within. Enter King Lear, knights, and attendants. Lear. Let me not stay a jot for dinner. Go get it ready. Exit an attendant. How now? What art thou? Kent. A man, sir. Lear. What dost thou profess? What wouldst thou with us? Kent. I do profess to be no less than I seem, to serve him truly that will put me in trust, to love him that is honest, to converse with him that is wise and says little, to fear judgment, to fight when I cannot choose, and to eat no fish. Lear. What art thou? Kent. A very honest-hearted fellow, and as poor as the king. Lear. If thou beest as poor for a subject as he's for a king, thou art poor enough. What wouldst thou? Kent. Service. Lear. Who wouldst thou serve? Kent. You. Lear. Dost thou know me, fellow? Kent. No, sir, but you have that in your countenance which I would fain call master. Lear. What's that? Kent. Authority. Lear. What services canst thou do? Kent. I can keep honest counsel, ride, run, mar a curious tale in telling it, and deliver a plain message bluntly, that which ordinary men are fit for. I am qualified in, and the best of me is diligence. Lear. How old art thou? Kent. Not so young, sir, to love a woman for singing, nor so old to dote on her for anything. I have years on my back, 48. Lear. Follow me. Thou shalt serve me. If I like thee no worse after dinner, I will not part from thee yet. Dinner. Ho, dinner. Where's my knave? My fool? Go you and call my fool hither. Exit an attendant. Enter Oswald. You, Sirrah. Where's my daughter? Oswald. So please you. Exit. Lear. What says the fellow there? Call the clopole back. Exit a knight. Where's my fool? Ho, I think the world's asleep. Re-enter knight. How now? Where's that mongrel? Knight. He says, my lord, your daughter is not well. Lear. Why came not the slave back to me when I called him? Knight. Sir, he answered me in the roundest manner. He would not. Lear. He would not? Knight. My lord, I know not what the matter is, but to my judgment your highness is not entertained with that ceremonious affection as you were wont. There's a great abatement of kindness appears as well in the general dependence as in the duke himself also, and your daughter. Lear. Ha! Say'st thou so? Knight. I beseech you pardon me, my lord, if I be mistaken, for my duty cannot be silent when I think your highness wronged. Lear. Thou but rememberest me of mine own conception. I have perceived a most faint neglect of late, which I have rather blamed as mine own jealous curiosity than as a very pretence and purpose of unkindness. I will look further into't, but where's my fool? I have not seen him this 2 days. Knight. Since my young lady's going into France, sir, the fool hath much pined away. Lear. No more of that. I have noted it well. Go you and tell my daughter I would speak with her. Exit attendant. Go you, call hither my fool. Exit another attendant. Re-enter Oswald. Oh, you, sir. You, come you hither, sir. Who am I, sir? Oswald. My lady's father. Lear. My lady's father. My lord's knave, you whoreson dog, you slave, you cur. Oswald, I am none of these, my lord. I beseech your pardon. Lear, do you bandy looks with me, you rascal? Striking him. Oswald, I'll not be struck, my lord. Kent, nor trip neither, you base football player. Tripping up his heels. Lear, I thank thee, fellow, thou serv'st me, and I'll love thee. Kent, come, sir, arise away. I'll teach you differences. Away, away. If you will measure your lubber's length again, tarry. But away. Go to. Have you wisdom? So. Pushes Oswald out. Lear. Now, my friendly knave, I thank thee. There's earnest of thy service. Giving Kent money. Enter fool. Fool. Let me hire him too. Here's my coxcomb. Giving Kent his cap. Lear. How now, my pretty knave, how dost thou? Fool. Sirrah, you were best take my coxcomb. Kent. Why, fool? Fool. Why, for taking one's part that's out of favor, nay. And thou canst not smile as the wind sits, thou'lt catch cold shortly. There, take my coxcomb. Why, this fellow has banished 2 on's daughters, and did the 3rd a blessing against his will. If thou follow him, thou must needs wear my coxcomb. How now, nuncle? Would I had 2 coxcombs and 2 daughters. Lear. Why, my boy? Fool. If I gave them all my living, I'd keep my coxcombs myself, there's mine. Beg another of thy daughters. Lear. Take heed. Sirrah. The whip. Fool. Truth's a dog must to kennel. He must be whipped out, when the Lady Brock may stand by the fire and stink. Lear. A pestilent gall to me. Fool. Sirrah. I'll teach thee a speech. Lear. Do. Fool. Mark it, nuncle. Have more than thou showest. Speak less than thou knowest. Lend less than thou owest. Ride more than thou goest. Learn more than thou trowest. Set less than thou throwest. Leave thy drink and thy whore, and keep in a door, and thou shalt have more than 2 tins to a score. Kent. This is nothing, fool. Fool. Then, 'tis like the breath of an unfeed lawyer. You gave me nothing for't. Can you make no use of nothing, nuncle? Lear. Why, no, boy. Nothing can be made out of nothing. Fool. To Kent. Prithee tell him, so much the rent of his land comes to. He will not believe a fool. Lear. A bitter fool. Fool. Dost thou know the difference, my boy, between a bitter fool and a sweet one? Lear. No, lad. Teach me. Fool. That lord that counseled thee to give away thy land. Come place him here by me. Do thou for him stand. The sweet and bitter fool will presently appear. The one in motley here, the other found out there. Lear. Dost thou call me fool, boy? Fool. All thy other titles thou hast given away, that thou wast born with. Kent. This is not altogether fool, my lord. Fool. No, faith. Lords and great men will not let me. If I had a monopoly out, they would have part on't and ladies too. They will not let me have all the fool to myself. They'll be snatching, nuncle. Give me an egg, and I'll give thee 2 crowns. Lear. What 2 crowns shall they be? Fool. Why, after I have cut the egg eye the middle and eat up the meat, the 2 crowns of the egg, when thou clovest thy crown eye, the middle and gav'st away both parts, thou borest thine ass on thy back o'er the dirt. Thou hadst little wit in thy bald crown when thou gav'st thy golden one away. If I speak like myself in this, let him be whipped that first finds it so. Singing. Fools had ne'er less grace in a year. For wise men are grown foppish, and know not how their wits to wear, their manners are so apish. Lear. When were you want to be so full of songs, Sirrah? Fool. I have used it, nuncle, e'er since thou madst thy daughters thy mothers. For when thou gav'st them the rod and putst down thine own breeches, singing, then they for sudden joy did weep, and I for sorrow sung, that such a king should play bo-peep, and go the fools among. Prithee, nuncle, keep a schoolmaster that can teach thy fool to lie. I would fain learn to lie. Lear. And you lie, Sirrah. We'll have you whipped. Fool. I marvel what kin thou and thy daughters are. They'll have me whipped for speaking true. Thou wilt have me whipped for lying. And sometimes I am whipped for holding my peace. I had rather be any kind othering than a fool. And yet I would not be thee nuncle. Thou hast paired thy widow both sides, and left nothing I the middle. Here comes one o' the pairings. Enter Goneril. Lear. How now, daughter? What makes that frontlet on? Methinks you are too much of late I the frown. Fool. Thou wast a pretty fellow when thou hadst no need to care for her frowning. Now thou art an O without a figure. I am better than thou art now. I am a fool. Thou art nothing. To Goneril. Yes, forsooth. I will hold my tongue, so your face bids me. Though you say nothing, mum, mum, he that keeps nor crust nor crumb, weary of all, shall want some. Pointing to Lear. That's a Shaled Peascod. Goneril. Not only, sir, this your all licensed fool, but other of your insolent retinue do hourly carp and quarrel, breaking forth in rank and not to be endured riots. Sir, I had thought, by making this well known unto you, to have found a safe redress, but now grow fearful, by what yourself too late have spoke and done, that you protect this course and put it on by your allowance, which if you should, the fault would not scape censure, nor the redresses sleep, which, in the tender of a wholesome weal, might in their working do you that offence which else were shame, that then necessity will call discreet proceeding. Fool. For you know, nuncle, the hedge sparrow fed the cuckoo so long that it's had it head bit off by it young. So out went the candle, and we were left darkling. Lear. Are you our daughter? Goneril. Come, sir. I would you would make use of that good wisdom, whereof I know you are fraught, and put away these dispositions, which of late transform you from what you rightly are. Fool. May not an ass know when the cart draws the horse? Whoop, jug. I love thee. Lear. Doth any here know me? This is not Lear. Doth Lear walk thus? Speak thus? Where are his eyes? Either his notion weakens, his discernings are lethargied. Waking? 'Tis not so. Who is it that can tell me who I am? Fool. Lear's shadow. Lear. I would learn that, for by the marks of sovereignty, knowledge, and reason, I should be false persuaded I had daughters. Fool. Which they will make an obedient father. Lear. Your name, fair gentlewoman? Goneril. This admiration, sir, is much the favor of other your new pranks. I do beseech you to understand my purposes aright. As you are old and reverend, you should be wise. Here do you keep 100 knights and squires, men so disordered, so debauched and bold that this our court, infected with their manners, shows like a riotous in epicurism and lust, makes it more like a tavern or a brothel than a gracked palace. The shame itself doth speak for instant remedy. Be, then, desert by her that else will take the thing she begs a little to disquantity your train, and the remainder that shall still depend, to be such men as may besort your age, which know themselves and you. Lear. Darkness and devils. Saddle my horses, call my train together. Degenerate bastard, I'll not trouble thee, yet have I left a daughter. Goneril. You strike my people, and your disordered rabble make servants of their betters. Enter Albany. Lear. Woe that too late repents. To Albany. Oh, sir, are you come? Is it your will? Speak, Sir Dot. Prepare my horses. Ingratitude, thou marble-hearted fiend, more hideous when thou show'st thee in a child than the sea monster. Albany. Pray, sir, be patient. Lear. To Goneril. Detested kite, thou least. My train are men of choice and rarest parts, that all particulars of duty know, and in the most exact regard support the worships of their name. O most small fault, how ugly didst thou in Cordelia show, which, like an engine, wrenched my frame of nature from the fixed place, drew from my heart all love, and added to the galled, O Lear, Lear, Lear. Striking his head, beat at this gate that let thy folly in and thy dear judgment out. Go, go, my people. Albany. My lord, I am guiltless, as I am ignorant of what hath moved you. Lear. It may be so, my lord. Here, nature, here, dear goddess, here. Suspend thy purpose, if thou didst intend to make this creature fruitful. Into her womb convey sterility. Dry up in her the organs of increase, and from her derogate body never spring a babe to honor her. If she must teem, create her child of spleen, that it may live and be a thwart disnatered torment to her. Let it stamp wrinkles in her brow of youth, with cadent tears fret channels in her cheeks, turn all her mother's pains and benefits to laughter and contempt, that she may feel how sharper than a serpent's tooth it is to have a thankless child. Away, away. Exit. Albany. Now, gods that we adore, whereof comes this? Goneril. Never afflict yourself to know more of it, but let his disposition have that scope that dotage gives it. Re-enter Lear. Lear. What, 50 of my followers at a clap? Within a fortnight? Albany. What's the matter, sir? Lear. I'll tell thee. To Goneril. Life and death. I am ashamed that thou hast power to shake my manhood thus, that these hot tears, which break from me perforce, should make thee worth them blasts and fogs upon thee. Tinted woundings of a father's curse pierce every sense about thee. Old fond eyes, beweep this cause again. I'll pluck ye out, and cast you with the waters that you lose to temper clay. Let it be so. I have another daughter, who, I am sure, is kind and comfortable. When she shall hear this of thee, with her nails she'll flay thy wolvish visage, thou shalt find that I'll resume the shape which thou dost think I have cast off forever. Exeunt Lear, Kent, and attendants. Goneril. Do you mark that? Albany. I cannot be so partial, Goneril, to the great love I bear you. Goneril. Pray you, content what? Oswald. Ho! To the fool. You, sir, more knave than fool, after your master. Fool. Nuncle Lear. Nuncle Lear. Tarry, and take the fool with thee. A fox, when one has caught her, and such a daughter, should sure to the slaughter. If my cap would buy a halter, so the fool follows after. Exit. Goneril. This man hath had good counsel 100 nights. 'Tis politic and safe to let him keep at point 100 nights. Yes, that on every dream, each buzz, each fancy, each complaint, dislike, he may enguard his dotage with their powers, and hold our lives in mercy. Oswald, I say. Albany. Well, you may fear too far. Goneril. Safer than trust too far. Let me still take away the harms I fear, not fear still to be taken. I know his heart. What he hath uttered I have writ my sister. If she sustain him and his 100 nights, when I have showed Dane fitness. Re-enter Oswald. How now, Oswald? What, have you writ that letter to my sister? Oswald. Ay, madam. Goneril. Take you some company, and away to horse. Inform her full of my particular fear, and thereto add such reasons of your own as may compact it more, get you gone, and hasten your return. Exit Oswald. No, no, my lord. This milky gentleness and course of yours, though I condemn not, yet, under pardon, you are much more attached for want of wisdom than praised for harmful mildness. Albany. How far your eyes may pierce I cannot tell. Striving to better, oft we mar what's well. Goneril. Nay then. Albany. Well, well, the event. Exeunt. Scene V. Court before the Duke of Albany's palace. Enter Lear, Kent, and Fool. Lear. Go you before to Gloucester with these letters. Acquaint my daughter no further with anything you know than comes from her demand out of the letter. If your diligence be not speedy, I shall be there afore you. Kent. I will not sleep, my lord, till I have delivered your letter. Exit. Fool. If a man's brains were in's heels, were't not in danger of kibes. Lear. Ay, boy. Fool. Then I prithee be merry. Thy wit shall not go slipshod. Lear. Ha, ha, ha. Fool. Shalt see thy other daughter will use thee kindly, for though she's as like this as a crab's like an apple, yet I can tell what I can tell. Lear. What canst tell, boy? Fool. She'll taste as like this as a crab does to a crab. Thou canst tell why one's nose stands i' the middle on's face? Lear. No. Fool. Why, to keep one's eyes of either side's nose, that what a man cannot smell out, he may spy into. Lear. I did her wrong. Fool. Canst tell how an oyster makes his shell? Lear. No. Fool. Nor I neither. But I can tell why a snail has a house. Lear. Why? Fool. Why, to put's head in. Not to give it away to his daughters, and leave his horns without a case. Lear. I will forget my nature, so kind a father. Be my horses ready? Fool. Thy asses are gone about, the reason why the 7 stars are no more than 7 is a pretty reason. Lear. Because they are not 8? Fool. Yes, indeed. Thou wouldst make a good fool. Lear. To tact again perforce. Monster ingratitude. Fool. If thou wert my fool, nuncle, I'd have thee beaten for being old before thy time. Lear. How's that? Fool. Thou shouldst not have been old till thou hadst been wise. Lear. Oh, let me not be mad. Not mad. Sweet heaven, keep me in temper. I would not be mad. Enter gentlemen. How now? Are the horses ready? Gentlemen. Ready, my lord. Lear. Come, boy. Fool. She that's a maid now, and laughs at my departure, shall not be a maid long, unless things be cut shorter. Exeunt. Act 2. Scene I. A court within the castle of the Earl of Gloucester. Enter Edmund and Curan. Meeting. Edmund. Save thee, Curan. Curan. And you? Sir, I have been with your father, and given him notice that the Duke of Cornwall and Regan his Duchess will be here with him this night. Edmund. How comes that? Curan. Nay, I know not you have heard of the news abroad. I mean the whispered ones, for they are yet but ear-kissing arguments. Edmund. Not I. Pray you. What are they? Curan. Have you heard of no likely wars twixt the 2 Dukes of Cornwall and Albany? Edmund. Not a word. Curan. You may do then. In time fare you well, sir. Exit. Edmund. The Duke be here tonight? The better. Best. This weaves itself perforce into my business. My father hath set guard to take my brother, and I have one thing of a queasy question, which I must act, briefness and fortune work. Brother, a word, descend. Brother, I say. Enter Edgar. My father watches. O sir, fly this place. Intelligence is given where you are hid. You have now the good advantage of the night. Have you not spoken gainst the Duke of Cornwall? He's coming hither. Now, I the knight, I the haste and Regan with him. Have you nothing said upon his party gainst the Duke of Albany? Advise yourself. Edgar. I am sure on't, not a word. Edmund. I hear my father coming. Pardon me. In cunning I must draw my sword upon you. Draw. Seem to defend yourself. Now quit you well. Yield. Come before my father light. Ho, here. Fly. Brother torches, torches. So farewell. Exit Edgar. Some blood drawn on me would beget opinion of my more fierce endeavor. Wounds his arm. I have seen drunkards do more than this in sport, father. Father. Stop, stop. No help? Enter Gloucester and servants with torches. Gloucester. Now, Edmund. Where's the villain? Edmund. Here stood he in the dark, his sharp sword out, mumbling of wicked charms, conjuring the moon to stand auspicious mistress. Gloucester. But where is he? Edmund. Look, sir, I bleed. Gloucester. Where is the villain, Edmund? Edmund. Fled this way, sir, when by no means he could. Gloucester. Pursue him, ho? Go after. Exeunt servants. By no means what? Edmund. Persuade me to the murder of your lordship, but that I told him the revenging gods gainst parricides did all their thunders bend. Spoke with how manifold and strong a bond the child was bound to the father. Sir, in fine, seeing how loathly opposite I stood to his unnatural purpose, in fell motion with his prepared sword, he charges home my unprovided body, latched mine arm. But when he saw my best alarumed spirits, bold in the quarrel's right, roused to encounter, or whether gassed by the noise I made, full suddenly he fled. Gloucester. Let him fly far. Not in this land shall he remain uncaught, and found. Dispatched the noble Duke my master, my worthy arch and patron, comes tonight. By his authority I will proclaim it, that he which finds him shall deserve our thanks, bringing the murderous coward to the stake. He that conceals him, death. Edmund. When I dissuaded him from his intent, and found him pight to do it, with cursed speech I threatened to discover him. He replied, Thou unpossessing bastard, dost thou think, if I would stand against thee, would the reposal of any trust, virtue, or worth in thee make thy words faith? No, what I should deny is this I would. I, though thou didst produce my very character, I'd turn it all to thy suggestion, plot, and damned practice. And thou must make a dullard of the world, if they not thought the profits of my death were very pregnant and potential spurs to make thee seek it. Gloucester, O strange and fast-ned villain, would he deny his letter? Said he. I never got him. Tuck it within. Hark, the Duke's trumpets. I know not why he comes. All ports I'll bar. The villain shall not scape. The Duke must grant me that, besides his picture I will send far and near, that all the kingdom may have due note of him. And of my land, loyal and natural boy, I'll work the means to make thee capable. Enter Cornwall, Regan, and attendants. Cornwall. How now, my noble friend? Since I came hither, which I can call but now, I have heard strange news. Regan. If it be true, all vengeance comes too short which can pursue defender. How dost, my lord? Gloucester. Oh, madam, my old heart is cracked, it's cracked. Regan. What? Did my father's godson seek your life? He whom my father nommed? Your Edgar? Gloucester. Oh, lady, shame would have it hid. Regan. Was he not companion with the riotous knights that tend upon my father? Gloucester. I know not, madam. 'Tis too bad, too bad. Edmund. Yes, madam, he was of that consort. Regan. No marvel then though he were ill affected. 'Tis they have put him on the old man's death, to have the expense and waste of his revenues. I have this present evening from my sister been well informed of them, and with such cautions that if they come to sojourn at my house, I'll not be there. Cornwall. Nor I, assure thee, Regan. Edmund. I hear that you have shown your father a childlike office. Edmund. It was my duty, sir. Gloucester. He did bewray his practice, and received this hurt you see, striving to apprehend him. Cornwall. Is he pursued? Gloucester. Ay, my good lord. Cornwall. If he be taken, he shall never more be feared of doing harm. Make your own purpose, how in my strength you please, for you, Edmund, whose virtue and obedience doth this instant so much commend itself, you shall be ours. Natures of such deep trust we shall much need. You we first seize on. Edmund. I shall serve you, sir, truly, however else. Gloucester. For him I thank your grace. Cornwall. You know not why we came to visit you. Regan. Thus out of season, threading darky wide night. Occasions, noble Gloucester, of some poise, wherein we must have use of your advice. Our father he hath writ, so hath our sister, of differences, which I best thought it fit to answer from our home. The several messengers from hence attend dispatch our good old friend, lay comforts to your bosom, and bestow your needful counsel to our business, which craves the instant use. Gloucester. I serve you, madam. Your graces are right welcome. Exeunt, flourish. Scene 2, before Gloucester's castle enter Kent and Oswald. Severally. Oswald. Good dawning to thee, friend. Art of this house? Kent. I. Oswald. Where may we set our horses? Kent. I the mire. Oswald. Prithee, if thou lovest me, tell me. Kent. I love thee not. Oswald. Why then, I care not for thee. Kent. If I had thee in Lipsbury pinfold, I would make thee care for me. Oswald. Why dost thou use me thus? I know thee not. Kent. Fellow, I know thee. Oswald. What dost thou know me for? Kent. A knave, a rascal, an eater of broken meats, a base, proud, shallow, beggarly, three-suited, 100-pound, filthy, worsted-stocking knave, a lily-livered, action-taking, whoreson, glass-gazing, superserviceable, finical rogue, one trunk-inheriting slave, one that wouldst be a bawd in way of good service, and art nothing but the composition of a knave, beggar, coward, pander, and the son and heir of a mongrel bitch, one whom I will beat into clamorous whining, if thou deniest the least syllable of thy addition. Oswald. Why, what a monstrous fellow art thou, thus to rail on one that's neither known of thee nor knows thee. Kent. What a brazen-faced varlet art thou, to deny thou knowest me. Is it 2 days ago since I tripped up thy heels and beat thee before the king? Draw, you rogue. For, though it be night, yet the moon shines. I'll make a sop o' the moonshine of you. Draw, you horse uncullionly barbermonger, draw. Drawing his sword. Oswald. Away. I have nothing to do with thee. Kent. Draw, you rascal. You come with letters against the king, and take Vanity the puppet's part against the royalty of her father. Draw, you rogue, or I'll so carbonado your shanks. Draw, you rascal. Come your ways. Oswald. Help, ho. Murder. Help. Kent. Strike, you slave. Stand, rogue, stand. You neat slave, strike. Beating him. Oswald. Help, ho. Murder. Murder. Enter Edmund, Cornwall, Regan, Gloucester and servants. Edmund. How now? What's the matter? Part. Kent. With you, goodman boy, if you please. Come, I'll flesh ye. Come on, young master. Gloucester. Weapons. Arms. What's the matter here? Cornwall. Keep peace, upon your lives. He dies that strikes again. What is the matter? Regan. The messengers from our sister and the king. Cornwall. What is your difference? Speak. Oswald. I am scarce in breath, my lord. Kent. No marvel. You have so bestirred your valor, you cowardly rascal. Nature disclaims in thee. A tailor made thee. Cornwall. Thou art a strange fellow. A tailor make a man? Kent. Aye, a tailor, sir. A stonecutter or a painter could not have made him so ill, though he had been but 2 years at the trade. Cornwall. Speak yet. How grew your quarrel? Oswald. This ancient ruffian, sir, whose life I have spared at suit of his grey beard. Kent. Thou whoreson Zed. Thou unnecessary letter. My lord, if you'll give me leave, I will tread this unbolted villain into mortar and daub the walls of a jakes with him. Spare my grey beard, you wagtail. Cornwall. Peace, sirrah. You beastly knave. Know you no reverence? Kent. Yes, sir, but anger hath a privilege. Cornwall. Why art thou angry? Kent. That such a slave as this should wear a sword, who wears no honesty. Such smiling rogues as these, like rats, oft bite the holy cords atwain which are too entranced to unloose. Smooth every passion that in the natures of their lords rebel. Bring oil to fire, snow to their colder moods. Renege, affirm, and turn their halcyon beaks with every gale and vary of their masters, knowing not, like dogs, but following. A plague upon your epileptic visage. Smile you my speeches, as I were a fool? Goose, if I had you upon Sarum Plain, I drive ye cackling home to Camelot. Cornwall. What, art thou mad, old fellow? Gloucester. How fell you out? Say that. Kent. No contraries hold more antipathy than I, and such a knave. Cornwall. Why dost thou call him knave? What is his fault? Kent. His countenance likes me not. Cornwall. No more perchance does mine, or his, or hers. Kent. Sir, 'tis my occupation to be plain. I have seen better faces in my time than stands on any shoulder that I see before me at this instant. Cornwall. This is some fellow, who, having been praised for bluntness, doth affect a saucy roughness, and constrains the garb quite from his nature. He cannot flatter, he, an honest mind and plain, he must speak truth, and they will take it, so. If not, he's plain. These kind of knaves I know which in this plainness harbor more craft and more corrupter ends than 20 silly ducking observants that stretch their duties nicely. Kent. Sir, in good faith, in sincere verity, under allowance of your great aspect, whose influence, like the wreath of radiant fire on flickering Phoebus' front. Cornwall. What mean'st by this? Kent. To go out of my dialect, which you discommend so much I know, sir, I am no flatterer. He that beguiled you in a plain accent was a plain knave, which, for my part, I will not be, though I should win your displeasure to entreat me to't. Cornwall. What was the offence you gave him? Oswald. I never gave him any. It pleased the king his master very late to strike at me, upon his misconstruction, when he, compact and flattering his displeasure, tripped me behind. Being down, insulted, railed and put upon him such a deal of man, that worthied him, got praises of the king for him attempting who was self-subdued, and in the fleshment of this dread exploit, drew on me here again. Kent. None of these rogues and cowards but Ajax is their fool. Cornwall. Fetch forth the stocks. You stubborn ancient knave, you reverent braggart, will teach you. Kent. Sir, I am too old to learn. Call not your stocks for me. I serve the king, on whose employment I was sent to you. You shall do small respect, show too bold malice against the grace and person of my master, stalking his messenger. Cornwall. Fetch forth the stocks. As I have life and honor, there shall he sit till noon. Regan. Till noon. Till night, my lord, and all night too. Kent. Why, madam, if I were your father's dog, you should not use me so. Regan. Sir, being his knave, I will. Stocks brought out. Cornwall. This is a fellow of the self-same color our sister speaks of. Come, bring away the stocks. Gloucester. Let me beseech your grace not to do so. His fault is much, and the good king his master will check him for't. Your purposed low correction is such as basest and contemned wretches for pilferings and most common trespasses are punished with. The king must take it ill that he, so slightly valued in his messenger, should have him thus restrained. Cornwall. I'll answer that. Regan. My sister may receive it much more worse, to have her gentleman abused, assaulted, for following her affairs, put in his legs. Kin is put in the stocks. Cornwall. Come, my good lord, away. Exeunt all but Gloucester. And Kent. Gloucester. I am sorry for thee, friend. 'Tis the Duke's pleasure, whose disposition, all the world well knows, will not be rubbed nor stopped. I'll entreat for thee. Kent. Pray do not, sir. I have watched and travelled hard. Some time I shall sleep out, the rest I'll whistle. A good man's fortune may grow out at heels. Give you good morrow. Gloucester. The Duke's to blame in this. 'Twill be ill taken. Exit. Kent. Good king, that must approve the common saw. Thou out of heaven's benediction comest to the warm sun. Approach, thou beacon to this under globe, that by thy comfortable beams I may peruse this letter. Nothing almost sees miracles but misery, I know. 'Tis from Cordelia, who hath most fortunately been informed of my obscured course, and shall find time from this enormous state, seeking to give losses their remedies, all weary and o'erwatched, take vantage, heavy eyes, not to behold this shameful lodging. Fortune, good night. Smile once more, turn thy wheel. He sleeps. Scene 3, the open country. Enter Edgar. Edgar. I heard myself proclaimed, and by the happy hollow of a tree escaped the hunt. No port is free, no place that guard and most unusual vigilance does not attend my taking. While I may scape, I will preserve myself, and am bethought to take the basest and most poorest shape that ever penury and contempt of man brought near to beast. My face I'll grime with filth, blanket my loins, elf all my hair in knots, and with presented nakedness outface the winds and persecutions of the sky. The country gives me proof and precedent of bedlam beggars, who, with roaring voices, strike in their numbed and mortified bare arms pins, wooden pricks, nails, sprigs of rosemary, and with this horrible object, from low farms, poor pelting villages, sheepcotes and mills, sometime with lunatic bands, sometime with prayers, enforce their charity. Poor Turley God. Poor Tom, that's something yet. Edgar, I nothing am. Exit. Scene 4, before Gloucester's castle. Kent and the stocks enter Lear, fool and gentleman. Lear. 'Tis strange that they should so depart from home, and not send back my messenger. Gentleman. As I learned, the night before there was no purpose in them of this remove. Kent. Hail to thee, noble master. Lear. Ha! Makest thou this shame thy pastime? Kent. No, my lord. Fool. Ha ha. He wears cruel garters, horses are tied by the heads, dogs and bears by the neck, monkeys by the loins, and men by the legs. When a man is over lusty at legs, then he wears wooden nether stocks. Lear. What's he that hath so much thy place mistook to set thee here? Kent. It is both he and she, your son and daughter. Lear. No. Kent. Yes. Lear. No, I say. Kent. I say yeah. Lear. No, no, They would not. Kent. Yes, they have. Lear. By Jupiter, I swear no. Kent. By Juno, I swear I. Lear. They durst not do't. They could not, would not do't. 'Tis worse than murder, to do upon respect such violent outrage. Resolve me with all modest haste, which way thou mightst deserve or they impose this usage, coming from us. Kent. My lord, when at their home, I did commend your highness letters to them. Ere I was risen from the place that showed my duty kneeling, came there a reeking post, stewed in his haste, half breathless, panting forth from Goneril his mistress' salutations, delivered letters, spite of intermission, which presently they read. On those contents, they summoned up their meany, straight took horse, commanded me to follow and attend the leisure of their answer, gave me cold looks, and meeting here the other messenger, whose welcome, I perceived had poisoned mine, being the very fellow which of late displayed so saucily against your highness, having more man than wit about me, drew. He riced the house with loud and coward cries. Your son and daughter found this trespass worth the shame which here it suffers. Fool! Winter's not gone yet, if the wild geese fly that way. Fathers that wear rags do make their children blind, but fathers that bear bags shall see their children kind. Fortune, that errant whore, ne'er turns the key to Tipor. But for all this, thou shalt have as many dolours for thy daughters as thou canst tell in a year. Lear. Oh, how this mother swells up toward my heart. Hysterica passio, down, thou climbing sorrow, thy elements below. Where is this daughter? Kent. With the Earl, sir, here within. Lear. Follow me not. Stay here. Exit. Gentlemen. Made you no more offence, but what you speak of? Kent. None. How chanced the king comes with so small a number? Fool. And thou hadst been said the stocks for that question, thou hadst well deserved it. Kent. Why, fool? Fool. We'll set thee to school to an ant, to teach thee there's no laboring the winter, all that follow their noses are led by their eyes but blind men. And there's not a nose among 20 but can smell him that's stinking. Let go thy hold when a great wheel runs down a hill, lest it break thy neck with following it. But the great one that goes upward, let him draw thee after. When a wise man gives thee better counsel, give me mine again. I would have none but knaves follow it, since a fool gives it. That sir which serves and seeks for gain, and follows but for form, will pack when it begins to rain, and leave thee in the storm. But I will tarry, the fool will stay, and let the wise man fly. The knave turns fool that runs away. The fool no knave purdy. Kent. Where learned you this, fool? Fool. Not I the stocks, fool. Enter Lear and Gloucester. Lear. Deny to speak with me? They are sick? They are weary? They have travelled all the night? Mere fetches, the images of revolt and flying off. Fetch me a better answer. Gloucester. My dear lord, you know the fiery quality of the Duke, how unremovable and fixed he is in his own course. Lear. Vengeance, plague, death, confusion, fiery? What quality? Why, Gloucester, Gloucester, I'd speak with the Duke of Cornwall and his wife. Gloucester. Well, my good lord, I have informed them so. Lear. Informed them? Dost thou understand me, man? Gloucester. Aye, my good lord. Lear. The king would speak with Cornwall. The dear father would with his daughter speak. Commands, tins, service. Are they informed of this? My breath and blood. Fiery? The fiery duke, tell the hot duke that, no, but not yet. Maybe he is not well. Infirmity doth still neglect all office whereto our health is bound. We are not ourselves when nature, being oppressed, commands the mind to suffer with the body. I'll forbear, and am fallen out with my more headier will, to take the indisposed and sickly fit for the sound man. Looking on Kent, death on my state. Wherefore should he sit here? This act persuades me that this remotion of the Duke and her is practice only. Give me my servant forth. Go tell the Duke and's wife I'd speak with them, now, presently. Bid them come forth and hear me, or at their chamber door I'll beat the drum till it cry sleep to death. Gloucester. I would have all well betwixt you. Exit. Lear. O me, my heart, my rising heart. but down, fool. Cry to it, nuncle, as the cockney did to the eels when she put the paste alive. She napped the coxcombs with a stick and cried, down, wantons, down. 'Twas her brother that, in pure kindness to his horse, buttered his hay. Enter Cornwall, Regan, Gloucester, and servants. Lear. Good morrow to you both. Cornwall. Hail to your grace. Kent here set at liberty. Regan. I am glad to see your highness. Lear. Regan, I think you are. I know what reason I have to think so. If thou shouldst not be glad, I would divorce me from thy mother's tomb, sepulchring an adulteress. To Kent, oh, are you free? Some other time for that. Beloved Regan, thy sister's not. O Regan, she hath tied sharp-toothed unkindness, like a vulture, here, points to his heart. I can scarce speak to thee. Thou wilt not believe with how depraved a quality. O Regan, Regan, I pray you, sir, take patience. I have hope you less know how to value her desert than she to scant her duty. Lear. Say, how is that? Regan. I cannot think my sister in the least would fail her obligation, if, sir, perchance she have restrained the riots of your followers. 'Tis on such ground, and to such wholesome end, as clears her from all blame. Lear. My curse is on her. Regan. Oh, sir, you are old. Nature in you stands on the very verge of her confine. You should be arguelled and led by some discretion, that discerns your state better than you yourself. Therefore I pray you, that to our sister you do make return. Say you have wronged her, sir. Lear. Ask her forgiveness? Do you but mark how this becomes the house? Dear daughter, I confess that I am old. Kneeling, age is unnecessary. On my knees I beg that you'll vouchsafe me raiment, bed, and food. Regan. Good sir, no more. These are unsightly tricks. Return you to my sister. Lear. Rising. Never. Regan. She hath abetted me of half my train. Looked black upon me. Struck me with her tongue, most serpent-like, upon the very heart. All the stored vengeances of heaven fall on her ingrateful top. Strike her young bones, you taking airs, with lameness. Cornwall. Fie, sir, fie. Lear. You nimble lightnings, dart your blinding flames into her scornful eyes. Infect her beauty, you fawn-sucked fogs, drawn by the powerful sun, to fall and blast her pride. Regan. Oh, the blessed gods! So will you wish on me when the rash mood is on. Lear. No, Regan, thou shalt never have my curse. Thy tender-hefted nature shall not give thee o'er to harshness. Her eyes are fierce, but thine do comfort and not burn. 'Tis not in thee to grudge my pleasures, to cut off my train, to bandy hasty words, to scant my sizes, and in conclusion, to oppose the bolt against my coming in. Thou better know'st the offices of nature, bond of childhood, effects of courtesy, dues of gratitude. Thy half, the kingdom hast thou not forgot, wherein I thee endowed. Regan. Good sir, to the purpose. Lear. Who put my man the stocks? Tuck it within. Cornwall. What trumpet's that? Regan. I note, my sisters. This approves her letter, that she would soon be here. Enter Oswald. Is your lady come? Lear. This is a slave, whose easy borrowed pride dwells in the fickle grace of her he follows. Out, varlet, from my sight. Cornwall. What means your grace? Lear. Who stocked my servant? Regan. I have good hope thou didst not know aunt, who comes here? O heavens! Enter Goneril. If you do love old men, if your sweet sway allow obedience, if yourselves are old, make it your cause. Send down and take my part. To Goneril. Art not ashamed to look upon this beard? O Regan, wilt thou take her by the hand? Goneril. Why not by the hand, sir? How have I offended? All's not offense that indiscretion finds and dotage terms so. Lear. O sides, you are too tough. Will you yet hold? How came my man the stocks? Cornwall. I set him there, sir, but his own disorders deserved much less advancement. Lear. You? Did you? Regan. I pray you, father, being weak, seems so. If, till the expiration of your month, you will return and sojourn with my sister, dismissing half your train. Come then to me. I am now from home, and out of that provision which shall be needful for your entertainment. Lear. Return to her, and 50 men dismissed? No, rather I abjure all roofs, and choose to wage against the enmity of the air. To be a comrade with the wolf and owl, necessity's sharp pinch. Return with her? Why, the hot-blooded France, that dowerless took our youngest born. I could as well be brought to knee his throne, and, squire-like, pinch and beg to keep base life afoot. Return with her? Persuade me rather to be slave and sumpter to this detested groom. Pointing to Oswald. Goneril. At your choice, sir. Lear. I prithee, daughter, do not make me mad. I will not trouble thee, my child. Farewell. We'll no more meet, no more see one another. But yet thou art my flesh, my blood, my daughter. Or rather a disease that's in my flesh, which I must needs call mine. Thou art a boil, a plague sore, or embossed carbuncle in my corrupted blood, but I'll not chide thee. Let shame come when it will, I do not call it. I do not bid the thunder-bearer shoot, nor tell tales of thee to high-judging Jove. Mend when thou canst, be better at thy leisure. I can be patient, I can stay with Regan, I and my 100 knights. Regan. Not altogether so. I look not for you yet, nor am provided for your fit welcome. Give ear, sir, to my sister. For those that mingle reason with your passion must be content to think you old, and so, but she knows what she does. Lear. Is this well spoken? Regan. I dare avouch it, sir. What, 50 followers? Is it not well? What should you need of more? Yea, or so many? Sith that both charge and danger speak gainst so great a number? How in one house should many people, under 2 commands, hold amity? 'Tis hard, almost impossible. Goneril. Why might not you, my lord, receive attendance from those that she calls servants, or from mine? Regan. Why not, my lord? If then they chank to slack ye, we could control them, if you will come to me, for now I spy a danger. I entreat you to bring but 25. To no more will I give place or notice. Lear. I gave you all. Regan. And in good time you gave it. Lear. Made you my guardians, my depositaries, but kept a reservation to be followed with such a number. What, must I come to you with 25? Regan. Said you so? Regan. And speaked again, my lord. No more with me. Lear. Those wicked creatures yet do look well favored when others are more wicked. Not being the worst stands in some rank of praise. To Goneril. I'll go with thee. Thy 50 yet doth double 25, and thou art twice her love. Goneril. Hear me, my lord. What need you 25? 10? Or 5? To follow in a house where twice so many have a command to tend you? Regan. What need one? Lear. Oh, reason not the need. Our basest beggars are in the poorest things superfluous. Allow not nature more than nature needs. Man's life is cheap as beasts. Thou art a lady. If only to go warm were gorgeous, why, nature needs not what thou gorgeous wear'st, which scarcely keeps thee warm, but, for true need, you heavens, give me that patience I need. You see me here, you gods, a poor old man, as full of grief as age, wretched in both. If it be you that stirs these daughters' hearts against their father, fool me not so much. To bear it tamely, touch me with noble anger, and let not women's weapons, water drops, stain my man's cheeks. No, you unnatural hags, I will have such revenges on you both that all the world shall. I will do such things. What they are yet, I know not. But they shall be the terrors of the earth. You think I'll weep? No, I'll not weep. Storm and tempest. I have full cause of weeping, but this heart shall break into 100,000 flaws, or ere I'll weep. O fool, I shall go mad. Exeunt Lear, Gloucester, Kent and Fool. Cornwall. Let us withdraw. 'Twill be a storm. Regan. This house is little. The old man and his people cannot be well bestowed. Goneril. 'Tis his own blame. Hath put himself from rest and must needs taste his folly. Regan. For his particular, I'll receive him gladly, but not one follower. Goneril. So am I purposed. Where is my lord of Gloucester? Enter Gloucester. Cornwall. followed the old man forth. He is returned. Gloucester. The king is in high rage. Cornwall. Whither is he going? Gloucester. He calls to horse, but will I know not whither. Cornwall. 'Tis best to give him way. He leads himself. Goneril. My lord, entreat him by no means to stay. Gloucester. Alack, the night comes on, and the high winds do sorely ruffle. For many miles about there's scarce a bush. Regan. Oh, sir, to wilful men. The injuries that they themselves procure must be their schoolmasters. Shut up your doors. He is attended with a desperate train, and what they may incense him to, being apt to have his ear abused, wisdom bids fear. Cornwall. Shut up your doors, my lord. 'Tis a wild night. My Regan counsels well. Come out o' the storm. Exeunt. Act 3. Scene I. A heath. A storm with thunder and lightning. Enter Kent and a gentleman, severally. Kent. Who's there, besides foul weather? Gentleman. One-minded like the weather, most unquietly. Kent. I know you. Where's the king? Gentleman. Contending with the fretful elements. Bids the wind blow the earth into the sea, or swell the curled waters bove the main, that things might change or cease. Tears his white hair, which the impetuous blasts with eyeless rage catch in their fury and make nothing of. Strives in his little world of man to outscorn the to and fro conflicting wind and rain. This night, wherein the cub-drawn bear would couch, the lion and the belly-pinched wolf keep their fur dry. Unbonneted he runs, and bids what will take all. Kent. But who is with him? Gentleman. None but the fool, who labors to outjest his heart-struck injuries. Kent. Sir, I do know you, and dare, upon the warrant of my note, commend a dear thing to you. There is division, although as yet the face of it be covered with mutual cunning, twixt Albany and Cornwall, who have, as who have not, that their great stars throned and set high. Servants, who seem no less, which are to France the spies and speculations intelligent of our state, what hath been seen, either in snuffs and packings of the dukes, or the hard reign which both of them have borne against the old kind king, or something deeper, whereof, perchance, these are but furnishings. But true it is, from France there comes a power into this scattered kingdom, who already, wise in our negligence, have secret feet in some of our best ports, and are at point to show their open banner, now to you. If on my credit you dare build so far to make your speed to Dover, you shall find some that will thank you, making just report of how unnatural and bemadding sorrow the king hath caused to plain. I am a gentleman of blood and breeding, and from some knowledge and assurance offer this office to you. Gentlemen, I will talk further with you. Kent. No, do not. For confirmation that I am much more than my outwall, open this purse, and take what it contains. If you shall see Cordelia, as fear not but you shall, show her this ring, and she will tell you who your fellow is that yet you do not know. Fie on this storm. I will go seek the king. Gentlemen, give me your hand. Have you no more to say? Kent. Few words, but, to effect, more than all yet, that, when we have found the king, in which your pain that way, I'll this. He that first lights on him holla the other. Exeunt. Scene 2. Another part of the heath storm continues. Enter Lear. And fool. Lear. Blow, winds, and crack your cheeks. Rage. Blow. You cataracts and hurricanos. Spout till you have drenched our steeples. Drown the cocks. You sulphurous and thought-executing fires. Vaunt couriers to oak-cleaving thunderbolts. Singe my white head. And thou, all shaking thunder, strike flat the thick rotundity o' the world. Crack nature's molds, all Germans spill at once, that make ingrateful man. Fool. O nuncle, court holy water in a dry house is better than this rain-water out o' door. Good nuncle, in, and ask thy daughter's blessing. Here's a night pities neither wise men nor fools. Lear. Rumble thy belly full. Spit, fire. Spout, rain. Nor rain, wind, thunder, fire are my daughters. I tax not you, you elements, with unkindness. I never gave you kingdom, called you children. You owe me no subscription. Then let fall your horrible pleasure. Here I stand your slave, a poor, infirm, weak, and despist old man. But yet I call you servile ministers, that will with 2 pernicious daughters join your high-engendered battles gainst a head so old and white as this. Oh, oh, 'tis foul. Fool. He that has a house to put's head and has a good headpiece, the codpiece that will house, before the head has any, the head and he shall louse. So beggars marry many. The man that makes his toe, what he his heart should make, shall of a corn cry woe, and turn his sleep to wake. For there was never yet fair woman, but she made mouths in a glass. Lear. No, I will be the pattern of all patience. I will say nothing. Enter Kent. Kent. Who's there? Fool. Marry, here's grace and a codpiece. That's a wise man and a fool. Kent. Alas, sir, are you here? Things that love night love not such nights as these. The wrathful skies gallow the very wanderers of the dark, and make them keep their caves since I was man. Such sheets of fire, such bursts of horrid thunder, such groans of roaring wind and rain I never remember to have heard. That man's nature cannot carry affliction, nor the fear. Lear. Let the great gods, that keep this dreadful putter o'er our heads, find out their enemies now tremble, thou wretch, that hast within the undivulged crimes unwhipped of justice, hide thee, thou bloody hand. Thou perjured, and thou simuler of virtue that art incestuous caitiff, to pieces shake that under covert and convenient seeming hast practiced on man's life. Close pent-up guilts, rive your concealing continence, and cry these dreadful summoners grace. I am a man more shinned against than sinning. Kent. Alack, bareheaded. Gracious my lord, hard by here is a hovel. Some friendship will it lend you gainst the tempest. Repose you there, whilst I to this hard house, more harder than the stones whereof 'tis riced, which even but now, demanding after you, denied me to come in, return, and force their scant courtesy. Lear. My wits begin to turn. Come on, my boy, how dost, my boy? Art cold? I am cold myself. Where is this straw, my fellow? The art of our necessities is strange, that can make vile things precious. Come, your hovel. Poor fool and knave, I have one part in my heart that's sorry yet for thee. Fool. Singing. He that has and a little tiny wit, with hi-ho, the wind and the rain, must make content with his fortunes fit, though the rain it raineth every day. Lear. True. Boy, come, bring us to this hovel. Exeunt Lear and Kent. Fool. This is a brave night to cool a courtesan. I'll speak a prophecy ere I go. When priests are more in word than matter, when brewers mar their malt with water, when nobles are their tailors' tutors, no heretics burned, but wenches' suitors, when every case in law is right, no squire in debt, nor no poor knight, when slanders do not live in tongues, nor cut purses come not to throngs, when usurers tell their gold I the field, and bawds and whores do churches build, then shall the realm of Albion come to great confusion. Then comes the time, who lives to seat, that going shall be used with feet. This prophecy Merlin shall make, for I live before his time. Exit. Scene 3. A room in Gloucester's castle. Enter Gloucester and Edmund. Gloucester. Alack, alack, Edmund, I like not this unnatural dealing. When I desired their leave that I might pity him, they took from me the use of mine own house, charged me on pain of perpetual displeasure, neither to speak of him, entreat for him, or any way sustain him. Edmund. Most savage and unnatural. Gloucester. Go to. Say you nothing. There is division between the dukes, and a worse matter than that. I have received a letter this night. 'Tis dangerous to be spoken. I have locked the letter in my closet. These injuries the king now bears will be revenged home. There's part of a power already footed. We must incline to the king. I will look him and privily relieve him. Go you and maintain talk with the duke, that my charity be not of him perceived. If he ask for me, I am ill, and gone to bed, and if I die for it, as no less is threatened me, the king my old master must be relieved. There is some strange thing toward Edmund. Pray you be careful. Exit. Edmund. This courtesy, forbid thee, shall the duke instantly know, and of that letter too. This seems a fair deserving, and must draw me that which my father loses, no less than all. The younger rises when the old doth fall. Exit. Scene forward, a part of the heath with a hovel storm continues. Enter Lear. Kent and Fool. Kent. Here is the place, my lord. Good my lord, enter. The tyranny of the open night's too rough for nature to endure. Lear. Let me alone. Kent. Good my lord, enter here. Lear. Wilt break my heart? Kent. I had rather break mine own. Good my lord, enter. Lear. Thou think'st 'tis much that this contentious storm invades us to the skin. So, 'tis to thee, but where the greater malady is fixed, the lesser is scarce felt, shun a bear. But if thy flight lay toward the raging sea, thou'lt meet the bare eye, the mouth when the mind's free, the body's delicate. The tempest in my mind doth from my senses take all feeling else save what beats there, filial ingratitude. Is it not as this mouth should tear this hand for lifting food to't? But I will punish home. No, I will weep no more in such a night to shut me out. Pour on, I will endure. In such a night as this, O Regan, Goneril, your old kind father, whose frank heart gave all, oh, that way madness lies. Let me shun that. No more of that. Kent, good my lord, enter here. Lear. Prithee go in thyself. Seek thine own ease. This tempest will not give me leave to ponder on things would hurt me more, but I'll go in. To the fool. In, boy. Go first, you houseless poverty. Nay, get thee in. I'll pray, and then I'll sleep. Fool goes in. Poor naked wretches, wheresoe'er you are, that bide the pelting of this pitiless storm, how shall your houseless heads and unfed sides, your looped and windowed raggedness, defend you from seasons such as these? Oh, I have ta'en too little care of this. Take physic, pomp. Expose thyself to feel what wretches feel, that thou mayst shake the superflux to them and show the heavens more just. Edgar. Within. Fathom and half, fathom and half. Poor Tom. The fool runs out from the hovel. Fool. Come not in here. Nuncle, here's a spirit. Help me, help me. Kent. Give me thy hand. Who's there? Fool. A spirit, a spirit. He says his name's poor Tom. Kent. What art thou that dost grumble there? I the straw. Come forth. Enter Edgar, disguised as a madman. Edgar. Away. The foul fiend follows me. Through the sharp hawthorn blows the cold wind. Hum. Go to thy cold bed, and warm thee. Lear. Didst thou give all to thy 2 daughters? And art thou come to this? Edgar. Who gives anything to poor Tom, whom the foul fiend hath led through fire and through flame, through ford and whirlpool, o'er bog and quagmire, that hath laid knives under his pillow and halters in his pew, set ratsbane by his porridge, made him proud of heart, to ride on a bay trotting horse over 4-inched bridges, to course his own shadow for a traitor, bless thy 5 wits. Tom's a cold. O, do, do, bless thee from whirlwinds, star blasting, and taking. Do poor Tom some charity, whom the foul fiend vexes. There could I have him now, and there again, and there. Storm continues. Lear. What? Have his daughters brought him to this pass? Couldst thou save nothing? Didst thou give him all? Fool. Nay, he reserved a blanket, else we had been all shamed. Lear. Now all the plagues that in the pendulous air hang fated o'er men's faults light on thy daughters. Kent. He hath no daughters, sir. Lear. Death, traitor. Nothing could have subdued nature to such a lowness but his unkind daughters. Is it the fashion that discarded fathers should have thus little mercy on their flesh? Judicious punishment. 'Twas this flesh begot those pelican daughters. Edgar. Pillicock sat on Pillicock Hill. Alo, loo. Fool. This cold night will turn us all to fools and madmen. Edgar. Take heed, O to foul fiend. Obey thy parents. Keep thy word justly. Swear not. Commit not with man's sworn spouse. Set not thy sweetheart on proud arrayed. Tom's a cold. Lear. What hast thou been? Edgar. A serving man, proud in heart and mind, that curled my hair, wore gloves in my cap, served the lust of my mistress' heart, and did the act of darkness with her, swore as many oaths as I spake words, and broke them in the sweet face of heaven. Point one that slept in the contriving of lust, and waked to do it. Wine loved I deeply, dice dearly, and in woman out paramored the Turk. False of heart, light of ear, bloody of hand. Hog in sloth, fox in stealth, wolf in greediness, dog in madness, lion in prey. Let not the creaking of shoes nor the rustling of silks betray thy poor heart to woman. Keep thy foot out of brothels, thy hand out of plackets, thy pen from lender's book, and defy the foul fiend. Still through the hawthorn blows the cold wind. Says Sum, Mun, Nani, Dolphin my boy, Sessa. Let him trot by. Storm still continues. Lear. Why, thou wert better in thy grave than to answer with thy uncovered body this extremity of the skies. Is man no more than this? Consider him well, thou owest the worm no silk, the beast no hide, the sheep no wool, the cat no perfume. Here's 3 ons are sophisticated. Thou art the thing itself. Unaccommodated man is no more but such a poor, bare, forked animal as thou art. Off, you lendings. Come, unbutton here. Tears off his clothes. Fool. Prithee, nuncle, be contented. 'Tis a naughty night to swim in. Now a little fire in a wild field were like an old lecher's heart, a small spark. All the rest on's body cold. Look, here comes a walking fire. Edgar. This is the foul fiend Flibbertigibbet. He begins at curfew and walks till the first cock. He gives the web and the pin, squints the eye, and makes the harelip, mildews the white wheat, and hurts the poor creature of earth. Swithold-footed thrice the old. He met the nightmare, and her ninefold. Bid her alight, and her troth plight, and aroint thee, which aroint thee. Kent, how fares your grace? Enter Gloucester with a torch. Lear. What's he? Kent. Who's there? What is't you seek? Gloucester. What are you there? Your names? Edgar. Poor Tom. That eats the swimming frog, the toad, the todpole, the wall-newt, and the water. That in the fury of his heart, when the foul fiend rages, eats cow-dung for sowlets, swallows the old rat and the ditch-dog, drinks the green mantle of the standing pool, who is whipped from tithing to tithing and stocked, punished, and imprisoned, who hath had 3 suits to his back, 6 shirts to his body, horse to ride, and weapon to wear. But mice and rats and such small deer have been Tom's food for 7 long year. Beware my follower, peace, Smolkin. Peace, thou fiend. Gloucester. What? Hath your grace no better company? Edgar. The Prince of Darkness is a gentleman. Modo he's called, and Mahu. Gloucester. Our flesh and blood, my lord, is grown so vile that it doth hate what gets it. Edgar. Poor Tom's a cold. Gloucester. Go in with me. My duty cannot suffer Toby and all your daughter's hard commands, though their injunction be to bar my doors, and let this tyrannous night take hold upon you. Yet have I ventured to come seek you out, and bring you where both fire and food is ready. Lear. First let me talk with this philosopher. What is the cause of thunder? Kent. Good my lord, take his offer. Go into the house. Lear. I'll talk a word with this same learned Theban. What is your study? Edgar. How to prevent the fiend, and to kill vermin. Lear. Let me ask you one word in private. Kent. Importune him once more to go, my lord. His wits begin to unsettle. Gloucester. Canst thou blame him? His daughters seek his death. That good Kent? He said it would be thus. Poor banished man. Thou sayest the king grows mad. I'll tell thee, friend, I am almost mad myself. I had a son, now outlawed from my blood. He sought my life but lately very late. I loved him, friend. No father his son dearer. True to tell thee. Storm continues. The grief hath crazed my wits. What a night's this! I do beseech your grace. Lear. Oh, cry you mercy, sir. Noble philosopher, your company. Edgar. Tom's a cold. Gloucester. In, fellow there. Into the hovel. Keep thee warm. Lear. Come, let's an all. Kent. This way, my lord. Lear. With him. I will keep still with my philosopher. Kent. Good my lord, soothe him. Let him take the fellow. Gloucester. Take him you on. Kent. Sirrah, come on. Go along with us. Lear. Come, good Athenian. Gloucester. No words, No words. Hush. Edgar. Child Roland to the dark tower came. His word was still, fi, faw, and fum. I smell the blood of a British man. Exeunt. Scene V. A room in Gloucester's castle enter Cornwall and Edmund. Cornwall. I will have my revenge ere I depart his house. Edmund. How, my lord, I may be censured, that nature thus gives way to loyalty. Something fears me to think of. Cornwall. I now perceive it was not altogether your brother's evil disposition made him seek his death, but a provoking merit set a-work by a reprovable badness in himself. Edmund. How malicious is my fortune, that I must repent to be just. This is the letter he spoke of, which approves him an intelligent party to the advantages of France, O heavens! That this treason were not, or not I the detector. Cornwall. Go with me to the Duchess. Edmund. If the matter of this paper be certain, you have mighty business in hand. Cornwall. True or false, it hath made the Earl of Gloucester seek out where thy father is, that he may be ready for our apprehension. Edmund. Aside. If I find him comforting the king, it will stuff his suspicion more fully. I will persevere in my course of loyalty, though the conflict be sore between that and my blood. Cornwall. I will lay trust upon thee, and thou shalt find a dearer father in my love. Exeunt. Scene 6. A chamber in a farmhouse adjoining the castle enter Gloucester, Lear, Kent. Fool and Edgar. Gloucester. Here is better than the open air. Take it thankfully. I will piece out the comfort with what addition I can. I will not be long from you. Kent. All the power of his wits have given way to his impatience. The gods reward your kindness. Exit Gloucester. Edgar. Frateretto calls me, and tells me Nero is an angler in the lake of darkness. Pray, innocent, and beware the foul fiend. Fool. Prithee, nuncle, tell me whether a madman be a gentleman or a yeoman. Lear. A king, a king. Fool. No, he's a yeoman that has a gentleman to his son, for he's a mad yeoman that sees his son a gentleman before him. Lear. To have 1,000 with red burning spits come hissing in upon him. Edgar. The foul fiend bites my back. Fool. He's mad that trusts in the tameness of a wolf, a horse's health, a boy's love, or a whore's oath. Lear. It shall be done. I will arraign them straight. To Edgar. Come, sit thou here, most learned justicer. To the fool. Thou, sapient sir, sit here now, you she-foxes. Edgar. Look, where he stands and glares. Want'st thou eyes at trial, madam? Come o'er the bourne, Bessie, to me. Fool. Her boat hath a leak, and she must not speak. Why she dares not come over to thee. Edgar. The foul fiend haunts poor Tom, and the voice of a nightingale hoppedance cries in Tom's belly for 2 white herring. Croak not, black angel. I have no food for thee. Kent. How do you, sir? Stand you not so amazed. Will you lie down and rest upon the cushions? Lear. I'll see their trial first. Bring in their evidence. To Edgar. Thou, robed man of justice, take thy place. To the fool. And thou, his yoke-fellow of equity, bench by his side. To Kent. You are the commission, sit you too. Edgar. Let us deal justly. Sleepest or wakest thou, jolly shepherd? Thy sheep be in the corn, and for one blast of thy minikin mouth thy sheep shall take no harm. Purr. The cat is grey. Lear. Arraign her first. 'Tis Goneril I here take my oath before this honorable assembly. She kicked the poor king her father. Fool. Come hither. Mistress, is your name Goneril? Lear. She cannot deny it. Fool. Cry you mercy, I took you for a joint stool. Lear. And here's another, whose warped looks proclaim what store her heart is made on. Stop her there. Arms, arms. Sword. Fire. Corruption in the place. False justicer, why hast thou let her scape? Edgar. Bless thy 5 wits. Kent. Oh pity. Sir, where is the patience now that you so oft have boasted to retain? Edgar. Aside. My tears begin to take his part, so much they mar my counterfeiting. Lear. The little dogs and all. Tray, Blanche, and Sweetheart. See, they bark at me. Edgar. Tom will throw his head at them avaunt. You curs. Be thy mouth or black or white, tooth that poisons if it bite. Mastiff, greyhound, mongrel grim, hound or spaniel, brock or him, or bobtail tyke or trundletail, Tom will make them weep and wail. For, with throwing thus my head, dogs leap the hatch, and all are fled. Do, de, cessa. Come, march to wakes and fairs and market towns. Poor Tom, thy horn is dry. Lear. Then let them anatomize Regan. See what breeds about her heart. Is there any cause in nature that makes these hard hearts? To Edgar. You, sir, I entertain you for one of my 100. Only I do not like the fashion of your garments. You'll say they are Persian, but let them be changed. Kent. Now, good my lord, lie here and rest awhile. Lear. Make no noise, make no noise. Draw the curtains. So, we'll go to supper the morning. Fool. And I'll go to bed at noon. Enter Gloucester. Gloucester. Come hither, friend. Where is the king my master? Kent. Here, sir. But trouble him not, his wits are gone. Gloucester. Good friend, I prithee, take him in thy arms. I have o'erheard a plot of death upon him. There is a litter ready. Lay him in't and drive towards Dover, friend, where thou shalt meet both welcome and protection. Take up thy master. If thou shouldst dally half an hour, his life with thine, and all that offer to defend him, stand in assured loss. Take up, and follow me, that will to some provision give thee quick conduct. Kent. Oppressed nature sleeps. This rest might yet have balmed thy broken sinews, which, if convenience will not allow, stand in hard curb. Come, help to bear thy master. To the fool. Thou must not stay behind. Gloucester. Come, away. Exeunt Kent, Gloucester and the fool bearing off Lear. Edgar. When we our betters see bearing our woes, we scarcely think our miseries our foes. Who alone suffers most the mind, leaving free things and happy shows behind. But then the mind much sufferance doth o'erskip when grief hath mates, and bearing fellowship. How light and portable my pain seems now, when that which makes me bend makes the king bow. He child as I fathered. Tom, away. Mark the high noises, and thyself bewray, when false opinion, whose wrong thoughts defile thee, in thy just proof repeals and reconciles thee. What will hap more tonight? Safe 'scape the king. Lurk. Exit. Scene 7. A room in Gloucester's castle. Enter Cornwall, Regan, Goneril, Edmund, and servants. Cornwall. Post speedily to my lord your husband. Show him this letter. The army of France is landed. Seek out the traitor Gloucester. Exeunt some of the servants. Regan. Hang him instantly. Goneril. Pluck out his eyes. Cornwall. Leave him to my displeasure, Edmund. Keep you our sister. Company. The revenges we are bound to take upon your traitorous father are not fit for your beholding. Advise the Duke where you are going, to a most festinate preparation. We are bound to the like. Our posts shall be swift and intelligent betwixt us. Farewell, dear sister. Farewell, my lord of Gloucester. Enter Oswald. How now? Where's the king? Oswald. My lord of Gloucester hath conveyed him hence. Some 5 or 36 of his knights, hot questress after him, met him at gate, who, with some other of the lord's dependents, are gone with him toward Dover, where they boast to have well-armed friends. Cornwall. Get horses for your mistress. Goneril. Farewell, sweet lord and sister. Cornwall. Edmund. Farewell. Exeunt Goneril, Edmund, and Oswald. Go seek the traitor Gloucester. Pinion him like a thief. Bring him before us. Exeunt other servants. Though well we may not pass upon his life without the form of justice, yet our power shall do a courtesy to our wrath, which men may blame, but not control. Who's there? The traitor? Enter Gloucester. And servants. Regan. Ingrateful fox. 'Tis he. Cornwall. Bind fast his corky arms. Gloucester. What mean your graces? Good my friends, consider you are my guests. Do me no foul play, friends. Cornwall. Bind him, I say. Servants, bind him. Regan. Hard. O filthy traitor. Gloucester. Unmerciful lady as you are, I'm none. Cornwall. To this chair bind him, villain, thou shalt find. Regan plucks his beard. Gloucester. By the kind gods, 'tis most ignobly done to pluck me by the beard. Regan. So white, and such a traitor. Gloucester. Naughty lady. These hairs which thou dost ravish from my chin will quicken, and accuse thee I am your host. With robbers' hands my hospitable favors you should not ruffle thus. What will you do? Cornwall. Come, sir, what letters had you late from France? Regan. Be simple answered, for we know the truth. Cornwall. And what confederacy have you with the traitors, late-footed in the kingdom? Regan. To whose hands have you sent the lunatic king? Speak. Gloucester. I have a letter guessingly set down, which came from one that's of a neutral heart, and not from one opposed. Cornwall. Cunning. Regan. And false. Cornwall. Where hast thou sent the king? Gloucester. To Dover. Regan. Wherefore to Dover? Wast thou not charged at peril? Cornwall. Wherefore to Dover? Let him first answer that. Gloucester. I am tied to the stake, and I must stand the course. Regan. Wherefore to Dover, sir? Gloucester. Because I would not see thy cruel nails pluck out his poor old eyes, nor thy fierce sister in his anointed flesh stick boorish fangs. The sea, with such a storm as his bare head and hell-black night endured, would have buoyed up and quenched the stelled fires. Yet, poor old heart, he holp the heavens to rain. If wolves had at thy gate howled that stern time, thou shouldst have said, Good porter, turn the key, all cruels else subscribed, but I shall see the winged vengeance overtake such children. Cornwall. Seat shalt thou never, fellows, hold the chair. Upon these eyes of thine I'll set my foot. Gloucester is held down in his chair, while Cornwall plucks out one of his eyes and sets his foot on it. Gloucester. He that will think to live till he be old, give me some help. O cruel! O you gods! Regan. One side will mock another, the other too. Cornwall. If you see vengeance. First servant. Hold your hand, my lord. I have served you ever since I was a child, but better service have I never done you than now to bid you hold. Regan. How now, you dog? First servant. If you did wear a beard upon your chin, I'd shake it on this quarrel. What do you mean? Cornwall. My villain? Draws, and runs at him. First servant. Nay, then, come on, and take the chance of anger. Draws they fight. Cornwall. Is wounded. Regan. To another servant. Give me thy sword. Doth a peasant stand up thus? Snatches a sword, comes behind, and stabs him. First servant. Oh, I am slain. My lord, you have one eye left to see some mischief on him. Oh. Dies. Cornwall. Lest it see more, prevent it out, vile jelly. Where is thy luster now? Tears out Gloucester's other eye, and throws it on the ground. Gloucester. All dark and comfortless. Where's my son Edmund? Edmund. Enkindle all the sparks of nature to quit this horrid act. Regan. Out, treacherous villain. Thou call'st on him that hates thee. It was he that made the overture of thy treasons to us, who is too good to pity thee. Gloucester. O my follies! Then Edgar was abused. Kind gods, forgive me that, and prosper him. Regan. Go thrust him out at gates, and let him smell his way to Dover. How is't, my lord? How look you? Cornwall. I have received a hurt. Follow me, lady. Turn out that eyeless villain, throw this slave upon the dunghill. Regan. I bleed apace. Untimely comes this hurt. Give me your arm. Exit Cornwall, led by Regan. Servants unbind Gloucester and lead him out. Second servant. I'll never care what wickedness I do, if this man come to good. Third servant. If she live long, and in the end meet the old course of death, women will all turn monsters. Second servant. Let's follow the old earl, and get the bedlam to lead him where he would. His roguish madness allows itself to anything. Third servant. Go thou. I'll fetch some flax and whites of eggs to apply to his bleeding face. Now heaven help him. Exeunt. Act 4. Scene I. The heath. Enter Edgar. Edgar. Yet better thus, and known to be contemned, than still contemned and flattered to be worst, the lowest and most dejected thing of fortune, stands still in esperance, lives not in fear. The lamentable change is from the best. The worst returns to laughter. Welcome then, thou unsubstantial air that I embrace. The wretch that thou hast blown unto the worst owes nothing to thy blasts. Enter Gloucester, led by an old man. But who comes here? My father, poorly led? World, world, O world, but that thy strange mutations make us hate thee, life would not yield to age. Old man, O my good lord, I have been your tenant, and your father's tenant these 4 years. Gloucester, away, get thee away, good friend, begone. Thy comforts can do me no good at all. Thee they may hurt. Old man, you cannot see your way. Gloucester, I have no way, and therefore want no eyes. I stumbled when I saw full oft 'tis seen our means secure us, and our mere defects prove our commodities. O dear son Edgar, the food of thy abused father's wrath. Might I but live to see thee in my touch, I'd say I had eyes again. Old man, how now? Who's there? Edgar, aside. O gods, who is can say I am at the worst? I am worse than e'er I was. Old man, 'tis poor mad Tom. Edgar, aside. And worse I may be yet. The worst is not so long as we can say, this is the worst. Old man, fellow, where goest? Gloucester, is it a beggar man? Old man, madman, and beggar too. Gloucester, he has some reason, else he could not beg. I the last night's storm I such a fellow saw, which made me think a man a worm, and why son came then into my mind, and yet my mind was then scarce friends with him. I have heard more since. As flies to wanton boys are we to the gods, they kill us for their sport. Edgar, aside. How should this be? Bad is the trade that must play fool to sorrow, angering itself and others. Bless thee, master. Gloucester, is that the naked fellow? Old man, ay, my lord. Gloucester, then prithee get thee away, if for my sake thou wilt o'ertake us hence a mile or twain. I the way toward Dover, do it for ancient love, and bring some covering for this naked soul, which I'll entreat to lead me. Old man, alack, sir, he is mad. Gloucester, 'tis the time's plague when madmen lead the blind. Do as I bid thee, or rather do thy pleasure. Above the rest, be gone. Old man, I'll bring him the best parel that I have. Come on't what will. Exit. Gloucester, sere naked fellow. Edgar, poor Tom's a cold. Aside. I cannot daub it further. Gloucester, come hither, fellow. Edgar, aside. And yet I must bless thy sweet eyes, they bleed. Gloucester, know'st thou the way to Dover? Edgar, both stile and gate, horseway and footpath. Poor Tom hath been scared out of his good wits. Bless thee, good man's son, from the foul fiend. 5 fiends have been in poor Tom at once, of lust, as Obidicut, Habitidence, prince of darkness, Mahu, of stealing, Modo, of murder, Flibberty-Gibbet, of mopping and mowing, who since possesses chambermaids and waiting women. So, bless thee, master. Gloucester, here, take this purse, thou whom the heavens' plagues have humbled to all strokes. That I am wretched makes thee the happier, heavens deal so still. Let the superfluous and lust-dieted man, that slaves your ordinance, that will not see because he does not feel your power quickly. So distribution should undo excess, and each man have enough. Dost thou know Dover? Edgar, ay, master. Gloucester, there is a cliff, whose high and bending head looks fearfully in the confined deep. Bring me but to the very brim of it, and I'll repair the misery thou dost bear with something rich about me. From that place I shall no leading need. Edgar, give me thy arm. Poor Tom shall lead thee. Exeunt. Scene 2. Before the Duke of Albany's palace enter Goneril, Edmund, Oswald meeting them. Goneril, welcome, my lord. I marvel our mild husband not met us on the way now. Where's your master? Oswald, madam, within, but never man so chonged. I told him of the army that was landed. He smiled at it. I told him you were coming. His answer was, the worse, of Gloucester's treachery and of the loyal service of his son. When I informed him, then he called me sot, and told me I had turned the wrong side out. What most he should dislike seems pleasant to him. What like, offensive. Goneril, to Edmund, then shall you go no further. It is the cowish terror of his spirit that dares not undertake, he'll not feel wrongs which tie him to an answer. Our wishes on the way may prove effects. Back, Edmund, to my brother. Hasten his musters and conduct his powers. I must change names at home, and give the distaff into my husband's hands. This trusty servant shall pass between us. Ere long you are like to hear, if you dare venture in your own behalf, a mistress's command, giving a favor. Wear this, spare speech. Decline your head this kiss, if it durst speak, would stretch thy spirits up into the air. Conceive, and fare thee well. Edmund, yours in the ranks of death. Exit Edmund. Goneril, my most dear Gloucester. Oh, the difference of man and man. To thee a woman's services are due. My fool usurps my body. Oswald, madam, here comes my lord. Exit. Enter Albany. Goneril, I have been worth the whistle. Albany, oh Goneril, you are not worth the dust which the rude wind blows in your face. I fear your disposition. That nature which contemns its origin cannot be bordered certain in itself. She that herself will sliver and disbranch from her material sap, perforce must wither and come to deadly use. Goneril, no more, the text is foolish. Albany, wisdom and goodness to the vile seem vile. Filths savor but themselves, what have you done? Tigers, not daughters, what have you performed? A father, and a gracious aged man, whose reverence even the head-lugged bear would lick. Most barbarous, most degenerate, have you mad. Could my good brother suffer you to do it? A man, a prince, by him so benefited. If that the heavens do not their visible spirits send quickly down to tame these vile offenses, it will come. Humanity must perforce prey on itself, like monsters of the deep. Goneril, milk-livered man, that bear'st a cheek for blows, a head for wrongs, who hast not in thy brows an eye discerning thine honor from thy suffering, that not know'st fools do those villains pity who are punished ere they have done their mischief. Where's thy drum? France spreads his banners in our noiseless land. With plumed helm thy state begins to threat, whilst thou, a moral fool, sit'st still, and criest, alack, why does he so? Albany, see thyself, devil. Proper deformity seems not in the fiend so horrid as in woman. Goneril, O vain fool. Albany, thou changed and self-covered thing, for shame. Be monster not thy feature. Were't my fitness to let these hands obey my blood, they are apt enough to dislocate and tear thy flesh and bones. Howe'er thou art a fiend, a woman's shape doth shield thee. Goneril, marry, your manhood. Mew, enter a messenger. Albany, what news? Messenger, oh, my good lord, the Duke of Cornwall's dead, slain by his servant, going to put out the other eye of Gloucester. Albany, Gloucester's eyes. Messenger, a servant that he bred, thrilled with remorse, opposed against the act, bending his sword to his great master, who, thereat enragged, flew on him, and amongst them felled him dead, but not without that harmful stroke which since hath plucked him after. Albany, this shows you are above, you justicers, that these our nether crimes so speedily can venge. But, O poor Gloucester, lost he his other eye? Messenger, both, my lord. This letter, madam, craves a speedy answer. 'Tis from your sister. Goneril, aside. One way I like this well, but being widow and my Gloucester with her, may all the building in my fancy pluck upon my hateful life. Another way the news is not so tart, I'll read and answer. Exit. Albany, where was his son when they did take his eyes? Messenger, come with my lady hither. Albany, he is not here. Messenger, no, my good lord, I met him back again. Albany, knows he the wickedness? Messenger, aye, my good lord, 'twas he informed against him, and quit the house on purpose, that their punishment might have the freer course. Albany, Gloucester, I live, to thank thee for the love thou showed to the king, and to revenge thine eyes. Come hither, friend, tell me what more thou know'st. Exeunt. Scene 3, the French camp near Dover. Enter Kent and a gentleman. Kent, why the King of France is so suddenly gone back? Know you no reason? Gentleman, something he left imperfect in the state, which since his coming forth is thought of, which imports to the kingdom so much fear and danger that his personal return was most required and necessary. Kent. Who hath he left behind him, General? Gentlemen. The Mareschal of France, Monsieur Lafare. Kent. Did your letters pierce the Queen to any demonstration of grief? Gentlemen. Aye, sir. She took them, read them in my presence, and now and then an ample tear trilled down her delicate cheek. It seemed she was a queen over her passion, who, most rebel-like, sought to be king o'er her. Kent. Oh, then it moved her. Gentlemen. Not to a rage. Patience and sorrow strove who should express her goodliest you have seen. Sunshine and rain at once. Her smiles and tears were like a better day. Those happy smilets that played on her ripe lip seemed not to know what guests were in her eyes, which parted thence as pearls from diamonds dropped out in brief. Sorrow would be a rarity most beloved, if all could so become it. Kent. Made she no verbal question? Gentlemen. Faith. Once or twice she heaved the name of father pantingly forth, as if it pressed her heart. Cried, sisters, sisters. Shame of ladies. Sisters. Kent. Father. Sisters. What? I the storm. I the night? Let pity not be believed. There she shook the holy water from her heavenly eyes, and clamor mastered her. Then away she started to deal with grief alone. Kent. It is the stars. The stars above us govern our conditions. Else oneself mate and make could not beget such different issues. You spoke not with her since? Gentlemen. No. Kent. Was this before the king returned? Gentlemen. No, since. Kent. Well, sir, the poor distressed leers I the town, who sometime, in his better tune, remembers what we are come about, and by no means will yield to see his daughter. Gentlemen. Why, good sir? Kent. A sovereign shame so elbows him, his own unkindness, that stripped her from his benediction, turned her to foreign casualties, gave her dear rights to his dog-hearted daughters. These things sting his mind so venomously that burning shame detains him from Cordelia. Gentlemen. Alack, poor gentleman. Kent. Of Albany's and Cornwall's powers you heard not? Gentlemen. 'Tis so. They are afoot. Kent. Well, sir, I'll bring you to our master Lear and leave you to attend him. Some dear cause will in concealment wrap me up a while. When I am known aright, you shall not grieve lending me this acquaintance. I pray you, go along with me. Exeunt. Scene forward. The French camp. A tent enter with drum and colors. Cordelia, physician, and soldiers. Cordelia. Alack, 'tis he. Why, he was met even now as mad as the vexed sea. Singing aloud. Crowned with rank fumiter and furrow weeds, with harlocks, hemlock, nettles, cuckoo flowers, darnel, and all the idle weeds that grow in our sustaining corn. A century send forth. Search every acre in the high-grown field, and bring him to our eye. Exit an officer. What can man's wisdom? In the restoring his bereaved sense, he that helps him take all my outward worth. Physician. There is means, madam. Our foster nurse of nature is repose, the which he lacks, that to provoke in him are many simples operative, whose power will close the eye of anguish. Cordelia. All blessed secrets, all you unpublished virtues of the earth, spring with my tears. Be aidant and remediate in the good man's distress. Seek, seek for him, lest his ungoverned rage dissolve the life that wants the means to lead it. Enter a messenger. Messenger. News, madam. The British powers are marching hitherward. Cordelia. 'Tis known before our preparation stands in expectation of them. O dear father, it is thy business that I go about. Therefore, great France, my mourning and important tears hath pitted. No blown ambition doth our arms incite, but love, dear love, and our aged father's right. Soon may I hear and see him. Exeunt. Scene V. A room in Gloucester's castle. Enter Regan and Oswald. Regan. But are my brother's powers set forth? Oswald. Aye, madam. Regan. Himself in person there? Oswald. Madam, with much ado. Your sister is the better soldier. Regan. Lord Edmund spake not with your lord at home? Oswald. No, madam. Regan. What might import my sister's letter to him? Oswald. I know not, lady. Regan. Faith. He has posted hints on serious matter. It was great ignorance, Gloucester's eyes being out, to let him live where he arrives. He moves all hearts against us. Edmund, I think, is gone in pity of his misery, to dispatch his night life. Moreover, to descry the strength owed enemy. Oswald. I must needs after him, madam, with my letter. Regan. Our troops set forth tomorrow. Stay with us. The ways are dangerous. Oswald. I may not, madam. My lady charged my duty in this business. Regan. Why should she write to Edmund? Might not you transport her purposes by word? Belike, something's, I know not what. I'll love thee much. Let me unseal the letter. Oswald. Madam, I had rather. Regan. I know your lady does not love her husband. I am sure of that. And at her late being here she gave strange aureolades and most speaking looks to noble Edmund. I know you are of her bosom. Oswald. I, madam? Regan. I speak in understanding. Why are I note? Therefore I do advise you take this note. My lord is dead. Edmund and I have talked, and more convenient is he for my hand than for your lady's. You may gather more. If you do find him, pray you give him this, and when your mistress hears thus much from you, I pray desire her call her wisdom to her. So, fare you well. If you do chance to hear of that blind traitor, preferment falls on him that cuts him off. Oswald. Would I could meet him, madam? I should show what party I do follow. Regan. Fare thee well. Exeunt. Scene sixth, the country near Dover. Enter Gloucester, and Edgar dressed like a peasant. Gloucester. When shall I come to the top of that same hill? Edgar. You do climb up it now, look how we labor. Gloucester. Methinks the ground is even. Edgar. Horrible steep. Hark, do you hear the sea? Gloucester. No, truly. Edgar. Why, then, your other senses grow imperfect by your eyes' anguish. Gloucester. So may it be indeed. Methinks thy voice is altered, and thou speak'st in better phrase and matter than thou didst. Edgar. Ye are much deceived. In nothing am I chonged but in my garments. Gloucester. Methinks you're better spoken. Edgar. Come on, sir. Here's the place. Stand still. How fearful and dizzy 'tis to cast one's eyes so low. The crows and choughs that wing the midway air show scarce so gross as beetles. Halfway down hangs one that gathers samphire. Dreadful trade. Methinks he seems no bigger than his head. The fishermen that walk upon the beach appear like mice. And yon tall anchoring bark, diminished to her cock a buoy almost too small for sight. The murmuring surge that on numbered idle pebble chafes cannot be heard so high. I'll look no more, lest my brain turn, and the deficient sight topple down headlong. Gloucester. Set me where you stand. Edgar. Give me your hand. You are now within a foot of tit extreme verge. For all beneath the moon would I not leap upright. Gloucester. Let go my hand. Here, friend, another purse. In it a jewel well worth a poor man's taking. Fairies and gods prosper it with thee. Go thou further off. Bid me farewell, and let me hear thee going. Edgar. Now fare you well, good sir. Seems to go. Gloucester. With all my heart. Edgar. Aside. Why I do trifle thus with his despair is done to cure it. Gloucester. O you mighty gods! This world I do renounce, and in your sights, shake patiently my great affliction off. If I could bear it longer, and not fall to quarrel with your great opposeless wills, my snuff and loathed part of nature should burn itself out. If Edgar live, oh, bless him. Now, fellow, fare thee well. Edgar. Gone, sir, farewell. Gloucester leaps and falls. Along. And yet I know not how conceit may rob the treasury of life when life itself yields to the theft. Had he been where he thought, by this had thought been past, alive or dead. Ho you, sir. Friend. Hear you, sir. Speak. Thus might he pass indeed. Yet he revives. What are you, sir? Gloucester. Away, and let me die. Edgar. Hadst thou been aught but gossamer, feathers, air, so many fathom down precipitating, thou didst have shivered like an egg. But thou dost breathe, hast heavy substance, bleedst not, speakst, art sound. 10 masts at each, make not the altitude which thou hast perpendicularly fell. Thy life is a miracle, speak yet again. Gloucester. But have I fallen, or no? Edgar. From the dread summit of this chalky bourne, look up a height. The shrill-gorged lark so far cannot be seen or heard, Dio, but look up. Gloucester. Alack, I have no eyes. Is wretchedness deprived that benefit to end itself by death? 'Twas yet some comfort when misery could beguile the tyrant's rage and frustrate his proud will. Edgar. Give me your arm. Up, so, how is't? Feel you your legs? You stand. Gloucester. Too well, too well. Edgar. This is above all strangeness. Upon the crown, oh, the cliff, what thing was that which parted from you? Gloucester. A poor unfortunate beggar. Edgar. As I stood here below, methought his eyes were 2 full moons. He had 1,000 noses, horns whelked and waved like the enraged sea. It was some fiend, therefore, thou happy father, think that the clearest gods, who make them honors of men's impossibilities, have preserved thee. Gloucester. I do remember now. Henceforth I'll bear affliction till it do cry out itself, enough, enough, and died that thing you speak of. I took it for a man. Often 'twould say, the fiend, he led me to that place. Edgar. Bear free and patient thoughts, but who comes here? Interlear. Fantastically, dressed up with flowers. The safer sense will ne'er accommodate his master thus. Lear. No, they cannot touch me for coining I am the king himself. Edgar. O thou side-piercing sight. Lear. Nature's above art in that respect. There's your press money. That fellow handles his bow like a crow-keeper. Draw me a clothier's yard. Look, look, a mouse. Peace, peace. This piece of toasted cheese will do't. There's my gauntlet. I'll prove it on a giant. Bring up the brown bills, Dotto. Well flown, bird. I the clout, Hugh. Give the word. Edgar. Sweet marjoram. Lear. Pass. Gloucester. I know that voice. Lear. Ha. Goneril with a white beard. They flattered me like a dog, and told me I had white hairs in my beard ere the black ones were there. So say I and no to everything I said, and no, 'twas no good divinity when the rain came to wet me once, and the wind to make me chatter. When the thunder would not peace at my bidding. There I found there I smelt out. Go to, they are not men o' their words. They told me I was everything. 'Tis a lie, I am not ague-proof. Gloucester. The trick of that voice I do well remember. Is not the king? Lear. I, every inch a king. When I do stare, see how the subject quakes. I pardon that man's life. What was thy cause? Adultery? Thou shalt not die. Die for adultery. No. The wren goes to't, and the small gilded fly does lecher in my sight. Let copulation thrive. For Gloucester's bastard son was kinder to his father than my daughters got, 'tween the lawful sheets. To't, luxury, pell-mell, for I lack soldiers. Behold yon simpering dame, whose face between her forks presages snow, that minces virtue, and does shake the head to hear of pleasure's name. The fit shoe nor the soiled horse goes to't with a more riotous appetite. Down from the waist they are centaurs, though women all above, but to the girdle do the gods inherit. Beneath is all the fiends. There's hell, there's darkness, there is the sulphurous pit, burning, scalding, stench, consumption, fie, fie, fie. Paw, paw. Give me an ounce of civet, good apothecary, to sweeten my imagination. There's money for thee. Gloucester. Oh, let me kiss that hand. Lear. Let me wipe it first. It smells of mortality. Gloucester. O ruined piece of nature, this great world shall so wear out to naught. Dost thou know me? Lear. I remember thine eyes well enough. Dost thou squiny at me? No, do thy worst, blind Cupid. I'll not love. Read thou this challenge. Mark but the penning of it. Gloucester. Were all the letters suns, I could not see one. Edgar. I would not take this from report. It is, and my heart breaks at it. Lear. Read. Gloucester. What, with the case of eyes? Lear. Oh, ho, are you there with me? No eyes in your head, nor no money in your purse? Your eyes are in a heavy case, your purse in a light, yet you see how this world goes. Gloucester. I see it feelingly. Lear. What? Art mad? A man may see how the world goes with no eyes. Look with thine ears, see how yon justice rails upon yon simple thief. Hark, in thine ear. Change places, and, handy-dandy, which is the justice, which is the thief? Thou hast seen a farmer's dog bark at a beggar. Gloucester. Aye, sir. Lear. And the creature run from the cur? There thou mightst behold the great image of authority. A dog's obeyed in office. Thou rascal beetle, hold thy bloody hand. Why dost thou lash that whore? Strip thine own back. Thou hotly lusts to use her in that kind for which thou whipst her. The usurer hangs the cozener. Through tattered clothes great vices do appear. Robes and furred gowns hide all plate sin with gold, and the strong lance of justice hurtless breaks. Armed in rags, a pygmy's straw does pierce it. None does offend, none, I say none. I'll able him. Take that of me, my friend, who have the power to seal the accuser's lips. Get thee glass eyes, and like a scurvy politician, seem to see the things thou dost not. Now, pull off my boots. Harder, harder, so. Edgar. Oh. Matter and impertinency mixed. Reason and madness. Lear. If thou wilt weep my fortunes, take my eyes. I know thee well enough. Thy name is Gloucester. Thou must be patient. We came crying hither. Thou know'st the first time that we smell the air we wall and cry, I will preach to thee. Mark. Gloucester. Alack, alack the day. Lear. When we are born, we cry that we are come to this great stage of fools. This a good block. It were a delicate stratagem to shoe a troop of horse with felt. I'll put in proof, and when I have stolen upon these son-in-laws, then kill, 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 kill. Enter a gentleman with attendants. Gentleman. Oh, here he is. Lay hand upon him, sir, your most dear daughter. Lear. No rescue? What, a prisoner? I am even the natural fool of fortune. Use me well. You shall have ransom. Let me have surgeons. I am cut to the brains. Gentlemen. You shall have anything. Lear. No seconds? All myself? Why, this would make a man of salt, to use his eyes for garden water pots, aye, and for laying autumn's dust. Gentlemen. Good sir. Lear. I will die bravely, like a smug bridegroom. What? I will be jovial. Come, come. I am a king. My masters, know you that? Gentlemen. You are a royal one, and we obey you. Lear. Then there's life in't. Come, and you get it. You shall get it by running. Say. Exit running, attendants follow. Gentlemen. A sight most pitiful in the meanest wretch, past speaking of in a king. Thou hast one daughter who redeems nature from the general curse which twain have brought her to. Edgar. Hail, gentle sir. Gentlemen. Sir. Speed you doubt what's your will? Edgar. Do you hear aught, sir, of a battle toward? Gentlemen. Most sure and vulgar. Everyone hears that, which can distinguish sound. Edgar. But, by your favor, how near's the other army? Gentlemen. Near and on speedy foot. The main descry stands on the hourly thought. Edgar. I thank you, sir, that's all. Gentlemen. Though that the queen on special cause is here, her army is moved on. Edgar. I thank you, sir. Exit. Gentlemen. Gloucester. You ever gentle gods, take my breath from me. Let not my worser spirit tempt me again to die before you please. Edgar. Well, pray you, father. Gloucester. Now, good sir, what are you? Edgar. A most poor man, made tame to fortune's blows, who, by the art of known and feeling sorrows, am pregnant to good pity. Give me your hand. I'll lead you to some biding. Gloucester. Hearty thanks. The bounty and the benison of heaven to boot, and boot. Enter Oswald. Oswald. A proclaimed prize. Most happy. That eyeless head of thine was first frammed flesh to raise my fortunes. Thou old unhappy traitor, briefly thyself remember, the sword is out that must destroy thee. Gloucester. Now let thy friendly hand put strength enough to't. Edgar interposes. Oswald. Wherefore, bold peasant, darest thou support a published traitor? Hence, lest that infection of his fortune take like hold on thee, let go his arm. Edgar. Chill not let go, Zir, without further Cassyon. Oswald. Let go, slave, or thou deest. Edgar. Good gentleman, go your gate, and let poor folk pass, and chud ha been zwaggered out of my life. 'Twould not ha been so long as 'tis by a fortnight, nay. Come not near to old man. Keep out, shave or ye, or ise try whether your costard or my ballow be the harder. Chill be plain with you. Oswald. Out, dunghill. Edgar. Chill pick your teeth, Zir come. No matter vor your foins. They fight, and Edgar knocks him down. Oswald. Slave, thou hast slain me, villain. Take my purse. If ever thou wilt thrive, bury my body, and give the letters which thou find'st about me to Edmund, Earl of Gloucester. Seek him out upon the British party. Oh, untimely death. Dies. Edgar. I know thee well, a serviceable villain, as duteous to the vices of thy mistress as badness would desire. Gloucester. What? Is he dead? Edgar. Sit you down, father. Rest you. Let's see these pockets. The letters that he speaks of may be my friend's. He's dead. I am only sorry he had no other deaths, man. Let us see. Leave, gentle wax, and manners, blame us not. To know our enemies' minds, we rip their hearts. Their papers is more lawful. Reads. Let our reciprocal vows be remembered. You have many opportunities to cut him off. If your will want not, time and place will be fruitfully offered. There is nothing done if he return the conqueror. Then am I the prisoner, and his bed my jail. From the loathed warmth whereof deliver me, and supply the place for your labor, your wife, so I would say, affectionate servant, Goneril. O indistinguished space of woman's will! Applaud upon her virtuous husband's life, and the exchange my brother. Here in the sands the isle rake up, the post unsanctified of murderous lechers, and in the mature time, with this ungracious paper strike the site of the death-practised duke. For him, 'tis well that of thy death and business I can tell. Exit Edgar, dragging out the body. Gloucester. The king is mad. How stiff is my vile sense, that I stand up, and have ingenious feeling of my huge sorrows. Better I were distract. So should my thoughts be severed from my griefs, and woes by wrong imaginations lose the knowledge of themselves. A drum afar off. Edgar. Give me your hand. Far off methinks I hear the beaten drum. Come, father. I'll bestow you with a friend. Exeunt. Scene 7. A tent in the French camp, Lear on a bed, asleep, soft. Music playing. Physician, gentlemen, and others attending. Enter Cordelia and Kent. Cordelia. O thou good Kent, how shall I live and work to match thy goodness? My life will be too short, and every measure fail me. Kent. To be acknowledged, madam, is o'erpaid. All my reports go with the modest truth, nor more, nor clipped, but so. Cordelia. Be better suited. These weeds are memories of those worser hours. I prithee put them off. Kent. Pardon, dear madam, yet to be known shortens my made intent. My boon I make it that you know me not till time and I think meet. Cordelia. Then beat so, my good lord. To the physician. How does the king? Physician. Madam, sleep still. Cordelia. O you kind gods, cure this great breach in his abused nature. The untunned and jarring senses, O, wind up of this child-changed father. Physician. So please your majesty, that we may wake the king. He hath slept long. Cordelia. Be governed by your knowledge and proceed. The sway of your own wilt he arrayed? Physician. I, madam, that I in the heaviness of sleep we put fresh garments on him. Be by, good madam, when we do awake him, I doubt not of his temperance. Cordelia. Very well. Physician. Please you draw near, louder the music there. Cordelia. O my dear father, restoration hang thy medicine on my lips, and let this kiss repair those violent harms that my two sisters have in thy reverence made. Kent. Kind and dear princess. Cordelia. Had you not been their father, these white flakes did challenge pity of them. Was this a face to be opposed against the warring winds? To stand against the deep, dread-bolted thunder? In the most terrible and nimble stroke of quick cross-lightning? To watch, poor Perdue, with this thin helm? Mine enemy's dog, though he had bit me, should have stood that night against my fire. And wast thou fain, poor father, to hovel thee with swine and rogues forlorn in short and musty straw? Alack, alack! 'Tis wonder that thy life and wits at once had not concluded all he wakes. Speak to him. Physician. Madam, do you? 'Tis fittest. Cordelia. How does my royal lord? How fares your majesty? Lear. You do me wrong to take me out o' the grave. Thou art a soul in bliss, but I am bound upon a wheel of fire, that mine own tears do scald like molten lead. Cordelia. Sir, do you know me? Lear. You are a spirit, I know. When did you die? Cordelia. Still, far wide. Physician. He's scarce awake. Let him alone a while. Lear. Where have I been? Where am I? Fair daylight? I am mightily abused. I should e'en die with pity. To see another thus, I know not what to say. I will not swear these are my hands. Let's see. I feel this pin prick. Would I were assured of my condition. Cordelia. Oh, look upon me, sir, and hold your hands in benediction o'er me. No, sir, you must not kneel. Lear. Pray, do not mock me. I am a very foolish, fond old man, 80 and upward, not an hour more nor less, and to deal plainly, I fear I am not in my perfect mind. Methinks I should know you, and know this man. Yet I am doubtful, for I am mainly ignorant what place this is, and all the skill I have remembers not these garments. Nor I know not where I did lodge last night, though not laugh at me. For, as I am a man, I think this lady to be my child Cordelia. Cordelia. And so I am. I am. Lear. Be your tears wet? Yes, faith that I pray weep not. If you have poison for me, I will drink it. I know you do not love me, for your sisters have, as I do remember, done me wrong. You have some cause, they have not. Cordelia. No cause, no cause. Lear. Am I in France? Kent. In your own kingdom, sir. Lear. Do not abuse me. Physician. Be comforted, good madam. The great rage, you see, is killed in him, and yet it is danger to make him even o'er the time he has lost. Desire him to go in. Trouble him no more till further settling. Cordelia. Wilt please your highness walk? Lear. You must bear with me. Pray you now, forget and forgive. I am old and foolish. Exeunt Lear. Cordelia. Physician and attendants. Gentlemen. Holds it true, sir, that the Duke of Cornwall was so slain? Kent. Most certain, sir. Gentlemen. Who is conductor of his people? Kent. As 'tis said, the bastard son of Gloucester. Gentlemen. They say Edgar, his banished son, is with the Earl of Kent in Germany. Kent. Report is changeable. 'Tis time to look about. The powers of the kingdom approach apace. Gentlemen. The arbitrament is like to be bloody. Fare you well, sir. Exit. Kent. My point and period will be throughly wrought, or well or ill, as this day's battles fought. Exit. Act V. Scene I. The camp of the British forces near Dover enter, with drum and colours Edmund, Regan, officers, soldiers, and others. Edmund. Know of the Duke if his last purpose hold, or whether since he is advised by aught to change the course, he's full of alteration and self-reproving, bring his constant pleasure. To an officer, who goes out. Regan. Our sister's man is certainly miscarried. Edmund. 'Tis to be doubted, madam. Regan. Now, sweet lord, you know the goodness I intend upon you. Tell me but truly, but then speak the truth. Do you not love my sister? Edmund. In honored love. Regan. But have you never found my brother's way to the forfended place? Edmund. That thought abuses you. Regan. I am doubtful that you have been conjunct and bosomed with her, as far as we call hers. Edmund. No, by mine honor, madam. Regan. I never shall endure her, dear my lord. Be not familiar with her. Edmund. Fear not. She and the Duke her husband enter with drum and colours Albany, Goneril, and soldiers. Goneril. Aside. I had rather lose the battle than that sister should loosen him and me. Albany. Our very loving sister, well be met. Sir, this I heard. The king is come to his daughter, with others whom the rigour of our state forked to cry out, where I could not be honest, I never yet was valiant for this business. It toucheth us as France invades our land. Not bolds the king, with others whom I fear most just and heavy causes make oppose. Edmund. Sir, you speak nobly. Regan. Why is this reasoned? Goneril. Combine together gainst the enemy. For these domestic and particular broils are not the question here. Albany. Let's, then, determine with the ancient of war on our proceeding. Edmund. I shall attend you presently at your tent. Regan. Sister, you'll go with us? Goneril. No. Regan. 'Tis most convenient. Pray you, go with us. Goneril. Aside. Oh ho, I know the riddle, I will go. Exeunt Edmund, Regan, Goneril, officers, soldiers, and attendants. As they are going out, enter Edgar disguised. Edgar. If e'er your grace had speech with man so poor, hear me one word. Albany. I'll overtake you, speak. Edgar. Before you fight the battle, ope this letter. If you have victory, let the trumpet sound for him that brought it. Wretched though I seem, I can produce a champion that will prove what is avouched there. If you miscarry, your business of the world hath so an end, and machination ceases, fortune love you. Albany. Stay till I have read the letter. Edgar. I was forbid it. When time shall serve, let but the herald cry, and I'll appear again. Albany. Why, fare thee well, I will o'erlook thy paper. Exit Edgar. Enter Edmund. Edmund. The enemy's in view. Draw up your powers. Here is the guess of their true strength and forces by diligent discovery, but your haste is now urged on you. Albany. We will greet the time. Exit. Edmund. To both these sisters have I sworn my love, each jealous of the other, as the stung are of the adder. Which of them shall I take? Both? One? Or neither? Neither can be enjoyed, if both remain alive. Take the widow exasperates, makes mad her sister Goneril, and hardly shall I carry out my side, her husband being alive now, then, will use his countenance for the battle, which being done, let her who would be rid of him devise his speedy taking off as for the mercy which he intends to Lear and to Cordelia, the battle done, and they within our power, shall never see his pardon. For my state stands on me to defend, not to debate. Exit. Scene 2. A field between the two camps. Alarum within. Enter with drum and colors, Lear, Cordelia and their forces, and exeunt. Enter Edgar and Gloucester. Edgar. Here, father, take the shadow of this tree for your good host. Pray that the right may thrive. If ever I return to you again, I'll bring you comfort. Gloucester. Grace go with you, sir. Exit Edgar. Alarum and retreat within. Enter Edgar. Edgar. Away, old man, give me thy hand. Away. King Lear hath lost, he and his daughter ta'en. Give me thy hand. Come on. Gloucester. No further, sir. A man may rot even here. Edgar. What, in ill thoughts again? Men must endure their going hence, even as their coming hither. Ripeness is all. Come on. Gloucester. And that's true too. Exeunt. Scene 3. The British camp near Dover. Enter in conquest with drum and colors, Edmund, Lear, and Cordelia as prisoners. Officers, soldiers, and c. Edmund. Some officers take them away. Good guard until their greater pleasures first be known that are to censure them. Cordelia. We are not the first, who with best meaning have incurred the worst. For thee, oppressed king, I am cast down. Myself could else outfrown false fortune's frown. Shall we not see these daughters and these sisters? Lear. No, 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 come, let's away to prison. We two alone will sing like birds I the cage. When thou dost ask me blessing, I'll kneel down and ask of thee forgiveness. So we'll live and pray and sing and tell old tales and laugh at gilded butterflies and hear poor rogues talk of court news. And we'll talk with them too, who loses and who wins, who's in, who's out, and take upon's the mystery of things, as if we were God's spy, and we'll wear out, in a walled prison, packs and sects of great ones that ebb and flow by the moon. Edmund. Take them away. Lear. Upon such sacrifices, my Cordelia, the gods themselves throw incense. Have I caught thee? He that parts us shall bring a brand from heaven, and fire us hence like foxes. Wipe thine eyes. The good years shall devour them, flesh and fell, ere they shall make us weep. We'll see him starve first. Come. Exeunt Lear and Cordelia, guarded. Edmund. Come hither, Captain. Hark. Take thou this note, giving a paper. Go follow them to prison. One step I have advanced thee. If thou dost as this instructs thee, thou dost make thy way to noble fortunes. Know thou this, that men are as the time is. To be tender-minded does not become a sword. Thy great employment will not bear question. Either say thou wilt do't, or thrive by other means. Captain. I'll do't, my lord. Edmund. About it, and right happy when thou hast done. Mark, I say, instantly, and carry it so as I have set it down. Captain. I cannot draw a cart, nor eat dried oats. If it be man's work, I'll do't. Exit. Flourish, enter Albany, Goneril, Regan, officers and attendants. Albany. Sir, you have showed today your valiant strain, and fortune led you well. You have the captives who were the opposites of this day's strife. I do require them of you, so to use them, as we shall find their merits and our safety may equally determine. Edmund. Sir, I thought it fit to send the old and miserable king to some retention and appointed guard, whose age has charms in it, whose title more, to pluck the common bosom on his side, and turn our impressed lances in our eyes which do command them. With him I sent the queen. My reason all the same, and they are ready tomorrow, or at further space, to appear where you shall hold your session. This time we sweat and bleed. The friend hath lost his friend, and the best quarrels in the heat are cursed by those that feel their sharpness. The question of Cordelia and her father requires a fitter place. Albany. Sir, by your patience, I hold you but a subject of this war, not as a brother. Regan. That's as we list to grace him. Methinks our pleasure might have been demanded ere you had spoke so far. He led our powers, bore the commission of my place and person, the which immediacy may well stand up and call itself your brother. Goneril. Not so hot. In his own grace he doth exalt himself, more than in your addition. Regan. In my rights, by me invested, he compeers the best. Albany. That were the most, if he should husband you. Regan. Jesters do oft prove prophets. Goneril. Holla, holla. That I that told you so looked but a squint. Regan. Lady, I am not well, else I should answer from a full-flowing stomach. General, take thou my soldiers, prisoners, patrimony, dispose of them, of me. The walls are thine. Witness the world that I create thee here, my lord and master. Goneril. Mean you to enjoy him? Albany. The let alone lies not in your good will. Edmund. Nor in thine, lord. Albany. Half-blooded fellow. Yes. Regan. To Edmund. Let the drum strike, and prove my title thine. Albany. Stay yet. Hear reason. Edmund, I arrest thee on capital treason, and in thine arrest, this gilded serpent, pointing to Goneril. For your claim, fair sister, I bar it in the interest of my wife. 'Tis she is subcontracted to this lord, and I her husband contradict your bans. If you will marry, make your loves to me. My lady is bespoke. Goneril. An interlude. Albany. Thou art armed, Gloucester, let the trumpet sound. If none appear to prove upon thy person thy heinous, manifest, and many treasons, there is my pledge. Throwing down a glove. I'll make it on thy heart. Ere I taste bread, thou art in nothing less than I have here proclaimed thee. Regan. Sick, oh sick. Goneril. Aside. If not, I'll ne'er trust medicine. Edmund. There's my exchange. Throwing down a glove. What in the world he is? That names me traitor, villain like he lies. Call by thy trumpet. He that dares approach on him, on you, who not? I will maintain my truth and honor firmly. Albany. A herald, ho! Enter a herald. Trust to thy single virtue. For thy soldiers, all levied in my name, have in my name took their discharge. Regan. My sickness grows upon me. Albany. She is not well, convey her to my tent. Exit Regan. Led. Come hither. Herald, let the trumpet sound and read out this. Officer. Sound. Trumpet. A trumpet sounds. Herald. reads, If any man of quality or degree within the lists of the army will maintain upon Edmund, supposed Earl of Gloucester, that he is a manifold traitor, let him appear by the third sound of the trumpet. He is bold in his defense. Edmund. Sound. First trumpet. Herald. Again. Second trumpet. Herald. Again. Third trumpet. Trumpet answers within. Enter Edgar, armed, preceded by a trumpet. Albany. Ask him his purposes, why he appears upon this call. Oh, the trumpet. Herald. What are you? Your name, your quality? And why you answer this present summons? Edgar. No, my name is lost. By treason's tooth bearn on and cankerbit. Yet am I noble as the adversary I come to cope. Albany. Which is that adversary? Edgar. What's he that speaks for Edmund, Earl of Gloucester? Edmund. Himself. What say'st thou to him? Edgar. Draw thy sword, that if my speech offend a noble heart, thy arm may do thee justice. Here is mine. Behold, it is the privilege of mine honors, my oath and my profession. I protest, maugre thy strength, youth, place, and eminence, despite thy victor sword and fire new fortune, thy valor and thy heart, thou art a traitor, false to thy gods, thy brother, and thy father, conspirant gainst this high illustrious prince, and, from the extremest upward of thy head to the descent and dust beneath thy foot, a most toad-spotted traitor. Say thou no, this sword, this arm, and my best spirits are bent to prove upon thy heart, whereto I speak, thou least. Edmund. In wisdom I should ask thy name, but since thy outside looks so fair and warlike, and that thy tongue some say of breeding breathes, what safe and nicely I might well delay by rule of knighthood, I disdain and spurn. Back do I toss those treasons to thy head, with the hell-hated lie o'erwhelm thy heart, which for they yet glance by and scarcely bruise. This sword of mine shall give them instant way, where they shall rest for ever. Trumpets, speak. Alarums, they fight Edmund. Falls. Albany. Save him, save him. Goneril. This is mere practice, Gloucester. By the law of arms thou wast not bound to answer an unknown opposite. Thou art not vanquished, but cozened and beguiled. Albany. Shut your mouth, dame, or with this paper shall I stop it. Hold, sir. Thou worse than any name. Read thine own evil. No tearing, lady. I perceive you know it. Gives the letter to Edmund. Goneril. Say if I do, the laws are mine, not thine. Who can arraign me for't? Exit. Albany. Most monstrous. Oh, know'st thou this paper? Edmund. Ask me not what I know. Albany. To an officer, who goes out. Go after her. She's desperate. Govern her. Edmund. What you have charged me with, that have I done. And more, much more. The time will bring it out. 'Tis past, and so am I. But what art thou that hast this fortune on me? If thou art noble, I do forgive thee. Edgar. Let's exchange charity. I am no less in blood than thou art, Edmund. If more, the more thou hast wronged me. My name is Edgar and thy father's son. The gods are just, and of our pleasant vices make instruments to plague us. The dark and vicious place where thee he got cost him his eyes. Edmund. Thou hast spoken right, 'tis true. The wheel is come full circle. I am here. Albany. Methought thy very gait did prophesy a royal nobleness. I must embrace thee. Let sorrow split my heart if ever I did hate thee or thy father. Edgar. Worthy prince, I note. Albany. Where have you hid yourself? How have you known the miseries of your father? Edgar. By nursing them. My lord, list a brief tale, and when 'tis told, oh, that my heart would burst. The bloody proclamation to escape that followed me so near. Oh, our lives' sweetness, that with the pain of death we'd hourly die rather than die at once, taught me to shift into a madman's rags, to assume a semblance that very dogs disdained. And in this habit met I my father with his bleeding rings, their precious stones new lost, became his guide, led him, begged for him, saved him from despair. Never, O fault, revealed myself unto him until some half hour passed, when I was armed. Not sure, though hoping of this good success, I asked his blessing, and from first to last told him my pilgrimage, but his flawed heart, alack, too weak the conflict to support. Twixt two extremes of passion, joy and grief, burst smilingly. Edmund, this speech of yours hath moved me, and shall perchance do good, but speak you on. You look as you had something more to say. Albany, if there be more woeful, hold it in, for I am almost ready to dissolve, hearing of this. Edgar, this would have seemed a period to such as love not sorrow, but another, to amplify too much, would make much more, and top extremity. Whilst I was big in clamor, came there a man who, having seen me in my worst estate, shunned my abhorred society. But then finding who 'twas that so endured, with his strong arms he fastened on my neck, and bellowed out as he'd burst heaven. Threw him on my father, told the most piteous tale of Lear and him that ever ear received, which in recounting his grief grew puissant, and the strings of life began to crack. Twice then the trumpet sounded, and there I left him tranked. Albany, but who was this? Edgar, Kent, sir, the banished Kent, who in disguise followed his enemy king and did him service improper for a slave. Enter a gentleman hastily, with a bloody knife. Gentleman, help, help. Oh, help. Edgar, what kind of help? Albany, speak, man. Edgar, what means this bloody knife? Gentleman, 'tis hot, it smokes. It came even from the heart of, oh, she's dead. Albany, who dead? Speak, man. Gentleman, your lady, sir, your lady, and her sister by her is poisoned. She hath confesses it. Edmund, I was contracted to them both, all three now marry in an instant. Edgar, here comes Kent. Enter Kent. Albany, produce their bodies, be they alive or dead. This judgment of the heavens that makes us tremble touches us not with pity. Oh, is this he? The time will not allow the compliment which very manners urges. Kent, I am come, to bid my king and master I good night. Is he not here? Albany, great thing of us forgot. Speak, Edmund, where's the king? And where's Cordelia? The bodies of Goneril and Regan are brought in. Sayest thou this object, Kent? Kent, alack, why thus? Edmund, yet Edmund was Beloft, the one the other poisoned for my sake, and after slew herself. Albany, even so, cover their faces. Edmund, I pant for life, some good I mean to do, despite of mine own nature, quickly send, be brief in it, to the castle. For my writ is on the life of Lear and on Cordelia. Nay, send in time. Albany, run, run, oh run. Edgar, to who, my lord? Who has the office? Send thy token of reprieve. Edmund,